At the beginning of the story, our eyes are met with an extremely magnificent city with the most advanced technical works. There are sky-high buildings and trains running in the air, and above all it is like the future world we always dream of. Lee Hansong stood on a tall building, placed his hand on the glass and looked at the massive city in front of him. He suddenly thought that this was not the real world. Lee Hansong looked at the city before him. He explained that this was not the real world but a virtual reality game that combined magic, science, skill and virtual reality. The world in the game was apocalyptic. Lee Hansong frowned and looked at the system next to him. He thought to himself, and this is where the game begins. The system's small window displays Lee Hansong's nameplate and statistics including stamina 20, magic energy 20, speed 20, mental strength 20, agility 20, intelligence 20, endurance 20, seductive 20. And a series of small windows kept popping up with the words, "You can't log out." Lee Hansong said he was stuck here for a week. Lee Hansong sat sullenly, his eyes dark and tired as he cursed. Damn it, he thought to himself, and it seemed like he was stuck in this game world. Lee Hansong wondered how he got to this game. He remembered the past when he was live streaming his game. He said that he was Lee Hansong, a game streamer who knew all the stories, and also has 52 years of experience in this game. Lee Hansong recalled his previous memories when he suddenly remembered that an important event was about to happen in the game, an attack by monsters that would take place within a year from now. In Lee Hansong's memory, a giant monster appeared with a long body like a snake but with two horns of a buffalo. The sky was gloomy and dark. The monster appeared as if it covered the whole city. Lee Hansong recalled today, a 3-year revolution will begin today. The revolution was recalled clearly and in detail by Lee Hansong, as well as the World War 5 years later. Warships at sea continuously bombarded forward. A scene like a rain of bombs and bullets appeared immediately, above the sky. And Lee Hansong said that he won the unique title, in the fierce competition among players. That's why he was very confident in this game. But in reality, Lee Hansong was rubbing his hair and thinking in frustration, this case is completely different. The system's small status window appeared again with the name Lee Hansong and his terrible statistics, stamina 20, magic energy 20, speed 20, spiritual power 20, spirit activity 20, intelligence 20, durability 20, charm 20, perception 20, luck 20. Overall Lee Hansong only has a potential of 200 out of 1000. He felt depressed seeing that and told himself his statistics, I'm pretty bad at starting the game. Lee Hansong remembered the monster attack in the World War 5 years later. He thought to himself, well, maybe he could survive the monster attack, but he would definitely die during the attack of the revolutionaries. Lee Hansong pursed his lips and fell into silence. Lee Hansong sat on the bed with an unwilling face and thought, and, what if I die in the game? Will I really die in real life? He was frustrated and exclaimed, is there any way? Suddenly something flew towards Lee Hansong. Due to the noise from the engine, he suddenly looked towards it. Lee Hansong looked at what was flying above his head. He asked in surprise, an unmanned camera. Lee Hansong suddenly remembered something. He suddenly thought, that's right. Then Lee Hansong quickly put his hand on the system board and thought to himself, I have a lot of videos about my 52 years of gaming experience. I can still see the data I posted before even though there is no internet. Lee Hansong quickly accessed his personal account. He happily exclaimed that he would definitely survive. Having said that, Lee Hansong looked at the plane's camera and said, this drone will help a lot in gathering information. Lee Hansong suddenly clenched his fists and told himself, the only thing right now is. Then Lee Hansong suddenly threw 3 dice down. At this moment, he only thought about the most important thing, which was the index numbers. The 3 dice were thrown onto the ground, rotating from one side to the other. Lee Hansong thought to himself, based on his previous experience, luck is extremely important. He looked at the 3 dice that were constantly flipping, then he waited and thought, let's see. At this time, the system has given new statistics including physical 25, magical energy 26, speed 16, mental strength 14, flexibility 19, intelligence 19, endurance 23, charm 11, perception 24, and your luck drops to 8. Lee Hansong told himself that he could only roll the dice until his luck index increased, then he immediately rolled the dice down. Lee Hansong kept rolling the dice and exclaimed, let's do it again. Just like that, Lee Hansong threw the dice over and over again. He kept rolling the dice frantically, his mouth saying again and again, next, next. A month later, Lee Hansong was standing in front of the system, muttering when would it end. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly looked at the system in surprise. Lee Hansong was startled and opened his eyes wide. What caught Lee Hansong's eyes at this moment was that his luck statistics had reached 99. The current system window displays statistics including Physical 12, Magical Energy 18, Speed 10, Mental Strength 14, Agility 10, Intelligence 5, Durability 8, Magic Charm 3, Perception 1, but his luck almost maxed out at 99. Lee Hansong couldn't believe his eyes and was suddenly stunned, sweat pouring out. Then Lee Hansong suddenly raised his hand to his head and laughed. He spread his arms horizontally, then raised his head and laughed loudly, ha 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 ha. Lee Hansong's face became excited and radiant. He happily said, 99 lucky points, I have reached the maximum score, finally I can start with the tutorial. The system displayed the text. Do you want to open the tutorial? Lee Hansong did not hesitate and chose to press the yes button. Then Lee Hansong sat down on the bed. The system displays an instruction board, which says, you have successfully passed the Korean Hero Academy's formality test. However, it's just your luck. If you don't make it to the top in the practice exam tomorrow, you will not be able to enroll in the academy. If you succeed, you will receive a random box of low-level equipment. If you fail, you will not be enrolled in the Korean Hero Academy. You have qualified to become a candidate for the first round. The first round will take place at the Korean Hero Academy. This is one of the top 3 famous hero academies in the world. Lee Hansong finished reading the instructions. He happily said, thank God, the instructions were still the same as before. Lee Hansong looked at the inventory board next to him and thought to himself, should I try my luck? Lee Hansong's starting amount is 10 million won. On the inventory system board a description appears, the operator has given gamers a gift. Without this gift, gamers will, and set the gift includes, 1 rare skill, 1 special skill, 1 attribute. Lee Hansong looked at the inventory system and thought, so in the random gift I can receive a rare skill, a special skill, special and a characteristic, huh? Lee Hansong received the gift box and thought to himself, if I want to test my luck, I should try opening it. Without thinking much, he immediately ordered the gift box to open. The bright light from the gift box illuminated the whole room. The gift box gradually opened before Lee Hansong's eyes. The system immediately displayed the gift Lee Hansong received. The system displayed the words, you are very lucky, you have received a rare skill, Enlightenment on Target F on SSS, you have received the skill in particular, Observing the F information on X, you have received an F characteristic on SSS. Lee Hansong looked at the gift box he received, the corner of his lips curled up and smiled. Lee Hansong put his hand on his chest and breathed evenly. He confidently stood and posed and covered his face with his hands trying to look cool and said, his luck was too smooth sailing. Lee Hansong kept standing like that, letting the drone fly around him to take pictures. That larval pose was considered cool by Lee Hansong and he felt regretful and silently lamented, if I had added a few effects right now, I could have used it as a thumbnail on YouTube. Finally, Lee Hansong put his hand over his face and chased the plane away. Lee Hansong took a breath and said, I should try my luck more. Lee Hansong looked at the tutorial system board and wondered, should I start preparing for the tutorial now? After saying that, Lee Hansong immediately went to the Korean Hero Academy. A top academy that gathers the world's geniuses. The students have fully arrived. Lee Hansong also entered the academy. When entering this academy, Lee Hansong was a bit worried because a perfect debut is essential when in such a famous academy. Lee Hansong looked around and thought to himself, the activities inside the school, hospital is important to achieve maximum effectiveness. Lee Hansong nervously walked in. As he walked, he thought, with my current ability, I will definitely lose no matter who my opponent is. I am truly a weak person. Lee Hansong walked into the waiting room. He was worried and silently told himself to be careful so as not to be expelled from school on the first day. Lee Hansong walked in with an unstable mind, then looked around and at the academies below. Lee Hansong looked back and forth and silently told himself, there are many familiar characters in the academy, I have to be careful, it will be very troublesome if they become my enemies. Then Lee Hansong sat with another male student. Lee Hansong listened to the guy next to him chatting with his eyes closed and thought, instead, I should cooperate with them and survive the challenge together. Suddenly he put his hands on the table and thought to himself, what a life. Lee Hansong cried silently in his heart. 2 tears fell down and screamed in his heart, I'm going to cry, why should I be so worried? Lee Hansong raised his head in surprise because someone had entered the classroom and said hello. The man in the brown coat with blonde hair stood on the podium and said, "The candidates of the Hero Academy are here." He continued to tell me that I was your guide for the practical test taking place today. Lee Hansong looked at the person on the podium and thought to himself, just as I thought, the NPCs are also different. The instructor standing on the podium began to introduce himself. "I am S-rank hero Han Do-seok, I hope we will cooperate well." Lee Hansong below closed his eyes, opened his throat and yawned. Han Do-seok above the Buddha was giving a lecture to the students. He said, "So, we not only represent Korea, but also have the duty to protect our homeland from monsters." Lee Hansong sat below and said dejectedly in his heart, "I thought the lecture was over, but it turned out he was still talking." Lee Hansong thought to himself, "This is like a lecture about this world for the players." Han Do-seok was still standing on the podium and passionately preaching, while Lee Hansong below looked at him and thought, "If I just heard it for the first time, it's good, but for veteran gamers like me, it's boring." Han Do-seok said, then he ended the lecture with a clap, his hands clenched and said, "Now." Han Do-seok stood on the podium and told the students, "Let's move to the actual test area. I hope all of you here will pass the test and we will meet again." Lee Hansong heard that and immediately thought, the end has finally come. The bright door suddenly opened. Inside this door is the actual entrance exam of the Korean Hero Academy. Lee Han-seok looked towards the gate. He suddenly said, "This gate," and his flashy debut. Lee Hansong smiled confidently and said, "Now, let's get started." Lee Hansong looked at the open gate and thought to himself, "It's finally begun." The bright gate ahead gradually opened. Inside the gate is the actual entrance exam of the Korean Hero Academy. Lee Hansong walked towards the weapons array when suddenly a voice rang out, "Contestant Lee Hansong, before entering, please choose a weapon here." Lee Hansong looked at the weapons array in front of him and thought to himself, "Before it was just an entertainment game, now it's a reality." Lee Hansong thought to himself, "I have to consider carefully, because as far as he knows, choosing a weapon is like choosing the type of character." Lee Hansong explained, "If you choose a sword, you will be a knight, if you choose a bow, you will be a gunner, the weapon will determine the type of character you want to become." Lee Hansong remembers, in the past he chose a wand, and focused on using magic. But now Lee Hansong held the sword in his hand and thought, "But this time, I will choose to use the sword." Then Lee Hansong raised his left hand and created a small magic circle in his hand. He looked at it and silently decided, and used it along with magic. Lee Hansong looked at the system board showing his statistics and rare skills and said to himself, "Although my physical strength is too low to become a knight, I can only bet on luck now. Well, then I can combine it all with my magic rules." Lee Hansong looked scared and thought to himself, "Now I only have that plan, so I don't know if it will go well." A voice began to ring out, "Candidate Lee Hansong's practical ability test officially began." Then Lee Hansong entered the test gate with the thought, "I have to live at any cost." Then Lee Hansong entered a gray room. The system displays the words, "Korean Hero Academy's actual entrance test, elapsed time is 3,32, current monster level is E level, total number of monsters destroyed is 3. Lee Hansong was fighting with the monsters. He looked at the system board and thought to himself, the number of monsters he killed and the time were being counted. Lee Hansong seemed to have a hard time with the monsters. He silently told himself, the F-ranked monsters were easy to kill, but the damn E-ranked monsters were a problem. Suddenly, behind Lee Hansong, a wooden stick rushed to attack him. Lee Hansong immediately used his sword to block the monster's weapon. Lee Hansong blocked the monster's weapon but couldn't keep holding on like that. He began to tremble and thought to himself, I can't keep relying on luck forever. Then Lee Hansong took out a bottle of orange medicine and held it in his hand. Lee Hansong suddenly crushed the medicine bottle and thought to himself, but if I use this, suddenly, the system displayed 2 lines of text. A medium-level energy potion had been used, and physical strength increased in a short period of time. Then the potion took effect. Lee Hansong's sword suddenly pierced the monster's weapon, causing the monster to suddenly break out in a cold sweat. The monster's face looked at the sword in confusion. Then Lee Hansong swung his sword to destroy the monster before his eyes. After defeating the monster, he stood there panting and told himself, it seemed like the effects of the strength-boosting potion lasted until now, so preparing a few props was a wise decision. Lee Hansong remembered before the match, in this world he could control his luck. Then he entered a room. This place was the intersection between despair and happiness. This was an underground world. Then Lee Hansong walked inside. The waiter told him that, a casino in the western area, welcomes you to have a lucky night. Lee Hansong looked around and thought to himself, I have to see if the hidden piece is still in the same place, and I also need money to buy some equipment for the competition. Lee Hansong looked at the many people on the left, he wondered why there were so many people. In the crowd suddenly there was a bald uncle holding a yellow ticket and angrily shouted, "Hungry ghost number 13, what the hell are you doing?" The bald uncle shouted angrily, "Do you know how much I spent on this bet?" Lee Hansong looked at the uncle's hand and then he discovered, it was the hidden piece. Lee Hansong looked at him with unfriendly eyes but silently said, "Bald guy with a shiny head and no pinky finger, there is no doubt that he is Vacay Raymond." Lee Hansong said that Vacay Raymond, a famous gambler, also owned the Bavarian bracelet, an equipment that would support and help his limited physical strength, but Vacay Raymond was screaming next to him. Lee Hansong saw this helplessly and thought, I see, so anyone with a hairless hairstyle like him would end up like that. Lee Hansong walked in front of the video game machine, pulled out the card and silently thought to himself, I guess I have to think of a way to spin the same pictures. Then Lee Hansong put the card into the machine and thought to himself, I also have to see if luck will help me buy equipment in this place or not. The machine also started and rotated one after another. The 7 numbers on the machine are the same one after another. Finally all the pictures turned out to be the same and the machine also rang jackpot. The electronic machine showed that he had won. Because Lee Hansong won, the machine also spit out countless small marbles. Lee Hansong next to him also smirked. He started to pose again as a larva and then confidently raised his hand to cover his face, leaving only 2 eyes to show off his coolness. Lee Hansong confidently smiled and said, "So this is the power of luck 99. Back to reality, Lee Hansong took out a blue potion and said, "With it, I can buy any equipment." After saying that, he immediately crushed the medicine bottle to gain strength. The system immediately displayed the content. Medium-level energy potion was used. Speed ability was increased for a short time. Then Lee Hansong ran as fast as the wind to attack the monster. The monster he destroyed immediately collapsed on the ground and was about to disappear. Lee Hansong panted and wiped his sweat with his hand. He tiredly said, thanks to the equipment, he wiped out the E-level monsters, and the items he was saving were probably about to be used up. Suddenly a blue space door appears and a voice is heard, summoning a D-level monster, players should be ready for the next level. Lee Hansong suddenly startled and looked forward in panic. The new monster gradually appears with the appearance of a mop, glowing deep blue eyes looked towards Lee Hansong, and this was the D-ranked monster, the ghost. Lee Hansong looked at the monster in front of him and cursed silently, damn it. Lee Hansong looked at the monster rushing towards him and said to himself, that ghost, that damn creature that only knows how to use magical energy and doesn't have any physical strength, there's no way that monster could kill him, present in this contest. Then Lee Hansong stepped up and said, quite scary, but... Lee Hansong held the sword in both hands, looked at the monster, smiled and said, facing a monster that specializes in magic, one of my advantages can be considered an unexpected blessing, right? Then Lee Hansong and the monster rushed into battle. Lee Hansong used magic on the sword and said silently, you were affected and counterattacked with magic, huh? Well, if that's the case. Then Lee Hansong swung his sword and slashed at the monster. He thought to himself, I will use my special ability and magic rules and end it here. The monster that was slashed by the sword was immediately partially severed. Lee Hansong looked at the monster and exclaimed, great, it worked. The ghost monster immediately became angry and moved its tentacles towards Lee Hansong. Lee Hansong on his side also used his sword to block the tentacles. Lee Hansong continued to use magic on the sword and then swung the sword towards the monster. The ghost monster was also angry and rushed to fight Lee Hansong fiercely. Lee Hansong looked at the monster and seemed unable to bear it anymore. Lee Hansong immediately swung his sword and slashed at the monster, causing it to break in half and be destroyed. He looked at the monster being destroyed and he gasped. Lee Hansong was tired and sat down on the ground. He kept panting and thinking, even though he had won, eating those D-ranked monsters really took a toll on his strength, his magical energy was exhausted, could he continue to fight? Before Lee Hansong could rest, the voice summoning a C-level monster rang out. He tiredly stood up and silently said, let's see how long he can last. The monster summoning space gate opened and a voice rang out, players should get ready for the next round. Lee Hansong looked blankly at the monster before his eyes. A monster's giant foot stepped out. Lee Hansong looked at the monster then smirked and said, It seems this game no longer has any monsters like the ghost from before. The giant monster with 2 heads, this is the C-class monster, the 2-headed giant troll. Lee Hansong looked at the monster in front of him with some concern. Lee Hansong's hands holding the sword were shaking a bit. He shyly said to himself that both his magic and equipment were at their limits. Lee Hansong raised his sword in front of the monster's face and smiled and said to it, "Well, it seems all I can do now is move on my own." The giant monster looked at him with bloodshot eyes. The two stood in front of each other with the spirit of preparing to fight hard. Outside of the exam room gate, at Korean Hero Academy, the actual test-taking area. The students of the academy stood outside with a worried mind. They discussed among themselves, are there still people who haven't finished yet? They must be struggling inside fighting, but those D-rankers should have been its out. Suddenly a girl walked out of the exam room door. The students suddenly said, "Someone is coming out." The girl came out from inside the gate with an angry look, gritting her teeth and scolding, "Damn it!" Her left hand clenched tightly, her right hand held the knife and shouted angrily, if only she could avoid that attack. Her scoreboard appeared. Contestant Sung Si-yeon had 855 points. Sung Si-yeon is the second daughter of Hyukhyun, one of the 3 largest forces of the Republic of Korea. Sung Si-yeon is now feeling extremely angry because she could not dodge the monster's attack. The students stood looking at her from afar and silently thought, Sung Si-yeon is in 9th place, right, with all those points, her ranking should be higher. Sung Si-yeon looked at the contestant board. There were still 4 people participating. She looked at the board and saw there were only 3 people, Jin Hoon, Han Biel, and Gil Sung-hyun. Sung Si-yeon felt strange. She thought to herself, there are still 4 people who haven't finished yet, where are the confs? Then Sung Si-yeon looked at the remaining boards to search for the name of the remaining 4 people checking. She finally found the other person's name. She suddenly wondered, Lee Hansong, he's not done yet, who is that? The 2 students behind Sung Si-yeon were also talking about Lee Hansong. The 2 students behind her said, those who haven't finished are all famous people, but who is Lee Hansong? The person next to her also said, I've never heard of him either. Hearing this from Sung Si-yeon next to her, she also thought to herself, it seems like the other students don't know about him either. Suddenly everyone looked towards the gate and exclaimed, oh, there's another person coming out. The young man immediately walked out from inside the gate. As soon as the young man walked out, he put his hand behind the girl and laughed haha, saying, this contest is more difficult than I thought. His scoreboard appeared. Contestant Jin Hoon got 988 points. When everyone saw Jin Hoon coming out, they immediately started talking. Someone exclaimed, it was Jin Hoon. Jin Hoon was holding his hand tightly and thinking to himself, knowing right away that he wasn't strong enough. Someone in the distance said, I heard that he is progressing quite quickly because he has a special ability to strengthen his body, and his personality is also gentle, just like the main character in Manhwa, so. Suddenly, someone ran out of the gate. He held the wand with a sullen and sad face. He was contestant Gil Sung-hyun with 932 points. There are still 2 people left on the scoreboard and Gil Sung-hyun is ranked second on the scoreboard after Jin Hoon. Gil Sung-hyun was angry when he saw the scoreboard. He gritted his teeth and looked at the scoreboard with indignant eyes. Gil Sung-hyun angrily threw his wand to the ground. He scolded loudly, damn it. Everyone looked at the angry Gil Sung-hyun in disgust. Gil Sung-hyun is mad, we shouldn't get close to him. He stayed in there longer but his scores were lower. No wonder he was the one who used it. Using magic, he was already very good at fighting until the end. Gil Sung-hyun walked away wondering who Lee Hansong was and why was someone he had never heard of still in there. The shocked students looked at the scoreboard and were talking loudly. There were 2 remaining candidates. Could it be that they got to C rank? As soon as he finished speaking, someone came out of the door. Everyone immediately looked with surprise and thought this is it. They looked with curious eyes wondering who would come out. But when they saw the person walking out, everyone was surprised. Whoa, it was Han Biel. Han Biel just walked out tiredly. He took a breath and thought to himself, what's so noisy? His scoreboard appeared with the words, contestant Han Biel got 1021 points. Han Biel is the youngest son of Jeong Yun, a family of witches and one of the 3 greatest forces of the Republic of Korea. Han Biel thought in surprise, I thought I did pretty well, but there's still 1 left, people inside, is that why everyone's so excited about it out here? Han Biel is recognized for having special skills and abilities despite coming from a family of wizards, and with his good friend and rival Jin Hoon, he is no ordinary person. All students now direct their eyes to the nameplate above. On the board, There was only one person left inside. The students started talking again. Since Han BL had finished, the only person inside was. Suddenly Jin-hoon rushed to hug Han BL and said, "BL won first place this time, right?" Then the two laughed and talked happily. Han BL immediately replied, "Hoon still has one more person." Only then did Jin-hoon notice and look up at the board. He was surprised and said, "Huh, that's right." Han BL stood there and immediately said, "Something went wrong with the system." Jin-hoon next to him heard that and asked, "Should we notify the instructor Han Do-seok?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the vague shadow of Lee Han-song walking out. Lee Han-song slowly walked out. Finally, Lee Han-song boldly walked out holding his sword. Lee Han-song's scoreboard appeared. Candidate Han-song ranked first with 1,201 points. Han BL, Sung Si-yeon and Gil Sung-hyun stood there staring at him with disbelief. Everyone stammered out, 1,201. Sung Si-yeon felt unbelievable and immediately thought, impossible. Lee Han-song walked past Gil Sung-hyun and then he glanced at Gil Sung-hyun, making him shy and dodge aside. Then Lee Han-song walked past Han BL and Jin-hoon, making them look at him in surprise. The students in the academy surrounded him and admired him as he walked. Lee Han-song walked quickly to the exit. With his movements everyone followed without saying anything. Then Lee Han-song walked out. The gate gradually closed. Everyone behind him was still looking at him in surprise. The door slammed shut in everyone's admiration. The quiet space suddenly became lively after Lee Han-song left. The students began to exclaim, "What is that? Have you seen him? Did he just laugh at Gil Sung-hyun? Where the hell did he come from? Ugly, so handsome." Jin-hoon immediately looked at Han BL and Gil Sung-hyun and said, "You're right, even though he's ugly, he's really cool." At Korean Hero Academy. Lee Han-song was walking in the hallway when he heard two students walking behind him pointing at him and talking, saying, "Is he that strong? I heard he laughed at Gil Sung-hyun, Jin-hoon, and Han BL." Lee Han-song walked in front and pretended not to care, but he heard everything they just said. Lee Han-song immediately became confused and sweat poured out non-stop. He panicked inside and thought to himself, "When did I laugh at them? Just walking is enough to make my vagina dry." Lee Han-song remembers when he was fighting monsters. He just stood there watching the two monsters clash and fight, forgetting that they were fighting him. Lee Han-song said, "I have a lot of time to live. I missed it because the two-headed troll was busy fighting himself. My luck really far outweighed my skills." Lee Han-song thought as he walked, it was a strategy to use luck to increase data points, but suddenly a saying came from behind, "But he's too handsome." The voice behind me spoke again. I couldn't look at him for 3 seconds. Lee Han-song's face changed color after hearing that sentence. His face also began to shake with anger. Lee Han-song looked at his statistics and saw that his charm level was only 3. He sullenly said to himself, "Is there a need to be so harsh? Well, that's understandable because of his charm. I only have 3 points." Then Lee Han-song looked at his own face in the mirror and thought to himself, "Even if my attractiveness is low, it's still rude to say that." But then Lee Han-song was even more upset than before after looking at himself in the mirror and turning away to silently say to himself, "I'm really disgusting. Maybe I need to find a way to increase my unattractiveness score." And what's inside of him now, thought, for a moment he thought that if he increased his charm points, it would be better than luck. Then he pointed at the system and thought to himself, "Thank goodness the reward is generous." The system board displayed the words, "Achievement function unlocked, excellent rookie, rare achievement class, unknown player." Lee Han-song had an impressive debut in the actual entrance test. Surely the name Lee Han-song will become more known in the future. You have become more famous, you have been noticed by the 3 main characters, your attention score is 58 points, your school ranking has increased rank 563, achieved unexpected achievements, received 3 boxes of low-level random weapons. Your incredible luck points have come into play. 3 boxes of low-level random weapons have been changed into 1 box mid-level random weapon. Then Lee Han-song pressed his hand against the system and thought, not a bad start. Lee Han-song looked at the system that had unlocked the achievement function. He told himself that the initial achievements were very important later on, because in this place, strength far outweighed status. Having said that, Lee Han-song looked at the system and thought, I need to collect more attention points and use them more effectively. Should I try my luck at the tutorial reward again? Thinking of doing it right away, Lee Han-song raised his hand to open the box. The system also appeared. A mid-level random weapon box was being used. The box was opened. The system immediately appeared. The weapon that Li Hansong opened was a rare barbarian sword. This was the sword used by the ancient barbarians. However, the barbarian king named Hushman had opened a new era by using this sword. Moreover, the sword is also used by barbarian warriors raised by Hushman. Physical strength increases by 3 points, durability score increases by 3 points. When attacking, durability will decrease by 10% and physical strength will increase by 30%, taking effect for 1 minute and taking 48 hours to recover. Li Hansong was happy and thought this was great. He thought to himself, the tutorial had just ended and I had obtained rare equipment. Was it related to the barbarian's bracelet or not? Li Hansong looked at the system and silently said, I should check to see if this set has any effects. Then Li Hansong walked inside. He thought, I know right away, our effect, if I can get the bracelet then I can improve the data points. Then he entered his room. The room was spacious and bright. At this moment, the sunset outside the window shone on the base like a poetic painting, making Li Hansong stand in a daze. Li Hansong stood in front of the glass door looking outside. He turned back to look at his room and said, admittedly, the dormitory room was really big. Li Hansong looked at the room and said, feel free to use it. Li Hansong felt the room was vast, with empty space. Then he looked at his shadow and felt so cold, and I felt like loneliness was covering this room. The lonely back was reflected in the mirror. Li Hansong thought to himself, I am now alone in this game. At this time, in another room, someone was struggling to practice. The large weight he lifted up and down continuously. It was Jin Hoon. He was constantly practicing and thinking of the name, Li Hansong. Jin Hoon continued to practice non-stop. He remembered Li Hansong and thought to himself, you really make others rest even for just a second or a minute. At the gym in the academy, there are people who are passionately practicing non-stop. Big weights were lifted up and down by him without stopping. It's Jin Hoon, he's practicing hard. Jin Hoon, with his muscular muscles, kept lifting the weights, sweat pouring down all over his body. Han Buell stood behind Jin Hoon, looking at Jin Hoon, who was moody and constantly practicing. Han Buell immediately brought a bottle of water to Jin Hoon. Han Buell looked at Jin Hoon in confusion and asked, why do you have to practice so hard? Jin Hoon took a breath and looked at Han Buell and said, thank you Buell. Isn't it great to warm yourself up? Han Buell looked at Jin Hoon and asked, what about Li Hansong, what does he do? Jin Hoon looked at Han Buell and smiled and said, I know, can't you see his eyes? Han Buell stood there with a puzzled face, then he imagined the image of Li Hansong's distorted face. Han Buell wondered, his eyes, then he thought to himself, I was so tired at that time that I didn't let him. What do you mean? Then Han Buell put his hand on his collar, his face sullenly said, I'm not sure anymore. Jin Hoon looked at Han Buell and said, he looks like my brother. No, actually he looks more like my father. Buell was confused and said, huh? Jin Hoon picked up the water bottle and gulped it down in one gulp. Jin Hoon then squeezed the water bottle tightly after drinking it. Jin Hoon squeezed the water bottle and exclaimed, is that all? Is that all your strength? If you still have strength then show it to me, that's how I feel. Jin Hoon felt like Hansong had a halo on his body and said that's all. Is that all your strength? Han Buell heard that and said, I don't think the problem lies there. Jin Hoon still squeezed the water bottle and continued to say, no I'm sure, that calmness of his. Then Han Buell heard that and asked, calmly. Then the two started arguing. Jin Hoon exclaimed that he doesn't consider Gil Sung-hyun and us as his opponents. Han Buell next to him replied, Gil Sung-hyun, since when did that guy become to be our friend? Jin Hoon immediately said, oh, aren't we friends, we're the same age, we even went to the same school, and he doesn't look like a bad person. Han Buell also replied, and said, oh, for you, what kind of person can be called a bad person? After saying that, Jin Hoon started to be full of energy again and said, okay, I have to practice lifting more weights first. Han Buell suddenly looked at him and said, what, you've been practicing for 4 hours. Jin Hoon then clenched his fists to show his determination. Then Jin Hoon looked at Buell with determined eyes and said, if I want to win, I have to practice harder. After saying that, Han Buell looked at him and said, yes, you're right, we can't lose. Han Buell sighed then turned away and said, yeah, I'll practice my skills too. Jin Hoon smiled and replied, great, see you later. Then Han Buell walked out of the gym. Han Buell stood in a corner and pressed her hand on the bracelet to call someone. The voice inside the bracelet rang out, yes, Captain Lee, there is someone I want you to investigate further. Han Buell thought, Curiosity sometimes becomes a duty. Hanbyul raised his voice and said, "Okay, I just need to collect information, leave the rest to you." Having said that, Hanbyul silently said, "Well, let's see if we can cooperate with someone as wide as a blank sheet of paper like that." Then Hanbyul raised his voice and said, "Yes, I'm counting on you too, boy," thought to himself, and observed to see if he was a person using dirty tricks. Hanbyul stood thoughtfully. I hope he's not that type of person, I don't want to have to kill him myself. The next day, the first class at the Korean Hero Academy. Lee Hansong walked in, causing a stir in the whole class. Everyone immediately started talking and said, "Look, it's Lee Hansong, oh, he's so ugly." Two students pointed at him and said to each other, "Is it true that Gil Sung-hyun, Jin-hoon, Hanbyul and even Sung-si-yeon became cautious around him? A kid ranked 500 got their attention, ah." Lee Hanseong stood next to him stunned, then he smiled wryly and silently said, "Sorry, but..." Then Lee Hansong depressedly said to himself, "I have a drone camera that can only be seen by the players I allow, even if you guys are whispering, I can still hear everything, all those things." Lee Hansong turned on the system, he looked at the system and thought, "But thanks to that, I earned a lot of attention points. It seems that with 100 points, I can buy hundreds of boxes of low-level random weapons, that's it." His system board displayed the words, "You have attracted the attention of many people, your reputation has increased, your attention score is 12 points. He looked at the attention score and silently thought, "Should I try to attract attention, everyone's attention, right?" But then Lee Hansong shook his head and told himself, "No, now is not the time. Before thinking about that, I need to increase my physical strength first, just try to endure." Suddenly the students' voices started to ring out again. "Hey, did you see him shaking his head? How dare he show off with that ugly appearance, dare to ignore others?" Lee Hansong helplessly said to himself, "I've been misunderstood quite a bit by these people about some very strange things." Lee Hansong sat thoughtfully at his desk. The other students looking at him also began to think, "But he is also a hero, someone who can dominate this continent, we should be friends, I can't just ignore him forever like that." Suddenly a teacher walked into the classroom from outside. The students saw her surprise and said, "Whoa, this is the first time I've seen her in real life, I wonder if I can take a photo." The beautiful teacher stood on the podium and began to introduce, "Hello everyone, I am Magician Lee Jung-hyun and I will be your teacher in basic magic." Teacher Lee Jung-hyun looked at the students below and smiled and said, "I hope we will have a good time." Lee Hansong below clapped his hands and thought to himself, "She is a magician specializing in fire magic, not only good but also beautiful, no wonder she is so famous." Lee Hansong looked at the teacher and thought, "The students are not the ones holding the hidden pieces but the teachers, so maybe I have to find a way to approach them." Lee Jung-hyun was still standing on the podium and she having said that, "I will start the class with a few short introductions." Saying that, teacher Lee Jung-hyun wrote on the board and stood on the podium to explain what she had just written. Jin-hoon sitting in class began to feel difficult and pursed his lips. Then suddenly Jin-hoon scratched his head and frowned and exclaimed, "Miss, I don't understand anything, magic is so difficult." Hanbyul looked at him calmly and began to explain, "He should think a little simpler, if he did it that way, he would see it was just like a puzzle game." Jin-hoon heard Hanbyul explain as if he didn't explain, so he helplessly endured it and sat thinking. Lee Hansong sitting below saw this and immediately thought to himself that Hanbyul must be good at this subject because he comes from a wizard family. Jin-hoon probably only cares about physical training so he has no idea. What do you know about magic? Then Lee Hansong smiled and thought to himself, "I'm naturally curious about how strong he will be in the future." Lee Hansong pressed the check button on Jin-hoon but the system showed up again. The information lookup skill is being used. The skill cannot be determined. The vivid mind vision A on SS will be ignored. The level your F information lookup skill on X is too low, can only use detailed information skill. Lee Hansong looked at the system, helplessly contemplating, then exclaimed, "Whoa." Then the system displayed Jin-hoon's status window as, statistics include, Stamina 43, Magic Energy 45, Speed 33, Will 37, Agility 38, Intelligence 18, Durability 41, Charm 25, Perception 44, Luck 62, Potential is 385 out of 98, Rare Skill, Body Enhancement B on A, Unknown Overload on S, Special Skill is, Label of Interest Lively Intelligence A on SS and 2 Undetermined Skills, Characteristics are, Superhuman Strength B on SS, Undetermined poison resistance on SS, undetermined steel fighting spirit on S. Lee Hansong was surprised when I saw Jin Hoon's status board and exclaimed, "It's terrible." Lee Hansong chuckled and thought, even if there are a few skills that are still undetermined, he is still very strong. As I thought, he is at the same level as the main character. Lee Hansong looked at something in surprise. Lee Hansong saw a girl with golden hair and big round eyes and thought, that's Yen Charles. Lee Hansong looked at the cute Yen Charles and said that she was a character who would appear in part 2 of the game, someone that most gamers didn't pay much attention to. However, she is the one who created the leveling side story that helps gamers collect treasure level equipment and other boosters. Gamers can both experience and level up, and just like that, therefore, Yen Charles's reputation is famous in other side story chapters. Lee Hansong pointed his finger at Yen Charles and silently told himself, I don't need to go to that level, because I already have the ability to read data and check everything I want. The system displays the text, information lookup skill is being used, information lookup skill speed F on your X is too low, only detailed information skill can be used. Then Yen Charles's status window appeared. The statistics were, stamina 22, magic energy 25, speed 18, intelligence 18, durability 21, charm 27, perception 24, luck 32, rare skills include, instant summon C on A, unknown agility on S, special skill, owner of unknown divine retribution on SS and one more skill yet to be determined, characterized as the path of the unknown king on the SS. Lee Hansong sat there thinking, as I thought, she really has a special move, that is the special move that is the master of divine punishment. Lee Hansong looked at the system with a melancholy look and then he thought, she is a late blooming flower. Lee Hansong remembered the past when there were many monsters around the dark and red sky. Suddenly, a morning light shone down on the monsters, causing them to look up in bewilderment with expressions full of confusion. There was a sudden ray of light that fell like a shooting star at a very fast speed and lit up the whole sky. A beam of light fell from above, passing through the monsters, turning them into ash, and a beam of light suddenly hit the ground, creating an explosion that destroyed all the monsters. At that moment, Yen Charles descended from above, holding a large sword in his hand and brought it down like a god. Lee Hansong whispered, like the name of the master move of divine punishment. Yen Charles appeared with a beautiful and shining face like a god and Lee Hansong thought that she had the ability to turn thousands of demons and monsters into ashes through hand movements. But at the present time Charles is confused with Lee Jung-hyun's lecture. Lee Hansong looked at Charles and thought to himself, even though at the present time Charles' level is still poor and has not had many achievements, I should help she become stronger. Lee Hansong clenched his fists and decided to take a break, so he could increase his survival rate and return to the real world soon. Lee Hansong looked at Yen Charles who was confused on the other side and silently said, first of all, to be able to approach and help her become stronger, we should become friends. Then Lee Hansong also felt shy and glanced at Charles without knowing what to do. Then he was suddenly startled and remembered something important at the moment. It was like lightning struck him and he silently said, wait, that means I have to increase my charm first, but I don't have time for that, and then a crisis silently took place before Lee Hansong intended. Teacher Lee Jung-hyun stood on the podium and continued her lecture. Finally, it was break time. Lee Jung-hyun happily stood on the podium and said, okay, 15 minutes break. The students in class begin their break time. Yen Charles also started to get out of her chair after a break and she prepared to go out. Lee Hansong saw that and glanced after her. Yen Charles stood in front of the vending machine and selected a drink. Yen Charles looked down at the watch she was wearing and said, I will pay with this smart watch. Suddenly, the watch on Yen Charles' hand stopped working. She looked at the watch and suddenly exclaimed, oh no, the battery is gone. Having said that, Yen Charles quickly put her hand in her pocket to check, but she panicked and went bald. Hey, there wasn't even a penny in her pocket. Suddenly, someone used the watch on his hand to hold it in front of the payment machine, and the machine also beeped, please choose a drink, making Yen Charles look surprised. It was Lee Hansong. He reached towards the vending machine and then looked at Yen Charles and said, it seems like everyone does that, do you want to drink anything? Yen Charles suddenly did not understand what was happening before his eyes, so he continuously shook his head, looking left and right. Yen Charles was extremely surprised. She looked at Lee Hansong and then panicked and asked, hey, Lee Hansong. At this moment Lee Hansong was thinking, what's with that surprised expression? Lee Hansong looked at Yen Charles and smiled slightly and asked, do you know me, Yan Charles awkwardly replied, "Of course." Yan Charles looked at Lee Hansong, then opened her eyes wide and said, "There is no one in school who doesn't know you." Then Lee Hansong reached down to the vending machine to get a can of water, then he replied, "Is that so?" Lee Hansong looked at Yan Charles and smiled and said, "Before I change my mind, you should also choose something." Hearing that, Yan Charles was startled, raised her hand to protest, then quickly backed away. She awkwardly refused, "Okay, I won't drink." But then Yan Charles, while raising his hand to protest, accidentally touched the payment button. Yan Charles immediately lost her soul, sweat poured down, she stood in fear, staring blankly at the vending machine. Yan Charles looked at Lee Hansong and said in panic, "Sorry, I accidentally did it." Lee Hansong immediately handed the can of water that Yan Charles had just pressed down to her and happily smiled and said, "Thank you." Yan Charles immediately looked at him shyly and hesitantly said, Thank you." Gave the can of water to Yan Charles and then Lee Hansong left. He waved goodbye and smiled and said, "If we see each other again, say hello." Yan Charles watched him leave and said, Of course." Lee Hansong listens, she said that and then said, "Yes, I went back to class first." Lee Hansong quickly left and then he glanced at Yan Charles behind him. At this time Yan Charles looked at the can of water and bowed his head to thank him. Lee Hansong thought to himself as he walked, it turns out she's the type of person who gets flustered easily, making a first impression like that should be okay. While Lee Hansong was walking, he sighed and scratched his head, thinking, his charm point is nothing compared to his cuteness, just slowly get close to her and help her deal with everything. After the break ended, all the students returned to the classroom. Teacher Lee Jung-hyun was lecturing above the Buddha, the basic theory, of the magic transformation formula. Lee Hansong was currently summoning some magic in his hand, sitting in deep thought. "I didn't learn anything in this class." Then Lee Hansong looked down at his palm. At this moment he began to silently move the magic in his hand. Lee Hansong used his fingertips to create two thin magic threads. Lee Hansong continued to fold his fingers together, he joined them into one. Then Lee Hansong continued to use two fingers to pull up two threads, then pulled out several threads and tied them into one, then merged the two magic threads together. After merging the threads into one, Lee Hansong continued like that, trying to create several thin but compressive magic threads, repeating about 10 to 100 times. Lee Hansong sat and looked at the magic in his hand that he was casting and thought sadly, both the level of his magic energy and his magic rules were still too low, so every time he increased the pressure, they decreased, disappear. The system suddenly displays a continuous notification with the words, "Your magic energy points have increased by 1 point." Lee Hansong looked at the magic in his hand and thought to himself, if I try to weave from 10 to 1000 magic threads, I can achieve the rare S-rank skill, which is the ultimate magical energy concentration power and the ability to concentrate, ultimate physical strength. Lee Hansong, with a helpless face, found it difficult and thought to himself, however, wanting to have those two things is a problem. The system pops up again, your magic energy points have increased by 1 point, the magic rules have been raised to level E. Lee Hansong thought to himself, however I can complete it in 2 weeks. Suddenly, Teacher Lee Jung-hyun on the podium looked down in surprise. Teacher Lee Jung-hyun suddenly called out, "Student Lee Hansong." Lee Hansong was startled and exclaimed, "Yes." Teacher Lee Jung-hyun on the podium said to Lee Hansong, it seemed like he was busy doing something else. He immediately said boldly, "No sir." Teacher Lee Jung-hyun looked at him coldly and said, "Then solve this question." Lee Jung-hyun pointed to the board with his hand holding the brush and said, "Look here, these are the basic formulas for light particle and fire particle magic." Then Lee Jung-hyun looked at him coldly and said, "If you had listened to me just now, you would surely have been able to draw the conclusion of this magic transformation formula, because I only explained about 50% of what I said, so if it's okay if you answer wrong, come on, give it a try." Hearing that, Lee Hansong stood up awkwardly and thought to himself, she has already solved half of it. Nonsense, that question cannot be solved by a normal student unless he has undergone magic training. Lee Hansong helplessly walked up and thought, I'm so bored, I'm distracted by something else, this is probably just an example. Lee Hansong took the teacher's marker and silently said, "But is it necessary to call me to the board?" Lee Hansong stood in front of the board looking at the questions and then pondered for a while. He looked at the magic problem on the board and mentally analyzed, the light particle magic would destroy the spell, and when the fire particle magic was used, the lost magic would be released, causing the amount of time is significantly reduced. Lee Hansong concluded that, so to compensate for that damage, the way to transform magic without being destroyed was to use a magic cube to control the attribute and change the amount of light particle magic. Teacher Lee Jung-hyun next to him was surprised by his presentation. He continued to analyze the amount of magic lost during the conversion process and when he started making the magic square. The students below also stared blankly at Lee Hansong solving the problem. Lee Hansong silently told him to write down all the complex processes of the formula so that everyone could understand it more easily. Lee Hansong continued to write quickly to finish the solution. And Lee Hansong finished the solution to the surprise of teacher Lee Jung-hyun. After finishing writing, he turned around and exclaimed, and finished to the surprise of everyone below. Lee Hansong was looking at teacher Lee Jung-hyun and thinking, I can show everyone that I don't know how to solve this puzzle, but I have to solve it to get Lee Jung-hyun's attention because she is related to a B-level hidden piece, to S. Lee Hansong silently said, this is a great opportunity. Then Lee Jung-hyun looked at him with a surprised expression and said, is magic your forte? I think I've seen it in the actual competition before, right? Lee Hansong gave the brush to teacher Lee Jung-hyun and replied, yes, I did an aptitude test because I also have some knowledge about magic, but I didn't know it was at this level. Teacher, Officer Lee Jung-hyun heard that and said, anyway, you performed very well, you can go back to your seat. Jin-hoon and Han-byul also looked at Lee Hansong in surprise. The students began to discuss, asking, isn't he ranked number 1 with a sword as his weapon, is he also very good at magic? Jin-hoon was surprised and asked Han-byul, maybe he has a knack for all types of weapons. Han-byul seriously said, no. The students in the class whispered and said, maybe it's just because he's smart, and look at his moving speed, doesn't he look like a talented magician? He's perfect, everything, except his face. Hearing that, Lee Hansong helplessly wondered why he kept dragging his face into it. System appears, you have attracted a lot of attention from students and teachers, your reputation has increased, attention score 12 points, Lee Hansong secretly said, even though I only get scolded but rarely it still attracts a lot of attention. Teacher Lee Jung-hyun stood on the podium and said, this is the end of the lesson. After finishing the lesson, Lee Hansong went to the gym. Lee Hansong was lifting a small weight in his hand, he silently told himself that his strength and stamina were too weak, so he had to try to practice. Lee Hansong glanced behind him and thought, I only see weak magicians in this gym, so maybe I won't have to worry about meeting people like Jin-hoon. Suddenly Lee Hansong was surprised to hear a girl's voice, I hate that gym the most, for someone with a knack for magic like me, why do I have to train my whole body? That girl was Julia Martin with Gil Sung-hyun. At this time Gil Sung-hyun felt annoyed and said, it's too noisy, if you don't want to practice then go somewhere else. Julia Martin immediately replied, that's all I'm saying. Then the two passed by Lee Hansong, he glanced at them and thought to himself, those are Gil Sung-hyun and Julia, she is also a magician. Lee Hansong secretly said, as I remember, it was because their families had gone back and forth that they knew each other. Julia Martin is the daughter of K. Martin, the president of a private military company called Joint Venture, Martin Career. Suddenly Julia looked towards Lee Hansong and said in surprise, hey, isn't that the guy who solved the cool magic transformation formula? Gil Sung-hyun next to her immediately looked at her and said, what are you saying, anyone can do that. Julia immediately laughed and said, ho, if you don't memorize it first, you won't be able to understand such a difficult sentence. Gil Sung-hyun heard that and immediately turned away and said, don't pay attention to him anymore and go practice quickly. Julia next door laughed at him and said, look who's talking. Suddenly Julia showed a sinister smile and exclaimed, ah, so. Then Julia looked at Lee Hansong and smiled evilly and said, should we recruit him? Lee Hansong stood there and immediately felt cold down his back. Lee Hansong suddenly became worried and then awkwardly wondered, recruit. Julia Martin smiled and said so. Should we recruit him? When Lee Hansong heard that, he stopped. Lee Hansong turned his head and asked to recruit him. Gil Sung-hyun said this was absurd. Julia Martin smiled and said I'm just kidding. Julia Martin commented that it would be difficult for someone ranked 500 like him to be in the guild, and he's not even a magician. Lee Hansong thought she was just saying to recruit him. Lee Hansong thinks that if it were that organization, he would definitely refuse immediately. But Lee Hansong thought it was a group of magical heroes led by Gil Sung-hyun. Lee Hansong felt that Black Rose, the name sounded extremely childish. Lee Hansong lifted weights thinking he needed to remember that they were only 17 years old. The system notifies you that your physical score has increased by 1 point. Your physical score has increased by 1 point. Lee Hansong thought, wow, my physical strength is increasing rapidly. Lee Hansong thought it was because he used this growth activator potion. Lee Hansong thought who would have known that he would become such a drug abuser. Lee Hansong wondered that since the main quest was assigned, side quests also appeared, meaning he had to survive in this terribly difficult game with those meager data stats. Lee Hansong held the barbell tightly with both hands, sweating, thinking it was impossible. Lee Hansong was even more enthusiastic about lifting weights, he thought, so he had to work harder on his physical training. At the casino, the atmosphere is extremely bustling. Many people downstairs were enthusiastically moving back and forth between the tables, while upstairs there were a few people gathering and talking. Lee Hansong walked into the casino. Lee Hansong looked around and thought where he was. Lee Hansong walked and looked for someone. Lee Hansong thought today's main mission was to get Barbarian's bracelet. Lee Hansong said it, vacay Raymond. Lee Hansong looked at the table and thought about the poker table. He sat down and thought, there's an empty seat, let's act naturally. Lee Hansong felt that honestly, I felt sorry for him. Lee Hansong thought it was because his luck was absolute. He thought what's more, he had a drone that could only be seen by people he allowed. Lee Hansong laughed and said this game is truly a strange thing. Lee Hansong extremely confidently pushed the pile of tokens forward. Next to Lee Hansong, someone shouted. This girl turned around and said what the hell? As soon as Lee Hansong saw who it was, he broke out in sweat and stuttered to say hello. Hello, why do you think she is here? Lee Hansong thinks the gamer in position 8, Sung Si-yun. Sung Si-yun leaned on the table and asked, isn't this Lee Hansong? Sung Si-yun said she couldn't believe there were so many new people here. Lee Hansong thought she was the second daughter of the Hyuk-yun family, famous for being professional assassins. Lee Hansong swallowed thickly, thinking that a family kills people as easily as eating candy. If he displeases her, he will be executed in an instant. Sung Si-yun held the token and asked that he must be very good at playing these games. Lee Hansong breathed out and thought calmly, be careful. Lee Hansong asked you to talk a lot, if you want to know, why don't you try playing? When Sung Si-yun heard that, she stopped. Then Sung Si-yun smiled. Suddenly Sung Si-yun burst out laughing as if she had just heard something extremely funny. She said yes. Sung Si-yun laughed and said we came here to play, we had to play. Lee Hansong breathed a sigh of relief thinking how lucky he was, everything went as smoothly as expected. Lee Hansong believes that because it's Sung Si-yun, she probably won't pull any cheap tricks, barbarism or cowardice, and hopefully this game will end smoothly, that's the best. Lee Hansong wondered if it wouldn't be strange if an assassin took revenge for the things their house always piled up. Sung Si-yun smiled and said, dealer, let's start. The dealer shuffled the cards and answered yes, the game will begin now. Lee Hansong thought his plan was this. The cards were placed in front of Lee Hansong, he thought he would make money from the other players, and let vacay Raymond win. Lee Hansong looked at vacay Raymond and thought Raymond, a gambler from birth, would not be able to stop playing, as well. Lee Hansong looked at the pile of tokens on the table. Lee Hansong asked if he only had that many coins. Sung Si-yun turned to look at Lee Hansong. Lee Hansong suddenly felt scared and thought oh no. Sung Si-yun said today was so unlucky, I lost everything I had to that bald man, but I will get it all back for you to see. Hearing that, Lee Hansong thought she must be very sad. Lee Hansong thinks it's because there's no rule that an assassin must be good at gambling. Lee Hansong wondered if he should help her a little. Lee Hansong thought that she and I could become an alliance, huh? Lee Hansong suddenly stood up. Sung Si-yun laughed and asked haha, did you lose? You're so bad at hiding your emotions. Lee Hansong thinks gambling is not a problem now, damn it, I should have probed more closely. Lee Hansong wondered why that person was here. A person stepped in front of him. Man with long hair. The man with one hand on a cane and one hand in his pocket, like a CEO in romance, smiled and walked over. Lee Hansong thinks a member of the evil society is called Banquet. This man's name is Vento. A ghostly power emanated from his body. The system announces the side mission, Survive the Festival. The night party has chosen the Fader Casino as the venue for the festival. Try to escape so as not to become their prey. If you succeed, ask. If you fail, die. Lee Hansong stood up and wondered why that person was here. A man walked over. Everyone looked at him. He leaned his cane on the ground. The man named Vento smiled. A dark power emitted around him. The system announces the side mission, survive the festival. The night party has chosen the Fader Casino as the venue for the festival. Try to escape so as not to become their prey. If you succeed, ask. If you fail, die. Lee Hansong looked at the dark power covering the casino and thought that if he failed this mission, he would definitely die. Lee Hansong told himself that no matter what, he must escape this place. It was too dark and he couldn't see anything. Suddenly Lee Hansong had an idea. Lee Hansong opened the system screen and thought if he could open the drone's camera. The unmanned camera flew up. Lee Hansong happily thought, great, I saw the road, I knew it right away. The darkness in the game world does not affect the drone's functionality. Lee Hansong saw Sung Si-yun finding her way in the dark and thought that even though Sung Si-yun is as strong as Sung Si-yun, she can't see in the dark. At this moment, the scene of murder appeared. Lee Hansong's eyes widened, thinking that the night party members were killing people like crazy. That's right, this is a game. Those people often have a hideout that even their leader cannot control, and soon, that place will turn into a hell filled with vicious demons. Lee Hansong pulled Sung Si-yun back and called Sung Si-yun. Sung Si-yun asked Lee Hansong. Lee Hansong replied yes. Lee Hansong pulled Sung Si-yun away and said follow me. Sung Si-yun asked why. Sung Si-yun said wait, hey, I can't see ahead. Lee Hansong thought sorry, there's no time to wait, the enemy is close to us. He looked at Vento who was smiling and thought the leader was Vento. Then Lee Hansong observed 3 people standing on the floor thinking of 3 members standing next to monitor. Lee Hansong ran and thought that there were even 12 new people in the group who were in the process of testing their skills. Even though they were just rookies, I still needed to find some missing equipment to escape them. One of the night party members is strangling a man. He turned back to look at Lee Hansong. He looked at Lee Hansong, there were some blood splatters on his face. Then he smiled. Lee Hansong thought he definitely wouldn't let us escape. Lee Hansong told Sung Si-yun, go hide until you can see again. Sung Si-yun replied that I understand, I will be right back when I see the way. Lee Hansong wondered to Sung Si-yun, even when the situation was boiling hot like this, she was still patient, so different from the usual agitated and impatient appearance, which are the basic qualities of a star assassin. The man from the Night Party Guild appeared in 2 strange shapes of power in his hands. Lee Hansong looked at the mark that appeared on his hand and thought he was a magic user. He shot magic at Lee Hansong, who quickly avoided it. Lee Hansong told himself it wasn't bad, he was probably a new member, but he was very strong. Lee Hansong thought however, I thought I'd show you what real magic is, just when you guys let your guard down because you thought I was weak. Lee Hansong reached out his hand. Lee Hansong summons the power of thinking magic rules. He glanced around. Lee Hansong emitted magic to control him. Lee Hansong realized he knew he was stopping him, even though he couldn't see his way, he could still feel the presence of magic. Lee Hansong used magic to control his hands. Lee Hansong wondered about body strengthening magic, since he knew using magic was useless, he was planning to switch to dueling. He rushed towards Lee Hansong, I think if that's the case. Lee Hansong put strength into his hands. Then Lee Hansong shot magic at him, he said I will give you back the magic just now. Lee Hansong's magic broke his magic seal. Then he immediately collapsed. Lee Hansong coughed. Lee Hansong placed his hand on his chest wondering if he had used more magic than usual, is this my limit? Sung Si-yun suddenly stepped forward to help Lee Hansong. Sung Si-yun asked me if I saw again, are you okay? Lee Hansong wiped the blood from his mouth and said I need that equipment. Sung Si-yun held out a bracelet. Sung Si-yun asked if he needed this, right? Lee Hansong took the bracelet and said Barbarian's bracelet, why do you have it? Sung Si-yun crossed her arms and smiled, saying that during the card game, he just stared at it without even looking at Mr. Vacay Raymond's face once, so I know he wanted it. Lee Hansong wearing the bracelet happily said he finally got it. Sung Si-yun said I took it to use but, it was like I was repaying the favor because you saved my life. Hearing that, Lee Hansong thought that with those sharp eyes, she should have won easily. Lee Hansong replied, thank you anyway, I think now that I only have the sword left, I have a full set of effects. The two searched through the pile of documents. Lee Hansong asked him if he didn't keep an item of equipment somewhere. Sung Si-yun replied I have a hidden page. When Lee Hansong heard that, he was right. I think I kept it in my inventory, so it's probably in there somewhere. Suddenly Lee Hansong reached for a sword. He thought he found it. The two night party members saw one of the group dead. They saw Lee Hansong and Sung Si-yun and shouted for those two guys. Sung Si-yun said to Lee Hansong, "We've been discovered." Lee Hansong jumped over the wall and said, "I found the sword, everything will be okay." Sung Si-yun held a knife and said, "I will deal with one guy." Lee Hansong asked if he could do it. "I don't think he should say it so easily." Lee Hansong suddenly realized that Sung Si-yun was ranked 8th, and he was only ranked 500th, so he suddenly said yes. Lee Hansong shouted to fight. Lee Hansong shouted for them to come there. Sung Si-yun jumped up to avoid their magic. Sung Si-yun then disappeared on the spot. A guy saw this and ran over. Suddenly Sung Si-yun appeared in front of him. Sung Si-yun stabbed the knife through his shoulder blade. He was injured and fell to his knees. Lee Hansong thought that for someone like Sung Si-yun who is used to fighting in the dark, this place is an advantage for her. Take advantage of this moment. I have to upgrade the barbarian's equipment first. Lee Hansong slashed the blade into his arm. He thought his endurance below 10% meant he had met a condition to activate. From Lee Hansong's wound, fresh blood began to flow down his arm. I think the next condition is the user's blood. Blood began to spread down the arm. Then several rays of power emitted from the bracelet. Lee Hansong's whole body was filled with magic. The system notifies that the barbarian sword, a rare type, is being upgraded. This is the sword used by the ancient barbarians. However, the barbarian king named Hushman ushered in a new age by using this sword. Furthermore, this is also a treasury used by barbarian warriors raised by Hushman. Physical strength increases by 3 points, durability increases by 3 points. When attacking, durability will decrease by 10%, and physical strength will decrease by 3 points. Substance will increase by 30%. Takes effect for 1 minute and takes 48 hours to recover. Upgrade time. If player's stamina is below 10%, then physical strength and physical attacks will increase by 35%. Lasts for 3 minutes and takes 48 hours to recover. First condition to upgrade, a magic user's health. Second condition to upgrade, possession of an item being hit by another barbarian. Barbarian's sword, increases damage and endurance by 35% because of the upgrade effect that lasts for 3 minutes. Barbarian's bracelet, increases muscle strength and endurance by 15% because of the upgrade effect lasts for 3 minutes. Barbarian, increases physical strength by 2% because the upgrade effect lasts for 1 minute. Lee Hansong thinks it increases power in 5 minutes and takes up to 48 hours to recover. This type of buff seems to be deceiving gamers. Lee Hansong rushed forward. Lee Hansong rushed forward to attack the remaining man. Lee Hansong swung his sword to attack, but he quickly dodged it. He observed Lee Hansong's attack. Then he became angry. He attacked Lee Hansong head-on. He used his sword to block Lee Hansong's attack. Lee Hansong was surprised by his sudden attack. Lee Hansong thought he surprised him, but, here it is. The two people were one-on-one, no one would give in to the other, their aura was extremely fierce. Lee Hansong thought that right now, my fighting strength and his were equal, but after the 3 minutes were up, the difference would become bigger and bigger and I would be defeated in an instant. Lee Hansong focuses heavily on defense. Lee Hansong thought he didn't want to spend so much on this match. Lee Hansong shouted to the store. The system screen immediately appears. Lee Hansong said to buy bright seeds. He saw that and asked what the hell you were muttering about. Lee Hansong called Si-yun. Lee Hansong said, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a glowing round bead appeared in Lee Hansong's hand. Light bead notification system, rare item. This is a one-time use bead containing light energy. This prop will dispel darkness in the player's area for a short time, causing temporary loss of vision if you look straight into that light. He quickly covered his eyes. Lee Hansong thought, with this, I can see my surroundings, but... Lee Hansong looked at the system screen and realized the problem was. The system notifies that the villain Vento is observing you. He feels very curious about you. You can use the information lookup skill. You can use the information lookup skill to read his thoughts. Vento is interested in your magic rule moves, light abilities, and swordsmanship. Vento smiled and observed Lee Hansong. He told himself that as he thought, he had completely caught Vento's eye. The system notifies you that you have entered the sights of the villain Vento. You receive 60 attention points. Lee Hansong took the opportunity to slash him to death. Lee Hansong looked at the system screen and thought he had defeated the enemy, but it turned out to be a bad thing. There was no one left where Vento had just stood. Lee Hansong saw that and wondered, where did Vento go? Suddenly Vento flew as fast as the wind and appeared in front of Lee Hansong. He stood majestically in front of him. Lee Hansong quickly took a defensive stance, thinking Vento, the buff time of the barbarian bracelet would also expire. Lee Hansong held the sword tightly, thinking to himself that it was too dangerous. Behind Sung Si-yun was preparing to attack him. Lee Hansong saw this and thought, this is an idiot, no. Lee Hansong swallowed his saliva and thought that if he yelled at Si-yun to stop, she would definitely be executed immediately. Lee Hansong wondered, but if he let her attack suddenly, there was no guarantee that it would be effective, so what should he do? A small sword suddenly appeared in front of Lee Hansong. Vento pointed the sword at Lee Hansong's neck. Lee Hansong widened his eyes and thought, since when did the sword come back? A small sword appeared in front of Lee Hansong. Vento pointed the sword at Lee Hansong's neck. Lee Hansong widened his eyes and thought, since when did the sword come back? Lee Hansong looked down at the sword and thought, no, I didn't even see him pull out the sword and point it at my neck. Lee Hansong told himself to calm down, he needed to think about what to do next. Hearing that, Vento smirked. Lee Hansong heard that and looked at him. Vento suddenly chuckled. Vento retracted his sword and said it was very interesting, in such a situation he did not blink once. He said he was sorry, but he only came here today. Vento made a greeting pose and said he hoped the next time we met, he would be even stronger. Immediately after that Vento disappeared. Lee Hansong looked at the position he just stood at without saying anything. Suddenly a group of people rushed in saying people's lives are the top priority, everyone, please stay away from criminals. Sung Si-yun saw this and said to the security team, they came really quickly. Lee Hansong then sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Hansong thought he had already gone to visit the King of Hell. Side quest notification system, surviving the festival, you have completed Vento's challenge, reward of 30 attention points and being on the list of prospective gamers. Some main characters have remembered name, Practitioner Lee Hansong, you receive 46 attention points, your unusual luck skill has increased. Those who were saved by Practitioner Lee Hansong, remember his face, you receive 93 attention points, total attention score 261. Willpower has reached its limit due to overutilization, some stats may disappear forever. Unusual luck skills were used, SSS magic rules have been upgraded to DSSS, magic power points increased by 30 points, currently, your body is overloaded, some stats may disappear forever, skills are too lucky the bag has been used, physical strength increases by 1 point, endurance increases by 2 points. The night sky is quiet and deep, spreading a mysterious black color, the full moon shines brightly, hanging in the air, covering everything with a gentle silver light. Sung Si-yun sat on the sofa. Sung Si-yun wondered why she kept thinking about last night. Sung Si-yun remembered the killing scene last night and thought that such incidents were not rare. Sung Si-yun speculated, but the only difference that night was. Sung Si-yun thought Lee Hansong, a brand new face, had ranked first in the practical exam. Sung Si-yun wondered if it was for that reason, or maybe. Sung Si-yun looked at the full moon in the sky thinking because he saved her, because he survived that festival, or because he was not afraid when Vento put a sword to his neck. Sung Si-yun remembered when Lee Hansong said, Sung Si-yun, find a place to hide until you can see again. Suddenly Sung Si-yun's face turned red. Sung Si-yun asked why that sentence kept appearing in her mind. Sung Si-yun stood up and said she was so upset. Sung Si-yun pulled out the knife. Sung Si-yun muttered maybe it was because she wanted to kill him, if she successfully assassinated someone would this feeling go away. Sung Si-yun turned around. Sung Si-yun threw the knife away. The knife accurately penetrated the pillow. Sung Si-yun is right, if he dies, this feeling will also disappear, I should kill him. Sung Si-yun looked at her hand and wondered how. Sung Si-yun calculated that even though he ranked 500, if he ranked first in the actual exam, I would beat him easily. Sung Si-yun suddenly thought, but what if it was an assassination? Sung Si-yun is right. Sung Si-yun affirmed that from today onwards, her target is Lee Hansong. Sung Si-yun clenched her fists, determined to speak first, to make him let down his guard towards her. Morning at the hospital. Lee Hansong walked out of the hospital thinking there were no serious injuries, but it would take all day to fully recover. Li Hansong looked at the system and thought to himself that he also received quite a few good rewards. Status window notification system, name Li Hansong, physical statistics 15, magical energy 27, speed 12, willpower 21, agility 12, intelligence 5, endurance 15, charm 3, potential 220 out of 1000, rare skill, target enlightenment F, information search special skill E, magic rule characteristic D. Li Hansong thought the main goal was to collect barbarian equipment, but it turned out that the statistics also increased significantly, all skills increased by 30 points, and magic rules were raised to D level. Li Hansong calculated that since there were also many more points to pay attention to, should I buy a few boxes of random equipment? The system notifies you of successful purchase. You have used 200 points to buy a low-level random equipment box. Li Hansong said openly, I thought I wished I had a rare piece of equipment. The system notifies that unusual luck skills have been activated, ridiculous luck skills have been activated, unique luck skills have been activated. The system notifies you that you have received an artificial intelligence assistant, Halen, the soul. Li Hansong thought. Li Hansong asked level, soul. Li Hansong was skeptical as to why it was classified in this category. This is a rare item but has not been specifically classified, so where does its origin come from? Morning at the hospital. The system notifies you that you have received an artificial intelligence assistant, Halen, the soul. Li Hansong looked at the system screen and wondered why a soul-level item didn't have a clear classification. Hesitant in the levels of artificial intelligence, the soul level means that, since ancient times, there was a soul that could not escape the earthly world for some reason. And these are the remaining remnants. They have been sophisticatedly synthesized and redesigned by humans using science and technology. That explains why the soul is not part of any industry or relic. Currently the soul is the highest level in the unclassified artificial intelligence category. Li Hansong wondered if he knew this equipment was very useful, but should he just leave it like this? Li Hansong calculated that maybe it would also grow with its owner, so it would be beneficial if I took care of it from now on. Li Hansong looked at the system screen and asked what was going on. The system displays information describing Halen, the spirit, the magician 30 who was very influential during the time of the world war that broke out between the continents. That woman is 30 and is 30. She has traveled through many different lands for a long time until she got lost in this world. That woman is 30 and perhaps she is looking for someone. Mature 1%er, current mid-level. Li Hansong sat down on the chair questioningly and asked what's wrong with the description. Sorry, look up the information. Suddenly the ball glowed. The system announced that the information lookup skill was being used. The system again informs that the target Halen soul is resisting. Your information retrieval skill level is too low, you cannot view the opponent's information. Li Hansong asked incredulously to no avail, what the hell was going on? Halen's soul notification system has been activated, please create a body for the AI. Li Hansong pressed the system screen and said he couldn't see all of its information. It was so embarrassing. I'll start with the simple one first. Li Hansong thought he would attach it to this drone, because it was invincible in any situation, so this was the safest solution. The ball quickly flew away. It then entered the drone. A mechanical voice said hello, I'm Halen. Li Hansong looked at the plane and said well, it was still operating normally. Li Hansong asked me about the features you possess. Halen answers asset management, scheduling, automation, and task execution. Halen says you can use the basic personal assistant function immediately, and the low protection shield feature is always ready to be summoned. Li Hansong heard that and wondered about the shield. Li Hansong thought that if the level got higher, the restrictions on the soul's other skills would also be lifted, but would the shield work like that? He asked if it was controlled by magic. Halen replied through the skills. Li Hansong heard that and said he understood, it would be better if he didn't need magic to activate it. Li Hansong sat up and requested that from now on, please start consulting my schedule and making possible plans for the future. Halen replied clearly. Li Hansong put one hand on his hip and thought that with this, he could relax a little more, but he still had a lot of work to do and had to quickly move to the next location. Fencing practice room. One person waved a stick. After that, he continuously performed skillful sword fighting moves. He finally stopped. The man let out a sigh. He wiped the sweat with his hand and turned his head. Li Hansong clapped his hands and said well done Sege, as expected. Sege asked Li Hansong, do you know me? Lee Hansong thought, it's just like in a game, shouldn't I pretend to know you even though we don't have any relationship at all? He smiled wryly and replied no, because he was very famous, who wouldn't know a person nicknamed a sword genius from an early age? Sage coughed and said I haven't reached that level yet. Luckily Lee Hansong thinks he always feels happy because in this game all languages are automatically translated, otherwise how could he understand Russian? Sage says but isn't it you who is famous in the academy? Lee Hansong replied no, I only knew how to make fun of him, actually, I admired his sword skills more. Sage did not deny it but turned away embarrassedly. Lee Hansong saw this and thought that this guy seemed very proud of his swordsmanship and liked to be flattered. Sage asked if he also has a knack for swords, right? Lee Hansong replied yes. Lee Hansong picked up the stick and said, but I still need to put in a lot of effort. Lee Hansong said that's why I came here to learn from you. Sage heard that and said he should learn. Sage smiled and said that I should be the one learning from you. I always wanted to see what skills you used to get first place in that practical test. When Lee Hansong heard that, he thought he had a clue, this way, I would make a good impression in his eyes. Lee Hansong raised his stick and said, let's begin. He thought this was the easiest way to approach Sage. The two confront each other. Sage raised his stick and thought first. Sage's movements were lightning fast. Then the two clashed swords with each other. Lee Hansong pushed down Sage's stick. Sage didn't expect Lee Hansong to be able to block his attack, so his whole body stiffened. Lee Hansong thought of using his own moves to overpower the opponent. Lee Hansong felt like he had successfully blocked his first attack, he even made his stance wobble. Lee Hansong thought compared to his physical strength, I'm definitely not as good as him, but as for Sage's incomplete sword techniques, I know everything about it from this game. Sage flinched a bit. Lee Hansong saw that and thought about its weaknesses, its attacks, he knew everything. He smiled and thought, so please surrender obediently and become my ally. Sage frowned and gasped. Sage asked what that meant. Sage's hands trembled and he clearly thought that his physical strength was stronger than his. If he successfully gave him a taste of the attack even once, the damage would be very high. Sage looked at his hand and wondered why, I couldn't touch him even once. Now that Sage's wooden sword had broken, he couldn't help but think that his swordsmanship was truly amazing. I think I feel like I'm facing an impenetrable wall, I've never been in a passive situation like this. Sage felt that despite the huge difference in physical strength, he could still overpower him, which was unreasonable. Sage's sweat dropped and fell into a deadlock. Sage clenched his fists, thinking what to do. Lee Hansong suddenly said what he was thinking in his heart to overwhelm him. Hearing that, Sage immediately looked at Lee Hansong. Lee Hansong speaks from experience. Lee Hansong continued that experience is the final step in swordsmanship. Lee Hansong thought it was Sage who said that in the video game before. Sage asks what you mean, the difference between you and me is in experience, I also have a lot of experience. Lee Hansong replied that's right, we look the same age but that doesn't mean our combat experience is the same. Lee Hansong asked if his experience was just a few duels or the opponent surrendering himself. Lee Hansong thinks he has a good understanding of the game's mechanics through online play, and he's also gone through all of Sage's swordsmanship levels. Lee Hansong thought of course if 2 years ago, I couldn't compete with him, but now, I can tell Sage that. Sage asked just that. Lee Hansong replied yes. Lee Hansong said because I have been on the battlefield for a long time. Hearing that, Sage couldn't believe it, talking about a battlefield. Sage asked, you are? Lee Hansong turned around and left, let's talk later. Sage watched Lee Hansong leave. Sage thought about the battlefield. Sage's trembling hands clutched the broken sword. Fencing practice room. There was a figure suddenly appearing and disappearing. A girl stands against the wall. Sung Si-yun wondered to Lee Hansong, why was he here? Sung Si-yun sneaked a look into the room, thinking she was practicing swordplay. Sung Si-yun felt like she didn't understand why she was interested in someone like him. Sung Si-yun looked at Lee Hansong and judged that a tall and handsome guy would be much better, but someone like him. Sung Si-yun fantasized that if he also liked assassination, then it would be perfect, we would be a good assassin couple. Sung Si-yun frowned, thinking she wouldn't care about his appearance. Sung Si-yun covered her face and said what am I thinking like crazy? Sung Si-yun blushed and bit her lip, thinking the reason she was here was to follow Lee Hansong, not to find her ideal model. Hanbul put her hands in her pockets and leaned against the wall and said to be quiet. Sung Si-yeon asked, Hanbul. Hanbul reminded Sung Si-yeon, if you came here to investigate, you should quietly observe. Sung Si-yeon asked if he was also here to watch Lee Han-song. Hanbul didn't answer but asked in return, can't you speak a little bit? Sung Si-yeon said boringly. Inside the room, two people were still enthusiastically fighting swords. Sung Si-yeon observed inside the room. Sung Si-yeon thought that even though she was watching from afar, she could see that Sege was scared. He had more advantages but was being forced into a passive position, so it was understandable that he was worried. Hanbul also looked inside the room and said it was amazing. Sung Si-yeon smiled and asked, right, Lee Han-song is stronger than you think. Hanbul told himself that he was beyond what he thought. Lee Han-song and Sege fought extremely fiercely, with no one giving way. Sege's wooden sword suddenly broke. Seeing this, Sege flinched. Hanbul thinks Lee Han-song. Hanbul judged that the closer he got to the end of the match, the faster his speed became, and in areas containing magic, it became unusually stronger. Hanbul thought even more. He deliberately broke Sege's sword to cover up the shortcomings of his limited physical strength. Hanbul crossed her arms and commented that a person is not simple. Sege's wooden sword suddenly broke. Seeing this, Sege began to flinch. Hanbul looked inside the room, crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, whispering that the difference in skills between the two of them was too great. Sung Si-yeon smiled and said, compared to physical strength, Lee Han-song's swordsmanship really opened people's eyes. Hanbul sighed thinking she was ignoring what she said again. Hanbul asked if he was close to Lee Han-song. Sung Si-yeon replied, Brown, we've only met once. Hanbul heard that and thought that at the academy, I didn't see Sung Si-yeon talk to him much. Hanbul thought about Sung Si-yeon holding a knife and saying if there's a problem, just say it, I don't mind if someone has to die. I think she has a brutal personality and tends to get violent when she is something not pleasing to the eye. I don't know if she has learned to control her emotions after moving here. Hanbul asked, are you always like that? Sung Si-yeon asked. Hanbul looked at Sung Si-yeon and wondered if she really knew how to control herself. At this time, Lee Han-song suddenly asked in the room if his experience was just a few duels or when the opponent surrendered himself. Sege asked just that. Lee Han-song replied yes. Hanbul heard that and thought to Lee Han-song, even the captain personally investigated and couldn't find out anything about his background, so how the hell would he dare to have an opinion on Sege's combat experience? Lee Han-song said because I have been on the battlefield for a long time. Sung Si-yeon heard that and asked the battlefield, hadn't the war between humans ended a long time ago? Hanbul seriously thinks yes, right now humans are fighting monsters. Hanbul thinks the African continent is occupied by monsters, a land of darkness. Hanbul said he was a child from the land of darkness. When Sung Si-yeon heard that, she was shocked and asked why. Hanbul turned and left. What the hell is Sung Si-yeon saying? He's just talking nonsense. Sung Si-yeon wondered, a war orphan from the land of darkness. Sung Si-yeon thinks the land of darkness is where the fiercest battles between humans and monsters often occur. Sung Si-yeon told herself that even her parents, who forced her to practice like crazy and forced her to participate in several assassination missions, would never allow her to step foot in such a place. Sung Si-yeon wondered, had he lived in that dangerous place all along? Sung Si-yeon thought shyly, well, he's really cool, he really deserves to be praised. Suddenly Sung Si-yeon regained consciousness. Sung Si-yeon sat down and held her head, wondering what she was thinking about. Morning at the apartment. Lee Han-song stood next to the window watching the system screen. The system notifies that one of the main characters is interested in you, one of the main characters is cautious of you, one of the main characters has a good impression of you. You have received 140 points. Attention, what is Lee Han-song asking? Lee Han-song drank coffee and looked at the system screen thinking, wow, that's a lot, am I getting this much attention from just Sege? Halen said, Lee Han-song Nim, your video editing has been completed, and the new drone you ordered has also been delivered. Lee Han-song replied okay. Lee Han-song put the cup down on the table thinking he had been filming non-stop, right from the moment he was stuck in this world and rolling the dice. But Lee Han-song looked at the system screen and realized he still couldn't connect to the internet from the real world. Lee Han-song said as expected. Lee Han-song lamented that he hoped someone could see it, but there were no new posts from the real world and I couldn't post new videos either. Lee Hansong asked Halen to synchronize the camera system with the newly delivered drone. Halen replied yes. The drones glowed. Lee Hansong figured since there was a video platform here, I would be able to easily get attention if I posted them there. Lee Hansong smiled proudly and thought that even in this world, he was quite confident about the vids he had made. From inside the large gate, two figures appeared. The residents of a monster near the outskirts of Gangwon-do province. Lee Hansong looked around wondering if today's practice test was here. Tutorial notification system, show us your skills. You think you're already a master? No, there are still a lot of weaklings out there who haven't been exposed yet, because you're still deviating from the main plot. Show your abilities and enter the race, pass the level, completely conquer the training session. If successful you will receive a box of intermediate medicine and 100 coins. Point of attention, if you fail your reputation will be affected. You said it was a battle with monsters. Lee Hansong looked at the system screen and thought that this test was supervised by two instructors, different from a duel, like this his skills might all be exposed. Lee Hansong scratched his head and worried even more. It might accidentally become an emergency mission because the details in the game developed so quickly, it was too headache-inducing. The sunlight gently filtered through the tree canopy, the rustling sound of the wind gently caressing each leaf. Jin-hoon punched the monster hard. It was punched and thrown away. Then Gil Sung-hyun used magic to support. Gil Sung-hyun controlled magic to attack the monster. The monster was finally defeated. Gil Sung-hyun and Jin-hoon turned their heads to look at Lee Hansong. Lee Hansong asked, "Why are they all staring at me?" Halen said it seemed like they were all wary of you. Sung Si-yeon and a blonde girl also looked at Lee Hansong. When I saw that, I thought it seemed like I was being cared for a lot. Suddenly, a flock of birds suddenly fluttered out of the forest, breaking the inherent silence. Everyone is on high alert. A giant creature suddenly appeared from the forest. Lee Hansong said he knew right away, there was no way everything would go so smoothly. I think here, we weigh everything. A monster with a horn on his head and sharp fangs stepped forward. Not only did he go alone, but behind him there were many other people also coming. Lee Hansong saw this and wondered why there were so many people. A monster with a horn on his head and sharp fangs stepped forward. Not only did he go alone, but behind him there were many other people also coming. This is Ogre Rank C. Jin-hoon asked the goblins, how many of them were there in total? All the students saw them coming and shouted at them, "Run, hurry up, run towards the exit." Lee Hansong asked why you guys stopped. One person said the door didn't work. Lee Hansong looked at the system screen. The system announces a side mission, 10 goblins suddenly attack, except for 7 that will be handled by the instructors. The students along with the main characters have to fight the remaining 3 on their own. Conditions for passing the level, defending against the attacks of goblins until the rescue team arrives. Maximum time of 10 minutes. If successful, you will receive a random mid-level medicine box. If failed, one of the main characters will die. He said some of the practitioners were hiding and plotting something. The instructors are fighting hard to get the students out of this mountain, even though they are B-rank hunters. Confronting 10 giant goblins at once is difficult to avoid injury or death. Network-like play. And a good person like Jin-hoon certainly won't just stand by and watch. Jin-hoon took off his jacket and said I will help the lecturers. Similar to Jin-hoon, Han-byul will also help and aggressive people like Gil Sung-hyun will also participate. Han-byul says if things get out of control, I will withdraw immediately. The 3 of them definitely won't stand by and watch. Lee Hansong thought he didn't want to lose to anyone in a place like this. He said me too. Jin-hoon heard that and smiled and replied okay, I know you are strong enough. Sung Si-yeon said you guys have lost your mind. Sung Si-yeon said my forte is assassination, so I can't handle these giant monsters, so don't expect much from me. Hearing that, Lee Hansong wondered why Sung Si-yeon was also participating. Lee Hansong thinks she doesn't care that they are strong. Lee Hansong let the drones appear. Sung Si-yeon asked what drone. Lee Hansong said I use them for filming. Han-byul asked if he really intended to film in this situation. Jin-hoon started to become determined. Jin-hoon galloped and said I would go first. Sung Si-yeon and Lee Hansong also chased after. I said he's really fast. Sung Si-yeon turned to ask, am I being filmed too? Lee Hansong replied that if he didn't like it, I could blur his face. The goblin stood still, not knowing what would happen. A figure appeared in front of the goblin. Jin-hoon jumped up and kicked it in the face. The goblin spat blood out of its mouth. Han-byul raised her hand to use magic. The goblin was immediately controlled. Then it crouched down. Sung Si-yun galloped quickly to its feet. Sung Si-yun then used a knife to slash the goblin's leg. It fell to one side. Gil Sung-hyun used magic to support. From within Gil Sung-hyun's magic circles, countless sharp eyes appeared. The controlled goblin still couldn't stand up again. Ice crystals continuously shot towards it. It screamed in pain. The goblin knelt motionless. Even though it was injured, it still tried to hold on. The goblin roared. Jin-hoon asks if you can still move after taking all those hits. Suddenly a magical flame rushed forward like an arrow. The flames gouged into the goblin's neck. A large hole was immediately carved into the goblin's neck. Finally the goblin collapsed. Everyone turned to look at Lee Han-song. Gil Sung-hyun thanks Lee Han-song. He thought a 2-gonal magic circle was his limit, yet he was able to increase the penetration rate by summoning a 4-gonal magic circle and instantly finish off the opponent. Lee Han-song felt a bit tired and thought to himself that move took too much energy. Gil Sung-hyun and Han Buell stared at Lee Han-song, seeing that, Lee Han-song felt unnatural and thought I understood why magic experts like you two were so surprised by that move, but, don't glare at me like that. Lee Han-song said the remaining children are coming, you guys go first. Hearing that, the two quickly left. Lee Han-song thought they were really strong, but he was depressed thinking that no one had been able to deliver the finishing blow until now, and my magic power had its limits. On the system screen many boxes appear. Lee Han-song looked at the system screen and thought to himself that he had to quickly find an equipment that could buff his stamina and magic power. The system notifies that the purchase was successful, 200 points have been used to purchase the cube skill. Lee Han-song held the small cube and wondered about the cube skill. I hoped it was a skill that could be used immediately. Lee Han-song asked Halen to focus on it. Lee Han-song said my first skill. Lee Han-song continued to say that he was awakening. Lee Han-song asked Halen to focus on it. Lee Han-song said my first skill. Lee Han-song continued to say that he was awakening. Sword of Dawn, Observation Room, one of the top 10 guilds in Korea with many outstanding gamers. One person said Captain Han Sang-goin, we received an emergency call from the academy. Han Sang-goin asked strangely, is it about the goblins at the troll's place? We will dispatch 2 A-rank hunters and a rescue team there. The other person said but we don't have any A-rank hunters in Gangwon and Seoul provinces. If you hear that, then use the space connection device to summon a few people in Pusan province. The other person said the request has already been sent. Han Sang-goin told himself that if it was the fastest, it would take about 7 minutes. Han Sang-goin calculated that there were 10 goblins and only 2 B-rank instructors. If the students could only stand and watch, mass casualties would certainly be inevitable. Han Sang-goin looked at the miniature screen and thought that among those inexperienced children, he wondered if there was anyone willing to stand up and fight. Han Sang-goin asked, are there 4 students moving? A person walked up and said 5. Han Sang-goin asked if she was on a mission. Why did she come here? The woman replied that it was nothing special. Sung-hyun said I just saw the list of regions requesting reinforcements and Sung-hyun sighed and continued, my little sister is also there. Han Sang-goin asked his sister why. Han Sang-goin saw Sung Si-yun in the miniature screen and said oh, so that's Sung Si-yun. Sung-hyun crossed her arms and lamented why she didn't run away from the ogres, she really likes to express herself. Han Sang-goin asked me if I heard rumors that during the training session, she practiced so crazy that you had to stop her, but are you that worried? Sung-hyun replied that it was just normal practice. Sung-hyun looked at the screen and thought that a child like Si-yun would never engage in a battle with no chance of winning, she is not the type of brave person who likes to rush forward. Sung-hyun lifted her head and asked what was wrong with her, her actions were so thoughtless. Han Sang-goin said, I know you're worried about your sister, but, Sung-hyun asked why, he continued, everyone here heard what she said all this time. Sung-hyun replied that it was no big deal, I didn't pay attention. When Han Sang-goin heard that, he said he was too thick-skinned. Han Sang-goin commented that by the way, this was also the kid's first battle with the goblins. Jin-hoon's advantage was only in his physical strength, but it was interesting. Sung-hyun said Han Buell's superpowers are also very extraordinary. Han Sang-goin analyzed that Gil Sung-hyun can summon a 2-star magic circle, although the magic ability is limited, the amount of mana is amazing. Sung-hyun said you were too rough. Han Sang-goin pointed at the screen and asked, but who is that? Sung Hyun said okay, right through that goblin, a rookie who can summon a magic circle with up to 4 stars, let me see his information. Sung Hyun looked at the system screen and asked Lee Hansong, reaching first place with 1,201 points. Han Sang-goin said it seemed like he was also filming with those drones. Sung Hyun exclaimed that it was amazing. Han Sang-goin laughed and said haha, at this rate, they can hold out until the rescue team arrives. Han Sang-goin asked, is he, using the cube skill? Sung Hyun said that awakening a new technique will greatly benefit his talent and physique. Sung Hyun widened her eyes and asked that boy. The two people stood still, staring at the screen. Han Sang-goin asked if his forte was not magic but swordsmanship. What am I looking at? Sung Hyun said it was impossible, the ability he just awakened was about swordsmanship. Sung Hyun smiled and said, connect with the scout team, tell them I want to recruit this boy. Han Sang-goin pushed his glasses and said of course I want that too but. Han Sang-goin wondered if with those super skills he would accept our invitation. The truth is that we only ranked 7th in the 10 largest guilds in Korea. Sung Hyun scratched his head and cursed damn it, just recruit him first, the guild's rank doesn't matter. Sung Hyun looked at the screen and asked where this guy came from. Return to the woods. Lee Hansong looked at the system screen and said it was true that 99 lucky points were different. The guy holding the sword happily said he had a move that he could use immediately. Lee Hansong pulled out his sword and said, let's fight. At this time the others were fighting fiercely with the goblins. A goblin suddenly turned its head to look. Lee Hansong quickly grabbed his sword and slashed the goblin. The goblin screamed in pain. Lee Hansong thought to himself, great, even though it's not enough, my movement speed is too fast, I already possess the strength and speed I've always wanted. Body Enhancement Notification System. Description: the gamer's body is getting firmer, this is proportional to the player's skills, magical abilities and willpower. The more active the body, the faster the firmness increases. Lee Hansong thought that even though he was still not as good as Jin Hoon, it was still enough to have a grand performance. Lee Hansong smiled and thought to himself that maybe he could even surpass Jin Hoon. The goblin collapsed. Lee Hansong breathed heavily looking at the goblin. The system notifies you that you have completed the emergency mission. You have completed the mission in the tutorial section. Reward 2 mid-level random pharmaceutical boxes, 100 attention points. Unusual luck skill has been activated. Practitioner Lee Hansong's attention points suddenly increased. You received 340 attention points. You achieved a great achievement. Magical energy increased because you took advantage of it in the last battle. The indicators increased statistics because you took advantage of them in the last battle. Increased proficiency in magic rules. Increased proficiency in body strengthening. Lee Hansong sheathed his sword thinking he had finished the match perfectly and without casualties. It was dangerous, but the reward was worth it. Lee Hansong wondered if the system screen thought he should open a random mid-level medicine box, hoping to receive many data points. The system notifies the increase in low-level charisma. Your charisma score will increase by 0,3 points every day until reaching 10 points, however, this only applies to gamers with charisma below 20 points. Okay, physical development medicine, helping to improve gamers' physique, endurance, flexibility and speed. Lee Hansong trembled as he held the bottle of medicine and asked if his attractiveness would increase by 11 points. Lee Hansong said with tears in his eyes that he could finally get rid of those body-shaming words. Those days of suffering would end here. Halen reminded Lee Hansong, Nim, your personal page is very famous. Lee Hansong asked, really? Halen said that the video of the match between him and Sege received a lot of positive feedback, because he was a student of this academy and Sege's influence also attracted many viewers. Lee Hansong thought that when he was strong enough, he would gain a lot of attention through social networks. Creating a personal page right from the start was the right decision. Lee Hansong happily determined to start off smoothly, he could do it. The sky is becoming increasingly gray in the dark nightland, where there is no longer any ray of sunlight. The Demon Tower is located in the center. Here, the war between humans and monsters takes place. Everywhere, to defeat monsters, humans must also become monsters. They gave up human life, and gave up their own souls. The lecturer says it's the African continent in recent times, which is a famous place that all heroes should know. A student raised his hand to ask, who will hold their souls? The lecturer replied it would be held by God or something like that. The other person asked if we would have to sign a contract with them in the future. The lecturer replied yes. The lecturer said that signing a contract is different from being dependent. You can only make a contract with them. The lecturer said when the students achieved many glorious victories and gained fame. The instructor said, but you can't survive in a place like that just by signing a contract. In the screen a man is fighting monsters. He didn't notice that a monster behind him took the opportunity to attack him. Charles trembled with emotion. Jinhoon's face wrinkled. The lecturer said this is reality, you must prepare mentally. The instructor said to student Lee Han-song, you look calm, so different from the rest of the students. Lee Han-song thought everyone here was just a normal student, because I had a lot of experience with it, I didn't feel too shocked. Lee Han-song said he wasn't scared because everyone here were candidates for the hero position. The lecturer heard that and replied yes, you are right. Lee Han-song thinks he gave an excellent answer, huh? The lecturer said everyone here is not just a student. Sung Si-yeon stared at Lee Han-song. The lecturer continued to say that all of you are hero candidates. If you keep avoiding reality, how can you become heroes? Lee Han-song looked away and wondered why Sung Si-yeon kept staring at him like that. I should not make eye contact with her. The teacher said today's lesson is over. Lee Han-song thought to himself that it was as he thought, she was just as dangerous. At the academy canteen, Lee Han-song put the coffee cup on the table. Then Lee Han-song sat down in a reclining chair. Lee Han-song said to work out his body and then edit videos, and also see what he's really good at. Lee Han-song sat up straight thinking that doing everything at once was crazy. Lee Han-song looked to the side. A blonde girl was walking around the cafeteria. Charles looked around. Lee Han-song waved to Charles. Charles approached and pulled out his chair and shyly said hello. Lee Han-song thought that even though they kept greeting each other, they still felt somehow awkward. Lee Han-song asked him if he wanted something to drink. Charles quickly waved his hand and replied okay, I'm fine. Lee Han-song asked again what about hot chocolate. Charles smiled brightly and asked for hot chocolate. Seeing that, he told himself that he knew she liked sweets, but this was too obvious. Charles asked, what dark dungeon are we going to? Although Charles often has low self-esteem, she is actually stronger than many people, and also works very hard to not fall behind. She knows her own limits and is crazy about pages, blocky, but very careful because that is the character of this character. Lee Han-song smiled and thought he would take advantage of that and make our friendship grow stronger, eventually achieving everything we wanted. Lee Han-song said the dungeon we're going to isn't an ordinary one. Lee Han-song said there was something I was really looking for. Lee Han-song explained that it was the last remaining piece of equipment hidden in a hidden dungeon. Charles asked excitedly, is it really a hidden dungeon? Lee Han-song said there was something I was really looking for. Lee Han-song explained that it was the last remaining piece of equipment hidden in a hidden dungeon. Charles asked excitedly, is it really a hidden dungeon? Charles asked hidden dungeon, what do you mean? Charles continued asking if it wasn't the usual kind. Lee Han-song replied that if it was the regular type, I would have gone there by myself. Charles asked then why did you choose me? Lee Han-song said if we join forces, it will be beneficial for both of us. Lee Han-song smiled and explained first, like I said before, there is a piece of equipment in that dungeon, we will deal with it together and divide the equipment in half. Lee Han-song asked me if I had no intention of taking it for my own, so why don't we use it together? Charles pondered about Lee Han-song's invitation. Charles asked I was grateful for that, but, even if I participated, would we have any chance of winning? Sung Si-yeon suddenly appeared behind Charles and said I would help too. Charles was startled. Lee Han-song called Sung Si-yeon. Sung Si-yeon waved and said hello. Lee Han-song asked why are you here? Sung Si-yeon asked me with one hand on her hip. Sung Si-yeon said of course it was to relax, but he thought he was going to the coffee shop to practice. Lee Han-song told himself Sung Si-yeon, go to the cafe, relax, that's unreasonable and silly, but if I continue to pry, she'll probably kill me. Lee Han-song said yeah, I understand, we're talking so go play somewhere else. Sung Si-yeon frowned and asked, are you chasing me? He replied yup. Sung Si-yeon had a murderous face and mumbled that she wanted to die soon. Lee Han-song asked what he just said. Sung Si-yeon said stop it, tell me what you guys are talking about. When Lee Han-song heard that, he thought, oh my god, she stayed here of her own free will. In short, Lee Han-song suggested, not only can I help you with a few things, but this is also a good opportunity for you to collect block equipment. Charles asked, but what if it's something we both want? Lee Han-song said It depends on what type of block it is, but we'll discuss it further after we get it. Charles asked one more thing that I didn't ask before, is the level of that dungeon so easy that we can handle it? Lee Hansong said you don't need to worry about its difficulty, I think it's at a level that you can handle on your own, it just takes a bit of time. Charles breathed a sigh of relief and felt reassured. So, you wanted to cooperate with me just because you wanted to solve the problem quickly? Sung Si-yeon said if I helped, it would be faster. Lee Hansong asked if he really wanted that. Sung Si-yeon smiled and replied. Lee Hansong rested his chin and wondered, it would be good to have someone as strong as her come along and finish it quickly. What would happen if Sung Si-yeon also became his ally? Lee Hansong calculated to prepare for the main story that was about to begin. After all, he was only aiming for that one piece of equipment. Lee Hansong thought so, it was okay if she wanted to participate. Lee Hansong breathed out and said okay, then let's work together, but, first. Lee Hansong put a piece of paper on the table and said here. Lee Hansong smiled and said to confirm this. Charles asked it, is it true? Sung Si-yeon said don't suddenly pull out something as precious as this, you scared me. Sung Si-yeon asked a magic contract called a secret oath. Do we have to go to this point? Lee Hansong smiled and explained that it's not that I don't believe you too, I just don't want others to know about what I'm about to say. Charles and Sung Si-yeon both became serious when they heard that. At the same time in the gym, Han-byul used a towel to wipe the sweat from her face. Han-byul remembered what Lee Hansong said in class because we are candidates for the position of heroes. Han-byul thought calmly as he walked, as if he knew something. Han-byul speculated that there was information that among the new recruits, there was one person who was a child from the land of darkness. If viewed from one side, it was definitely Lee Hansong. A person passing by asked Han-byul, don't you practice anymore? Han-byul replied, well, I have something to do, how about you? The other person holding two small helicopters said I think I should also try creating a personal page on YouTube. Han-byul asked the same thing that Lee Hansong did. The other person replied yes, it looks like fun. Han-byul said he was like a clown. Han-byul turned around and left and said that, wish you success. The other person replied okay, I will try it first. Han-byul thinks once an achievement level is obtained, players need a lot of attention points, which is a good way to become famous. Han-byul wondered what if Lee Hansong was indeed a child from the land of darkness. Those children are the servants of the demons in the land of darkness. Because they carry the blood of the evil god's subordinates, they can show their true form whenever they want. Their existence there as dangerous as a time bomb, but the possibility of them revealing their true nature is not high, unless they return to the land of darkness or the evil spirits voluntarily leave the African continent. Han-byul thinks it doesn't matter who Lee Hansong is, if he becomes the trigger and makes Jin-hoon remember everything. Han-byul coldly thought before that happened, I would deal with him personally. The magical contract has absolute legal value, the person who signs the contract cannot reveal it to anyone else. If accidentally revealed, that person's memory of this contract will disappear. Lee Hansong thinks these two people have agreed to sign here, but I won't tell them all about the power of this contract. Lee Hansong thought about it, I won't say it in detail about the true abilities of the two of them, he said Charles, your abilities haven't revealed themselves yet. Lee Hansong continued, but if you practice hard, rare moves will appear. Charles asked really, why do you think I tricked you? Lee Hansong replied truthfully, Sung Si-yeon asked what about me, do I have any good moves? Lee Hansong looked at the system screen and said wait a moment. The system displays detailed parameters in the status window, name Sung Si-yeon, statistics, stamina 23, magic energy 35, speed 34, will 37, agility 38, intelligence 18, level durability 24, charm 40, perception 34, luck 42, potential 220 out of 1000, rare dark move see above S, quick thinking not awakened, special move Blackthorn not awakened, characteristics assassinate beyond A, the path of the unawakened assassination queen. Lee Hansong wondered if she had assassination properties, and it seemed like she had also awakened the quick thinking technique. Lee Hansong said he has a move, but still needs a lot of practice. Sung Si-yeon heard that and asked excitedly. Sung Si-yeon smiled brightly and said it was great. Seeing this, Lee Hansong immediately told himself that Sung Si-yeon would like it. Lee Hansong turned his eyes to the side, thinking the opposite, then Charles. Lee Hansong thought she looked hesitant, She was very self-conscious, and her skills were also much lower than Seung Si-yeon. Lee Hansong felt that whether she had awakened a new technique or not, it was understandable that she was so worried. Charles asked, "That sounds great, so what should we do next?" When Seung Si-yeon heard that, he froze. Seung Si-yeon recovered and asked, "Yes, what should we do?" Lee Hansong couldn't help but think that things had changed so quickly. Lee Hansong said, "I have something to ask you too." Lee Hansong resolved to say, "Become my comrade, and together stop the destruction of this world." That was just Lee Hansong's imagination. He sweated thinking that even though he wanted to, he couldn't say those words. Lee Hansong said, "I want you two to join the management company I'm about to establish. Of course I don't force anything." Lee Hansong suggested, "But wouldn't it be beneficial if we helped each other become stronger with the information we gathered about the hidden prison?" Charles asked, "If it's a management company, does that mean it's a company that specializes in supporting heroes?" Lee Hansong replied, "Yes, it's similar to companies that support the hero's personal schedule and legitimate issues." Seung Si-yeon heard that and considered, "Well, if I have someone to help, it would be better than doing everything myself, and it would be even more beneficial if I could quickly awaken a rare technique." Seung Si-yeon rested her chin and wondered, "So why hesitate any longer?" Charles is also considering Lee Hansong's invitation. Lee Hansong told himself that he really hoped they would join, but if they still couldn't decide right away, that was okay. The more important thing was to make them trust him, and joining the group could be left for later. Lee Hansong said, "It's okay for you guys to know, there's no need to decide right away." Seung Si-yeon asked, "Why?" "I can't do that. I don't like the feeling of being indebted to you, so I'll join." Charles raised his trembling hand and said, "Me too." Lee Hansong replied, "No, I told him I wouldn't force him." Lee Hansong said that before starting a company, I had to graduate first, so from now until then, you guys should think slowly. Lee Hansong continued, "More importantly, Lee Hansong told you guys to think like you're helping a friend." Charles said you. Lee Hansong wondered if it would be better if he touched them. Seung Si-yeon muttered that she couldn't kill him. Lee Hansong asked, "What you just said?" She replied, "Nothing." Lee Hansong said, "Now, I will tell you some information about that hidden prison." Morning at the fencing gym. Lee Hansong walked into the room thinking he had told them everything, so now the only thing left to do was go there next week. Lee Hansong thought to himself that he was really tired, but who knows, my life is already tied to this world. Someone is calling, "Hansong." Lee Hansong asked Sege, "Are you practicing swordplay?" Sege smiled and replied, "Yes." Lee Hansong breathed a sigh of relief thinking he was glad he wasn't discouraged after the last match. Sege said, "I saw the video you posted, I watched it over and over about 30 times. Lee Hansong replied, "Yeah, I saw your comment." Sege said, "Yes, watching the video objectively is really great." "That's why," Sege continued, "my swordsmanship still has many shortcomings, but I will try my best to make up for those shortcomings." Sege asked if he could fight me again. When Lee Hansong heard that, he thought it was good. "He believed in me, this is a good sign." Lee Hansong said, "It doesn't need to be that complicated." Suddenly the drone was knocked down by someone using a wooden sword. "What is that person asking?" The drone fell to the ground. What the other person said was so annoying. Sege said, "Well, she really is." Sege scratched his head and asked what he was doing. Sege called Nadia's name. Sege asked him what he was doing. Sege said to Nadia. Nadia placed her sword on the drone and asked, "Who gave you permission to use such a troublesome thing in front of me?" Lee Hansong told himself, "Vladimir Nadia." Lee Hansong thinks a female soldier who uses spears to fight is the most famous in the world. She is also the daughter of the chairman of Russia's largest private military corporation, the daughter of a prominent figure who is often very popular, difficult to contact. Lee Hansong wondered if, judging from this angle, she was quite normal. Should I give her a taste? Suddenly the drone flew over Nadia. Nadia screamed, startled. Nadia looked at the drone flying in front of her. Nadia then showed a disgusted expression. Nadia angrily asked what you were doing, throwing it away to me. Nadia tried to catch the drone but couldn't. She scolded him for being so annoying. Lee Hansong saw Nadia struggling like that and felt happy in his heart. Lee Hansong thinks you can't catch it. It took me several years to master the controls. Nadia asked angrily, "Is there something wrong with your head?" Lee Hansong walked up to Nadia. Lee Hansong stood in front of Nadia. Lee Hansong said, "Hey." Nadia asked what. Lee Hansong looked coldly at Nadia with half an eye and said, "That's too noisy, shut your mouth." Nadia was startled and asked why. Nadia bit her lip and trembled as she spoke. Lee Hansong thinks that even though she has a pretty bad personality, is both childish and rude, the truth is that she is still the second heir of a tycoon corporation and her skills are not mediocre, but Nadia has a fatal weakness. Lee Hansong analyzed that because she has a submissive personality, every time she is oppressed by someone, she will feel better and her strength will surge throughout her body, so she really feels safe from being oppressed and abused by others. In other words, Nadia is a masochist. Nadia trembled and was speechless. Seeing this, Lee Hansong speculated that it was because she was an M that she couldn't react to him. Due to the influence of that personality, she must be very embarrassed right now because this was the first time she was angry, and submissive personality happened at the same time. Lee Hansong breathed out and thought that Nadia would be very angry because no one had ever dared to be rude to her like that before, but she wouldn't be able to do anything because with that personality, the person in charge was the one in control. "It is me." Lee Hansong held out his hand thinking he felt sorry for her, but she had to accept the truth. Lee Hansong pointed to Nadia's forehead. Lee Hansong asked who gave her permission to touch my camera so arbitrarily. Nadia stammered and said, "Quit, let go." Nadia threw Lee Hansong's hand away and shouted, "Get your hands off me." Lee Hansong continued to point at Nadia's forehead. Nadia gritted her teeth and told him. Nadia angrily said, "I will kill you." Lee Hansong used his sword to block Nadia's sword. Nadia looked down. She wondered why she couldn't lift it. Lee Hansong said with a gloomy face that he couldn't believe that she dared to swing a spear at such a close distance. She needed to be severely punished. Nadia blushed and trembled. Lee Hansong thought he had suppressed her both skillfully and mentally. It was time to finish. He called Vladimir Nadia. Lee Hansong asked Vladimir Anton how he was. Hearing that, Sergei turned pale. Nadia immediately lost consciousness. Lee Hansong thought as expected, because she was too busy with work, her father didn't care much about his daughter. Nadia asked him, "What are you talking about?" Lee Hansong told him to go talk to Anton. Lee Hansong spoke in Nadia's ear in the land of darkness. Sergei looked at Lee Hansong who was whispering something to Nadia. Lee Hansong asked if he understood. Lee Hansong smiled and said, "Sergei, sorry, I have something to go to first." Sergei replied, "Yeah, okay, see you later." Sergei glanced over. Nadia was shaking violently at this time. Finally, Nadia seemed to have exhausted all her strength and sat down. Nadia's face was pale and she was sweating profusely. Behind the wall there was a person standing there eavesdropping. Nadia's face was pale and she was sweating profusely. Behind the wall there was a person standing there eavesdropping. That person finally left. He put his hands in his pockets and walked away leisurely. Suddenly, a figure ran past. That figure appeared in front of him. "This is a girl with long hair." Sung Si-yun asked him to come here again. What was his purpose? Sung Si-yun said Han Buell. Han Buell sighed. Han Buell says, "I just want to confirm something." Sung Si-yun heard that and asked to confirm a few things. Han Buell continued asking if he was a child from the land of darkness or not. Han Buell and Sung Si-yun looked at each other face to face. Sung Si-yun was filled with murderous intent and asked what if it was true. Han Buell saw that and thought her intention to kill was clearly showing. Han Buell brought his hand down to the knife tucked in his thigh. Han Buell coldly replied that if that was true, then I was right. Sung Si-yun heard that and said nothing. Sung Si-yun frowned tightly. Then Sung Si-yun disappeared on the spot. Sung Si-yun turned and left. Han Buell told herself that she probably understood what she meant, and she didn't expect Sung Si-yun to stick her nose into this matter. Han Buell thinks things are getting difficult. At night, the moon rises high, bringing with it a magical and peaceful beauty. Lee Hansong sat down tiredly on the sofa. Lee Hansong thought that if Nadia really said that to Anton, it would be fine, but if Anton really acted, his tricks would be exposed. Lee clenched his fists and told himself he needed to do something to make those lies come true. Lee Hansong sat up and said, "Halen, show me the videos I posted when I was in the real world 1 year ago." Halen responded and obeyed. Lee Hansong on the screen said he would show you around the house he just moved into. "Ah, this is my older sister, even though she's a bit violent, she's very smart." Lee Hansong shouted that you are witnessing a case of domestic violence that I have to endure every day. Ugh. Lee Hansong said today, I was going on a picnic with my friends, on the way, we made a bet and the loser would be punished. Lee Hansong continued and the punishment for the loser was, drinking Americano with 5 drops of espresso, ha ha ha. Lee Hansong covered his face and cursed, all nonsense. Lee Hansong stood up and patted his face, telling himself to wake up, he was still living very well even though he was alone. Lee Hansong thought he created a personal page because he felt lonely, but perhaps the desire for attention is just a natural human instinct. Lee Hansong feels that being the only one with memories of the real world is sad and cold, but I think I'm used to it. The staff says hello to you. The coffee shop staff warmly asked what you would like to drink. Lee Hansong raised his hand and said he wanted a glass of Americano with 5 drops of espresso. Startled staff said 5, yes, a glass of Americano with 5 drops of espresso will be done right away. A moment later, the staff placed a cup of Americano on the table and said this was the drink you ordered. Lee Hansong replied thanking her. Lee Hansong held a cup of Americano as he walked, thinking that this was the punishment back then, he even ordered the exact same thing. Lee Hansong stopped. Then Lee Hansong sat down on the stairs. Lee Hansong drinks Americano. Lee Hansong frowned and said as he thought, 5 drops is too bitter. Lee Hansong looked up at the sky. Lee Hansong told himself that for some reason he didn't want to film anything right now. Suddenly someone walked up behind Lee Hansong. That person asked him what he was doing here. Lee Hansong was startled. Lee Hansong slowly turned his head to look at the other person. Then Lee Hansong breathed a sigh of relief and said, you scared me. Lee Hansong said, Sung Si-yun, is it you? Sung Si-yun asked why he was so surprised. Lee Hansong breathed a sigh of relief and said, you scared me. Lee Hansong said, Sung Si-yun, is it you? Sung Si-yun asked why he was so surprised. Lee Hansong asked if he could appear normally. Sung Si-yun looked at the Americano cup and asked, what is that? Lee Hansong told himself she didn't care about what he said. He handed me a cup of Americano and asked if he wanted to taste it. Sung Si-yun looked at Lee Hansong without saying anything. Seeing that, I wondered, did she not want to try it because I drank it? Lee Hansong lowered his hand and said to leave. Sung Si-yun held out her hand and said, give it to me. Lee Hansong watched Sung Si-yun drink Americano. Sung Si-yun suddenly widened her eyes. Then Sung Si-yun grimaced and vomited. Sung Si-yun wiped her mouth and asked what was in here. Lee Hansong replied, Americano. Lee Hansong smiled meaningfully at Sung Si-yun. Seeing that, she asked why he was looking at me that way. Lee Hansong took back the Americano cup and explained that I was only wondering because he couldn't drink a normal cup of coffee. Sung Si-yun grabbed the Americano cup and asked, what did you say? Give it here. Sung Si-yun explained that it's not that I can't drink it, but because it's yours, I can't just drink it all. Lee Hansong didn't pay attention and told him to relax. Sung Si-yun looked at the Americano cup. Sung Si-yun then took a sip. Sung Si-yun said with a bereaved face, ahem, the taste isn't bad, ahem. Lee Hansong took the Americano back and said, wow, you're pretty good. In my heart, I thought she was always strange like this. Lee Hansong holds a cup of Americano. Lee Hansong assessed Si-yun as a very cruel person, and killed people like a machine. Lee Hansong drank Americano and thought to himself that there must have been some error or problem. Lee Hansong asked, why did you come here? Sung Si-yun replied, yes. Sung Si-yun was shy and couldn't naturally say then. Sung Si-yun continued, you already know, my unawakened skill. Lee Hansong said, I told you I would give it to you when we went to the hidden prison. Sung Si-yun replied, yes. Lee Hansong asked if there was anything else he wanted to tell me. Sung Si-yun stammered him, well, if possible. Sung Si-yun asked if he was bored, would he like to try some assassination missions. There was an easy mission nearby. Lee Hansong thought to her in shock. Lee Hansong wondered if she was crazy, if she thought at all before speaking. Sung Si-yun's suggestion doesn't sound bad, right? The moon is clear and the wind is cool, why don't we try something more daring? Lee Hansong looked like he was constipated. Thinking about killing a monster gave him goosebumps, let alone killing people. The line between game and reality is really so different. Sung Si-yun pondered. Sung Si-yun remembered that morning when she judged that Han Buell's face was full of murderous intent. I was sure he was intending to eliminate Lee Hansong. Sung Si-yun told herself she couldn't turn a blind eye. Learning a few assassination skills would be extremely useful. Sung Si-yun thought to not be killed by Han Buell, or anyone else. Sung Si-yun said that through assassination, he can also make a lot of money, and it is also very interesting. Lee Han-song said, I don't have time for that. Sung Si-yun asked, since you said you would help me practice and improve my skills, so should I also teach you a few assassination moves? Sung Si-yun is extremely determined. Lee Han-song saw this and wondered what was going on. Why was she so persistent? Lee Han-song's face turned a little pink, then he even invited me to go assassinate and do things together that she likes. Lee Han-song covered his face in fear and thought, don't tell me, she wants to date me, I don't have the courage to check my popularity anymore. Lee Han-song sighed. Lee Han-song said, okay, learning assassination isn't a bad idea, Sung Si-yun asked happily. Sung Si-yun smiled brightly and said, haha, you made the right decision, assassination is really fun, let's practice together. Lee Han-song saw this and thought it was scary to see her smiling innocently like this. Sung Si-yun suggested, oh, I have an assassination mission in a few days, how about you and I work together? Sung Si-yun said, just try it and you'll like it, it was a wise choice. Sung Si-yun is still chattering non-stop, if you feel worried, it's okay, there's another easier mission, whatever you want to do is fine. Lee Han-song told himself that now he just wanted to go to sleep and pretend this never happened. The instructor said magic was created by sculpting and engraving the circles. The instructor explains that this is how traps, barriers, and summoning spells are gathered together and form dungeons, most of which are created naturally with spore fragments. The lecturer said, however, there are also many artificial dungeons in the world. The main building of the 10 largest guilds in Korea is known as the pinnacle of artificial dungeons because it is made up of hundreds of magic circles. The instructor said that those circles were only for defense, so they were easily neutralized by talented magicians. Lee Han-song rubbed his chin and thought that in the past, when making videos to post on YouTube, I often drew circles like that for those buildings, so this lecture is nothing new. The teacher pointed his hand at the board and said, now let's try to design a simple one. On the assignment board, you accidentally found a cave while exploring a land no one has ever visited. You have to stay there with a seriously injured person for about a week. Choose 5 spells and draw a magic circle strong enough to deal with a mid-level magical rock. Lee Han-song saw this and wondered what the practice exercise was like. It was interesting. Jin-hoon said he drew it wrong again. It's so difficult. Han Buell pointed to the circle on the paper explaining that you should connect to this circle. Lee Han-song also diligently did his assigned homework. After Lee Han-song finished speaking, he thought he wanted to design a more difficult one. But Charles looked at Lee Han-song's drawing. Sege even leaned over to look. Lee Han-song thought to himself, Sege too. Suddenly a knife sheath lightly hit Lee Han-song's back. Sung Si-yun stood up and said, Lee Han-song, just me too. Seeing that, he was scared and thought, why would he take that scabbard and tease me? It would be too embarrassing to point her out in the middle of class like this. Seeing this, the lecturer nodded to Lee Han-song. Lee Han-song exhaled. Lee Han-song held up the paper and explained that it was important to know how to divide this magic stone in the ratio 111. If you activate them in different ways, this magic will automatically reconnect. The whole class saw this and talked about how they were discussing together. I want to hear it too, but doesn't Lee Han-song look worse than before? I see he's changed a bit. The system notifies that some main characters trust you. You have 5 more attention points. The supporting characters also pay attention to you. You have 3 more attention points. Lee Han-song saw that and wondered if he would receive more attention. Lee Han-song drew as he spoke using the ink from the magic stone, drawing a simple magic connection circle. It could also slowly collect the amount of magic that had been processed. Lee Han-song explained that you can also group them together like this. If you change the newly gathered parts, a new feature will be activated. Lee Han-song said, now if you guys finish it like this. Suddenly from the drawing a magical bird flew out. It flew high to everyone's surprise. Lee Han-song crossed his arms and complacently said that magic circle was just beautiful and had no other use. Isn't that what people call a professional gamer? The system notifies you that the instructor has noticed you. The students also pay attention. You receive 30 attention points. Lee Han-song saw this and thought to himself that even though it had no use, it was still useful. The bird landed on Charles' finger. Immediately after that it disappeared. Seeing this, Lee Han-song thought, but it would be even better if I had the ability to enhance this magic. Lee Han-song rubbed his chin and calculated that if he combined it with his moves, he could create a creature using artificial magic. The location of the hidden dungeon would be very important at this time. Late afternoon at the fencing gym. Lee Hansong told Sege, "I knew you were here too." Hearing that, Sege turned around and said, "Oh, Hansong." Sege explains that it would be a waste to leave things unfinished like yesterday. Nadia walked up to Lee Hansong and said this. Lee Hansong called Nadia. Nadia asked why. Lee Hansong said, "Don't bother us." Hearing that, Nadia froze on the spot. Lee Hansong saw Nadia trembling and told himself he needed to do that until Nadia realized this was her true nature. Lee Hansong observed Nadia and thought that looking at her expression of wanting to say something right now, Nadia must have told Anton, because Mount Liang in the Dark Night Land is not a place where Anton can easily mention it. It's mentioned, so I'm temporarily out of harm's way. Lee Hansong said, "Let's go, Sege." Sege looked at Nadia and replied, "Okay." Lee Hansong said, "You have to be more careful this time, because I have improved a lot." Sege replied that you were enough to scare me. Lee Hansong asked him if he was ready. Sege stood stunned. Lee Hansong disappeared on the spot. Jinhoon suddenly stopped. Jinhoon looked towards the practice room and wondered if that was the sword practice room. Jinhoon thought to himself that it felt like an electric current had just passed through his body, and there was a huge pressure going on here. Jinhoon approached the sword practice room thinking who was in there. Jinhoon walked into the sword practice room. As soon as he saw the situation in front of him, Jinhoon told himself he understood. Lee Hansong and Sege were fighting fiercely. Jinhoon told himself that those were the two most talented swordsmen here. Everyone knew Sege's talent. Lee Hansong was not humbled by Sege. Jinhoon wondered, "Lee Hansong, why weren't you overwhelmed?" Late afternoon at the fencing gym. Jinhoon looked at Lee Hansong and wondered if his sword slashes were extremely fast, strong and had great damage, whether he was strong enough to defeat his swordsmanship skills. Jinhoon evaluates Lee Hansong, a person whose physical strength is inversely proportional to his skills. He has not used a sword for a long time. Jinhoon clenched his fists, wondering where this genius guy came from, but Jinhoon told himself he wanted to fight him. Jinhoon thought that even if he lost, he still wanted to fight again. Lee Hansong swung his wooden sword. Lee Hansong then knocked away half of Sege's wooden sword. Half of the sword fell to the floor. Sege held half of the sword helplessly, unable to do anything. Sege said, "I lost again." Lee Hansong gave a thumbs up and said the match was great, he improved a lot. Even though he said that, in his heart Lee Hansong thought he was just good at exaggerating. He was so tired that he was about to faint. He knew his weakness and overcame it, so I had to spend a lot of effort. Only power can defeat Sege. Jinhoon called Hansong. Jinhoon stepped on the stair railing. Lee Hansong asked, "What are you doing here?" Jinhoon jumped off the railing. Jinhoon then landed safely. Seeing this, Lee Hansong was surprised and called Jinhoon, the Superman landing style. Jinhoon agitatedly said, "Fight with me." Lee Hansong looked around Jinhoon's body like a burning fire and remained silent without saying anything. Lee Hansong said, "That, I thought if I tasted one of his punches." Lee Hansong was sweating and stammering. You see, he thought if he would lose his life. Lee Hansong 36's first plan to run is to say, "I'm exhausted so I should go first." Jinhoon saw this and called Hansong. Lee Hansong thinks it's probably safe here. Evening at the academy. A person entered the school library. He stopped in front of the bookshelf. Sung Si-yeon asked why it was here. Lee Hansong asked, "If you still don't believe me." Sung Si-yeon replied with one hand on her hip that it wasn't like that. To be honest, it was a bit strange that it was lying here. No matter how you looked at it, this was a school. Charles said he thought so too. Charles continued, although he knew that the library and the dungeon were connected, but this place was a bit different. When Lee Hansong heard that, he thought the same thing happened to you, Charles. Lee Hansong stepped forward and said it was because we had come this far. Lee Hansong raised his hand and said, "So I'll show you guys right here. I'll open that cellar." Lee Hansong pushed a book inside. Then a ray of light appeared under Lee Hansong's feet. It started to spread. Finally, it forms a large vortex. Sung Si-yeon said, so it's really located here." Lee Hansong asked if he was planning to violate the contract. Sung Si-yeon replied no. Sung Si-yeon stepped up and said that. Lee held her hand and said, "Wait, there's something else." Lee Hansong said before entering. The Target Enlightenment Rare Skill Notification System is being used on the main character Sung Si-yeon, the fastest possible awakening skill. Quick thinking has been selected, the awakening has been facilitated. Through regular practice, the power of the move will increase significantly. Suddenly Sung Si-yeon's body glowed. Sung Si-yeon looked at the system screen. Sung Si-yeon clenched her fist and said it really worked. At this moment, Charles also glowed. Lee Han-song looked at Sung Si-yeon and wondered what a strange expression she had. Why was she so surprised? Sung Si-yeon said it a bit strangely. Charles said he couldn't believe he had such abundant energy. Lee Han-song told himself he was glad they looked satisfied. Lee Han-song said so. Lee Han-song said hidden dungeon. Lee Han-song stepped into the vortex and said, let's go in. Lee Han-song walked through the magic gate. Behind Lee Han-song were Sung Si-yeon and Charles. Lee Han-song summoned a glowing ball. The ball flew up, illuminating the entire walkway. There are a few drops of water flowing down above. Sung Si-yeon looked around and asked if this was a sewer. Lee Han-song explained that this place was originally used to build a sewer, but was temporarily taken over by monsters as a hideout. After a period of inactivity, this place turned into a dungeon. Lee Han-song told Sung Si-yeon to be able to observe and attack in the dark, so Charles should support him with his lightning skills. Lee Han-song said, what about me? Lee Han-song summoned drones. Lee Han-song asked Halen, the back passage, to turn all the corners for me. Lee Han-song raised his hands as if this road belonged to your father. When Sung Si-yeon and Charles saw this, they were both speechless. Lee Han-song said we will title the video as the Academy's Secret Storage Room. Halen supports that it is an extremely perfect combination. Halen suggested what about a mysterious dungeon expedition. He replied that it sounded good. Sung Si-yeon and Charles looked at Lee Han-song's self-directed performance in front of them and did not discuss it. Charles asked, but will everything be okay? She said this was a hidden prison. If you posted it all online it would be a bit confusing. Lee Han-song replied that it was okay. Lee Han-song said we'll collect all the rewards anyway. Sung Si-yeon heard that and said it if you said so. The system notifies you that you have entered the hidden dungeon, the hideout of Class D Pishul. Your strength is amazing. With the participation of a main character, the difficulty of the hidden dungeon has increased. The side quest, D-rank Pishul's hideout has changed to alerting C-rank Pishul's hideout. The unusual luck skill has been activated. The higher the difficulty, the more generous the reward will be. Lee Han-song saw this and thought to himself that the worst thing he didn't expect had happened. The plot had changed so it would be troublesome. Lee Han-song said, I'm a bit worried. The difficulty of the hidden dungeon has been changed. Suddenly there was a growling sound in the sewer. Lee Han-song pulled out his sword and said to prepare to go. Something is coming quickly. Lee Han-song pointed his sword forward and said they were coming. Several D-rank ghosts flew over. They released a large circular stream. Lee Han-song wondered about disabling the sound waves. Another ghost released strange water bubbles. Lee Han-song called Charles. Charles summoned magic and replied yes. The ghost shot a large amount of water towards them. Charles immediately summoned lightning. Charles's lightning against the ghost's water. Lee Han-song analyzed that Charles's power did not have magical properties, so those ghosts would not be able to fight back. Lee Han-song thought and he called Sung Si-yeon. Sung immediately rushed forward and replied okay. Lee Han-song thought that when they got closer, they would stop attacking from afar. He said, Charles, use lightning. Charles replied, oh yes. Charles's lightning combined with Lee Han-song and Sung Si-yeon's weapons creates a terrible amount of damage. Sung Si-yeon and Lee Han-song rushed towards the ghost. Both attack at the same time. The ghost stared to cry out pitifully. Lee Han-song told himself that as he thought, hand-to-hand combat was much more beneficial. Lee Han-song said guys. Lee Han-song requested a ghost, captured a ghost alive. Lee Han-song continued to kill the rest. The remaining ghosts were as numerous as the Yuan army. Sung Si-yeon and Charles both couldn't help but think about capturing one alive. In this situation, Lee Han-song secretly thought that as he thought, hand-to-hand combat was much more beneficial. He said loudly, a ghost captured a ghost. Charles is releasing electric power to attack them. Charles turned to ask him, what was that for? Lee Han-song picked up the sword and said I have something I want to try. Sung Si-yeon attacked and defended at the same time, saying that he didn't see how many there were. She continued to attack the evasive ghosts. It seemed like he was too relaxed. Lee Han-song also did not have any leisure time. He was too helpless against the unpredictable attacks as he thought, tired and had to avoid them. In his fatigue he still thought, to be honest. He looked at the pieces of cloth falling from their floating bodies and the magic stones rolling around. If he dealt with them one by one, there would be no problem. He looked at the large numbers they had, he thought, but now the most important thing is to reduce their numbers. Elsewhere, a loud thunderclap struck. Defeat them one by one in the blink of an eye. That is the power that the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl named Charles gives to each ghost. With each successful attack, they vanish and drop a stone that resembles a magic stone. Charles happily said, "Whoa, that's a lot of mana stones." While Sung Si-yeon stepped on them one by one. She said coldly, "The hunt was quite good, now we just have to divide the reward, right, Charles?" "Yeah." She asked Lee Han-song, "But what are you planning to do with this?" He said, "Just hold it there." Then Lee Han-song placed the mana stones on the magic circle he created. He said, "I will show you guys." Then 3 consecutive circles appeared linked together. One ring holds 3 mana stones, one side holds the captured ghost, and the other side holds a cube box. Lee Han-song used his power to create something. Charles stood behind him curiously, still holding the mana stones in his hand. His power made the 3 circles merge into one and they all concentrated into that cube. The ghost was gradually attracted by the power into the circle of the box. And it easily falls into that circle. Finally, the item that Lee Han-song wanted to create was completed. The ghost was sealed into the attribute sealing stone. Low-level dark attribute stones have been crafted. Lee Han-song showed it to Sung Si-yeon. "It's done," she asked. "What is that?" He awkwardly thought, "Oh yeah, because we're still in the first part of the game, so how could he know about the attribute extraction skill?" He immediately pointed to the ghost, clearly stating that it was a ghost with darkness attributes. Talking about the box he created, and this is an attribute stone extracted from the darkness attribute. However, Sung Si-yeon was still dumbfounded. He said, "Forget those 3 abstract theories and lend me your dagger." "You said dagger." She gave it to him and asked why. Lee Han-song replied that this is very interesting, but the system window appears. The bullet dagger is exquisitely crafted and rare. This is a sturdy piece of equipment made of woven fabric. A skilled blacksmith crafted this dagger. Flexibility 3. Lee Han-song explained that you can think of this as a reward for solving the hidden dungeon. He then placed the dagger in a separate circle, but its power absorbed the attribute stone he had extracted. It was the power of the stone that upgraded the dagger with its dark power. Display system finally crafted bullet dagger, rare type. This is a sturdy piece of equipment covered with bullets. A skilled blacksmith crafted this dagger. High purity low-level darkness attribute has been added. Flexibility 3, dark attribute 5. Durability 5%, fighting in the dark adds 3%. Lee Han-song thought that even though the level wasn't too high, it was okay to give it to Sung Si-yeon. He picked it up and said okay. Sung Si-yeon quickly picked it up and said, "I don't understand what you just said." But when she held it tightly, she seemed to feel that it had the power to weigh down that dagger, slightly surprising her. She immediately tested her strength and swung it in the air, creating terrible power. That power was completely different from what she experienced before. Just a light blow could kill her opponent. Sung Si-yeon was surprised. She held it firmly, muttering that it was really strong. No joke. Lee Han-song looked at the system window. It showed that the main character Sung Si-yeon's popularity with you had increased. "Do you think that's the only thing that makes popularity increase so much?" "There's also notifications." He was afraid to continue looking. Sung Si-yeon's impression of Lee Han-song is as follows: Trust 65, Preference 76, Sentiment 74. He was sweating profusely, his emotions were over 70, it was completely unreasonable. "I think I remember hearing someone say that they couldn't look at me for more than 3 seconds with an attractiveness level of less than 4 points, but a normal person couldn't be attracted to me." Then he glanced at Charles, thinking that even though Sung Si-yeon was a bit unusual, I would check Charles's and see. Charles looked at him blankly, with 68 trusts, 31 likes, and 22 feelings. Lee Han-song was surprised, lost in thought. "That's right, a normal girl should be like that, but 22 is too low, Charles. A dog passing by might be more popular than that." He collapsed, exhausted, wondering where he went wrong. Sung Si-yeon asked what was wrong with him, and Charles replied that I don't know. Lee Han-song split each moving ghost in half. He pulled his sword back into his belt. Halen filmed the entire process of him fighting and wiping his sweat. He thought the break-in had gone smoothly so far, and he had also recorded a lot of videos. He clenched his fists, thinking to himself that as a streamer, he must stream diligently. He finally felt like he was revived again. Sung Si-yeon approached and asked him how he could do it so well. "Do you think she likes it that much?" Then she noticed he wasn't answering. She smiled brightly at him. Lee Han-sang waved his hand. It was rare to see him smile so brightly. He remembered the first time he met Sung Si-yeon, seeing her fighting with someone, strong but fierce. He thought back to the time when she and I often encountered each other on the battlefield. I thought I only saw scenes of her killing people. He remembered her eyes at that time, in the most brutal way. But now he thinks, I don't know if the game was intentionally designed like that or not, but there were many gamers who were killed when they intentionally approached her. That's why no streamer was noticed by Sung Si-yeon. Lee Han-sang suddenly had a slight chill. He thought about it, so his favorability score was so high that it was even scarier. He thought it was strange why she was so impressed with him. After that, Charles also came to gather with the two of them. He asked if you guys have collected everything and let's continue. He turned around and said, prepare to go. The three of them came to the next gate scene. The iron gate scene in the dark space made them unable to see anything. This was the boss's residence. Charles said with a small trembling voice before entering, "Can we rest a bit? We have been fighting continuously for several hours." Sung Si-yeon agreed, "That's right, the recovery equipment is exhausted, we should conserve our strength." Lee Han-sang replied, "That's okay, because this level is quite difficult, so let's rest a bit and continue." He immediately laid out the bottles of medicine, which were red, purple, green, and blue. Both girls gasped and asked if he was selling or something. Why were there so many of them? Charles suddenly replied, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes." He just replied that I'm just storing them for when I need them. First, restore your stamina, magic energy, willpower and use energy boosters before confronting the boss. Sung Si-yeon opened the leaf-colored bottle. "Hey, these pharmaceutical bottles and the contract from last time, are you really a billionaire?" And Charles drank the blue bottle. Lee Han-sang calmly replied that I was just spending everything I made. Hearing that, Sung Si-yeon muttered that he could earn hundreds of millions. Lee Han-sang felt strange after seeing her liking. He thought he was not familiar with Sung Si-yeon like that at all. He then said seriously, "Ahem, the boss is a ghoul named Pishal. I think it might be the ghoul that escaped from the arena." He continued, "Basically it's in Class B, but if it's bigger it can go up to Class A." Finally, he said it would be very dangerous, so you must follow my instructions closely. Both Charles and Sung Si-yeon answered yes. I think because it's an awakened Pishal, it's probably a lot bigger than before, but I let them know that's enough. Lee Han-sang immediately ordered, "Okay, use the energy booster and let's fight." Lee Han-sang immediately opened that gate. The wind blowing out as well as the strength created for them the danger of this pass. A figure of a writhing Pishal stood there. He saw noises coming from the door. Lee Han-sang cautiously pulled out his sword. That Pishal had a human-like face, but its eyes had no pupils and its mouth showed scary teeth. Its face was as wide as a corpse. Looking at it, he felt something was coming and it was very dangerous. He ordered loudly, "Get away quickly." Suddenly, right where Lee Han-sang was standing, there was a large hole that was about to pull him down the cliff. Luckily he discovered it and was able to avoid it. Sung Si-yeon also felt that danger. She prepared herself to fight. Although Lee Han-sang dodged, he caught Charles right there, so both were safe. Both were so scared that they stiffened. He looked at the hole, about 3 meters in diameter. He was a little scared, thinking the activation speed was so fast that Charles couldn't react in time. The power had such destructive power. "I think it is a ghoul with a level of skill that is classified as special." Lee Han-sang remembered when he dodged that fatal attack. Space manipulation was the most dangerous move. Lee Han-sang informed everyone, "Be careful." He said space manipulation is an S-class move. He is an A-class ghoul. The hungry ghost still stood still without moving, but no one dared to approach it. Sung Si-yeon was breathing heavily. She didn't dare lose focus. The hungry ghost raised his hand forward. It's not like he shot anything, but it looks like danger is approaching Sung Si-yeon. It seems she also discovered this and bent down to observe. Sung Si-yeon successfully dodged a bomb created by a ghoul. She had to step back again. Lee Han-sang stood there watching the situation at that time. He thought to himself, even Sung Si-yeon couldn't do anything other than dodge the attack. His plan to use the shadow to approach it had completely failed. Lee Han-sang glanced over and saw that the person behind him had no reaction. He thought helplessly. Charles could only stand in the distance and observe. She had no choice but to retreat from the dangerous area. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Discovering that the stone ball was approaching him, Lee Hansong quickly dodged. He was a little worried in his mind. He poured magic into his feet to be able to grab it in time, but by observing the amount of magic waves vibrating in the air, I discovered a certain boundary to avoid the attack. When Lee Hansong landed safely, he calculated that luckily their size hadn't changed, and it seemed like it couldn't continuously perform that move. He thought as he touched the ground to release energy, but I won't be able to win if I continue in a battle of attrition like this. Lee Hansong used the control panel to press something, sometimes observing the ghoul's attack method. He thought, it is a level A ghoul with space control skills. Finally, he told everyone, the instructions the numbers aren't high either, so we can win if we land a strong enough blow. He asked, Halen, are you still filming? Halen replied, yes, I'm still filming. Lee Hansong asked again, can the boring scale you mentioned before be able to pick a blow from that ghoul? Halen replied, yes, I think if it's one attack it can. Lee Hansong was happy. Indeed, the power of defensive skills is different. He looked at the control panel and thought, we only have one chance. Thinking so, Lee Hansong did not hesitate to call the store, buying 3 bags of level 4 mid-level magic energy and 1 bag of level 4 mid-level endurance. The store quickly delivered the item to Lee Hansong and informed him that you have purchased 3 bags of intermediate level 4 magic energy. You bought a medium level 4 endurance bag. Lee Hansong filled a red bag and attached 3 blue bags to his body. He picked up the sword and said, okay Halen, remember to take a picture to use as an avatar on YouTube. Halen received the order. It was clear. While fighting, Lee Hansong thought, this time the title will be, it's been a long time since I filmed a video. He smiled, how about an explosion of magical energy? I was all very focused. Lee Hansong successfully dodged the attack, which made him even more excited. Because we are in the explosion series, the desire for everyone's attention is making my body tremble with excitement. In the real world, my nickname when making videos is an attention-seeking pervert. Well, this is that moment. Lee Hansong rushed forward with enthusiasm and said, Halen, shield. The shield bounced off Halen. Together with Lee Hansong, they stopped the ghoul's ball attack. Energy is consumed continuously. The system quickly informs you, you have used 3 bags of 4-level medium magic energy, you have used 1 bag of 4-level mid-level endurance. Lee Hansong's whole body jolted, the energy almost reached its limit, causing him to scream in pain. Drops of energy from the durable supply bag pump out every last drop. When it was all gone, Lee Hansong gained more strength and still tried to hold on. Even if the legs are pushed back. Halen's shield and the ghoul's ball collided, neither one giving way, but it seemed insignificant as the shield was about to crack. After reaching the limit for a while, the plate actually shattered, and the hungry ghost's ball also disappeared. The energy transmission line of the endurance bag was released, and Lee Hansong's body also accelerated. Lee Hansong ran past the hungry ghost. The hungry ghost moved slowly and then stopped. He turned around and discovered Lee Hansong behind him. The hungry ghost raised his hand to make another fatal move. However, this time it seemed unsuccessful, it stalled a bit. It turned out that Lee Hansong used his light speed energy to interrupt the ghoul's move, causing its whole body to fall. When he was sure the hungry ghost couldn't do anything anymore, Lee Hansong stopped. At the same time, his body also weakened. Lee Hansong then realized. He thrust his sword into the ground suddenly. Letting out a scream, Lee Hansong thought, the excessive amount of mana he absorbed was coming back, and at this rate his strength would quickly be exhausted. Sure enough, when his strength weakened, Lee Hansong's consciousness was not alert. He gradually fell down, silently saying, damn. The sword was let down. Lee Hansong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He thought uneasily, the excessive amount of mana he absorbed was coming back, at this rate his strength would quickly be exhausted. He seemed to have reached his limit, his body couldn't take it anymore and fell down. Lee Hansong even silently cursed, damn it. Darkness covers the subconscious. Amidst the noise calling his name, Lee Hansong's eyes fluttered, half dreaming, half awake, feeling like he was about to ascend. Wait for me to rest for a while, then I will dispel the trap and seal later. Sung Si-yeon and Charles looked at him curled up and were extremely worried and reminded him, you should take care of yourself first, you don't have to worry about that, just leave it to the 2 of us. Then the system also displayed the reward that Lee Hansong had achieved. He happily sat up and browsed the store, thinking, checking the equipment first. He reached for a blue cube in front of him. Then I asked Sung Si-yeon and Charles, "I'll take this, okay?" Sung Si-yeon replied, "Oh yes." He smiled brightly and at the same time, a worried thought appeared in his mind. I couldn't control it. Normally, it would take an appraisal from an appraisal agency to know for sure. But with the information lookup skill, I can completely distinguish which block holds the power to manipulate S-class space. Look at its beautiful shape. Lee Han-song sat and looked at the cube in his hand, then asked Charles and his group, "Do you want to divide the remaining cubes now or wait to clearly assess each of their skills before dividing with the other props?" The three of them looked at the items they had accumulated after the battle. Lee Han-song thought proudly, "This trip we collected quite a lot of useful items. The boss has been destroyed but the dungeon is still here. Meaning this place was built with spore fragments and some other things. I will disassemble every single thing in here and sell them for money." Perhaps Lee Han-song didn't know that his sinister smile was being judged by the other two girls. Evening at home. Lee Han-song sat and looked at the system control panel, talking nonsense. Seeing the system reporting body parameters and rest time, Lee Han-song closed his eyes and thought, "I've done too much. It will take another 12 hours for my body to fully recover, 12 more hours and it's Monday. What, you have to go to school right away?" Halen suddenly appeared from nowhere and said, "Mr. Lee Han-song, I have already linked the account and edited the video." Hearing that, Lee Han-song suggested that you show it to me so I can take a look. After watching the video for a while, Lee Han-song began to evaluate. The presence of Sung Si-yeon and Charles will attract attention, so how can the first video not have too many viewers? Compress the second video a little more and focus on filming those monsters and bosses. The third video cuts down on the duration to focus on the part where we increase our power, and also edit it to make the avatar more eye-catching. Halen received the order, clearly. Lee Han-song took a nap again and thought, "I'm a veteran video maker, and even have an editing staff, but checking everything myself is more reassuring." Not long after, Haley announced the results again. The previous video of fighting the Orge also received very positive feedback. Lee Han-song happily jumped up and asked, "Really?" The system notifies the status of the video. The video of defeating the Orge is as easy as using a 4-star magic circle that has attracted a lot of viewers. The first skill awakening video has attracted a lot of viewers. Lee Reward Han-song received 1,200 points. Lee Han-song said excitedly, when he was in the dungeon he used up all his attention points. Luckily he got a few more. Let's see how many comments he gets. Suddenly he remembered something and wondered, with all these points, I can buy a box of random mid-level equipment. On the group chat, Sung Si-yeon and Charles decided on their own time to meet without Lee Han-song. When you see that, you're speechless. They make their own decisions without thinking about whether they agree or not. Lee Han-song let go of the control panel and lied down on the sofa, sighing. Even though it was successful, this time it was too dangerous. He thought to himself, the difficulty of the game always changes at any time, but if it continues like this, if you accidentally fall into a situation where everything is hanging by a thread. I think it's lucky that up until now I haven't had anything serious. Such a sudden increase in attention means that there's been a huge change. The most dangerous character right now is, probably not Sung Si-yeon because we are already quite close. I'm not sure but that person is probably the most dangerous person. Thinking of this, Lee Han-song immediately calculated that in order to protect himself, he would need to get a black ID card. Although it is difficult to get one, an ID card recognized by the government is the most effective one. The next morning on the way to the destination, someone knocked the half-drink Coke can high into the air. It's cool that he kicked it into the trash can. But the owner of this is Gil Sung-hyun. It seems like he is not very comfortable. He thought irritably, Han Biel and Jin Hoon have always been his two biggest opponents, but that guy is even more dangerous. Lee Han-song, a thorn that is difficult to remove. That name suddenly appeared somewhere. His main weapon is the sword, but Lee Han-song is also proficient in magic. Gil Sung-hyun took a deep breath. It must have been some guy who didn't know. Suddenly a feminine voice rang out, "What's wrong with you?" What is it that makes Gil Sung-hyun sigh so deeply? Gil Sung-hyun looked in her direction and wondered, huh? He soon realized that this person, Julia, was thinking at what age she was. Julia wondered and answered, "I know what you're upset about. I want you to give me a helping hand." Gil Sung-hyun looked at Julia with curious eyes. Julia spoke again, "I know what you're upset about. I want you to give me a helping hand." Then she asked Gil, "Don't you think that magic circle is just useless?" Gil replied, although it's not useful, it's still useful. Magic has its limits. Speaking of this, Gil suddenly thought, however, if he just randomly drew that magic circle without spending much effort to find out, then he must be a true genius. Julia smiled softly and said, Lee Hansong's magic was just that much. To be honest, he didn't have any special talents other than knowing how to perform magic tricks and swing his sword around. Gil was even more confused and asked, what do you mean? Julia replied, looking at him, it didn't seem like he was human, had a terrible background, or had much fighting experience. So I think there is a position in Black Rose, which will be suitable for this product. Gil was silent for a moment. He thought about it. So do you mean you will insult him first during the new member celebration, or will you let him sit in the lowest position in the association and then mock him? On the surface, Gil tried to be mature and advised him that it wouldn't work. Did you forget that we're still students? But inside he was a bit looking forward to it, but it also sounded interesting. But it's still best to convince him with your skills and strength. If that skill of yours can be awakened right now, that would be great. Gil Sung-hyun frowned. Lee Hansong, Jin-hoon, Han Biel. All of them. Julia glanced over at him. Then she smiled sinisterly. Looks like you just realized something else. If you don't like my opinion, that's fine. Gil Sung-hyun looked at Julia with judgmental eyes, looking at her face. You knew she was planning to pull those devious tricks. But I have no intention of stopping it either. At school. The bell rang throughout the school. Students entered simultaneously, including Lee Hansong. However, he had another strange action. The system emits a strange sound in the middle of space, identifying your identity. Welcome to the Intangible Space Amplification Training Area. Lee Hansong looked at everything that looked slippery before his eyes. Then scrolled down to try starting it first. Lee Hansong's background information appears. The statistics are Strength 16, Magic 28, Speed 12, Will 22, Flexibility 12, Intelligence 5, Durability 16, Charm 4, Perception 1, Luck 99, Physical Strength is 220 out of 1000, Rare Skills are Target Enlightenment F on SSS, Body Strengthening E on A, Special Skills are Information Review E on X, Space Manipulation F on S+, the characteristic is Magic Rule D on SSS, he confidently said, I already have the Magic Manipulation skill level S+, I can't believe that I already possess it just at the beginning of the game, this is such a high-level ability. For moves related to space, imagination and spatial awareness and most importantly, if I can use it at the moment of greatest need, this move will be a perfect cheat. Lee Hansong thought even more determinedly, to do that he had to master it quickly. Halen was next to her and reminded, Mr. Hansong, you set an appointment for 5 p.m. this afternoon. Lee Hansong then realized and replied, I have to go see Charles and Sung Si-yun. Halen added, besides, he had also planned to auction off the newly created attribute kit and fill out the patent application. Lee Hansong was about to say he was busy but Halen didn't care at all. The next eldest child, planned to re-enter the Pashal Ghul's residence to wipe it out. You have to scream, stop, I know, when the day comes, you can remind me. Lee Hansong sighed because of the chaos of work that needed to be done. But he put everything aside and just focused on training and goals, to prepare for the main story that is about to start and to get a black kid. I still have many things to take care of but for now let's focus on this first, the already. Suddenly the space floor broke into a circular piece, becoming clearer and clearer. It emerged a few crooked cubes. But it doesn't seem very smooth and easy to see. Seeing his faulty product, Lee Hansong felt a bit uncomfortable. Damn it, he knew right away that he still couldn't master it. Lee Hansong wondered, although space can be touched like clay, but it passes through the cracks of the hand immediately, because space is not a solid object and does not have a certain shape, that is the limit. If that's the case, I'll keep doing it until I'm proficient. Said and done, Lee Hansong continued using the move just now. A series of circles were created on the space floor. The system continuously informed that the level of space manipulation had increased, and the willpower score had increased by 1 point. Only when he was wrong did Lee Hansong happily think that he had finally reached rank E. The more I think about it, the more excited I become. I want to quickly master this skill, and that's the reason for my crazy practice here. Lee Hansong paused for a moment then glanced back and forth senselessly. He groaned and put his hand forward. The circle was created again, along with Lee Hansong's thinking, to be able to deploy with maximum range. The ability to create a larger space than previous tests. That spherical thing also grew larger and rose upwards. However, it was stuck to the wall and couldn't be removed. According to Lee Hansong's calculations, by using the practice area's ability to create infinite space to amplify this space, and compress as much space as possible with this shape. He wondered a bit whether he could now store this giant block. Usually this is impossible. Even if you can do it, there is a high possibility that a bug has occurred. Just as he thought, he also took out the bottle from his shirt. That's why. From now on, this will no longer be a bug, but I will turn it into a flaw in the game. A jar is needed, which is a medicine jar. An empty jar is very fragile, used to seal a type of magic inside. A ball flew into the air. An evil look appeared on Lee Hansong's face. He thought, from now on, this would no longer be a bug, but I will turn it into a hole in the game. Just like that, the ball went into the vase. Just like that, the ball slipped into the vase and settled down. Lee Hansong closed the lid of the vase. He twisted the lid vigorously. Lee Hansong stared at the vase in his hand. The system notification rang out. A vase containing rare space magic had been created. You have unlocked the great achievement, Rare Props Maker. You have created a rare prop in a unique way that no one has ever seen before. Epic achievement level classification. Lee Hansong sighed. Lee Hansong was happy and raised the vase high. The loud mouth scream is very good. Both successfully created and achieved new achievements. Lee Hansong looked at the bottle of medicinal herbs in his hand and thought, this can help me become more famous as an inventor, but the true value of this bottle depends on how I use it. Once the vase breaks, the magic sealed inside will be released and it will restore to its original size. There are many different possibilities that could happen. If inside the vase is fruit magic, when released it will be a fire bomb, but if it is healing magic, then when the vase breaks, it will help everyone around to recover their strength. Because of the preparation, sometimes this is much more effective than directly using magic. Lee Hansong looked at the vase for a while and thought, even though it was just a small block like this, it was still very strong. I will make a few more. Lee Hansong stopped for a moment and thought, if that was the case, he would have to go back into that dungeon. The sunset light covered a tall building, and a sigh came out. Lee Hansong was despondently leaning down on the nearby table. He thought dejectedly, sigh, I'm tired of collecting every corner of the prison. It's the simple things that are repeated over and over that are the most tiring, but I don't have the strength to do all those things anymore. I don't understand why I'm stuck in this weird world. The sound of someone's light footsteps came, accompanied by a pleasant voice calling, hey Lee Hansong. Lee Hansong looked at the girl in front of him. The hate on his face was too lazy to hide, thinking that this little thing had come to this. Sung Si-yeon brought her face closer to Lee Hansong, smiled and said, when will we perform the assassination mission together? Tomorrow night looks good, so. Lee Hansong panicked and avoided thinking that he should not have accepted her invitation. Lee Hansong seriously said, no, you need to practice first, before the effect of the target enlightenment skill wears off. Sung Si-yeon raised her hand to rub her chin and said honestly, okay. Lee Hansong looked at her and thought he had to distract her. Sung Si-yeon happily asked him, so where are we going to practice tomorrow? In the city center. Lee Hansong repeated her words, Center Star. Lee Hansong asked confusedly, why did he have to go there to practice? Sung Si-yeon explained, of course we have to go to a crowded place. Lee Hansong crossed his legs and thought about Sung Si-yeon's words, practicing in a place with many people. Lee Hansong began to imagine that scene, the crowded place. He thought, yes, for Sung Si-yeon, training is to hone skills for another purpose, specifically assassination. There are many assassination requests in the city center, and hiding in the crowd is also an advantage. Lee Hansong suddenly looked towards Sung Si-yeon, thinking he had forgotten that she had awakened her quick thinking skill. Lee Hansong extended his hand towards Sung Si-yeon, saying that if you want to practice, you should go to the practice area, somewhere as spacious as possible. Sung Si-yeon replied immediately with a sweet mouth, is that so? It's really embarrassing. Hearing her voice, Lee Hansong looked at her in confusion. A blonde girl came over and at the same time raised her hand to say hello. You two came so early. Seeing that Lee Hansong's expression was wrong, Charles asked what was wrong. Lee Hansong nonchalantly replied, it's nothing, let's divide the props. The system board displays an FA weapon block capable of creating some form of weapon using an invisible energy source. The FB wind block uses the senses to direct the wind. Lee Hansong thought, the three of us decided to sell the unused items and divide the rest equally. Now it's time to divide the blocks with good skills. Just looking at it is enough to know who the owner of the block is. Each yellow and green block is made in the hands of 3 people. Looking at the happy faces of the 2 girls, Lee Han-sung thought that they must be so happy that they really like these 2 skills. The sky gradually turns orange-red. Charles happily said that Si-yeon and I have both mastered a new technique. Han-sung also happily replied, I'm also happy that there were no side effects at all. Charles shyly turned to look at Han-sung, so confused, I'll try to test it. Han-sung was confused and said, why do you have to ask my permission, just relax. Han-sung turned around and said, Sung Si-yeon has already flown so fast. Hearing that, Charles acted immediately. She said, okay, I'll try it and see. A blue electric current emanated from Charles' hand. That current also surprised Han-sung. Han-sung looked at Charles and assessed, it was the shape of a spear. There were many different types of weapons but he chose this one. He observed the shape and thought, although it looked a bit different from the spear created by veteran gamers, but a rookie like Charles was able to create this weapon without hesitation. This is definitely a good opportunity for him to become Odin's Gungnir. Charles also discovered something unusual at this time. She lightly swung the spear in her hand. A powerful force struck out. That power struck a path to the ground. Charles gasped looking at what he had just done. A burning black streak in front of him. Charles thought it would be dangerous if he wasn't careful. But the combination of lightning and weaponization is amazing. Charles created a blue arc in the air. That blue lightning shot out. Charles gasped as he looked at his victory. Charles happily looked at the glowing spear in his hand. She let out a wow sound. Han-sung looked at the data table. Charles's trust in Lee Han-sung had increased. Charles's dependence on Lee Han-sung had increased. Han-sung waved his hand and thought, so even if I die, my affection points won't increase, although it hurts my self-esteem a bit, it's understandable. Meanwhile, Sung Si-yeon launched herself over the wall. Seeing her, Han-sung thought Sung Si-yeon had almost completely mastered the skill of flying in the dark. She is also completely compatible with direction and skills. The attribute infused into the dagger also doubled its effectiveness. As if sensing Han-sung's eyes, Si-yeon turned around and smiled at him. The notice board appeared again. Sung Si-yeon's affection for Lee Han-sung had increased, the affection score had surpassed 80 points. Sung Si-yeon's trust and preference for Lee Han-sung will not decrease unless he betrays her. Han-sung looked at the notice board in surprise and let out a sigh. Instead of being happy, Han-sung looked at the notice board and wished he could swallow it. Han-sung couldn't help but think. Well, whatever happens happens. In a high-rise building in the city center. Dian Auction House, this is the largest auction house in the world with a global network coverage. Here, not only can I sell patent-pending property kits, you can also auction if there is a good item. Han-sung went to an office and sat down, thinking in his head, although the busy schedule made me exhausted, it was better than going to the practice area. Han-sung closed his eyes, still having his own thoughts in his heart, that it's easy to bump into Jin-hoon here, I have to be careful. A fat guy with bright eyes appeared behind Han-sung. Han-sung still hadn't discovered anything unusual, he was still deep in his thoughts, just thinking about it gave him goosebumps, it's best to stay as far away from him as possible. Right at that moment, a young man with a suitcase in hand walked in to say hello, you are the one who made the appointment, student Lee Han-sung, right? At the same time, he gave his name and said, nice to meet you, I am Lee Jin-hoo, leader of the appraisal team. Han-sung also stood up to receive the card, yes, nice to meet you. Holding the card in his hand, Han-sung was a bit confused, this auction house not only has expensive items but also has many polite and sophisticated employees, so it's not surprising that their rank is higher than company employees and guild executives. Seeing the smiling face in front of him, Han-sung thought, although his skills were not equal to his information retrieval skills, if he wanted to bid, he had to go through this person's appraisal. Lee Jin-hoo happily said, so what did you bring here? Han-sung opened his suitcase and said please check it for me. The suitcase includes 7 darkness attribute kits, 3 lightning attribute kits, 1 small dungeon spore fragment, 5 dungeon-shaped spheres. Lee Jin-hoo looked at the items in front of him and said wow, he put on his gloves and said if you don't mind, I'll take a look. The room was quiet for a moment. The glasses were worn by Lee Jin-hoo to examine the purple gem. After that, Lee Jin-hoo suddenly said, it's amazing, it can be this big, where did you find this? Han-sung replied nonchalantly, I did it myself. Lee Jin-hoo suddenly asked, really? After that, Lee Jin-woo used a machine to scan the jade stone. He said that a comprehensive examination showed that there was nothing unusual about it. Lee Jin-woo looked at the gem on the table with interest and said, "This block does not contain any danger. The more I look at it, the more unbelievable it becomes. Can I analyze the magic formula of this thing?" Hansong refused him. "No, he didn't have to do that. I've already filed a patent application. You can see it soon. I also uploaded a detailed explanation video on my personal channel." Hansong winked and playfully said, "Remember to like and subscribe. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you don't miss any new videos." Lee Jin-woo hummed and said, "Oh, yeah, that's it." Jin-woo then added another compliment, "In any case, this thing is great." Hansong thought that normally, this kit would be crafted after 3 years in the game world, but now it suddenly appears without any specific manufacturing recipe, so everyone is surprised like that. Understandable thing. Hansong smiled and said, "I think they will be expensive items tonight." Jin-woo also thought so and replied, "I think so too." In a certain transaction room, there were conversations. Someone asked if there was any delicious food today. The other person replied, "Yes, I just received an urgent call from team leader Lee. He said today would be a highlight and emphasized that it was a must-have item for making weapons." That voice continued to discuss, "But I didn't see anything like that." The other person replied, "The announcement had just been made. That kit has more value than any other item, which is why it should be utilized as much as possible." A voice asked, "Okay, are the groups completed?" Hansong said, "Yes, I have prepared everything. 5 groups will take on different tasks." Hansong put his chin in his hands and thought, "If I assigned the task of paying to idiots, I would lose a lot of money, but there was no other way." CEO Gil Yi-hyun said that the cost is half the cost of running a team, but it is worth it. The second child of the owner of Korea's top company, she speaks English and has to make sure everything goes according to plan. Hansong sat under OASP for an hour. The man sitting opposite Gil Yi-hyun said, "We will check to see if there are any empty VIP rooms." Gil Yi-hyun raised his hand to stop him from continuing and said, "There's no need. I came unexpectedly so I can't blame everyone. It's not like you'll get a room right away if you want," she said, returning to the meeting room. As soon as she finished speaking, all kinds of sounds hit her ears, oop, then sneezing, then a hem. Hansong sat in the lower seat just like that and sigh. Gil Yi-hyun's face turned black, and the bodyguard standing next to him also sweated at those noises. Gil Yi-hyun was angry and kidding me. Hansong lazily yawned loudly. Then another wheezing sound came out. Then there was another hate sound. Gil Yi-hyun's face turned black because of that ungodly noise. The other man said to Gil Yi-hyun, "If our people successfully bid on the last item," Gil Yi-hyun said, "then the cost for each." A wheezing sound interrupted her words. Gil Yi-hyun frowned, wondering why this always happened in urgent times like this. Then another coughing sound rang out. Gil Yi-hyun's face was now angry. She thought she was hit by a dumbbell today. Hansong was still yawning. An announcement was made. An auction house would like to respectfully announce. That announcement continued. The auction would officially begin in 10 minutes. Hearing the notification pop up, Gil Yi-hyun sighed, leaned back and said, finally unable to finish the meeting. On the other hand, Hansong couldn't stop his sleepiness. He stretched out a sighs. When Gil Yi-hyun passed by Hansong, he heard him speak, but he was so exhausted that he accidentally fell asleep. Gil Yi-hyun turned and glared at Hansong. Hansong's head caught Gil Yi-hyun's eyes without understanding anything. A question mark appeared above his head. "Everyone is discussing." The voice of the auctioneer spoke up, "Respectful guests." The MC's voice echoed throughout the room. "Our auction today is about to begin. The first dish is also the main character of today." A cart was brought out by one person. The sheet was lifted by a hand. When the cover was taken down, the MC spoke up again, and it was the Darkness Attribute Kit. Everyone sitting below began to stir when looking at the items. The MC continued, "This is an advanced prop, integrated with modern techniques and is a product ahead of its time. Detailed information of the item will be introduced privately to all guests sitting here." The MC pointed to the items and continued, "There are a total of 10 sets. We will start with 3 sets first and the remaining 7 sets will be auctioned at the end of the session." Hansong was sitting down with his chin in boredom. The MC above continued to say, "The starting price is 100 million won. Is there anyone who would pay more?" One by one, people bid 130 million, 150 million. Hansong followed those chants with his eyes. Gil Yi-hyun also raised his hand to shout 220 million. Others shouted, 250 million. Hansong observed the person who had just bid, commented that Gil Yi-hoon was the CEO of Jae-un Group. 300 million was said, one of the most influential groups, second only to the group of his eldest son, Gil Jang-geun. The auction continues for 400 million. Hansong glanced at Gil Yi-hoon, who was also Gil Sung-hoon's older sister. Hansong raised his chin and thought that next to Gil Sung-hoon, she was a character who helped a lot in places where no fighting was needed. If I approach and cooperate with her, it will definitely be very beneficial. Some people bid 500 million, then 600 million. Gil Yi-hoon gently said that if it doesn't work, raise it to 1.5 billion. At that time, someone offered us 700 million. Hansong thought, they spoke softly enough so that others could not hear, but he did not expect that he would hear every word. The man next to Gil Yi-hoon said, judging by their enthusiasm as the auction had just begun, I think the price could be up to 1.8 billion. Gil Yi-hoon's voice said, 2 billion is our limit. Hansong thought again. It's a pity that my drone can hear all the loud and small conversations. Hansong sighed, if the goods were sold at high prices, I would have a lot of capital for the future. How lucky. Hansong's soul flew away. He thought he would be able to buy rare props at other auctions. A voice shouted, we have 900 million. The MC's voice echoed throughout the auditorium. The MC continued to introduce the next dish. Hansong sat next to observe everything. He cupped his chin and hummed. Hansong thought about it and couldn't see anything more outstanding than the kit he made. That's all. Come here today to make a lot of money and then go home. The three kits are sold for 1.5, 1.8 and 1.6 billion respectively. The total is 5.4 billion won including the 500 million I have available. The MC's voice said, next dish. The MC introduced that this is an item that even an A-level appraiser cannot accurately evaluate. Quantity is only one for tonight. An egg with a sturdy shell of unknown origin. Hansong looked curiously at the stands. He thought, even an A-level prop appraiser couldn't evaluate it. The price for each hire of an A-level appraiser is about 10 million won and an S-level appraiser is 100 million won. If after a thorough evaluation it is found to be completely useless, your money will be lost. That's why ambiguous items like this often appear here. Hansong watched the egg thinking, but the fact that an item like this appeared at a big auction was because it was a dangerous prop or because it had a dangerous shape. Hansong came to a conclusion for my thoughts, I will use it to look up information and see. Hansong silently read the reference. Hansong read for a long time. Then suddenly, as if he discovered something, Hansong's face was shocked. Pupils involuntarily constricted. Hansong clenched his fists on the fabric of his pants, thinking this was crazy. The information board is currently showing information about an egg with a hard shell of unknown origin, the Dragonian SS egg. This is an egg that was sealed for a long time during the battle between humanity and the dragons as a combination of the white dragon Keflam Gardenias and the Dragonian Saruman. Hansong hesitated. Hansong thought he must have it. Everyone get away from me. At this time, the board displays a message that has activated information search, followed by a series of information about the Dragonian egg. This is an egg that has been sealed for a long time during the battle between humanity and humanity. Dragon is a combination of white dragon and Dragonian. Then someone's hand appeared, trembling with worry, wanting something while trying to hold onto the chair in his head while thinking that he must have it. It turned out that it was Lee Hansong. He looked extremely panicked at this moment. His mouth was open and his eyes were open, looking at the egg in his head, thinking eloquently, everyone get out of my way. As soon as he looked towards the egg, he immediately realized it was a Dragonian egg. After that, he sat on the chair with a calculating face, resting his chin thoughtfully. Getting a dragon egg was already very difficult, but taming them was 1,000 times more difficult, but a Dragonian was different. Then, as he sat and stared at the egg displayed in the glass cage, he thought that its level was lower than that of a dragon, so they were easier to raise and tame. Then he filled with determination and told himself that he must have it. It was an auction. At this time the host said the starting price was 100 million won. Is there anyone who would pay more? After listening, Hansong's face was filled with tension. He began to hesitate and wonder if he should start with 110 million won or not. Then immediately the price of 110 million won was announced. After that, the numbers were continuously given 130 million, 150 million, 200 million. At this time, Hansong sat confused, panicking, watching little by little and thinking to himself that this strange product was different. Even though it had not been clearly tested, the price was already so high. While he was lost in thought, The numbers continued to increase, the MC shouted 210 million and then 230 million. At this point, Hansong suddenly grimaced, tensed for a long time, then gritted his teeth and frowned, muttering if that was the case. Here he suddenly hesitated. Then the number 500 million popped into his head, then he wondered what this would be like. What would happen to 500 million won for a prop of unknown origin if we suddenly doubled the price, huh? Thinking that made him immediately give the number 500 million for that egg. Immediately the MC shouted 500 million, then sat on the row of chairs and Hansong glanced sideways, anxiously observing everyone's reactions, constantly calculating in his mind that they would have to save money to buy his kit at the end of the auction, so don't touch the egg again. After reading the price of 500 million several times, the MC immediately asked if there was any customer who would pay more. Hansong was extremely nervous and glanced at everyone in all directions. He clenched his fists and kept muttering, "Please go away." Immediately on stage the MC shouted 500 million dong. At this moment Hansong seemed to be able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was extremely surprised and happy and could not believe this truth. After that, he was delighted, smiled triumphantly, clenched his hands to show victory, and happily thought it was great. He immediately leaned back in his chair and breathed a sigh of relief after the battle just now. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief, thinking proudly that he had bought it. Then he propped up his hands and rubbed his hair, his face confused. He glanced and thought, thinking he would miss this dish. Then he shyly thought about it and luckily he had missed it. I earned quite a bit. I don't plan on spending the money I earned from the kit, but that egg is an SS grade prop. After that, he continued to sit cross-legged, resting his chin on his hands, thinking that if the egg's information was revealed, he would not be able to buy it because then its price would not be only this much. Perhaps right now he feels both lucky and extremely happy. Then he remembered the information he had learned about the egg. The Dragonian egg is an egg hatched from magic and blood. It is relatively easy to tame because when it hatches, it will think of the first person it sees, are their own parents. After that, he scratched his head in confusion and kept thinking that if information about this egg leaked out, he would not be able to buy it at such a bargain price. Then suddenly while thinking, he stood up and then came up with the idea that he was going to talk to Gil Yi-hoon again at the end of the auction. Then he quietly turned around and walked away somewhere, thinking to himself as he walked, but now I've changed my mind and have to quickly sort this out and go back to the dorm. A moment later, he walked up behind a brown-haired girl and then he hummed as if making a noise to let her know of his presence. At this moment, suddenly a tall man came to block his path, causing him to glance at him with a mixture of confusion and discomfort. At first glance it looked like it was an extremely tall bodyguard. He put out his hands to stop Hansong and said with a serious face, "Please stop, you are not allowed to come in here." At this moment, it seemed like some information was being transmitted to the headset the bodyguard was wearing, making him listen awkwardly. As for Hansong, he was also extremely confused at this time. He frowned and glanced, not knowing why he was stopped and who the big man in front of him was. After that, Hansong immediately spoke up and explained that I had something to tell Gil Yi-hoon. The bodyguard immediately raised his hand to stop me and then my mother bluntly replied that even if I did, it wouldn't work. Then he added that if you don't have an appointment, then suddenly Gil Yi-hoon stood up and interrupted him, saying wait. The words made the bodyguard stop and turn around to look. Gil Yi-hoon immediately stood there, looked at Hansong and coldly asked him if there was something he wanted to tell me. At this time, Hansong, after dealing with the bodyguard, was still thinking that Gil Yi-hoon was a level A hero. If she didn't care about her reputation, she wouldn't need to be protected so closely. After that, he observed each of Gil Yi-hoon's expressions, looked at her somewhat serious and cold face, and wondered why her expression was like that. Facing a girl full of charisma and power, Hansong was about to turn to stone. He was confused, sweating, worried, thinking that it had nothing to do with what he wanted to say, but it seemed like if he said something wrong, will be fired immediately. After that, he felt self-conscious and thought about himself that his charm point was low, so the possibility of her having a crush on him and having a cheesy love story was like, thinking about it here, he had no hope. Then he imagined a scenario where the two of them would get to know each other and Gil Yi-hoon would shyly look at him passionately and then shyly say, "Oh my God, you're the first person to do that to me." Thinking about this, Hansong suddenly felt wrong. It seemed like it was something that could only happen in a dream. At this moment, his face darkened and he felt the wrongness of what he imagined. Tell yourself it's impossible. After a while of thinking about ostriches, he finally sighed and told himself to keep it simple. Then he immediately waved his hand and looked at Gil Yi-hoon and talked about the attribute kit. Just hearing this made the girl standing there startled and curious as to what he was going to say. Then he quietly admitted that it was I who made it. Hearing that, Gil Yi-hun's face was still colder than the northeast monsoon. She seemed to be contemplating something. Then she suddenly walked towards Haesong. Her steps were full of charisma, and then she responded in such a cold way. Then she bluntly asked, "Why should I trust you?" Truly a girl full of strength and personality. At this moment, Hansong smiled shyly and took out a business card from his pocket. While giving it to Gil Yi-hun, he said, "This is my contact information. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Looking at the business card that Hansong was giving made Yi-hun's face pensive, and clearly thinking that if he lied, it would be exposed immediately. Then she doubted herself and asked herself the question, but what if he really lied to her? After a while of guessing and wondering, she finally told herself that compared to being tricked, missing an opportunity like this is a no-no. This is not the time to be arrogant anymore. Then the two of them looked at each other with thoughtful and meaningful eyes. Yi-hun was now extremely confused, probably because he was having a psychological battle with himself. Then suddenly she raised her hand towards the bodyguard. Then she closed her eyes and shook her head and waved her hand to show that there was no problem at all. Hansong was now standing nearby, quietly observing Yi-hun. Then he happily smiled brightly. Then he happily gave her a business card with contact information. Then he immediately smiled brightly and told Yi-hun that we would meet to discuss the deal later. Then he tried to tell her not to be too suspicious. After speaking, he turned around, put his hands in his pockets and quietly left. He left, leaving Yi-hun standing there with a very confused look, holding a business card in her hand. She was thoughtful and grimacing, looking at Haesong's back. She just stood there silently, watching until Hansong left completely and closed the door tightly. After Hansong left, she stood there as if muttering something. Then she immediately put her hand on her chin, her face filled with pensiveness, muttering to herself that it was too dark so I couldn't see clearly. Then she wrinkled her face to show disapproval and then added to criticize Hansong that boy was so ugly that it made him nauseous. At this time, the sky was gradually turning dark. Hansong was inside the house, fondling the egg he had successfully auctioned to bring home. He looked at the egg with a satisfied smile, then a sinister smile appeared, and then he kept touching the egg with satisfaction. Then he was startled by the appearance of some machine flying in the house. He stopped and looked at that machine. At this moment, Hansong was giving blood. He clenched his fist and moved the button to remove the tube. After removing it, his face suddenly became strangely sinister. Then he pointed the blood tube at the dragonian egg. Continuing, he inserted the tube into the egg, causing the egg to suddenly be covered in blood, and his face became strangely dangerous, constantly showing sinister and meaningful smiles. Poking and probing, at this time the blood tube continued to flow into the egg's surface. Blood flowed continuously into the egg, and perhaps at this time the amount of blood had reached its limit. Then the dragonian egg absorbed the blood. Then the flying machine in the room warned that Mr. Lee Haesong, if he kept draining his blood and magic like that, it would take a long time to regain his strength. Then the machine continued to say that you were doing something that was life-threatening, and that was enough for today. Hearing this, Hansong, who was focusing on the egg, glanced at the machine and smiled and said, "You're right." Then as soon as he finished speaking, Hansong turned around 180 degrees trying to say, "Let's just do it one more time." Then immediately he picked up the egg again. Then there was an announcement that the dragonian egg had absorbed magical energy. At this time, Hansong stared at the egg with an expectant face, his mouth constantly muttering, "Let's hatch quickly." Then suddenly the egg started to move, causing him to proudly say, "Yeah, very good." While he was happily complacent, there was a loud voice calling Lee Hansong, causing the proud boy to turn around and look. Then another voice called Lee Haesong. At this time, Hansong's face was distorted and he looked into the machine with a confused and bewildered expression. After that, he looked at the machine in confusion, then broke out in a sweat and hesitantly said, "Okay, then I'll stop." After that, Hansong quietly returned to the bed, sat cross-legged on it, holding the egg in his hands, then bowed his head and sighed in dissatisfaction. A moment later, after he had calmed down, he continued to think of an SS-level dragonian egg. At this moment, he was lying on the bed with his hands propped up, thoughtfully rubbing the egg while quietly looking at it and thinking, the problem here is that I don't know how much magic and blood it needs to absorb to hatch. Then he pointed at the video and thought that if it was about dragons, the only thing I could think of would be this video. After a while of searching, he happily said here when he found the video he was thinking of and immediately pressed the play button on the video. At this time, the video begins to play. The video opens with an image of a black sky that looks gloomy. Then the silhouette of something from afar was flying in the stormy black sky. It was the appearance of a dragon in the gloomy sky. It looked angry. It is constantly raging in the black void. Indeed, it was a huge dragon. It looked huge in the void, sharp claws, mouth open and growling, eyes red as if it were about to shoot out fire. It turned out that it was an extremely famous dragon. It was the evil dragon Hajamard, a dragon famous for its brutality. The dragon is indeed extremely strong and formidable. Then a character in the video suddenly clenched his fist. That was the appearance of Jin-hoon. He was an extremely tall and muscular guy. He clenched both fists and his eyes were sharp and determined mixed with anger. Then suddenly, after a moment of serious momentum, he rushed forward with a face full of determination to fight that huge dragon. At this time, the dragon was angry, roaring and snarling, looking at Jin-hoon with fiery eyes. Meanwhile, Jin-hoon was making his first attack, and a yellow light flashed, causing the dragon to startle and confront him. Then immediately the evil dragon Hajamard became angry. It looked at Jin-hoon with sharp eyes full of hatred, then its mouth kept opening as if it was about to burst into flames. At this moment in the vast space of space, Jin-hoon and the evil dragon were fighting face to face. The dragon continuously opened its mouth and breathed as if it were about to ignite fire, its sharp teeth appearing extremely scary. At this time, Jin-hoon below was looking up at the sky, watching every action of the dragon. He also seemed to be gaining momentum for the next attack. Immediately his face became serious and determined. He used all his strength to throw a punch at the evil dragon. Then immediately the punch landed straight on the Hajamard dragon's body in an extremely decisive and powerful way. At this moment, Hansong was lying on the bed with his hands propped up, intently watching the video with a serious and thoughtful face. He was still pensively lying on the bed with one hand propped up on the bed, rubbing the egg with one hand, then his face changed with worry, thinking that the closer the end of the world chapter gets, the more fight scenes will make the viewers scared. Then he quietly said, "Just keep thinking about it, there's no normal person who wouldn't shudder at Jin-hoon when he watched him destroy the dragon." After lying for a while thinking, Hansong quickly hugged the dragonian egg and comforted him, saying, "Dad, let me see something bad." Then he gently said, "Forgive me, Dad." Then he lay on his back on the bed, holding the egg tightly while closing his eyes, thinking that if this egg hatched into an evil dragon, Jin-hoon would definitely not leave us alone. Then he lay there reminding himself that he must raise and train it well. Another new day has come, the sky is blue and the sunlight is shining. At this time Hansong was on his way to school. He entered the classroom. Today he also wears an egg bag, probably to make sure the egg is always with him. After Hansong opened the door and walked in with the bag of eggs next to him, he attracted countless classmates' attention. Everyone was talking about him bringing something strange to school again. And then another classmate came. "Wonder what he's raising. He has his own channel, he wants to be a celebrity." At this time, Hansong was still calm. He boldly walked back to his sitting position, ignoring the pointing words around him. Then in the class, the students continued to stir. They huddled together and said no, but there was something different. "I think his face was a little better." Then a blonde girl spoke up full of joy, offensively, "If you call that disgusting face beautiful, then I would have been a star a long time ago." Hansong now grimaced and shook his head. He lowered his face and thought about the words being said about him. Although it was less harsh to hear, it was still not enough. His hand was holding the egg bag. His mind was constantly thinking that even though his charm score had improved thanks to the skill to increase charm, it was unbelievable that it took a whole month for it to increase by 10 points. Then he grimaced to himself and grumbled slowly. At this point, he seemed like he was about to explode. His hands clenched his fists, his teeth clenched together, thinking with determination, "I will definitely hunt for more drugs and double or triple the charm points for the viewers." Then he angrily thought that you guys would just stay there and be humiliated and you wouldn't have time to regret it later. While Hansong was angry, suddenly a voice said hello to everyone. After hearing it, he put away all his anger and turned towards the voice and looked curious. At this time, the sky was clear and the sunlight was shining. Hansong's school looked spacious and spacious. While Hansong was angry at the disparaging gossip around him, suddenly a voice said hello to everyone. At this moment Hansong was also startled and turned around to look curiously. It was a man slowly entering. He looked handsome and then he smiled and said he hadn't seen me for a long time. He was Han Du-suk. Then he stepped up to the podium and clearly said that today I will be the teacher in charge of your class. As soon as I saw Teacher Hansong, I was startled to realize that Han Du-suk was the S-rank hero who led us through the actual entrance exam that time. After that, I stood quietly looking at teacher Hansong and thought that recently, only rank A and B heroes often came here to supervise, so an S-rank person who had been missing for a long time suddenly appeared. It doesn't seem normal to come back. Then he continuously thought about the question that although rank A and S were only one letter different, there was a gap between those two ranks that countless people could not overcome in their entire lives. To put it briefly, rank S are people who have a status higher than the rare level and sign a contract with a higher validity than the legendary level, because they have walked alone on the path called its divine. At this time, Hansong urged himself that he must quickly get a position and become a rank S hero. After thinking about it, Hansong sighed that it would be very difficult, then he worried and thought that even so, he still needed to have a spirit of steel to face what happens in the future. At this time, teacher Han Du-suk stood in the lecture hall and started to speak. He continuously used gestures and spoke for the first 2 weeks regardless of the weapon you chose during the actual entrance exam. You also need to understand the basic theories of that weapon. Then the teacher happily pointed and said that from this week onwards I will provide some more theories specializing in each different type of weapon for you, and there will be a training session for that. As soon as he interrupted the announcement, he immediately raised his hand and ordered you to come up here one by one and choose a suitable weapon for yourself. Then the teacher seriously turned down, looked at the class, and advised them to consider carefully. In the large classroom, students are lining up, waiting for their turn to choose weapons. While you were choosing, Hansong was very attentive and the teacher called out to the next student. He stood and watched his classmates continuously choose swords. He himself stood behind and observed and speculated that most of them chose swords, spears, bows and arrows and other useful weapons. Hansong just stood there holding the egg bag in his head, constantly thinking the opposite of magic-oriented students and their own abilities mostly choose wands. Wands are the most useful thing to restore mana and will. Then suddenly he stood there thinking of Jinhoon and Han Buell. Now it's Jinhoon's turn to calmly step up and look super cool. He clearly said, "I won't take any food." At this moment Hansong stood there thinking that he would not use a weapon. After that, Hansong still couldn't get out of his thoughts. He put his hand on his chin and looked very thoughtful, thinking that Jinhoon has strong rule of law and Han Buell always finds his own way. Thinking about this, he grimaced, admitting that they attracted more attention than him. He immediately wondered if there was a single normal person here. Then Jinhoon and Han Buell looked at each other quietly. Indeed, this is a world where demons and natural disasters appear regularly, so most of the main characters have great ability to survive. Then Hansong stood there sighing sadly and complaining that he couldn't believe he was stuck in this weird world. While Hansong was immersed in thoughts, at this moment a girl came up to choose a weapon. She raised her voice and said she chose it, causing Hansong to startle and look at it with curiosity. Then, after standing in front of the pile of weapons, she did not hesitate and clearly said she chose the bow and arrow. Hansong was suddenly startled to realize that it was An Hei-rim. After watching her choose a weapon and quickly run back to her place, Hansong came up with an idea that before now, I only focused on other characters without paying attention to him, making An Hei-rim my teammate. Mine is also not a bad idea at all. Then Hansong stood thoughtfully watching Hei-rim run away with a bow and arrow in his hand. He was immersed in thinking that bows and arrows are a long-range combat weapon, so it is very useful for attacking from behind. Immediately he felt proud of himself. Then as he looked up some information he thought about concentrating and his thoughts were awakened. Thinking about this, he suddenly hesitated a bit, then worriedly thought that the important thing was that An Hei-rim's special skill that was still in deep sleep was multiple personalities. Then, thinking about Hei-rim, he scratched his head and thought of a plan. He thought about Hei-rim's multiple personality skill and then mused that a skill would cause the data to change once her personality was transformed. He worriedly pondered her introverted Hei-rim. The current personality is suitable for bows and arrows, but the other personality is more inclined to attack in an arrow range. At this moment, Hansong still stood motionless, glancing at Hei-rim and constantly wondering that there were not only two but multiple personalities. The stronger she was, the more different personalities she had, along with her weakness in long-range combat. Distance will also disappear. Indeed, he couldn't stop thinking about Hei-rim and her skills. He admiringly admitted that she was one of the most amazing people. Thinking about this, he immediately made up his mind to do it at all costs. I have to make An Hei-rim my ally. At this time, the class was still going on. The students continued to take turns choosing their own weapons. The teacher called out to the next student. Hansong still stood there dumbfounded with tons of thoughts in his head. Then he complained to himself that it was too difficult to think, then asked himself a question, but I should follow the plan that was drawn up from the beginning, right? Even after thinking that, he still kept wondering, Now it was Hansong's turn to choose a weapon. He held a weapon in each hand. Then holding two different weapons in both hands, he wondered if he was thinking of using a sword combined with magic. Then he stared at the two weapons in his hand thinking of sword and chopsticks. After a while of hesitation, Hansong finally decided to choose both weapons. The system displayed that you chose the sword, you chose the steel chopsticks. At that time, the teacher stood quietly observing and smilingly asked if there was a sword and a wand. Hansong was shy but still frankly replied, "Yes, I can't choose between the two." At this time, the teacher's reaction was completely different from what Hansong thought. Teacher Han Du-suk smiled proudly and said as expected, "Student Lee Hansong, I hope you'll become a hero in the future, bring glory to the nation." Hansong couldn't help but feel confused and surprised by his teacher's expectations. He couldn't help but feel confused about what to say. Then the teacher excitedly kept praising Hansong saying, "I really like your idea of combining swords with magic, you already know how to create your own fighting style." Then the teacher immediately gave instructions, but that was only you can succeed if you really have talent. At this time, Hansong stood there listening in a confused mood. He was shocked and thought that this atmosphere was so strange. Then the teacher patted Hansong's shoulder and turned him down in front of the whole class. Then the teacher patted Hansong's shoulder and praised him, which made him extremely shy and confused. Then the teacher put his arm on Hansong's shoulder and happily told the whole class that no one chooses two weapons for themselves because even if they are called geniuses when entering this academy, they still have many weaknesses and omissions. Hansong now stood with a little glue in front of all the other students, and then the classmates kept talking and criticizing him, calling him evil. At that time, Hansong could only stand there awkwardly and receive criticism because his relationship with his friends was not very good. Then he stood there nervously trembling, thinking to himself that they didn't like him because his charm score was too low. Then he was worried that the friends he had just made might also turn their backs on him. I felt extremely confused and couldn't stop thinking about it. Their hostile intentions were so obvious that this was even worse. Thinking of this, he immediately made a plan, telling himself that he needed to increase his charm points first. At this time the sky had also turned dark. The current scene was the apartment building where Hansong lived. At this time Hansong was lying on the bed and he happily encouraged himself and said, "Good, today we have to finish it." Then suddenly his home machine started to remind him that Lee Hansong he couldn't exert himself like that. Hearing that advice, Hansong happily replied that it's okay, I'm almost done. Then he added, "I've prepared everything in order." At this time, Hansong's bed was spread out with all sorts of things, including a dragonian egg, a few purple magic bottles, and a few bags of red blood. Hansong immediately stood up, propped his waist and looked at the items laid out on the bed, with a satisfied smile on his face, saying, "I had spent a lot of attention on these pharmaceuticals and this should be enough." Then he hugged the egg and excitedly talked. Then, standing in front of the camera, he held an egg in one hand and pointed excitedly in the other hand, saying a video about a rare item that was about to appear would be how an SS-level dragon egg hatches. Then he turned around and told the plane flying on the ceiling to click then start recording video and editing. Immediately the machine responded clearly. At this moment, Hansong's face was full of joy and bright eyes, looking at the egg with a somewhat expectant expression and confidently saying that there would be many registrations. Everything had been properly prepared and ready to go. In the dark of night, there was only one room left with a light on, none other than Lee Hansong's room. Lee Hansong's hands gently touched the small egg. The small machine flew around the egg. Of course it also had its own mission. Lee Hansong gave the order, started recording video and editing, as if he understood the intention of the owner of the machine that issued the slogan. It was clear. Lee Hansong's face couldn't hide his joy at this moment. His bright eyes stared intently at the little egg and burst out laughing. He, there will be a lot of registrations. After an hour of sitting next to the egg, Lee Hansong's mind was spinning, his face was visibly pale, he was dizzy, and his lips were trembling. At the same time, the system displays a notification: the dragonian egg has absorbed blood, you are in the process of running out of mana because of overuse, you have lost a lot of blood, the vitality potion has helped you restore your stamina, the vitality potion returned the consumed mana. Lee Hansong's eyes were difficult to look forward, his bones were tired and his mind was spinning, but this was nothing compared to the egg hatching. Looking at the system display screen, even though he had used up all the medicine, Lee Hansong was stunned as if he didn't believe what was happening and said softly, "Huh?" To Lee Hansong's surprise, the egg kept moving, it seemed like something was happening to it, the dragonian egg was hatching. He picked up the egg to look at it, the crack was constantly spreading, He circled a circle around the small egg. He thought incubating the egg would be easy, but it took dozens of liters of blood, Lee Hansong said while exhaling. Even a rank A hero would have to exhaust his mana to make this egg hatch. Following the crack, a small, soft, three-fingered hand with extremely cute claws was revealed. Lee Hansong was nervous and looked forward to every little move of the egg, constantly muttering, "Yes, you did very well." The egg with its intense vitality gradually took off its ugly shell. Lee Hansong had no intention of doing this task for it. He had to let it come out with its own strength, even though it was not completely gone. But it is gradually being filled with mana. It is true that the dragon family is different. The little dragon jumped out of the egg faster than the speed of light in front of Lee Hansong's surprise. His expression couldn't be any more expressive. He opened his mouth and his eyes widened. Look, a dragon with soft, petulant skin is so adorable. A baby with wings and horns is an inherent characteristic of dragons. Like a newly born child, the baby dragon greets its new life with a loud cry, revealing newly sprouted milk fangs, eyes closed tightly, cheeks flushed, pink. The dragonian egg has hatched. Perhaps not like in Lee Hansong's imagination. He widened his small eyes, almost stunned in surprise. It's really so cute. That's what Lee Hansong quickly assessed when he saw the baby dragon yawning, but it was so cute. He couldn't help but gently lifted his arms to carry the baby dragon. When he saw his godfather, it was also the first time he saw this world. He couldn't help but be surprised. His sparkling eyes looked at Lee Hansong. With his hands playfully waving back and forth, hoping to touch his godfather's cheeks, Lee Hansong happily and proudly boasted, "Hey Dad, you're my dad." The baby dragon seemed to understand that language and cried out cutely. Lee Hansong used his palm to push the baby dragon's cheek against his cheek, enjoying it while screaming, "So adorable," making the little dragon turn pale in fear. Lee Hansong's hand holds the baby dragon's small hand. The dragon's skin scales are inherently very strong and can block any attack, but this one is so soft and even has fluff. Why, it's so lovely and white. Lee Hansong lifted it up. "Okay, from today onwards," he declared proudly. The baby dragon was excited and had a happy face when he heard the name that Lee Hansong had given him. His name would be Bok Lee. The information lookup panel was displayed at the same time. The status was being used. The name Bok Lee, physical stats 30, magical energy 72, speed 30, will 54, agility 30, intelligence 7, durability 30, charm 50, potential 412 1,000ths, unique skill empty special skill, dragon heart characteristic A/SS, power of unawakened hawthorn tree /SSS, blood of unawakened ceremon /SS. Lee Hansong couldn't help but praise, "Wow, I can't believe that after just being born, the stats are already this high. Dragonian isn't even considered human anymore." Just looking at the image of the dragon heart is truly amazing. Having SSS class properties means it possesses an infinite source of magic. The first and special skills are still vacant. Dragon heart characteristics A/SSS, dragon skin A/SS unawakened, strength of hawthorn tree unawakened /SSS, blood of ceremon unawakened. Once again, Lee Hansong looked at the data table and evaluated, "I will research what those skills are based on their development." The corners of Lee Hansong's lips curled up seductively. Isn't this a good opportunity? As if he had found something precious, Lee Hansong hugged Bok Lee and looked at him in awe. He held Bok Lee in his arms and let him sleep soundly, curled up in his arms looking so adorable. Lee Hansong just fell asleep with Bok Lee. This sleeping appearance was like it had been a long time since the two of them had had any sleep. "Sleeping so well, it's been a long time since I've had a good night's sleep like this." His squinted eyes hadn't opened yet, but his mouth had already opened halfway. Yawn, a long yawn. Seeing that he had woken up but the baby dragon was still sleeping soundly, Lee Hansong gently placed him on the bed without making a sound and thought to himself, "This kid is so warm that I'll fall asleep." Lee Hansong eagerly accessed YouTube to grasp information on the situation. To check the YouTube channel first. The screen was filled with comments under the video that Lee Hansong had just posted. "I could make any character perfect, not just the main character." With this thought, Lee Hansong was even more eager to open it. Everyone's comments, "Haha, I can't believe it. He shows his whole daily life on YouTube. His whole life is already a channel, haha. Hello, we are Bin Min Sword in the top 10 states, the biggest guild in Korea." Knowing right away he would have been beaten out immediately, a student could not join the guild. Just looking at these comments is enough to understand why this world and the real world are so similar, each other in such a strange way. Lee Hansong shook his thighs happily while reading the comments for his video. But after all, He received an invitation to join a group. The response this time was quite okay, attention score 4,300. Lee Hansong's face became pensive, his finger resting on his chin and out. With this many points of interest, I can buy 4 random cable boxes. Bok Lee just woke up. As if she was being a baby to him, Lee Hansong lovingly asked, "Are you awake?" Lee Hansong smiled and patted Bok Lee's head. "Oh my god, which dish should I choose?" he happily said. Lee Hansong used his hand to pat Bok Lee's head. "Oh my gosh, you're so cute, this is what they call unstoppable damage," Bok Lee cried out. Arg. Lee Hansong thought thoughtfully, his eyes narrowed, he was wondering, his fingers continuously stroked his chin. He seriously looked at the system and made a decision. Okay, buy 4 mid-level random boxes. The little machine that flew over seemed excited. I think he made a wise decision. Faced with Lee Hansong's doubtful expression, the small machine continued to analyze. Even if any medicine dropped would be useful, it would be even better if it was a medicine to increase charm, especially if the appearance played a role, a very important role for YouTubers. Lee Hansong did not hesitate to respond. Yes, a good-looking YouTuber is basic. The little machine continued Lee Hansong's words. I think it's a genetic privilege to gain the title of attention grabber. Lee Hansong was stunned, his eyes widened unexpectedly. He was attracting attention. Look what he just said. Lee Hansong asked in surprise, "Your vocabulary has improved a lot. You learn really fast." The little machine teased him back, "It's because I'm good at enduring it." Hearing this, Lee Hansong also had to 3 dots. Suddenly a sound came to my ears in the distance. Crap. He quickly turned his head to look at Bok Lee with a scolding sentence. "You can't learn such words." His round eyes glittered at his father as if indicating that he knew his mistake. Dragonian absorbed everything around him, very fast, and learn languages at a breakneck speed. I have to be careful. Suddenly Lee Hansong turned around because he remembered there was still something important to do. He had to open the box first. It was so annoying. He opened a random mid-level pharmaceutical box. A light flashed from the boxes. Medicine box. The system displays the text that you are using 4 random mid-level medicine boxes, activating normal luck. The boxes disappeared, revealing 4 types of medicine with different shapes and eye-catching colors. The system continued to announce that the gamer's wish had been fortunately activated. In the 4-walled room with 4 types of pharmaceuticals that had just been opened, Lee Hansong looked at the system and scrolled through the currently displayed pharmaceutical information. "I can't hide my emotions right now." "Nice," Lee Hansong happily commented. Each information is displayed as follows. You've got a low-level skincare set. You've got a low-level skincare. You've got a facial low-grade plaster mask. You've got a low-grade Botox. Finally. Lee Hansong's eyes brightened. 4 sets helped increase his charm. His lips were excited and slightly raised. Stay on high-rise buildings. A person with long purple hair blowing in the wind was standing on the roof of some building. That person looked at the system board and thought to himself, recently, Han Buell hasn't made any special moves at all. Young Yun, a member of Han Buell's family, is working quietly in the background, but she can't easily break into this academy. Furthermore, it seems like Han Buell is focusing on training with Jin Hoon, which is what's bothering me the most right now. Julia Martin, she's much more annoying than Young Yun. As soon as Hyun thought about that foreign woman, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. She tried to change her mind. Lee Hansong kept babbling about something after forming his own group. It seemed like he was "I have already prepared a plan, I can see that clearly through this information window." But as expected, the person I hate so much can't leave my thoughts easily. Hyun scowled and cursed the blonde foreign girl behind her back. Julia Martin, a stupid girl, should I blind her first? Not here. To do that, Hyun must carefully calculate, even though Martin is a powerful corporation, I just need to quietly deal with her. But if I do it too quickly, I might be an obstacle for Lee Hansong to enjoy, so it's better to be a little cautious. After thinking about it, Hyun told herself, from now on, I should watch and wait, and focus on today's task. Lee Hansong, the more I interact with you, the more I see that you are a strange guy. Magic, swordsmanship and physicality, you have dozens of talents that make others admire. I'm sure you also have talent in assassination, and if you're a child from the land of darkness, I'm even more sure you already know everything. So why did you refuse my offer? You know so much about that person, maybe you're already in love. Hyun whispered as he pulled up the collar of his jacket, or was he bored because he had assassinated too many people before? It's understandable, because I'm also fed up with this job. She jumped to the outside edge of the terrace. Hyun's purple hair swayed slightly in the wind thanks to her movements. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Hyun jumped straight down. Her whole body just like that, gliding through the mirrors of the building. Something purple came out from the glass slit. It caught Hyun from falling. She moved gently and rhythmically. There was a man who looked like a guard standing guard. Then suddenly, the purple blood thing that had just supported Hyun like darkness, attacked that man. Hyun had already appeared in front of him, the man didn't even have time to pull out the sword. That was the end of his life, his blood was splashed on the wall. There were many other people who were also brutalized by Hyun, they died quickly, with blood splattered everywhere. She nonchalantly walked through the group of people. Another unlucky man was looking for his phone to turn on the flashlight, he lamented that the power suddenly went out. The darkness-like thing just now appeared behind the man. Its movement was quite loud, making him turn his head and discover a strange woman standing opposite him. He asked in fear, "Who are you and how did you get in here?" Hyun held out the blood-stained sword. The man realized whose blood belonged to him, he shouted in panic, "For the safety of the heroes." But before he could finish speaking, Hyun cut his neck and died. She glanced at the assassination target who had been killed. Immediately cheerfully pulled down his turtleneck and smiled, "Done, next." The stormy night has passed, the sky has begun to brighten. Lee Han-sung stretched his arms and said yes. Then, he looked over at his pet, who was sleeping very soundly. Han-sung couldn't bear to wake it up, he whispered to Halen who was floating in the air, "Halen, how is the stock?" It immediately replied, "Yay, Hyun PMC increased a bit, with a total return rate of 5%, 100, he continued to ask, "Notify me as soon as there is a big change." "What about the classroom?" Halen continued to answer, "At noon, you have a group practice session, basic grade." Lee Han-sung whispered, "In order to the main story has finally started, I've prepared everything, but I can't let my guard down." I ordered Halen, "Remember to keep an eye on Kyubok when I'm not in the dormitory," she replied confidently, "Just leave it to me." Looking at that drone, Han-sung thought to himself, it is an AI so it can be operated in many places at the same time, but drones have more limitations. He forced himself and felt apologetic to say to Halen, "It's a bit difficult now, but I will soon give you a more beautiful appearance." He replied nonchalantly, "Thank you very much." Lee Han-sung looked towards Kyubok, he began to think again. Most bodies cannot withstand the amount of mana emitted from Dragonian. It would be more suitable to have the ability to control that extremely powerful source of energy. "I'll look for it in the underground world." Han-sung was eating cake for breakfast when the system notified him of a new message. He chewed the tip. While reading Han-sung's message while eating the whole sandwich, I wanted to meet him immediately. The message said, "I am Gil Yi-yeon, CEO of PMC, dear Mr. Lee Han-sung, I am CEO Gil Yi-yeon, sorry for not being able to give an answer immediately, if maybe, I would like to meet you, if the conditions we discussed last time are still valid, hopefully we can spend a little time to discuss this, I will prepare and respond in time, especially points for you immediately." Han-sung whispered, "Gil Yi-yeon has made a decision." Lee Han-sung thought as he adjusted his clothes, finally arrived. "This will wrap up the first half of my plan, if I get through today and work hard for a few more days. Then I can complete the first main story without any difficulty." At the weapons testing area, Gil Yi-yeon was guiding a group of people. "Please come this way," they replied, "Yes." Their footsteps echoed continuously, seemingly going somewhere quite far away. Yi-yeon thought nervously, "The two attribute kits bought that day were more expensive than I thought, but when I heard the research room scream with joy after receiving those props, I didn't feel sorry for the money at all. There are many outstanding researchers in this corporation and they are extremely confident in themselves. They showed their finished products to other researchers. This is beyond imagination," the other person exclaimed. "Whoa," she continued thinking, "I couldn't believe that the researchers were so surprised by that dish. That attribute kit is something that we are still spending some time researching." The researchers were hoping that an S-class or higher magician, who is specialized in using magic, could create it. But Lee Han-sung is not a veteran, nor an S-class mage, but just a student who recently joined the Hero Academy. While looking at Han-sung who was admiring, "Whoa, this place is really big," Yi-yeon thought, "I can't believe that a normal student could make that thing. He is a chicken that lays eggs. And he will be an important character who will turn the world around in the future. I must have him at all costs." On the roof of a certain area, a group of people were chatting. discussing with each other, "This place still hasn't changed, have you been here before?" "Oh yes." Hansung remembers the past. "That's it, is the past when I became an S-class hero." He turned to ask Yi-Yun something, "So can you inform everyone that I want to test the warning system at level 1? Yi-Yun was startled and asked again, "Level 1? She thought with fear, "This whole area has a magical defense barrier. When that system is activated, hundreds of magical stones will evaporate and dozens of magical barriers will appear, if necessary to activate the warning. Level 1 in a large place like this. It means having to fight against something as destructive as a nuclear bomb." Yi-Yun was falling into deep thought when Hansung continued, "Oh, you don't need to worry, I didn't bring a bomb here." Hearing that, Yi-Yun calmly said, "Okay, then I will activate it for you." She thought to herself, "Yes, my imagination went a bit far." Hansung blurted out a sentence that shocked people, although it was quite good. "It's like that but there's no radioactivity, you need to prepare." What a shock! Yi-Yun jumped up. "What?" he just said. Before she could finish asking, the loudspeaker announced, "The level 1 test warning was activated." Hansung pulled out a bottle. He said, "It's better to be careful." Looking at the drawing on the vase that Hansung was holding, Yi-Yun couldn't help but admire it. It was so beautiful. He thought to himself, "This medicinal bottle is filled with high-level magic stones. In addition to space release and destruction magic, this bottle is also engraved with another magic circle." Hansung thought back to Yi-Yun's words just now. "What do you mean by beautiful? It might be beautiful if used in the land of darkness, but if you see tons of attacking monsters and demons being blown away by this thing, would it still be beautiful?" He said, "If everything is ready then I'll start." Yi-Yun nervously stopped him. "Wait, Lee Hansung. There. You're stepping out of that safe zone, the defensive barrier inside." Hansung calmly replied, "I know, it will be okay." Yi-Yun could only raise his eyes and look at Hansung, who was increasingly getting out of the defense barrier. He held the jar in his hand. Then he spread his legs to gain momentum. With one shot, Hansung threw the vase high into the air, like baseball. The vase rotated violently. After flying for a while, it fell and broke. Something suddenly shot out from the vase. Hansung had taken precautions in advance, so he used magic to block that thing. When the space and magic compressed in a vase explodes, everything around will be wiped out. It exploded so fast that it drained all the mana in the test area. Mana had to be continuously replenished to maintain the protective barrier. It seemed that what was in the tank was so powerful that Hansung had to sweat to stop it. He thought further. When magic and space converged at one point, a chain of destructive mana would explode like atomic bombs. A moment later, something flashed. The entire roof was covered by something blue, and a resounding tremor occurred. Hansung thought tensely, this was completely a magical explosion. That's why I decided to work outside my comfort zone. Suddenly the system panel appeared. Hansung shouted happily, "Done. It says that you have withstood a magical storm with great destructive power. The amount of magic is overloaded. Achieve the highest magic concentration. Skill, magic control, has increased, controlling the combination of magic that breaks and distorts space. The skill, space control, has increased." Seeing what he achieved, Hansung was a little less worried and thought, a test area has a wide range, a barrier with abundant mana, applies available talents, has gathered all the necessary elements. What a perfect plan. This is the professional, diligent way to level up as quickly as possible. Hansung's footsteps stepped higher. The vase's power had stopped, a huge hole had been blown into the surrounding land, and the surrounding landscape was extremely desolate. At this moment, Hansung groaned in pain and gasped, as if he was about to die. This cannot be done a second time. He waved his hand to ease the pain and swelling. Looking at the system board that kept announcing the achievements he had achieved, magic control had increased to level B, space control had increased to level C, Hansung comfortably thought, at least, the results obtained, well worth it. I leveled up a skill in one go, something that took several months to do, luckily it was successful. At this moment, Hansung forced himself to turn and look behind. Sure enough, those people were completely surprised and lost their souls. Yi-Yun kept her mouth open, she was still surprised about what had just happened. A blue light was gradually flashing, looking like it was about to be released as it moved continuously. As expected, that blue light flashed a dark yellow ray and then exploded, spreading continuously around. Lee Hansung's hands stretched out to resist it. It seemed that the surroundings were summed up in two cool words, one-on-one wasn't very cool. It looked pretty good, but actually leaving it empty wasn't easy. Lee Hansong was pushed back a few parts. Even Gil Yi-hyun had difficulty standing. His feet took a step back to gain momentum, his hand raised high above his forehead to shield his tightly closed eyes. There was no need to talk about the power of this light, the way but Gil Yi-hyun's hair being torn to shreds described it for her. Gil Yi-hyun couldn't help but look at Lee Hansong in surprise. The power was terrible and this boy was the one who created it. She constantly observed Lee Hansong's movements. He was still standing there without being pushed back at all from his original position. Gil Yi-hyun wondered how he could still be right. Looking at the legs still clinging to the far post, she exclaimed, "I think he is a genius who should not be lost." She fell silent and couldn't help but appreciate Lee Hansong, but like this, it's better not to let him become our enemy. The blue lights that appeared just now were mana. Lee Hansong trembled down, compressing space and releasing mana. This was the power that could blow away any hero. Gil Yi-hyun's face was surprised, his eyes widened in surprise. Since Lee Hansong made it public on YouTube, everyone has been able to admire his abilities, but more than that, he also has the ability to control mana. In front of her was a young man breathing heavily, his eyes closed in contemplation for a moment. Looking at his back, she thought, that skill is definitely beyond that of an S-class hero. Now he is just students. Gil Yi-hyun swallowed his saliva because of those thoughts. A few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead and gradually rolled down his cheeks. Seriously, she should calm down. Gil Yi-hyun stood firmly to calm himself and his mind. The slim figure suddenly clenched his fists and was very determined. A person like this cannot become our enemy, we must make him our teammate at all costs. The afternoon sunlight shined on the wall. At the school there was an afternoon group lesson taking place, the basics of raiding. At the end of the lecture, the teacher stood in front of everyone and announced, "I have just conveyed to you all the basic information about a raid. Today's lesson we will form groups and practice together." As soon as the teacher finished his sentence, Lee Hansong's head immediately started thinking, a lesson about teamwork. Each person's strengths are very important, but the fact that heroes work together to fight a strong opponent is fundamental. Behind Lee Hansong, a group of friends came up, whispering when they saw Lee Hansong's cool appearance at this time. Lee Hansong has had plastic surgery. He suddenly looks so stable, now he looks less disgusting. Of course, Lee Hansong also heard what they just said. He pretended to cough lightly so the whispering could end. His face was filled with confidence and he couldn't help but smile. Since using all the skincare products, his charm points have increased significantly. I'm finally treated like a human. Charm points, now I'm 15, which is an above average number, so I get less hate. Those thoughts just flashed in Lee Hansong's mind. He glanced to the right and intently looked at his friend Sung Si-yeon. People will find you attractive if your attractiveness score is between 20 and 40 points. You'll be considered an actress. Thinking about it, Sung Si-yeon is over 40. Lee Hansong thought as he raised his hand to his forehead to look bored, but her personality is so weird. I don't know if it's due to the game maker's strange hobby or if a character has to gain this and lose that for him. More fair. A while later the teacher also gave a new announcement to everyone. I will create groups for you, a total of 10 groups, each group has 5 members. After listening to the announcement, the posture of crossing his arms over his chest remained unchanged. Lee Hansong's mind now thought, a group consisting of 1 ranger attack, 1 melee, 2 gunners and a defense. Not knowing who he was, what position will he be in? Just thinking about this, inform Group 5 of Lee Hansong's defense. With this announcement, Lee Hansong felt not bad. The announcements continued to sound. Group 5 Defense Lee Hansong ranked 500, Group 5 Ranged Attack On Hae Rim ranked 600, Group 5 Long Range Support Lee Gi-sung ranked 700. Continuing with interesting announcements, Group 5 Melee Sung Si-yeon ranked 8th, Group 5 Melee Support Julia Martin ranked 30. After speaking, the teacher raised his finger and made the last important announcement. After each group has discussed strategies and practiced for about 1 hour, we will move on to the official practice lesson. Lee Hansong looked exhausted, with both hands on his hips while sighing ha. He glanced around, his mind filled with silly thoughts. Being in a group with Hae Rim would give me a chance to get close to him, but this is not the group I like. Looking at Julia Martin standing tall with her arms crossed in front of her, I felt there was something wrong with her. Lee Hansong raised his hand to cover his mouth and pretended to ask, I'm in a defensive position so I'll take the lead, right? Haven't actually participated in battle yet, but Lee Hansong completely knows what his role is. The shield holder will be able to withstand any attack, read the opponent's direction and find loopholes in basics, is to be able to command the timing of the attack. Julia Martin looked at Lee Han-song, who looked weak. She spoke in a sarcastic tone. Yes, you're right, but I don't know if a person in the 500th rank has any experience in leading. Sung Yi-yun didn't get any better from where she came from. She also had to join in on this fun and tease her. She invited a second-rate number like 30 and also said this and that. Julia Martin's face turned pale and she just knew, snapped back. What, say this and that, this uneducated bitch? Sung Yi-yun didn't hesitate to confront her directly while adding sarcasm. Isn't it more like a person who doesn't know anything to open his mouth and speak like an uneducated person? Oh, I see, you don't know anything, because of that arrogance. Julia Martin asked again with frustration, who are you calling arrogant? The two sides are still constantly arguing. You're just a woman as tall as a pole, and you're a short girl who likes to talk nonsense. Lee Han-song heard it and wanted to explode, standing dumbfounded in the middle of the argument. Child of two girls. Unable to help himself, he sprayed glue on the spot. These brutal people, every time they pull out a knife, are sometimes young like this, and they are only 17 years old, so it's understandable. Julia Martin pointed straight and shouted, an 8th-ranked person wouldn't say anything, but if a 500th-ranked person becomes the leader, things will be different. Sung Yi-yun spread her hands and looked calm as if it was nothing strange. Of course, it was understandable that other people thought differently. It seemed like she wasn't afraid of ranking 8th because there were always people ranked 3rd, next to me, right? Julia Martin burst out laughing again at those words. Aha, why, if the person next to you is ranked 500, then there's nothing to be afraid of. If you reach 500 without other factors affecting you, you must have worked hard. It takes a lot to get to that position. Sung Yi-yun was shocked by the words just now and did not want to continue. Seeing that the other person was rendered speechless by her, Julia couldn't help but laugh and spit. Not waiting for Sung Yi-yun to react, she continued to tease, saying it was so right that she could only keep silent. Your family is really big, but how can it be equal to the corner of Martin Business and Jarhyun Group? Lee Han-song was on the sidelines, but he witnessed this entire conversation, thinking how he would react. Julia was triumphant in front of Sung Yi-yun. Why didn't she know what to say? Who told you to drag Sung Yun into this in the first place? Sung Yi-yun lowered her hand, firmly grasping the gun she brought with her. On this side, Julia saw that crazy action and her face turned as pale as a banana leaf. Lee Han-song blankly looked at Sung Yi-yun's actions. Hey, this is not the case. Sung Yi-yun's whole body emitted purple light. Without saying a word, she looked at the other person with bullet-shaped eyes. Julia Martin shouted straight into Seon-Yun's face. Why are you so dumb? Who told you to drag Sung Yun into this in the first place? Seon-Yun didn't say anything, she just gently touched the knife next to her leg. Julia Martin saw Seon-Yun's actions and was so scared that she froze. Seon-Yun's toes began to gain strength, preparing to get into position. Seon-Yun stared at Julia Martin with a face filled with murderous intent and in a position ready to attack. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Lee Han-song raised his hand to stop Seon-Yun. Stop it, blow the dam. Lee Han-song looked at Julia Martin, who was standing motionless in fear, and said, now is not the time, so you should prioritize preparing for practice first. Being stopped by Lee Han-song, Seon-Yun looked at him with an annoyed face. Understanding what she wanted to do, he expressed an attitude as if to say, I don't know why things are so bad, but I won't let you pull out your weapon. Where to go? Lee Han-song put his hand on Seon-Yun's shoulder and suggested, let's practice. Seon-Yun was silent at this time and said nothing. After a while, Seon-Yun shyly replied, yeah, okay. Lee Han-song then turned to look at Julia Martin and she pretended to calmly look away and said, huh, whatever. Lee Han-song now breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh. Lee Han-song stood with his hands on his hips and complained in his head. Nothing had happened, but he was about to be caught in a disaster. Luckily, he was able to stop it in time. In the competition room. Below the competition floor, there was a group of students preparing to practice combat, and in the stands there were quite a few students sitting and observing. In Group 1 preparing for competition practice, there is Defender Han Biel. Standing in front of Han Biel right now is a C-rank ogre monster. Lee Han-song stood above observing the match and silently assessed that in the previous raid, it was impossible to deal with 10 ogres at once, but 5 people choosing one was very suitable for practice. The ogre monster on stage suddenly swung his fist at Han Biel. Suddenly the monster's fist stopped. It turned out that Hanbiel used magic to block the attack of the ogre monster. Hanbiel trembled and tried to support himself. But it didn't take long for the ogre monster to escape and punch Hanbiel in the direction, but luckily he leaned forward and dodged in time. Lee Hansong watched the scene of Hanbiel dodging the monster's attack and thought to himself, he blocked the attack and at the same time used his telepathic ability to attract its attention. I feel jealous of his ability to tease him, so crazy about his monster. The ogre monster had now fallen and it had been hit by the other students' backs. Group 1's match ended with a record of 8 minutes and 54 seconds. The two students above observed the match. One analyzed Hanbiel's skills, one used telepathy, the other used magic. The other exclaimed, "How did he do that so well?" Lee Hansong himself also secretly appreciated Hanbiel, a rookie whose record of under 10 minutes was remarkable. Continuing to Group 2 defending Jinhoon, with a record of 10 minutes and 4 seconds, Lee Hansong observed Group 2's match and assessed, Jinhoon is very capable but, their group spent a lot of time because of the attacking members, the key is quite weak. Suddenly, behind Lee Hansong, someone shouted loudly, startling him and turning around to look at Gil Sunghyun. Next is Gil Sunghyun's group of 4 long-range attacks. In the stands, cheers from the girls rang out, fighting. Lee Hansong glanced at those girls and was speechless. Lee Hansong looked at Gil Sunghyun walking out onto the stage and thought to himself, he's a very famous figure, but, people were screaming so loudly, the match of Group 4 had begun. Gil Sunghyun is currently trying to avoid the attack of the ogre monster. Gil Sunghyun was so overwhelmed that he had to retreat. Suddenly Gil Sunghyun smiled smugly. Then, Gil Sunghyun suddenly waved the wand in his hand and created fire. 2 magic circles carrying fire energy appeared in the air. When Lee Hansong saw it, he was so surprised that his eyes widened. Lee Hansong's expression was tense as he thought, did he already have it, skill, magic simulation? According to what Lee Hansong knows about this skill, it is a skill that allows the user to simulate and duplicate active magic at the same time. If mastered, the magic can be doubled, quadrupled, or sixfold. This ability is extremely useful. Lee Hansong stared at Gil Sunghyun and thought, Gil Sunghyun, it's time to decide, in the future, he may become an extremely strong opponent. Lee Hansong was now helplessly thinking, I'm still trying to find a way to get him to join my side, but, I don't see any positive results. I don't know if I can do it. If that skill is not on the enemy's side but on the enemy's side, our army, the situation will change significantly. Lee Hansong looked at Gil Sunghyun's back and wondered if he could turn him into a teammate, or should he destroy him before he obstructed his path. Suddenly someone called, Lee Hansong, startling him and snapping him out of his thoughts. Lee Hansong looked over at Seon Si-yeon and asked, it's our group's turn, so let's go in. After getting down to the ring, Lee Hansong looked at Julia Martin and thought, Julia Martin doesn't look like she wants to contribute much, so let's just pretend she's invisible. Anyway, I don't need her yet. Lee Hansong is quite confident because, thanks to the previous training at the weapons testing area, the rules of magic have increased to level B and space manipulation has increased to level C, so he can defeat the ogres himself. This is it. However, Lee Hansong felt a bit awkward because, but since this is a teamwork, I have to be a little polite, it's boring. Then, Lee Hansong suddenly turned back to look at his teammates and said, so? Lee Hansong smiled gently and declared confidently, this is easy, so let's do it in 7 minutes. Lee came back and said 7 minutes was enough for us, right? The two girls Sung and Martin wondered, 7 minutes, what is he babbling about? He immediately ran there, as long as he had the time manipulation skill, defeating this monster would be as easy as it sounds. There was the silhouette of a monster approaching, he had a small horn and 2 teeth protruding from his mouth, his eyes flashed with a probing light. That giant calmly looked around, Lee got in front of him, he ran wild, we'll split up and build a defense in space then crush it. The giant had a large body, so every step he took created a great gravity to the ground, he was still thinking so that even if he was assigned to a defensive position, he would not be at a disadvantage. He ran as fast as lightning nearing the giant in steps. Then he replied quickly because that guy started raising his fist at him, winning just once is enough to make us log out of the earth. Lee carefully created a barrier to block that huge attack, he had to lower his compressed center of gravity to his legs, creating a balanced body to protect himself. That guy shouted angrily, he thought to himself that because he couldn't attack, he was starting to get mad, That guy still tried to hold that fist and he was no less able to block it. The ineffective attack was much more annoying than experiencing the attack, so I succeeded in attracting its attention. That guy still did not forgive Lee. He swung his arm up high to create pressure on his area. Lee received the attack in a panic, maybe because this time the force was much stronger than the previous one, so he was forced to use more force. He was forced to defend with human strength. He began to sweat heavily, so hard, he couldn't believe Jin-hoon only used his bare hands to fight this hideous animal. While trying to endure and plan, I tried to block its direct attack as much as possible, but it's not good at this rate. Lee immediately looked at that giant's body. He secretly thought that he had to use space manipulation as soon as he had the chance. He would try to avoid those deadly punches and aim for its shoulder. He kept calm, backed away, for now. He raised his hand and used the power to manipulate gravity on the arm that attacked him. Because the gravity was too heavy, he cried out in pain and collapsed. "Do you think it dodged?" Lee was surprised. How could he know in advance and dodge the attack? He was the only one who missed it. He tried to attack more, but that was enough. Suddenly, arrows hit the giant's shoulder. It realized the danger, so it backed away. It seems it doesn't know that danger lies behind. Sung silently stood behind it and began to attack. She used all her strength on the blade to smash directly into the shoulder that Lee had used gravity. Hit! It screamed miserably due to the sudden pain. Sung happily smiled mischievously. Seeing that, Lee immediately thought that Sung Si-yeon was getting stronger and stronger. The remaining members would also catch up with his speed. Even though our group was dominating, it was very difficult to block that punch from Ogre. That guy still had the strength to endure. He stood up and adjusted the shoulder that had just been hit. He thought it wouldn't be enough if he kept going like that, so he switched to slow but steady attacks. Lee once again raised his hand to create strength, another blow to the other shoulder. He applied force and hit the shoulder next to him. It took a moment for the giant to feel the pain. It tried to dodge but was still hit by his attack. It roared because it was so painful, making him suddenly wait. Lee's intention was to hit the neck, but it dodged. He suddenly thought that he had almost hit this stupid monster in the neck because it dodged in the opposite direction. Suddenly, below, An Hae-rim held a bow to attack it. She pulled the string and said it was about to throw another punch. So she shot an arrow in that direction. And Martin used fire magic to attack it. U-T-S-K. And Sung tried to use dark magic to attack the giant. All the members' strength goes to that monster. Creates a light mist that covers the back. It still keeps its eyes open. That huge body contained arrows and wounds from the attack. The giant fell to his knees. Finally its whole body collapsed to the ground. It had lost. It was motionless before everyone's eyes. Notice that Group 5's record is 3 minutes 43 seconds. That result shocked everyone and made them scream loudly. Lee stood there thoughtfully after exhaustion. He breathed softly. It ended too quickly. I realized the difficulty of the game increased one day. He rubbed his head. There was no way back anymore. He told Halen to turn closer. He said in front of that camera, "I thought our group would end in 7 minutes." Lee then held up 3 fingers as if to indicate the 3 minutes they had done. He said, "But it had only been 3 minutes and they had already defeated the ogre." Halen said, "What a perfect face. But you're helpless." I'll use this pic as the background. That afternoon was about to end with sunset. The sky at that time had a light orange-yellow light. The teacher on the podium said today's practice session would end based on the record each group achieved. Lee Hansong secretly thought that although it was a little different from the plan, today's class went extremely smoothly, and he earned quite a bit this morning. That was the attribute vase that Lee Hansong created. It was originally blue, however, around it were elemental magic spells and a strangely attractive purple-pink rectangular bomb. He handed over the rights to use the attribute kit patent on the condition that he would receive 3% of the revenue within 3 years, with 3 mana destruction bombs also sold for 65 billion. Surely the corporation Yehyun doesn't have much money left either. Lee Hansong thought to himself, but ignoring the issue of financial gain, the company could not ignore an opportunity like this. He thought of Gil Yehyun as a very ambitious person. On the surface, she seemed satisfied with her position, but since she was young, she had planned to make the entire Yehyun group her own. He and she cooperate. She wants to maintain their relationship through a contract to help her quickly achieve her goals. Lee Hansong is happy to think about it, but the important thing is that having a relationship with Gil Yehyun not only gives me money but also many other benefits. He immediately glanced at Gil Sung-yoon. There was no better way to deal with him because he always listened to his older sister Gil Yu-yoon. I think this is the only way to save him from the pit of crime before he completely loses his direction. Besides, if I entice Julia Martin, I think if I don't intend to go to war with the Martin family, then making them allies is not a bad idea, but whether it will be possible or not, I don't know because she is as cunning as a devil. Lee Hansong thought, after all, he was considered a typical researcher of Yehyun Group. Gil Yi-yeon tried very hard to hand over this powerful position to him. He remembered that at that time, he couldn't believe that she was willing to go to this point. This was a positive sign for him to target Gil Sung-yoon. It's a bit complicated but I should get it right, huh? He saw that Sung was very pleased. She was full of honor. After the practice session, Sung Si-jeon looked proud. At this time, she was still arguing but now she is so proud. He secretly thought that he was not familiar with Sung Si-yeon like that. But now is the time. Suddenly there was a strange sound from the building causing an earthquake. Everyone ran quickly to the source of that sound. He saw fierce attacks on that citadel. Lee Hansong said it's begun. Notification window, main plot 01, the academy has been raided, determine who it is and what its purpose is, and remember to protect the safety of the academy. The number of terrorists is 212, the number of monsters attacking is 893, casualties are 32, duration 4 minutes. The sounds were even more intense for that sudden attack. Red light splashed with great force. The students were all panicked, but Lee Hansong calmly thought back that the main plot was quite difficult but it happened according to the original plan. Having experience was an advantage because a few things had been changed. He shouted Jun-hoon, Han Buell. He said we are being attacked, we must prioritize saving people. Jun-hoon nodded. And Han Buell looked at Lee Hansong thoughtfully. He said to a boy and 2 girls, Sergei, and Charles, and Sung Si-yeon, will you guys help too? He turned back, the problem here is the sequel. Lee Hansong said to Gil Sung-yeon and Julia Martin, I need your help. Lee Hansong said please support us. I think Gil Sung-yeon's magic simulation is extremely useful and this is also a good opportunity to get close to him if we work together. Gil Sung-yeon said nothing but looked at Lee Hansong. The guy said I would do my own part. Martin replied me too. Lee Hansong knew right away. Lee Hansong saw that it was complete, then he said okay, before leaving, wait, everyone, listen to me. He seriously said that the academy is now isolated. That confused everyone. He said now we can't run out anymore and we can't contact anyone. Lee Hansong immediately opened the location map, saying that that's why we have no choice but to hold on and solve this problem. Everyone take this map and act. He pointed out that the points were detected by everyone with this arrangement, /. Jun-hoon asked him, how do you know these things? Jun-hoon turned to Lee Hansong and said okay, I understand, we don't have much time now so I won't probe anymore but when everything is over I need a clear explanation from you. Lee Hansong replied that it was fine if he liked it. But Han Bial still glanced at him with cold suspicious eyes. He secretly thought he suspected he was from the Darkland. He thought he didn't think so, but it turned out that's not the case. Lee Hansong then pointed at the map and told Sergei, Charles and Sung Si-yeon that you guys would deal with the headquarters. Sung glanced at Lee Hansong. She thought he could point out both the scope and purpose of this raid perfectly. How could he know information that even his dark family hadn't found yet? She asked Lee Hansong Han Sung this. Lee Hansong frowned, you go first, I'll explain later. She hesitantly replied yes. Lee Hansong thought to himself that he was glad that Sergei and Charles trusted him and did as he was told. He continued to give instructions, Gil Sung-yeon, if you guys don't understand the map, he doesn't care about you, just reading through it is enough to understand. Lee Hansong angrily scolded this rude bastard. In the end, he breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately the forces had been fully allocated. He turned to look, finally. He asked if you would help me. She's shy about me, Lee Hansong replied yes, I really need you. An Hae-rim asked me. Lee Hansong opened his mouth to ask An Hae-rim if he would help me. She didn't expect that he needed her, huh? Lee Hansong replied I really need you. He clearly stated her name An Hae-rim. She trembled in surprise, it was me. He said that because I couldn't manage it all alone, I really needed an archer like you to help me. Lee Hansong knew that An Hae-rim was an ordinary person who had never had any real combat experience before. She was a shy person so she would never dare to take the initiative. I think this is a good opportunity to awaken her abilities and gain her trust. I don't force him so it will be fine, I beg you. She trembled, "I have no experience with that." Lee Hansong replied that all you need to do is support me, so please give me a hand. An Hae-rim silently clenched her hands. She hesitantly replied if it was just to support him. Before she could answer, he held her hand, as if she had agreed. Okay, that was enough. He immediately took her hand and ran quickly to the battle site. "Come follow me," that left her without time to think or realize what was happening. In the classroom, everyone was gathering and looking around. They looked at the map in disbelief and discussed it with their friends. Young-Yun was checking. Do-sok approached and asked Young-Yun if she could break that barrier. She sees "Oh Mr. Do-sok." She shook her head helplessly. She worriedly said it prevented us from entering or leaving, even the signal and sound were blocked. She looked at the barrier and replied that a high-level barrier like this could only be activated once around the time of a meeting between the academy instructors, meaning that was their purpose. When she said that, Do-sok silently thought. Young-Yun stood up and informed the students. She immediately stood up straight. "Even if we shook hands now." She looked at Do-sok and said it would take about 12 hours, so it was better to think of another way. She was about to say that the best solution right now was, when Do-sok interjected, "Do we have any other way?" Young-Yun sighed. She calmly said that it was broken from the outside. S-class mages who were inclined toward magic circles would be able to dispel it within 3 hours. While she asked if he thought it was impossible, his hands clenched tightly. Then he took his sword as a weapon, regained his spirit and prepared to fight. Do-sok walked past her, Young-Yun saying yes is also the fastest way right now. Do-sok thought to himself that if there was no other way, he would have to destroy it by force. He raised his sword, as if ready to fight the target. Since then, it was very likely that there had been casualties, so he couldn't hesitate any longer. He involuntarily shook slightly, but his face was full of indignation. But which bastard caused this? He was still thinking. It took a lot of effort to create this type of barrier, but right now that didn't matter anymore. What was important was that they had prepared all of these things, not detected by anyone. He secretly calculated that this meant that our army had an insider. Due to Sok leaning over, "The students need to escape as soon as possible," he told everyone to step back. The sword glows with blue light, symbolizing the power Do-sok instilled. He swung his sword. He read out loud the secret technique, the mirror that opened the sky. At that moment, the green sword suddenly turned into a red sword burning like hot jade fire confidently in its territory. That sword has such great power that the god of fire destroys 3 levels. The first level is to smash the hills and mountains. The second level is dividing the ocean in half. And the third level is tearing up the sky. Han Do-sok signed a contract with the high god known as the Little Devil who split the sky. As an S-class hero and possessing special abilities, this is his best skill. Do-sok secretly thought that even though he was an S-class hero and had great concentration, he still hadn't mastered this move. He firmly held the sword that was gradually growing stronger. If he overdid it, he would have to pay with his arm. He thought carefully, but if it could save the students, then losing an arm was worth it. Do-sok prepares the pose, level 1. Saying the secret technique makes the sword glow red strongly. He raised his sword to attack strongly and unleashed his strength due to the sword's power. He slammed that fierce attack down on the barrier so hard, it seemed like there was a deafening sound behind the force. Due to the pressure of the sword, he tried to endure it. He looked at the crack caused by that attack, thinking that if he didn't put all his effort into it, he would only be able to do this. He wouldn't even be able to scratch it even a little bit. He gritted his teeth. He had to be stronger. He held the sword tightly, even though his arm was disabled. Suddenly Do-sok heard a strange sound outside the barrier. He suddenly thought he had just heard something. Had the barrier broken? I thought if I kept swinging my sword. Suddenly Lee Hansong looked into the gap and quickly stopped. You idiot. Do-sok suddenly realized that it was Lee Hansong Hansung Academy. He said loudly, what did you just say, you insolent boy? Do-sok looked at the sword that was losing control. He thought he was too careless. He suddenly fell backwards. The sword in his hand fell down. Do-sok collapsed unconscious at the spot. At this time, it was late afternoon, the sunlight gradually disappeared, but somewhere there was still a bright yellow color like fire. Behind the high-rise buildings was gray smoke, leaving traces of collapse. Suddenly, the image of a beast with bat wings, red eyes baring its sharp teeth scared its prey. It screamed horribly with its huge wings. Kifivik. Students in the schoolyard witnessed monsters wreaking havoc, not only falling but also giant brown-skinned monsters chasing them. monsters destroying the school. Students saw that, urgently told each other to run quickly, then just put your head down and run. When Lee Hansong and An Hae-rim saw this, they were extremely panicked, their faces turned pale and they quickly ran somewhere. An Hae-rim focused her bow and arrow in preparation, while Lee Han-sung turned his back to go somewhere, with hundreds of thousands of thoughts in his mind. Lee Han-sung saw the meeting room and thought, the meeting room knew right away that it was not yet clear, no one can escape. Thinking about it, Lee Han-sung turned around and said to An Hae-rim, I will now break the barrier, please cover my rear. An Hae-rim also quickly nodded in agreement. Lee Han-sung slowly sat down and removed each piece of the barrier like a green gem, placing it on the ground. He thought as he removed it, the monsters are walking around like going to the market. I have also prepared magic crystals, yes, but this devilish barrier is not easy to break. It turned out that Lee Han-sung intended to break the barrier with the emerald crystal he prepared. Suddenly, there was the sound of an arrow hitting somewhere along with the beast's scream of pain. An arrow was stabbed straight into the eye of the beast with its huge bat wings, screaming. That arrow was shot by An Hae-rim to take down the beast. It seems that after shooting that beast, An Hae-rim was still in shock. She stood there, her whole body trembling, sweat flowing down with the sound of breathing, continuous. The beast, after eating an arrow from An Hae-rim in the right place, fell down dead, the color flowing into a stream. Lee Han-sung saw An Hae-rim confidently drawing her bow and arrow ready to destroy the monsters and thought, it seems like I'm worrying about her too much, so I'm counting on you too. Next, Lee Han-sung, under the protection of An Hae-rim, used his magic to break the barrier. His hands appeared two blue magic circles operating at full capacity. Lee Han-sung thought it's completely possible to destroy it, but if you're not quick, that's fine. Han-sung thought about teacher Han Do-soek. Han-sung worried that one of teacher Han Do-sok's arms would be lost. Han-sung broke the barrier while also worrying about teacher Do-sok. He is the only S-class hero who has signed a contract with the devil. In a desperate situation, he will definitely be willing to sacrifice himself. Han-sung's hands still continuously control the magic circle. Even if he loses one arm, Han Do-sok can still be the one responsible for the final settlement with the other side. Thinking of this, Han-sung's eyes were full of hope and enthusiasm. Han-sung thought that if he could protect that arm, he would be able to advance to SS level because he was a genius. Suddenly, something made him unable to hide his surprise, his face gaping in surprise at what happened before his eyes. It turned out that the barrier in front of Han-sung was shaking violently, creating echoes and falling debris. Han-sung couldn't help but suddenly ask himself, was the barrier shaking? Han-sung thought about teacher Do-soek, holding a sword in one hand, radiating murderous intent. The determination in the sword's eyes seemed to radiate a strange power. Han-sung wondered, had he already started? The fence continued to vibrate, making everything seem to vibrate, shaking violently as debris continuously fell, and the sound of red cracking was also clear. The barrier shook like that. Hae-rim still held the bow and arrow in her hand, ready to protect Han-sung behind her, continuing to use magic to break the barrier. With a sweaty face, Han-sung was also quite scared and thought to himself, why is everything so complicated? I need to break it before the teacher uses all his energy. Han-sung still maintains his determination to solve the barrier before teacher Do-sok uses all his power to destroy his arm. Suddenly, the miracle of the magic circle that Han-sung created quickly came in handy and broke a bit of the barrier. Han-sung saw this and was extremely happy to see the barrier broken and shouted, "Thank you, I have broken a little bit." When the barrier seemed to open a small vertical distance, Han-sung approached and thought he had to stop Han Do-soek first. Thinking about it, Han Do-soek went through the hole in the barrier and shouted loudly, "Ka-ian." Standing close to the barrier, Han-sung shouted down, his face pale and sweaty, thinking, I'm sure the teacher heard me. Perhaps, Han-sung was afraid that teacher Do-sok hadn't heard him yet, so he tried to lean closer. Han Seo said he probably had to press a little closer. Having said that, Han-sung hated putting his mouth close to the gap in the barrier and used all his strength to scream loudly, "Please stop, you idiot." At this time, teacher Han Do-sok seemed to have heard what Han-sung said. Do-soek was suspicious of student Lee Han-sung. Teacher Do-sok responded loudly and clearly, "What did you just say, you insolent boy?" At this moment, the sword in Do-sok's hand suddenly turned red, carrying unpredictable magic. Suddenly, teacher Han Do-sok's body, close to Han-sung, fell backwards in surprise for both Han-sung and Do-sok. The sword in Do-sok's hand fell to the ground with a clang. The magical red light that had just surrounded the sword emitting murderous aura was now gone. The falling sword returned to its original color, another sword. Teacher Dusok fell down, lying silently on the ground while Han Sung seemed quite happy in his heart when luck helped Teacher Dusok protect his arm. Han Sung thought his arm was still intact. Suddenly, 3 people with large bodies covered with scarves stood silently in front of the huge door, staring blankly ahead. In front of them was a scarf that looked like a buffalo horn flying up, accompanied by the heart saying of the ancient giant. One of the guys used his hand to pull down the scarf from his mouth and said with a little smile, "A treasure-grade item." Only then did that man appear, his sturdy hands pulling down the scarf, his eyes staring forward as he said, although it was only temporary, it was also something valuable. "He is Jonathan, an A-level mercenary of the Twilight Gang." Jonathan's eyes became sharp, he stared forward and said softly, "I heard that A-level heroes also use this type of item, right?" From above, there was a blanket or something falling down along with Jonathan's words, "This is only half of the heart, but it took a lot of effort to find it, and it also took a lot of effort, can become an S-rank hero." Jonathan is still lost in his thoughts, but this life is still valuable, no matter how you want to own it, you still have to do it step by step according to the plan. Jonathan turned back to cover himself with his scarf and ordered the 2 people next to him, "We must quickly destroy the security system." The 2 guys next to him also obeyed the order and shouted clearly. The 2 guys next to him listened to Jonathan's orders and started working to break the security system here. Jonathan watched his subordinates quickly work and thought, "I have mastered the security system of this place, otherwise, it would not have been possible to break in without careful preparation like this." Jonathan turned away as if about to do something, not forgetting to leave a reminder to his 2 subordinates, "You 2 take care of that system." The rest spread out to hunt down the heads of the research centers. "For us," one of the 2 guys got the command and shouted, it was clear. At this time, Jonathan reminded his subordinate with a serious expression, his eyes becoming stern and thinking about many things, "Without him, this item would just be a waste. I don't care if he's dead or not, just bring him back here alive." The 2 subordinates listened carefully and obeyed the orders. The security guard suddenly ran out of nowhere, holding a sword in his hand, shouting "Akak" and rushing straight towards Jonathan and his 2 subordinates to take down those 3 people. Before he could do anything to affect Jonathan, the security guard was hit by Jonathan and fell to the ground without time to react. Jonathan didn't take much effort to defeat him, his face remained unresponsive, keeping a cold look at the guard. Jonathan's eyes became cold, filled with murderous intent, thinking, "Humph, there are still a few petty security guards here." Suddenly, a small gourd-shaped bottle rolled out of nowhere in front of Jonathan, making him quite surprised. The security guard's blood was still flowing there. Next to the blood was a colorful bottle of gourd with writing on it that looked quite confusing. Jonathan approached the vase rolling at his feet and wondered, the pharmaceutical vase. Suddenly, a strange blue light like magic was released from the tank, shining straight at Jonathan's body, causing Jonathan to be quite surprised and hastily dodged. Still in that surprise, Jonathan received another surprise in the flickering blue light from the vase emanating from afar. Jonathan saw 2 figures standing behind the door looking at Jonathan. Jonathan thought to himself, 2 name, since when did they? Suddenly, something kept escaping, causing Jonathan and his 2 subordinates to use scarves to cover their bodies and quickly run away. Jonathan trembled and used his cloak to shield his body from the powerful rays of jade green light that continuously rushed towards him. Jonathan silently wondered, what the hell is this? Also in that tunnel, rays of light like sharp arrows continuously rushed out, as if controlled in the air, straight towards Jonathan's body. It wasn't until Jonathan was completely defeated by that magic that Han Sung appeared from the corner. Han Sung stood still in a corner very carefully observing Jonathan until he was defeated and rolled over, out to land. Han Sung seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and stood in a corner with Halen. She was also in an equally nervous mood. Han Sung secretly thought that he was lucky that he let his guard down because he thought it was a normal vase even though he had reduced his effort. Although it was destroyed, it was still enough to blow away an A-level hero. Thinking about it, Han Sung turned around and said to Halen, "Let's go, there's still a B-level mercenary in there." Halen was still trembling, scared by the scenes just now, but still followed Han Sung, half hesitant and half determined rising in her. As he walked closer to the place where Jonathan had just collapsed, the blue magic seemed to disappear and become a stream of turquoise water flowing on the floor. Halen was also a girl. When she saw that scene, she was scared and turned away, not daring to face him. Halen closed her eyes, her face was sweating, she silently cried "Yuk." Han Sung noticed Halem's fear and hesitation, he put his hand on Halem's shoulder and lifted her spirit, Han Sung said calmly. There was still an enemy ahead. Hearing Han Sung say that, Hae-rim seemed to be encouraged. Hae-rim put aside all her hesitation and fear and listened to Han Sung's words and responded strongly. At this time, Han Sung's hand was still placed on Hae-rim's arm. Hae-rim's whole body was cold, she was sweating all over her body and trembling. Han Sung, with thoughts rising in his head, stared at Hae-rim and thought to himself that he could feel him being urged by this situation. That's right, show up, different personality. Han Sung seemed to want to make Hae-rim emerge another personality deep inside. Hae-rim tried to regain composure, reaching out to push the glasses while her body was still trembling with sweat pouring down in streams, trying to calm herself. Hae-rim said, "Calm down." Having said that, Hae-rim took off her square glasses and wiped her eyes. Perhaps Hae-rim was wiping away the drops of sweat on her face, still shaking. Hae-rim walked slowly behind Han Sung, looking at the blood stains and bodies on the floor. The red blood stains on the floor made Hae-rim look quite scary. As Hae-rim walked, she put her glasses in her pocket and tried to avoid seeing the body and blood on the floor where Hae-rim walked, but Hae-rim's body still continued to tremble in fear at that scene. Suddenly, there was a long sword with streaks of blood on it, long streaks of blood flowing down the blade and onto the ground. Hae-rim's silhouette appeared but no longer looked trembling in fear like just now, but instead had the back of strength. Hae-rim walked forward step by step, holding the bloody sword firmly in her hand. At Hae-rim's feet are the bodies of two of Jonathan's subordinates, blood stains on the floor. Hae-rim is now like a different person, her long hair flowing down her back is still shiny, but Hae-rim's whole body does not exude weakness but instead shows strength. Han Sung stood to the side, holding the sword in its scabbard, staring intently while Hae-rim changed her mind as if she was thinking about something. Han Sung saw Hae-rim's other personality and thought to himself. She instinctively avoided her support magic and defeated a B-rank guy in the blink of an eye. Han Sung still stood still, deep in thought, looking towards where Hae-rim was walking leisurely. Han Sung thought, just wait a little longer. Thinking that, Han Sung turned around and just glanced at Hae-rim, who was still standing there. Han Sung thought that that personality was still awake. Having said that, there was an object that looked extremely similar to what Jonathan had just mentioned. The thing fell slowly towards Han Sung. Han Sung saw it and quickly reached out to catch it with a happy face, the smile on his lips clearly visible. It turned out that this was the heart of an ancient giant. Han Sung silently said, "Because the security system was disabled, I could easily get it." Having said that, Han Sung stared at the system screen and silently opened the flag in his heart, just in time, put it in the warehouse. This is also due to the luck index, right? Having achieved his goal, Han Sung came to Hae-rim and softly called Hae-rim to stand there quietly. "Let's go out, Hae-rim." Hae-rim didn't say anything, still standing there with a silent expression, her eyes lifeless, making Han Sung whisper, knowing right away that she didn't react because she was still under the influence. It would probably take a while. Han Sung is someone who knows Hae-rim's nature very well, so Han Sung seems extremely confident that he can restore Hae-rim's old personality. Han Sung continues to call out, "Hae-rim." Han Sung continued to say, "Let's go hunt people." Han Sung's words at this time made Hae-rim raise her face. Her murderous eyes looked at Han Sung. Her eyes no longer looked weak but had a deep lifelessness as if being controlled. Hae-rim raised her face to look at Han Sung. Seeing Hae-rim's face like that made Han Sung a little scared. But Han Sung is someone who understands Hae-rim quite well, so Han Sung still confidently patted the silent Hae-rim's head and said, "That's right, if you listen to me, I'll introduce you to a few people to kill with pleasure." Hae-rim's other personality is cold-blooded, without hesitation and obediently accepting. Not only that, Hae-rim also smiled wickedly, hiding the ruthlessness of a murderer. Seeing that smile, Han Sung couldn't help but feel scared. His whole body was sweating, his dark face had to say in thought, "So scared." But then, Han Sung turned around and didn't forget to call Hae-rim, "Come follow me." Suddenly, Han Sung's body was pulled back, making him startled. Has Han Sung ever thought that he was afraid that Hae-rim would attack him too? Han Sung turned around and saw Hae-rim holding his shirt as if something was wrong. Hae-rim's face is still cold, but why now when she looks back, her pitiful and weak expression isn't as strong as before? Han Sung saw that and thought quite helplessly, it's good to see her relying on him but it's too scary. If I make him trust me, I can turn all of his personalities into my teammates. Thinking so, Han Sung let Hae-rim pull his shirt for a while. Hae-rim followed behind while Han Sung was scared and thought, just like that I won't have any threats at this academy anymore. Hanbyul will probably be able to deal with them, so now there's only Gil Sung-hyun and Julia Martin left. Suddenly, two guys wearing cloaks stood in front of Hansung and Hae-rim. Turning around, not just two people but a whole team stood in front of Hae-rim and Hansung, making Hansung stunned. Hae-rim turned around and softly asked Hansung, "The enemy?" Seeing that, Hansung couldn't help but nod proudly. Perhaps despite her different personality, Hae-rim still relies on Hansung and listens to Hansung. Hansung proudly looked straight at the group of people in front of him, smiled and said to Hae-rim, "That's right, let's kill everyone." Hae-rim only heard Hansung say that. Her smile gradually became mischievous, her eyes staring forward made people's hair stand on end. It seemed Hae-rim was ready for her human hunting journey. Outside the academy building, it was still the same, wisps of smoke rising into the red sky. On the field, corpses of beasts, human bodies, and blood stains were scattered, human blood mixed with beast blood. All are truly battlefields and ruins left behind. On that battlefield like ruins, Hanbyul and another student were standing there reading the map from the system. The other student happily exclaimed that this map was great. Hanbyul seemed to agree and responded, correcting every detail, "That's why it's suspicious." Hanbyul continued to say, "Although it's hard to believe, do you think that if he were an enemy, he would surrender? I don't see any motive behind it. That's why things are getting more and more suspicious." After saying that, Hanbyul's back gradually became thoughtful. Hanbyul secretly thought that she felt embarrassed with this amount of accurate information, but that was only when Young Yun tried her best. Such a meticulous plan could only be implemented in the event of foreknowledge of a surprise raid and good luck. Looking at the map displayed in the system, Hanbyul is still lost in her thoughts, and if she is unlucky, she will be ambushed. Even with Sung Si-yun's shadow skill, it is difficult to gather information, details like this, but how did Lee Hansung have it all? While Hanbyul was still deep in her thoughts, the student next to her spoke up, "But this was great, thanks to him, many people are safe." Hanbyul kept a calm face mixed with some sympathy and replied, "Well, if you think in a positive way, this is indeed commendable." The two guys were talking when suddenly a sound from afar made Hanbyul suddenly glance over. Look. It turned out that Sung Si-yun, Sege and Charles were approaching with bright smiles on their faces. Si-yun spoke up, "Lee Hansung is as expected, he's also very good at using magic, and he's really good at assassinations, so the sauce is gone." Sege also joined in the fun. As expected of his swordsmanship teacher, Charles laughed, "What about assassination?" "Oh yeah, he's really cool." Suddenly, Si-yun asked with a rather worried face, "But where had he and An Hae-rim gone?" Seeing Si-yun ask that, Charles also joined in wondering, haven't they already arrived at the most important place? Si-yun put her hand on her chin to think and then spoke to everyone around her, but why was it just the two of them? The boy Jin-hoon next to him spoke, interrupting Si-yun's thoughts, "Looks like you guys finished your work at the designated places. I guess you handled it all without causing much damage, right?" Sege heard Jin-hoon's words and replied, "We also had a hard time but luckily we were able to handle it all." Jin-hoon agreed and said, "It's the same with us." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing the group who were talking loudly to suddenly show signs of surprise and shock. Hanbyul wondered, "What is this shaking?" Meanwhile, behind him, there seemed to be a figure rushing towards him. It turned out to be teacher Han Do-suk. He ran over and asked his students, who were standing there suddenly, if they were okay. Hanbyul turned around and saw the teacher and immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Han Do-suk looked confused, followed by a blond man, "I guess you're all okay, so can you help us fight the enemy?" Hanbyul saw the teacher like that but still remained calm. "Even though time is tight, please briefly explain what is going on. We need to grasp the necessary information." Seeing Hanbyul's determination to know clearly, teacher Do-suk also complied and immediately explained about the recent tremor that made everyone panic. The recent tremor was from the Technical Research Center. Hanbyul's face was full of wonder and contemplation, mixed with some surprise as she asked, "Is it the heart?" Teacher Han Do-suk continued, "Yes, the enemy's goal is to take advantage of this chaos to steal the heart of the ancient giant. That's something we didn't expect." Immediately after that, everyone urged them to hurry up. Teacher Do-suk turned around and ran away to tell his students that those who did not participate should quickly find a place to hide. The whole sky was now glowing red like late afternoon. Clouds of coid were still rising behind the buildings in the academy. The students in the academy continued to fight in this red scene of the sky. Teacher Han Do-suk led the way, followed by his students and companions, running towards the center. Behind them were ruins and clouds that continued to rise violently. Arriving there, as soon as they stopped, Han Du-suk and his wife couldn't help but be surprised. Their eyes widened and their mouth opened wide at the scene before them. So many bodies of enemies were lying on the ground, swords were lying in pools of blood all over the floor, the enemy group lay silently sleeping in eternal sleep, they were completely killed. The scene before his eyes made teacher Du-suk suddenly look at the pile of bodies lying in a pool of blood. He silently said that he couldn't believe that they had defeated hundreds of A and B level mercenaries. At this time, Han Sung was still in the fight, his face calmly looking forward at the smoke constantly flying past him. Han Sung's hands quickly used magic to completely destroy hundreds of mercenaries. Next to him is Harem with a cold-blooded personality, holding a sword as blood splatters in her hand as she passes by, with a scary, sly smile on her lips that makes people's hair stand on end. Harem showed excitement as blood spurted out as hundreds of men fell. Teacher Han Du-suk couldn't help but be surprised by the scene of two students using magic and swords fighting with hundreds of surrounding soldiers. The scene before his eyes made him continue what he had just said, with just the two of them. Blood was still splashing, Harem and Han Sung were still rampaging and destroying the mercenaries. Lee moved and quickly used magic to grasp gravity. Meanwhile, Harem seemed to turn into a different person. She no longer wears glasses or is shy like before. She swung her sword and attacked fiercely, her face full of satisfaction. If she weren't supporting Lee, she would look like a villain, her attacks causing them to splatter blood. Both he and Harem supported each other and defeated the enemy. He helped her reduce gravity and she swung her sword to destroy them. Even though it was the first time, the two of them were like two comrades who were familiar with each other. Suddenly she glared at a guy nearby. He held his shield motionless and saw her attack. He shielded himself to protect himself. She did not hesitate to swing her sword strongly in front of him. Even though he blocked the wooden shield, with that fierce blow, the shield broke and sent the guy's arm flying. Then she swung a sword and hit a long distance, blood flying far away. Suddenly seeing that she was not alert, a guy rushed forward to attack. Harem realized, so she dodged away from that sword swing. Seeing that, Lee then supported her. He created a magic circle as a springboard for her to jump far away. After that cover, her scary face remained unchanged. She attacked that guy. As expected, that guy collapsed and died. She stood up straight, looking out at the sky, still holding the sword. She then glared at those cloaked men. Seeing that sharp gaze, those guys trembled and backed away. They realized that their strength was invincible, so their legs instinctively moved towards them gradually. Then they ran away. Lee was determined not to let them escape. He raised his arm. Create gravity to attack them, they cry in pain. All lost their arms and legs, bled profusely, were so scared they sweated, and gradually collapsed. The students and teachers were speechless at that scene. They exclaimed that it was a perfect combination. After the heroic attack of Lee and Harem, this raid took place with the support of many collectives and also the cooperation between the Shadow Avatar and the Twilight Wolf. Normally, all information as well as the people involved are kept confidential and handled according to rules throughout the campaign. Even the Guardian family member who specializes in assassinations like Hyung-yun and the always knowing Hyuk-yun were unaware of this battle. This raid is classified information. Even the commanders are meeting privately in the conference room and we have prepared everything in order. But now everything is ruined, there's a figure coming, damn it. He thought to himself, so they know our entire plan, will any of them be blocked or not? He then lowered the hood of his cloak to reveal the face of an experienced fighter, brown hair and a scar on his right cheek. It was Paul Holland, captain of the Twilight Wolves. He said there must be something here. He is the strongest hero participating in this raid, nicknamed the man who stole the dragon scales, an S-class hero who signed a pact with the Sky Judge God and is both Han Du-suk's classmate and rival. He looked at that scene, thinking that it was normal for him to not get the information that the original plan failed, but this situation was more than that. Seen with lots of flickering smoke, thinking of marking where the enemy would appear, and even the Technical Research Institute was stopped by two academy brats. Paul Holland heard the situation report at that moment through the wireless headset connected to the main station. He thought that even he did not pay attention to the movements of the two of them, and the insider's report did not mention anything, mention what Han Du-suk and Lee Jung-hyun know about this. He was still thinking, was it because those academies acted on their own instincts or were they secretly controlled by some force? This was also unreasonable. Paul then pinched the side of his nose, tiredly thinking that on the surface, this raid was intended to cause a disturbance in the academy and kill the students, But the real purpose was to steal the heart of the ancient giant and failed miserably, harmful. If so, he immediately pressed his headset to notify us. Implement Plan B, change location. As we looked and silently calculated, if we don't have the heart, we must at least achieve it, otherwise this campaign will become completely meaningless. Currently, the vast majority of students have been evacuated to the dormitory. I have a plan where we have to blow up that place, which is the center of the academy. Paul Holland calculated that Han Du-sok and Lee Jung-hyun were present at the Technical Research Institute there in the opposite direction of the dormitory, otherwise the victory this time would be considered predetermined. He informed the group that in Plan B we would install barricades at each corner. If most of the monsters were bound so they couldn't cross the barrier, then this operation would be successful. I think this time we won't let them do it on their own anymore. He announced that we will be there soon. You turn your back. I admit that Plan A has been exposed and we have been forced to this point, but things will be different with Plan B because in this world there are things that even if we know in advance, we cannot change them. At that place, Lee exhaustedly put his hands on the ground. He lowered himself panting. Lee didn't expect that he didn't intend to fight here for so long like this. An Hae-rim's personality affected him so much. Lee looked up to see An Hae-rim still standing there holding the sword. Although he knew that was a characteristic of that personality, its level was so high that he could not predict it. He stood up, breathing lightly, but considering how we worked together like before, An Hae-rim has completely become my teammate, right? He turned his head and touched my head. He saw terrifyingly large monsters towering before their eyes, like a one-horned giant and a deformed bat. Lee was confused, wondering why there were so many fences and why did the monsters gather in a group like this. Are they trying to hold us back? He realized that the enemy had already switched to Plan B. He then looked at the system window, thinking that he had to recover quickly. Even though he didn't have many points left, he believed in his luck. The system appears: you have purchased a mid-level random pharmacy box. The mid-level random pharmacy box has been used. A small dragon-shaped potion bottle with licorice-colored liquid appeared. Luck has been activated. You have obtained a low-level dragon sedative. Lee looked at the system, frozen. He thought that if luck worked, how the hell would this thing fall out? Suddenly he announced, "Mr. Lee Ha-sung. The dormitory has been attacked." He was surprised to hear that. The academy is protected by a sturdy covered arch barrier. The cloaked men and the Twilight Wolf were all gathered there. Shaolin Long is an S-class magic hunter of the Twilight Wolf gang, a brown-haired guy with bangs that are covered by a cloak. Next to him was James Lin, an S-class mage belonging to the Twilight Wolf gang and with normal green hair. That guy said that there was a large magic protection circle right in the dormitory. That guy's eyes were mysterious and terrifying. He starts moving. I'll proceed to break this thing up. He said that even if he had a good plan, disabling it would still take quite a bit of time, and he didn't know who the hell broke through the barrier in the meeting room. James Lin complained that it took the gang months to build such a large-scale barrier and they only needed 1 hour to break it. In the background is Paul Holland saying something like 1 o'clock. Paul said they haven't even spent 30 minutes yet. James replied that he knew, "Father." James Lin replied that the information had definitely leaked out. Normally it would take at least 4 hours to break through that barrier and you'd be lucky. Paul Holland calmly replied that we would investigate soon. The report stated that the person who did it was just a student, but that was too unreasonable. He thought to himself that the barrier in the meeting room was penetrated too quickly. The security forces and headquarters also stabilized the situation in a short time. Everything started from there. Paul looked at James and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get out of here, you don't need that much time." James said, "Of course I was prepared to go in comma /." Shaolin Long suddenly looked up. That guy seemed to discover something unusual through the fence blocking the entire academy. Shaolin Long said, "I feel a bit worried." Paul asked what your problem was. "What's there to worry about after getting to this point? The hallway is blocked and we've also relocated the monsters and S-rank troops to match their level." Paul knew that Shaolin Long had survived thanks to the characteristic of a sixth sense that helps detect and avoid a variety of dangers. He couldn't ignore those feelings, but having come this far, there was no reason to retreat. Suddenly, that protective barrier began to show cracks at the top. James secretly smiled. He was done talking. Suddenly there was an explosion, making the entire fence gradually disappear, revealing the academy as it was. "Well said, Paul." He ordered his brothers to act quickly. "You say invade this dormitory and blow it up." James laughed savagely. "Ho ho rookies, I will kill them one by one." Suddenly, A source of great pressure appeared deep inside the academy building. James still calmly said indifferently, the gang had already attacked them. He doesn't realize that exciting things lie ahead. The screams came from the gathered stadium. Arg. Suddenly Shaoling and James trembled. Could it be? Screams and pressure oppressed them. Paul suddenly knelt down. He clutched his chest as if his body's resistance was controlled by gravity. He glared. Kook. Then the two saw the commander collapse, foaming at the mouth. Paul fainted, but his body was shaking. James knew that Paul was the one who forcibly took the dragon's scales, reversed his path to S level, and was cursed by the dragon. Normally he is very strong, but now he suddenly faints when facing something with a blood dragon. Both of them went into alert mode, but their bodies were instinctively afraid of the immense power. It's impossible to copy this place. Get ready. They exclaimed, a dragon. There will be nothing like a dragon here. They heard even more terrible sounds. James was starting to get scared, but that cry was strange. Shaoling Long replied, why do you even care about that at this time? What the hell is this place? Suddenly they saw a little girl standing in front of them. Short hair with bangs on top of the head, gray. Wear a skirt with slender arms. She was a small girl, only half their height. The eyes are round and clear with a characteristic yellow color unlike human eyes. Short hair and sideburns accentuate that cuteness. They wondered where this baby suddenly appeared. Then the seemingly harmless girl screamed. They thought that scream was a joke, but it made their commander jump up while he was still lying there. James turned to look, a feeling of fear surrounding him. James glanced at that baby. This baby was a child carrying the blood of a dragon, Dragonian. I was scared and thought that the dragon blood flowing in her body was at least 40%, and Dragonia's magic level also depended on the amount of dragon blood they carried in them. He began to ask trembling questions. Does she know how to use magic? What are her abilities? Can my magic withstand it? Can Shaolin Long extinguish the dragon's fire? Not here. James was thinking in fear. Now that Paul Holland has lost the ability to fight, our win rate is less than 2%, meaning the death rate is 98%. Scared to the point of sweating, if they lose a large amount of forces and 3S ranks at the same time, the Twilight Wolf gang that is in the top 20 will become the weakest gang to fall out of the top 100 in the blink of an eye. Researching in negative thoughts, I cannot let the worst of the worst situations happen. He began to move each organ that was constantly trembling in fear. If so, there was only one way left. James detonated the bomb, causing fog to surround him. He announced that we would retreat. That smoke made the dragon girl stand still, not knowing what was happening. James made a diamond-shaped hole appear, dark blue emitting a magical light. He quickly thought that now the only way was to use smoke bullets to cover the enemy's eyes, then he would summon the gate and escape from here. All his money had been destroyed, but it was better than dying in this place. He opened the bag and took out the item, which would ultimately ensure Paul Holland's safety. Then he quickly threw that bottle of medicine. A drug that causes dragons to lose their senses and senses, dragon stimulant. That bottle of medicine flew into that gap. That effect makes the gap disappear. The dragon girl floated towards her. Lee heard the announcement of Mr. Lee Han-sung. The dormitory was attacked. Hearing that, he hurried. Lee thought to himself that Halen being here meant that Little Bok had already taken action. He figured that even if the enemy was S rank, it wouldn't be easy to defeat her, but there might be other problems when the sedative fell from the mid-level box. Just looking at the silhouette of the monster outside, I still have to dismantle this fence first. The enemy's plan B is to hold us here with these monsters. He looked at everything around him, but his body hadn't fully recovered yet, so he couldn't destroy it alone, so the person he could rely on right now was. Then he shouted to everyone that we will destroy this barrier. Give me a hand, guys. Hearing that, they immediately did as Lee said. He was relieved and thanked them. The two guys said, when this is over you have to spend 5 days practicing with me. I'm also free on the weekend. Sung also spoke up, don't forget about me, I'm free every weekend. While I'm talking, Lee is working, so don't ignore it. As he worked, he secretly calculated that this barrier contained unique characteristics based on the method of the person who made it, so dissolving it was more difficult than creating it because things like traps and weaknesses were hidden. No matter how difficult it is, our Lee still smiles and finds a way, but for me it's not a problem. In just a moment, he broke the barrier, it gradually disappeared, and he finished answering. He told everyone that I depend on you guys for the rest. Behind them were the backs of monsters approaching. Lee quickly ran to Chubok's place without worrying about a sudden monster attack because his friends were there to take care of him. He saw the white gas filled with worry. It was the baby dragon, he thought. I was a bit worried, but it seems like everything here is over. He suddenly saw the vase he had seen in the lucky system, flying in the air. You realize it's dragon stimulant. That vase was rushing straight towards Chubok, who was standing unaware. Lee saw the vase about to fall and panicked. That thing was expensive. Then he used his ability to create momentum for his legs. The beam was strong enough for him to reach and support the lucky vase he secretly wanted. Luckily he was able to grip the dragon stimulator tightly. Lee then somersaulted in the air and landed safely on the ground. He held the vase and felt relieved. Luckily everything ended without having to use sedatives, and he also got the dragon stimulator, which was really lucky. I immediately put it in my pocket. Thank you for the gift. Little dragon Chubok stepped forward and whispered the word Baba. The little girl hugged Lee Han-sung tightly. Dad, he replied, oh my god. He saw the exposed tail wagging. He asked if the baby was not hurt. The girl replied yes, very happy. Lee Han-sung thought she could change her appearance to resemble a human. Chubok's eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open. He asked, Dad, where did you go? He gently told me to go to work, daughter. Because of her cuteness, he was secretly happy. Had he become a stupid father when he had a daughter? The sound of the scabbard falling made him turn to look. His friends were surprised by that short conversation. He felt uneasy. They must have finished dealing with the other side before gathering here. He turned to the fallen object. Something had just fallen. That's Sung Si-yun's dagger, after all. Lee Han-sung looked at everyone confused, wondering why she wasn't there. It was urgent, so he had to go first. Someone asked you, boy? Jun-hoon worriedly asked if he was married. That question made Lee Han-sung unpredictable. He suddenly sprayed glue. Han-bil said look at her face and see if she resembles Lee Han-sung at all. Jun-hoon also said that she looks so big. Lee Han-sung pointed out to everyone, look, why are you guys just staring at her? Don't you see that she has a tail and horns? They were even more surprised. They wondered, tails and horns. Jun-hoon, confused, pointed at him and asked if his wife belonged to the dragon tribe. Lee Han-sung was startled and spoke loudly as if he wanted to explain, but that was not the case. He glanced at the girl looking at him innocently. Chubok was watching, so I couldn't say she wasn't my daughter. Those golden eyes are even more adorable, capturing his determination. He couldn't resist that aura. Lee Han-sung shyly said that she was indeed my daughter. He said it made everyone more confused. Please calm down. He tried to endure it but didn't know what to say. Why, after seeing that Chubok had horns and a tail, they still thought this was their biological daughter. Please brainstorm for me. Chubok comes forward. Dad? Her eyes sparkled as if she wanted to cry, not wanting him to leave, seemingly making her heart flutter. I have no other choice. He hugged the little girl and screamed helplessly, it's Dad, my child. They really screamed. They were shooting bullets. He wondered how they would react if he said she was a Dragonia. That night, everyone was quiet. There is the back of a girl with long black hair, wandering somewhere. It was Sung, who was tired, looking at her like some ghost if anyone saw her without being alert. That night, everyone was quiet. There is the back of a girl with long black hair, wandering somewhere. It was Sung, who was tired, looking at her like some ghost if anyone saw her without being alert. She looked up but felt tired. Today Lee Han-sung was the coolest, especially when fighting at the research center. She remembered the scene where Lee Han-sung and On Hae-rim fought the Twilight Wolf Gang. She thought to herself that he eliminated each enemy with just one slash. The emotions on his face did not waver at all. She praised him, as good as what I expected. She thought of On Hae-rim, but jealousy appeared in that line of thought, and the person standing next to him should not be On Hae-rim but herself. She was sad, but what shocked me so much that I forgot all those beautiful pictures was that he admitted that he was that girl's father. She looked like she was probably about 5 years old. She looked up at the night sky. She didn't know why, but she felt so sad, breathless and empty. Sung unconsciously looked at the store that time, not sure why he felt that way. Turns out it was coffee. She bought herself a cold coffee. Walking on that empty road, Americano added 5 drops of espresso that Lee Han-sung used to drink. She took a sip to enjoy the taste. I also ordered the exact same thing. She felt the taste of that paper cup. It was so bitter. Sung looked out into the endless space. She breathed heavily. Hazed, I miss him. She didn't expect that she would suddenly say that sentence. She blushed shyly, covered her mouth. Oh no, what did I just say? She thought to herself, how could she say such a disgusting thing considering he was married? She immediately thought, maybe Lee Han-sung is raising his child alone. I'm not sure he lives with a woman, and if so, I could kill him. Sung immediately opened the system. She thought about whether she should text and ask him as usual. She wondered what was wrong. Before she could do anything, Lee Han-sung suddenly appeared behind her. He said, Sung Si-yeon. She turned around and discovered that it was Lee Han-sung. Why are you here? He said I was going to ask you that question too. Sung Si-yeon shyly asked that child. Lee Han-sung calmly replied to the child, Achubak. She went back to the dormitory to sleep because transforming took too much effort. She wondered about the transformation. I just said that because it hadn't been long since Yubak hatched from Dragonia's egg, maintaining her human form was quite difficult for her. He added that when she was just born, she considered me her father, so I also considered her as my daughter. He thought to himself that he didn't know why they misunderstood, but he had to correct it. Sung Si-yeon just realized, oh. She hesitantly replied I understand. However, he was still worried about whether he really understood or not. Then he immediately gave her the dagger. Hey, he dropped this. She took it. Oh yeah. After talking, Lee Han-sung said goodbye to her and left. Goodbye, I'll go first. She watched him go as he disappeared. Unable to hold back anymore, she crushed her coffee cup and screamed silently like her heart. Arg, what a shame. She remembered that scene. Thinking to myself, I misunderstood, she is a Dragonia. But Sung Si-yeon still has questions. She wondered, but raising a Dragonia, who is he really? At the sleeping lights of Lee Han-sung's house. Lee Han-sung treasured the item he found. He was lying on the bed relaxing after days of fighting at the academy, lying down and listening to the news. The world became chaotic because the academy was suddenly raided, because the protection was not strict. The damage this time was extremely large, along with the heart of the ancient giant also missing. The news anchor on TV clearly talked about the incident, and it was difficult for the Korean Hero Academy to avoid attacks from public opinion. Although the damage estimate is not high, having the heart of an ancient giant stolen is something worth condemning, he thought to himself. The person who benefited the most from this attack was me. Hearing them say that made me feel guilty. It turns out that the object that Lee Han-sung cherished was the heart that many people were looking for. Lee Han-sung sat up. He checked his knowledge. This was a precious item, so he couldn't let it rot in the warehouse. He crossed his arms and thought, no matter how he used this item, it would give an amazing effect. He wondered what he should use it for. He called Halen and said that once he regained his health, he would go down to the underworld. So let's get some rice. Halen asked how much he needed. He replied that the more shares we sell, the better. Clear. Then he opened the system and looked. I couldn't upload a video of this attack to YouTube, but luckily there was a video from when Jubak was born and the attack in class. Everyone's reaction was very good. That's good, so I also collected a lot of attention points. He opened the system window to check the rewards in the main story. The system displays that you have completed the first main storyline. All side quests have been successfully completed. You have completely ended the beginning of the worldwide earthquake. All students and officials will remember the name Lee Han-sung. Line up to complete SSS. Successfully completing the task. The reward has been revealed. Increase charm points to high level. Increase physical strength to high levels. High level cube. You have gained 3,000 attention points. The system gradually shows that. Increase charm points to high level. Charm level will increase once per day and last for 20 days. Players with charm points below 30 will have a +3 bonus effect. Finally, the system gave Lee Han-sung a small pink-purple potion for his charm point. He was surprised that Woe was so amazing at increasing his charm points to a high level. Thanks to the new tube channel, he successfully attracted attention, but if he increased his charm points any further, the sauce would be gone. Halen then told Mr. Lee Han-sung that I had already withdrawn all the money. He replied okay. He looked at the system and was happy. With this much we can buy a good item in the underground world because the academy needs renovation, so in the next 3 days we don't need to go to school. In the room where the livestream was about to take place, he said he would quickly recover and prepare for the next step. Sometime later, his video was uploaded to YouTube. The first image is a photo of Jubak in dragon form, revealing his straw-like golden fur. Then Lee Han-sung also appeared. He smiled and introduced, "Hello, this is my first time doing a livestream. Hello to the 500 brothers watching the video." He innocently held up the baby dragon to Jubak and said, Looking at the title, everyone probably already understood that our main character today will be Chubak. The baby dragon roared softly as if greeting everyone watching. He looked at the comments and thought that everyone was responding very positively. And the baby dragon shows his little claws to the camera. He thought if he continued the content about teaching magic, he would teach Chubak some basic magic while also collecting attention points. He was excited to kill two birds with one stone. He saw Chubak so excited, he was also happy. If Chubak also liked magic items then it would be okay. Lee Hansung went to see Gil Yi-yun to discuss something. Gil Yi-yun happily talked to Lee Hansung. I heard that you were resting and recuperating. I feel embarrassed calling you suddenly like this. It's nothing, what he said. I'm now a person with a position, so it's only right to go to work. She gently replied that I'm glad if you think like that. She looked at him warily. She secretly thought to Lee Hansung. He wore a simple outfit with a white shirt. She doubted it was him. Why did he look different? Gil Yi-yun softly looked at Lee Hansung. She wondered if she looked closely and saw that his skin looked smoother. She changed her feelings, gently telling him that he looked different. He laughed, scratched his head. Really, haha, he secretly knew that the senior charm had worked. She gave him a purple and pink cube box, saying that this was the prototype of the attribute kit I mentioned before. He said that she did a great job, even though it was mass production, it was still as effective as the first time. Gil Yi-yun waved his hand and suggested, so now let's take a look at the research laboratory. Lee Hansung replied, of course, even though I'm not an official employee, if you need me I'll be happy to help. Then she led him to the research room she mentioned, saying that this was the room that channeled magic stone energy. He replied, transmitting magic stone energy. He asked her what their absorption rate was. She replied that 31.4%, although each year can increase 1.3%, but the speed is quite slow. He thought an efficiency of only 30% would not bring commercial value. Lee Hansung immediately said, can I come inside for a bit? She also gently replied, of course. Gil Yi-yun introduced to one of her colleagues, this is team leader Lee Ho-yun, and this is Mr. Lee Hansung, a prestigious researcher of the corporation. Lee Ho-yun shook hands with Lee Hansung. His colleague said, it was nice to meet you. I never thought I would have the opportunity to meet a famous person like this. You said hello and I'm famous. The colleague said, of course we all know your name because you are the one who created the attribute kit, but I consider you a guest, so it will be a bit inconvenient because you are supervising my work. We are. Lee Hansung said nothing. He laughed and said he was not interested in betting. That guy asked about betting. He seriously clarified, bet on who will create the stone that transmits energy more effectively and uses the same magic stone. He added that if he lost, I would never come here again. Colleagues asked, what if I lose? Lee Hansung said and pointed to Halen, I will film the entire competition process, so bet on a portrait of you so I can upload it to YouTube. It will only appear for a short time. That guy looked at Gil Yi-yun and she nodded. That guy said it was okay, because the director had accepted it, but the secret of the laboratory or the surroundings could not be revealed. Only my face, he replied, of course. He immediately picked up the stone, saying that, the title for today's video is. Lee Hansung made a striking pose in front of the camera, challenging him to defeat the Yehyun group's energy-infused magic stone. He ordered Hylan's camera to be ready. Gil Yi-yun next to him was speechless. 10 minutes have passed after listening to the order. Both of you please bring out your products. Lee Hansung secretly thought that if he did his best, he could do 90%, but now he only needs 40%. He thought triumphantly, first he would beat the corporation's record of 31% and then he would be paid a research allowance by the company and pretend to improve every day. He put the product down. This was team leader Lee's product. The window appeared, the effect of the magic stone transmitting energy, treatment efficiency 25.5%. Absorption efficiency 40.5%, transformation efficiency 27.3%, error margin 3%, total efficiency 31.9%. Everyone was surprised, 31.9% increased by 0.5%. He thought to himself that he's the team leader of a big company, his abilities are really good. It was Mr. Lee Hansung's turn to test his product. The effectiveness of magic stones in transmitting energy. Treatment efficiency 44.5%, absorption efficiency 54.5%, the conversion efficiency is 44.3%, the error level is 0.1%, total efficiency 47.9%. When they saw the results, everyone was so surprised that they were speechless. Lee Hansung said the effect was better than I thought. He secretly thought that he only did 40%, but he went overboard. He then replied anyway. Lee Hansung creates a cool, bright style that challenges successfully, Halen said. I got it. Back when he went back to school. As I walked, I thought I would enjoy these last 3 days comfortably, although there was a lot to do, I was in no hurry. Status window, name Lee Hansung, statistics, stamina 31, magical energy 45, speed 32, will 37, agility 33, intelligence 17, durability 34, charm 21, perception 34, luck 99, potential 383 over 1000, rare skills are awakening subsection D on SSS, physical strength C on A, special skills are looking up information, D on X, characteristics of magical control, B on SSS and spatial manipulation, C on S+. He thought to himself that the stats had also changed a lot after the last mission. He is calm, his charm points have exceeded 20, that is the key point. Lee Hansung is cool in his own world, he in the end, I'm more flattering than normal people, Halen replied that being so overconfident was embarrassing. Suddenly he met his friends, Jin-hoon waved his hand, how Lee Hansung. He asked if he had a good break from playing, he clenched his fists, revealing his muscles, and told me to go back to training immediately after taking a day off. Lee Hansung thought helplessly that Jin-hoon was really about to turn into a monster because he was overwhelmed after the incident that day, so scared. While he asked me, what about you, Han Buell's eyes glanced at him. A gloomy and tense expression clearly appeared on Han Buell. Lee Hansung knew that those eyes were looking at him, and he also told Jin-hoon that I was also taking good care of myself. He thought Jin-hoon was asking, but why did he feel like that was the question before Han Buell tried to kill him? When he was about to quickly leave, he saw Sung Si-yeon coming. He tried to wave his hands for help, the savior was here, he called out Sung Si-yeon. She saw him. But she coldly turned her head away and pretended not to hear anyone. Then Lee Hansung disappeared in despair. He sprayed glue for a long time. Sweating, Han Buell calmly puffed. Lee Hansung turned around and thought, I don't think we have to pretend to be flirting with each other like that, but it's even more unbelievable that Han Buell would sneer at me. Jin-hoon said you did something wrong to her, you answered me. Jin-hoon said that girls only sulk when something sad happens. Lee Hansung innocently asked his friends the same thing. Jin-hoon, oh yes, you two are friends, Han Buell is a mixed bag, you pig brain. Then Jin-hoon nodded like he knew something, oh yeah that's it huh, next to Han Buell. He replied that he just realized it now. Han Buell said he doesn't know, I don't know Sung Si-yeon very well. Jin-hoon said there must be a reason why she's been acting strange lately. Lee Hansung thought that when they talked, I was like an invisible person. If Sung Si-yeon's liking changed from love to hate like Vento, I would definitely become an enemy of the night. Jin-hoon then put his elbow on his shoulder. Our Hansung is an expert in swords and magic but is clueless in this matter. Han Buell says I'm sure he must know the basic reason why Sung Si-yeon behaves like that, or is he just pretending to be stupid? Lee Hansung just said that he understood, the reason she was sad was because I, on Harem, worked well together in the last battle. He thought to himself that he was really observant, these two guys were using him for entertainment. He breathed lightly, never thinking that he would receive dating advice from 17-year-old guys like this. When it's time to go to class, say hello to the students. Teacher Young-yeon said there was a very serious incident recently, so today's lecture is due. We will learn about barriers as the basic problem in the recent incident. At this time, Young-yeon spoke up, a very serious incident recently occurred, hence today's lecture. It turned out that Young-yeon was teaching class, and what was the lecture she mentioned? Young-yeon continued, we will learn about the barrier which is the basic problem in the recent incident. Image of a barrier like an upside-down bowl, Young-yeon explained that the barrier is a combination of circuits and magic circles used to occupy space. That was the case with the artificial dungeon in the guild's main building or the great defensive magic in this incident. Young-yeon continued with her lesson. There were a few academies who knew this, that the Lord of the Magic Tower in the Western Sea who installed the academy's great magic defense circle had disappeared. The reason is that there is a suspicion that he sold information about the barrier to others. When Young-yeon was passionately lecturing, hearing that Hansung sat deep in his thoughts, the fact that he left his position and ran meant there was no denying it anymore. Thanks to this, each academy is trying to eliminate spies. Young-yeon at the podium continued to speak, but the academy felt responsible for this. That's why we're having someone reset the fence in the academy for future use. Of course, the teachers will be the main ones responsible, but students can contribute." Han Sung was still sitting down, still silently thinking about something. Suddenly, Ms. Young Yun mentioned Han Sung, student Han Sung. Han Sung also quickly replied, "Yes." Then, Ms. Young Yun continued, "Would you consider participating? Looking at the way you broke the barrier at that time, I think you've known how to use this skill for quite a while." Hearing that, Han Sung seemed very happy and smiled brightly and replied, "Now it's just like a hobby of mine." So humble on the outside, but deep inside he was extremely itchy. Han Sung thought that modesty was not his strong point, his mouth was so itchy. Ms. Young Yun replied, "Let's talk a bit after class." Han Sung also politely responded to teacher Young Yun's words, "Yes." Then Ms. Young Yun put her hand to her mouth and coughed lightly and said, "Returning to the lesson about building a giant system with circles that can also be called barriers, the children sitting here will be future heroes, so supplementing the knowledge of analyzing and destroying small-scale barriers is very necessary." Young Yun continued to explain, "You need to study for at least 10 years or even 20 years to be able to punch a hole through the great magical barrier." Sege and Jinhoon sitting next to them heard Ms. Young Yun say that and immediately turned to look at Han Sung with their mouths open in admiration and surprise, making Han Sung feel shy and pressured and think to himself, "There's probably nothing left to do in this class, don't let me study anymore." Everyone was practicing the lesson like that. Han Sung sat down and played with the blue magic stone in his hand and thought, "I should think about how to make magic with Sung Si-yun first or make her a gift." Han Sung was still lost in the thought of making things up with Si-yun. Han Sung looked at the piece of magic stone in his hand and thought, although this is just a piece of discarded magic stone that no longer has any value, if you adjust it a little, it will become a magic stone, a useful item. Han Sung thought about Si-yun's image. If she calmed down and accepted it, that would be great. Elsewhere, the door is open and someone is calling to come in. So, Han Sung came to find Ms. Young Yun. Han Sung politely greeted her as he walked into the room. Ms. Young Yun saw that and immediately pointed to the table and chairs and told Han Sung, "Sit down." Ms. Young Yun clasped her hands together and sat seriously at the table. The truth was, she had a lot of things she wanted to ask. Ms. Young Yun continued asking, to be honest, she had never thought or seen such a skill to break the barrier. "That's what most heroes and magicians would think." Han Sung replied with a calm face, "That's right." But she also knew very clearly that she could not hastily ask as if she was digging up her past. Han Sung still replied, "I understand." In Han Sung's heart, Han Sung also felt a little less worried and happy. I was happy because she thought what she wanted. Ms. Young Yun continued to say, "Besides that, I should ask how much you can participate in installing the barrier system." Hearing that, Han Sung asked teacher Young Yun which part he was entrusted with. Ms. Young Yun raised her hands to guide and said, "Usually they would divide it into 10 parts, but this time they decided it would be 20 parts. Among them, I want you to be responsible for effective mana control." Hearing that, Han Sung happily accepted, "Okay." Han Sung had countless thoughts in his head. It seemed like he was holding an active position at this academy. At this rate, we will have a quality protective magic circle during the Beast Tide that will take place a year from now. Ms. Young Yun continued to ask, "Besides, are you thinking about participating in the Student Olympics around the world?" When Han Sung heard about the Olympics, he happily smiled and replied, "Yes." Han Sung thinks that in the Student Olympics, we can participate in 3 out of 16 events. I have to participate if I want to graduate early. Teacher Young Yun is happy, so it's great that there are some conditions to participate, so I hope you will prepare soon. Han Sung replied, "Yes, I will consider it." Han Sung walked out of the room, hands on hips, sighing and thinking. Luckily she didn't ask much. Han Sung's back still stood silently, immersed in his thoughts. Han Sung raised his hand to his chin and said, "Should I call Sung Si-yun?" Han Sung kept turning back and forth, wondering between the two options of whether or not to call Si-yun. While Han Sung was wondering, a modern machine like a flycam but it could emit voices seemed to be something close to Han Sung. It said, "I think it's better for you to call directly instead of sending a text message." Seeing it, he was quite startled. Hearing what the machine said, Han Sung asked incredulously what if she didn't listen. The machine confidently replied that it was just sad about something so it would answer the phone. Han Sung opened the system, his mouth twisted and his hands were about to type in the number, but in his mind he thought, now it's the turn of an AI to give him dating advice. Turns out it was AI. Han Sung still pressed the call to Si Yun, on the other end picked up the phone. Han Sung said, "Hello, I have something to tell you. Yes, it's about the Goal Enlightenment training session." I don't know what Si Yun said about assassination that made Han Sung say, "Assassination, you want me to join in? But I'm not very good at that." "Okay, I'll come see you later." Then Si Yun hung up. After receiving the phone call from Si Yun, Han Sung did not say anything but stood still for a long time. Well then, Han Sung thought to himself, we've made peace, right? Han Sung's face suddenly darkened, sweating, appearing quite disappointed and depressed. Han Sung's inside screamed, but on an assassination date, how could things happen that way? The scene changes, where the room is quite luxurious and beautiful. The ceiling lamp radiates a pale yellow light, giving the feeling of a warm room. Han Buell stood seriously in the room without saying anything. A man's voice called out, "Han Tae." The son named Han Tae, the eldest son of Han Gu-ban, bowed his head and replied, "Yes, father." Han Gu-ban looked stern, glanced at his son and asked, "Are you still lingering?" Han Gu-ban, the head of the Yongyun family, dressed in formal clothes, sat there solemnly and silently after asking his son Han Tae. Han Tae quickly bowed his head and asked his father to forgive him. Luong Mountain is located in the middle of the Devil's Activity area. "Mr. Han Tae continues to say, at least another half a year," Han Gu-ban said sternly with a scary reproachful voice, "You talk too much." Han Tae continued to look apologetic, lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry." Han Buell stood to the side with indifferent eyes but kept wondering in her heart, Luong Mountain was the only heroic land in Africa not occupied by demons. Han Buell envisions the image of Luong Mountain, like a miniature island lying alone. Han Buell thinks this is the only place in the Dark Land where heroes are not conquered by evil gods. Even his eldest brother, who had the SS rank, had to wait a few years to meet the people at Luong Mountain. Han Buell looked at his brother's rather shy face, his eyes only looking down, and thought, the goal is to get inside the mountain, but there is no guarantee of being able to meet them. Mr. Han Gu-ban continued to call his son's name, Han Gun. Han Gu-ban's second son was Han Gun. Han Gun softly answered yes the third. He said seriously, "I heard that this weekend the underworld will hold an auction." Han Gu-ban sat there, closing his eyes listening to his son Han Gun say, "Yes, there are 2 legendary level items that will be auctioned." Han Gu-ban just glanced at Han Gun and ordered him to remember to take Buell with him that day. Han Gun politely listened to his father and replied, "Yes." At this time, Mr. Han Gu-ban turned around and called, "Han Buell." Han Buell also looked shy and did not look directly at her father and replied, "Yes, father." Han Buell was lost in thought again. She was far behind her 2 brothers, even her ability to use magic was the same, but being able to sit here showed that she was still talented. Suddenly Mr. Han Gu-ban spoke up, "I wanted to meet your friend named Lee Han-sung." Han Buell just glanced at it and replied, "Yes." Han Gu-ban still kept his face dark, sternly saying that the upcoming auction should bring that kid. Hearing that, Han Buell just lowered his head to the ground and said softly, "I understand." Among the undead monsters, ghouls have the lowest level. But the current hungry ghosts combined with advanced technologies such as magic and science are completely different. It is called artificial life developed due to the attachment of some living parts. In the black market underground world, Han was accompanied by a robot. He thought that if it was a perfect ghoul, it would quickly be sold in approved locations, not in this underground world, but they don't sell it separately and I don't have that much money. He looked around and said if he could buy a world legendary level player or a mercenary who was good in real battles, that would be great, but the robot following him said the owner was too greedy. Han Seong turned to say that unfinished ghouls with unknown talents and potential are usually quite cheap, so now use the information lookup to look at the stalls selling unfinished ghouls and choose one. Then he looked at the ghouls on display, they looked good. He picked up the information board to take a look. On it appears all the information of the ghouls. Han Sung said it is a combination of elf DNA and part of the B-level dragon's muscles. The potential and talent are also okay. I'm also very curious about it. Unfinished ghoul in this shop. He looked at the price and thought the price was reasonable. Shabby Stone also sells normal items on the black market, so let's take a look. Suddenly a voice rang out to greet you. Han looked panicked and surprised. That was Le Dong Chi. He looked at him with a bewildered expression. He asked, "Do you know me?" Han was surprised and thought that in the future, Le Dong Chi would be known as the king of hungry ghosts. We had indeed met earlier, but just like before that bald head, a brother was born. If you die in my battles, you'll be bald." He looked at Ledungchi's shiny head. Then tears flowed. Ledungchi was confused, not knowing what had happened. Han Seong regained his composure and said, "I'm sorry, it's just that I often see that name so it suddenly happened." "You said there are really many good hungry ghosts here." Ledungchi complacently said that besides my shop, there is no other place with excellent hungry ghosts like this. Han Seong looked at Ledungchi and thought that this was before Ledungchi's talent awakened, so it wasn't impressive, but he had the talent to produce hungry ghosts, so that confidence wasn't there either, must be baseless. "You told Ledungchi these are very good but I'm looking for an unfinished one." It seems he understood what Han Seong wanted to say. He then crossed his arms and said, "My store doesn't have many unfinished ghouls but that doesn't mean there aren't any." Ledungchi sadly thought that with an artist who put all his effort into making hungry ghosts, he would definitely wonder whether to sell an unfinished product with those mysterious indicators like he was taking a gamble, but because I can completely distinguish them by looking up information, I don't need to buy dozens or hundreds of times like gambling. Then he asked Han Seong how many of them he intended to buy. Han Seong replied, "Just one. I was considering buying more if there were any other good ones." Ledungchi extended his hand to his son and said, "Okay, you go this way. There are many unfinished hungry ghosts in here." Ledungchi told him to go ahead. Han Seong went to look and thought he could choose and look up information. Han Seong asked Ledungchi if he wanted to invest. He was surprised to invest. He then convinced Ledungchi to think carefully. It would be much better if he could focus on making so many high-quality ghouls. After listening, Ledungchi silently thought for a while, then he said that if you say so, I will consider it. And the two of them discussed together about Han Seong buying hungry ghosts. Ledungchi said the total was 180 million won. We would finish it in one day. Han Seong agreed that I would pay in advance. Han Seong gave the card to Ledungchi. "This is my card, see you tomorrow." Ledungchi replied, "Okay." Holding Han Seong's card in hand, Ledung read the information about him. Han Seong is an honorary researcher at the Jaehyun Weapons Technical Institute, Jaehyun's honorary advisor, a student of Korean Hero Academy. You were surprised after reading that information, at that age. The next day at the black market in the underworld, Han Seong went to the store to receive the hungry ghost to greet him. Ledungchi hesitantly said hello to Mr. Han Seong. He shyly said, "Just call me Han Seong for comfort. Have you thought about investing?" Ledungchi was confused instead. How exactly did he do it? Han Sebi laughed. "After finishing the ghoul that I chose, you realized its effectiveness better." Ledungchi came out and said it was so good that I had to wonder if this was what I really did. Han Seong thought to himself that it was because he chose the best one by looking up information. Besides, he said I just had good senses and my senses would be invested here. Ledungchi was so confused. Then Han Seong continued to say, "I will invest 35 billion won in the price of those ghouls over there." Ledungchi said that he would be a major shareholder of the store, but Han Seong said I would only take 30%. Ledungchi was surprised that it was so low. Han Seong said to think that I was investing in the development of the store instead of shareholders. If that was the case, Ledungchi Dap would very much thank him. After that, Ledungchi said, "So, now let's take a look at that ghoul." Then he led Han Seong to where the ghoul was, which was this one. It was a female ghoul that looked very beautiful. Han Seong thought, glad that it had a female shape to match Halen's voice. Han Seong used to look up information and it showed up all the information about this ghoul. Its name is A10035 ghoul. Han saw that babysitting is a characteristic, an ability to increase the development of potential and innate talent. You can use the enlightenment goal to combine babysitting to make the little white man stronger. This ghoul is enough. Then Han suddenly took out a large bag. "You asked Ledungchi, I'll do it here too," you replied, "Of course." Then Halen appeared. He ordered Halen to start synchronizing with the ghoul. Upon hearing the command it immediately carried out, "I will start synchronizing." It then scanned the body of the ghoul A10035. Then Han took out the bag and started the front part. Then he took out a bright red stone. Ledungchi was extremely surprised when he witnessed this scene. He looked at the stone and thought that just by looking at it, he knew it was a very valuable item, so he would use it on the ghoul. Han then brought the stone closer to the hungry ghost A10035. Then he pressed it into the ghoul's body. Then it emitted an extremely large red light. This made Ledungchi's eyes and mouth turn O. And the hungry ghost A10035 absorbed that stone into his body. And the hungry ghost I-10,035 slowly opened his eyes to look at everyone. At this time, Han Sung inserted the giant's heart into the ghoul's body, emitting a dazzling purple light, making Lee Jong-chil standing behind him surprised. The hungry ghost lay silently, in the shape of a girl with purple light radiating from the middle of her chest, which was the heart of the giant. After the heart enters the ghoul's body, the ghoul gradually opens its eyes and awakens. The hungry ghost began to open his eyes and wake up completely like a human. Lee Jong-chil, standing to the side, couldn't help but gasp in surprise and think, I know he has talent, but what's happening is beyond imagination. Looking at the heart inside the ghoul, Lee Jong-chil secretly thought admiringly, it's unbelievable that in just a blink of an eye he was able to fuse a legendary level prop into a ghoul. It's easy to say, but not everyone can do this. After thinking like that, Lee Jong-chil looked sad and thought, feeling that he was still incompetent, that he was really nothing. This is truly a new world. Now having one more inventor is no longer important. Lee Jong-chil continued to look at Han Sung standing there smiling and said, I should take the opportunity to stay by his side even if just for a moment, as long as I can learn more things. Outside the academy, the sky is now much clearer and the air is quite pleasant and cool. Han Sung walked down the academy grounds followed by a ghoul dressed in solemn clothes. Han Sung turned to ask his ghoul, how do you think the synchronization process went? Well, the hungry ghost looked down at his hand with a cold face and replied, it's perfect, even the ghoul's signal bracelet is synchronized. Han Sung continued, now that you have a living body, you should exercise your body and join me in playing the role of Little White's parents in the future. Okay, the hungry ghost was next to him, but inside was AI, so he replied, yes. Han Sung walked briskly, happily smiling brightly, thinking, thanks to the investment, I have become closer to Lee Jong-chil, we can also work together in the underground world. While walking quickly, Han Sung suddenly saw someone's footsteps, making Han Sung quite startled. It turned out to be Han Buell with indifferent eyes looking towards Han Sung. Han Sung softly said, Han Buell. Han Sung approached and asked Han Buell, what is it? Han Buell heard but just stood still without saying anything as if thinking about something. At this point, Han Buell opened his mouth. There were a few things about the last incident that I still haven't heard him explain clearly. Han Buell kept a cold expression and asked Han Sung as if spying on Han Sung. Han Sung closed his eyes, sweat pouring down his face and thought, knowing he wouldn't let it go that easily, and he already suspected that he was a child from the Darkland, so was this an opportunity for me to clear up the misunderstandings? After thinking about it, Han Sung told Han Buell that I was just lucky to have a clue first. If Yong-yun also had a clue before the incident happened, would you also inquire like this? Han Buell was like an investigator, coldly asking Han Sung deep questions. The problem was how he got the clues. Han Sung kept a cheerful look, smiled innocently, pointed to the ground and said, doesn't he also have a connection to the underworld? Hearing Han Sung happily laugh and say something so reasonable, Han Buell had nothing more to say and just silently listened. Han Buell did not give up and continued to stand there with his hands in his pockets, saying that the underworld group Jae-yun and even the academy did not know any information. You said you have clues in places no one knows. Han Sung smiled happily and said, I told you, it's from the underworld, but how are you sure that no one in the underground world knows about that incident? The reasons that Han Sung gave to explain made Han Buell so unreasonable that she didn't really say anything but just stood in thought as if continuing to prepare to attack Han Sung. Then, Han Sung gently smiled on his lips and walked past Han Buell and said, I think that's enough to explain your question. Not having gone far, Han Sung was called back by Han Buell. The weight made him shiver and suddenly stop. Han Sung was quite tired of being called and bothered by Han Buell. He was so angry that he trembled and gritted his teeth to endure. Han Sung secretly screamed inside, Iuk isn't done yet. Han Sung turned his head and looked unhappy and said to Han Buell, what else? Han Buell asked Han Sung, are you free this weekend? Han Sung also responded, not knowing yet. Han Sung's face was distorted, his mouth drooped, thinking, I have to try to show that I'm proactive, but why do I feel like I'm being manipulated more and more? Han Buell bowed her head and hesitantly said to Han Sung, I misunderstood you. Speaking of this, Han Bai looked down inside, ha. Suddenly, Han Buell turned around to face Han Sung and said, okay, I'll say it straight. Han Buell said with bored eyes, my father wants to meet you. Hearing Han Buell say that, Han Sung suddenly stood still, his face dark, eyes wide open, mouth agape, beads of sweat running down his face silently screaming, what? Han Sung's hands trembled, sweat flowed down his hands non-stop. Han Buell stood there with a dark face. Han Sung hesitantly exclaimed in his heart, "What did he just say?" His face darkened, his eyes clearly showed doubt. He gritted his teeth and thought, why the hell, Han Guban, head of the Yongyun family. He wants to stand in front of the man known as the Demon King of the world with this level. Han Sung opened his mouth and smiled softly, sweat pouring down his face, and asked Han Buell, "Can I ask the reason?" Han Buell stood there, silently saying nothing, looking at Han Sung, who looked quite surprised and scared. Han Sung's hands were clenched tightly, sweat still flowing on his hands. Han Sung thought to himself without responding, "Damn, even Han Buell doesn't know." Thinking too much and not receiving an answer from Han Sung waved goodbye to Han Buell and said, "Okay, that's not too difficult." Even though he said that, Han Sung was still quite scared and surprised. Han Buell saw Han Sung like that and also worried and asked, "Will you be okay?" Han Sung was still quite cool, turned around, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I'm fine." Having said that, Han Sung turned around and was about to leave, but he stopped and pointed to the sky and said. Han Sung turned around and looked at Han Buell with a serious expression, not knowing if he believed him or not. "But I'm not a child from a land of darkness." Then, Han Sung decided to turn around and leave, not forgetting to say to Han Buell, who was standing silently without saying anything and looking thoughtful in the back. Han Sung said, "I'll go first." The academy building under the bright sunlight exudes freshness and cool blue sky. The scene changes until Han Sung walks back to his room in silence. Just as he was calm, Han Sung collapsed to the ground and continuously punched the bed. He continuously punched the bed to release his anger and shouted really loudly. Han Sung's face seemed quite angry. Han Sung's eyes were wide open and he was grinding his teeth continuously. His body was shaking and sweat was flowing down his face continuously. Han Sung thought to himself that he had to meet Han Guban so soon. Even if I refuse, this is not something I can avoid. If something goes wrong, I will definitely die. Han Sung's face was determined, his eyes wide open, his hands still holding his fists, thinking, I have to find some reason for him not to execute me immediately at all costs. The scene changes to a quite dark room with only light creeping in on the roof. The light shining down through the gap brings a gentle, silent atmosphere. The silhouette of a person wearing armor, hands resting on his feet, softly said "Phew, ha." The person's back was tired and walked slowly. It seemed like there was something wrong with him. He couldn't walk normally, but he leaned on the wall with his hands and had difficulty walking. That person's face was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth and still couldn't speak. It seems that the person is trying to do something. Suddenly Galawan's face turned red. He opened his mouth to reveal his two fangs and shouted loudly, "Dragonia." The man just showed his face. His face was tired, his eyes turned white, his mouth was foaming, his whole body was shaking. The man's hands raised to his body. Will he let go and die? But no, he still maintained a fierce spirit, clenched his fists into fists, punched the floor and shouted, "Damn it." The man resolutely stood up, his face showing determination and panting as he said why his weakness had to be a dragon. Who the hell is he? So angry, Paul Halen vented all his anger and slammed it on the wall, screaming loudly. He wondered why his weakness had to be a dragon. Who the hell was he, both weak and angry? He tried to reassure him. Lee Hansung came back and uploaded a video about Dragonia to YouTube. He revealed everything. He thought there was a high possibility that he was the one who stopped the dragon from stimulating and stealing the heart of the ancient giant. Paul Halen clenched his hands in dissatisfaction. He was definitely not just a student but also had another identity. I had to take him down at all costs. Time seemed to stand still. Lee Hansung stood there. Ability Training Area. Lee Hansung thinks that this week I have a lot of things to prepare, but to survive I will prioritize boosting skills first. In his hand were 3 golden diamonds. He thought that the ability blocks he got from money and attention points were special skills that had been chosen to combine. The status window appears: Short Distance Spatial Teleportation Block A, Gravity Resistance Block A, Time Resistance Block A. He clenched his fists, causing the 3 pills to activate their abilities. He was determined to learn all 3 skills. You've got Short Distance Spatial Teleportation A, you've got Gravity Blocking A, you've got Time Blocking A, another possibility that reacts to Spatial Order S+, Short Distance Spatial Teleportation A, Gravity Blocking A, Time Blocking A. A hidden ability has been activated. Hidden abilities have an effect on main abilities. Hidden abilities affect the player's luck. S plus Spatial Order has leveled up regardless of skill level. S plus Space Order has been upgraded and changed to S plus Space Manipulation. Lee Hansung felt each skill in his body gradually absorbing, wonderfully, combining his hidden abilities successfully. He said he was still not strong enough to fight Han Gu-ban, but at least he could run away to save his life. He clenched his fists and said this was the least preparation he could do. Halen and Tu-bok. The two of them appeared. Halen has long blue hair that matches her cold eye color, only Tu-bok is older. Status window, name Halen, statistics, stamina 20, magical energy 52, speed 20, will 35, agility 20, intelligence 30, durability 20, charm 12, perception 30, luck 32, potential 271 on 952, unawakened sliding rare skill B, unawakened willpower barrier special skill A, unawakened babysitting trait S, heart of the ancient giant F above S. Lee Hansung replied thanks to her heart, Halen's magic has increased, but she can only use it to a certain extent and cannot yet develop her full potential. Tu-bok she has just awakened the dragon's heart, so Halen only has magic. He held the bomb like a ball and told Halen, so we will practice with magic bombs, if the person can handle this bomb, their magic level will increase. She replied yes. He then activated the bomb, making the atmosphere heavier with magic, and the hidden gas surrounding the training area. Training to use magic with the bomb he created at Ye Hyun's weapons research lab with the characteristics of Tu-bok and Halen. The two of them can completely use this skill even when standing at the center of the explosion. Then he looked at them. Through this training session he could both help them level up and record videos to upload to YouTube. In another space, Nadia is following Siege. Siege turned back and asked Nadia, why do you keep following me? There's nothing for you in the training area. His words startled her. She was shy as if she was hiding, saying I also went there to practice, so don't interfere. He said don't chase me and go find Hansung. She replied that was not the case. He thinks anyone who looks at him knows it, but how could Hansung fascinate a girl like this in just one shot? The two people who arrived there suddenly felt a terrifying, haunting power overwhelming them with a black magic circle. Nadia started to panic, saying isn't Lee Hansung in there, it's too dangerous. Siege shielded her, telling her to calm down. He sensed the situation, he didn't know what was going on but his instincts told him not to interfere. They feel like there is peace in it. Siege said it looks like it's over so let's go inside and take a look. Nadia replied yes. When they were about to go in, Siege suddenly panicked when he saw that huge thing. His body did not allow him to move but glared at it with fear. Both of them saw the huge shadow of the yellow-eyed dragon looking at them. They panicked and couldn't believe their eyes, what they were seeing and what they were doing. Dragons. Nadia was so scared that she stepped back and unfortunately fell. But they saw Lee Hansung standing there relaxed. He asked you two, what are you doing here? Why are you sitting on the ground? Siege regained his composure and asked what the tremor just now was. He smiled and replied that I was just practicing controlling my magic. Siege sweated. That's what you call controlling magic? He replied yes. Then Halen appeared. She was introduced by Lee Hansung that this is my AI assistant. She is training in the body of a ghoul. Siege realized what happened. So it's nice to meet you. Halen greeted him. They were talking when Nadia stood up and dusted herself off. Lee Hansung continued to introduce, this is my daughter Tu-bok. The baby dragon looked at Siege innocently. Siege just knew that she was the giant dragon just now, right, so how could he treat her comfortably? Lee Hansung immediately turned back to look at Nadia. She was startled. He asked if he didn't say hello, while she was still surprised. Then he walked quickly past her, so we left first. She was still afraid to say a word, and I think I have to continue treating Nadia like this. He secretly calculated that he had made his ability level reach the minimum, so now it was time to prepare for the next step to be able to maintain his relationship with Han Gu-ban. I think I have to prepare carefully. Weekend at the auction. Lee Hansung waved to Han Buell. He asked if we should go straight into the hall. Han Buell replied yes, he is waiting inside. Lee Hansung followed Han Buell's instructions. He saw a silhouette of a man sitting in a chair. Just looking at his back, he immediately recognized who it was. He knew right away. He is a legend who resided in Liang Mountain for 20 years. In the underworld he is also known as the person who returned from hell. The person he mentioned was also the person he met, the king of the underworld Shim Wu-ju. He has a face that shows that he has fought through many years of hardship and is called king. The birthmark on his right eye is proof of his battles. He calmly sat and waited. He thought with a glance, and the man sitting next to him was. Next to Shim Woo-ju is the back of a tall-looking guy, the head of the Yong-yun family. Although he was wearing a suit, it exuded the serious and majestic aura of the head of a family. Han Gu-ban, the person that Lee Han-sung wants to meet, wants to defeat, wants to prove that he is strong. Lee Han-sung thought that Shim Woo-ju and Han Gu-ban did not seem to have any connection, but they were hostile to each other. They want a duel to the death, but they both have a lot to protect. That's why they both indirectly solve everything in the direction of each other's victory. Lee Han-sung decided to be extremely cautious today. Lee Han-sung stood behind a man. After that, Lee Han-sung bowed respectfully to that man. "Hello, I am Lee Han-sung." That man looked at Lee Han-sung and politely introduced himself. "I am Han Gu-ban, head of the Yong-yun clan." Then he asked me, "Are you Han-sung, Buell's friend?" I heard him ask, so I also asked, politely replied, "Yes." The system suddenly has a notification, Han Gu-ban's Abyss Eyes on SS has been activated. Look up information on X, not allowing you to use skills because of the level of Abyss Eyes on SS is too low. Han Gu-ban was still staring at Lee Han-sung. On stage, the host is introducing the new item, the third auction item. This school is part of the World Olympic team. It is the athlete Saren who is always admired by fans and for the past 20 years. Han Gu-ban suddenly spoke up and asked Lee Han-sung, "Kid, how do you feel about that ghoul?" After listening to Han Gu-ban's question, Lee Han-sung thought in his heart, this question sounds like a transaction. He has already started to make a move. He started to carefully answer, "I think it's great." Han Gu-ban continued to ask, "Do you want it?" Lee Han-sung immediately replied, "Of course." Suddenly, Han Gu-ban made a proposal, "So how about we make a deal?" When Han Buell saw Han Gu-ban suddenly suggesting that, she panicked and called out, "Father." Lee Han-sung saw that Han Buell intended to interrupt, so he quickly stopped him first. "Han Buell, we are still in the middle of a conversation, don't come in like usual." If he hears me say that, I could only stop and look at him. Lee Han-sung's words made Han Gu-ban so excited that he laughed out loud, "Ha ha." Laughing, Han Gu-ban asked Lee Han-sung, "Ha ha ha, you're interesting, so, are you willing to make a deal with me?" Lee Han-sung proudly responded to that offer, "I'm very honored, so let's take a look at the next auction item first." After looking through the information about the next item, Han Gu-ban immediately decided, I'll buy that one." After that, Han Gu-ban said to Lee Han-sung, "Okay, my goods are ready." Hearing that, he also declared firmly, "I'm sure you will like my goods too." Han Gu-ban also wanted to know one thing, what if it was the other way around? This time, Lee Han-sung did not answer Han Gu-ban, his face was now covered in sweat from worry. In the auction auditorium, on the stage, the employee was pushing the next item out. The host's voice also rang out at the same time introducing the next item. Recently, a senior appraiser has finished evaluating an item belonging to famous student Lee Han-sung. The scarf covering the item was lifted, revealing a bottle of medicine inside. The host's voice grew louder and louder as he introduced the legendary level magic purification potion. This solution can completely purify the object, full magic for a hero whose magic is eroded by up to 55%. Below the stage, auction participants began to stir when they learned about the uses of Lee Han-sung's medicinal solution. Even Yong-yun, after hearing about the effects of the potion, was scared to death. Lee Han-sung, after seeing Yong-yun's surprised action of standing up, whispered in his mind, "This is something that will definitely make Shim Woo-ju gasp because half of his body has been eroded, worn out by magic, that's why he had to leave the land of darkness and stay hidden in the underworld." Next, Lee Han-sung turned to ask Han Gu-ban, who had been silent until now, "What do you think?" There was a bit of calculation in Lee Han-sung's mind. He cunningly said, "Unfortunately, your product costs more than a ghoul." After a moment of silence, Han Gu-ban suddenly asked, "Can I create that thing again?" On the inside, Lee Han-sung was very pleased because he knew, of course this thing is very eye-catching, because one of Han Gu-ban's legs was also eroded, but on the outside he still remained modest and replied, "As long as if you have the ingredients, nothing is impossible, but it's not easy to make." Lee Han-sung reminded Han Gu-ban that he was not sure because the ingredients to make this thing were very difficult to find. Hearing that, he decided, "Then I will pay the price for that item first." The host on stage started reading the price, asking if there was anyone else bidding. The starting price was 4,000,000,000 won, 4,1 billion, 4,1 trillion won. Han Gu-ban suddenly praised Lee Han-sung, He is a very attractive person. Han Guban made another suggestion that made Lee Hansong startled and confused, come with me. This proposal from Han Guban made Lee Hansong so scared that he swallowed his saliva. He felt, this is a bit too much, right now, at this important moment, we have to deal fairly, level before being interrupted. Thinking something like that, Lee Hansong quickly asked Han Guban, why do you look like you're in such a hurry? Lee Hansong suddenly asked a question that surprised Han Guban, was it because of El Potin? Looking at Han Guban's pensive face, Lee Hansong immediately knew what he was thinking. The Twilight Wolfgang always made things difficult for Yongyun in the Land of Darkness, and El Potin was the leader. He needed something that can control magic because all traces are in the Land of Darkness. Lee Hansong knew the opportunity was ripe, so he immediately made a proposal. I will show you where El Potin is, and I also want to make an agreement. I don't know what you mean. Having come to this point, Han Guban had to accept Lee Hansong's proposal. Okay, what do you want? Lee Hansong glanced at Han Buell and made a request, please let Han Buell go. Seeing that Lee Hansong did not take advantage of this opportunity to ask for other precious things, but instead asked Han Bugan to let him go, this made Han Buell extremely surprised and confused. Lee Hansong continued to tell Han Guban, please don't use the name of the family to force him. Hearing that, Han Guban just raised his face to the sky and repeated two words, forcing himself. Han Guban said that Buell is still young and inexperienced. Han Guban explained the reason why he did that to Han Buell, flowing in her is my blood, if it weren't for this family, there would be many enemies out there somewhere, not to mention him. Before he could finish speaking, Lee Hansong intervened and said, he is your bloodline. Lee Hansong countered Han Guban's words, Buell was stronger than anyone else, and he would never lose the person he cherished. After hearing Lee Hansong's words, Han Guban suddenly called out, Buell. Han Buell quickly replied, yes, father. Han Guban asked Han Buell, is this what you want too? He just remained silent and did not answer his question. Han Guban continued to ask, is that so? Han Buell can no longer hide, he hesitantly replied, yes, that's true. Suddenly, Han Guban said, very good. After hearing these two words from Han Guban, Han Buell sadly lowered his head, then turned his face away. Lee Hansong was silent when he suddenly spoke up, if that's the case, I'll also tell you this. Lee Hansong suddenly walked down. After that, Lee Hansong pointed to a place on the roof of the stands and said, over there. Looking at Han Guban's pensive face, Lee Hansong immediately knew what he was thinking, the Twilight Wolfgang always makes things difficult for Yongyun in the Land of Darkness, and El Potin is the leader, he needs something that can control magic because all traces are in the Land of Darkness. When Han Guban saw this, he was startled and stood up. Someone took Lee Hansong's medicine solution. On the stage, 3 guys wearing cloaks suddenly appeared, 2 guys wearing brown capes and 1 guy wearing a red cape that looked like a leader. In the red cloak's hand was a bottle of Lee Hansong's medicinal solution. Soil and rocks poured down like a waterfall from a corner of the auction ceiling. From the hole in the ceiling, a few guys wearing cloaks also jumped down, a total of 3 guys. It seemed like the leader was the guy wearing a red hood. The red cloak clearly had a bottle containing the magic purification potion in his hand. They were aiming right at the platform containing the magic purification bottle. Seeing this scene, Lee Hansong thought to himself, I intentionally leaked some information to the Twilight Wolfgang, and sure enough, they came to steal the magic purification medicine. After that, Hansong turned around to leave. He said one last sentence to the man in front who was also Han Guban, I will go with Buell. Han Guban nodded slightly in response. Han Guban took a deep breath, all the green magic was surrounding his body. Finally, having accumulated enough, the pure green magic shot out in all directions, the center of which was Han Guban. Faced with this situation, Hansong frowned and thought, Han Guban and Shin Woo-ju have begun to show off their strength, I have to get out of here before I'm choked to death in here. Lee Hansong patted Buell's shoulder and firmly said, let's go. Hansong silently calculated, I will use the short-distance teleportation I just achieved. Immediately the 2 people disappeared without a trace. Rustling, short-distance teleportation immediately brought 2 people outside. Buell was so surprised by Hansong's strength that he couldn't say a word. Lee Hansong closed his eyes and remembered, the battle will end with Han Guban and Shin Woo-ju successfully stopping El Potin, but he will flee immediately after stealing the item. Hansong turned around and asked, Buell, Can you help me with this? Buell was quite curious about this. Hansung explained, the stolen item will be hidden in a place with few people passing by recently, because I suspect that's the place. Buell looked quite confused at this upcoming event. Lee Hansung confidently declared, I have a plan, we will attack that place. At a large warehouse, at night. The Twilight Wolf army was there, of course led by Captain Paul Holland, scar-faced, standing in front of the magic stone that could give items. Paul said to his juniors, prepare, the item is about to appear. From inside the magic stone, a series of items flew out, including a large bag and a rather small red square. In particular, a plastic bottle containing magical cleansing water also flew out. When he saw the items had appeared, Paul Holland ordered, everything has been delivered, prepare to leave immediately. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Paul discovered a blue vase rolling in this direction. He turned back and looked wonderingly. On that vase were strange red ancient texts as if they had just been cast. Paul wondered, a vase. Suddenly the vase cracked. The cracked vase caused a powerful magical explosion that spread everywhere. Paul quickly discovered it, so he created a barrier from his hand to prevent the explosive magic from affecting him. He shouted loudly and asked his teammates, are we being ambushed? But it's a pity that no one can answer Paul's words anymore. He was worried and restless when he saw his teammates lying down behind him. Damn it, everyone in the ranks has been defeated, it's not good. While he wasn't paying attention, from the glass ceiling, a figure on his shoulder holding a white dragon suddenly jumped down, causing Paul to startle and tremble slightly. Paul Holland put his hands forward in defense, shouting loudly, that boy. Lee Hansung, after landing safely, also quite suddenly asked again, Paul Holland. Still the same old symptoms. When Paul Holland saw a dragon, he trembled with fear. He was scared and trembled while looking at the little white man, Dragonian. Seeing that, Lee Hansung smiled evilly and ordered the dragon, Chubak, which immediately responded to its master, Aang. Hansung said proudly, scream. Without missing a second, the white dragon immediately cried out very cutely, scream oh. Paul Holland also tried to defend but it was insignificant, he sweated and backed away. Whatever happens happens, Paul's huge body staggers. Lee Hansung is still quite wary of him. Unable to stand anymore, Paul Holland collapsed to the ground. Lee Hansung smiled complacently, I didn't expect that the S-level person they hired was Paul Holland, and thanks to that, I was able to solve it so quickly. Now let's go collect everything. Little White looked at Dad studied attentively. Meanwhile, Han Buell was still sitting on the roof before jumping down, he was speechless. Han Buell looked sad and distorted, I thought I was here to help him and would rush into danger with all my might, but Hansung took care of all 4 A-level guys and 1 S-level guy by himself. Recalling the events that happened today, Han Buell sums up Lee Hansung, it was as if only strange things happened all day today. At the end of the mission, Lee Hansung returned to his beloved room. Sitting and looking at the notice board in front of him, Hansung was happy, it's crazy. Hansung felt happier than ever, I earned a lot of attention points because of the incident at the auction, and a large amount of money from magic purification potions, especially the special skill to make potions. Hey here, the notice board says, you have got special skills, legendary potion maker, F on S. Hansung thought even deeper, thanks to this my skills will be higher. Moreover, this skill will have a stronger effect when you sign a pact with a divine creature. Lee Hansung slowly stood up but was still lost in thought. Receiving the invitation from Han Guban made my heart drop, but in the end I turned that crisis into an opportunity. Hansung put his hands on his hips and sighed softly, now it's time to carry out the next plan. The location of the next mission is in an extremely large high-rise apartment building, at night. A black shadow from the sky with teleportation magic suddenly appeared on the rooftop. That's Lee Hansung. He glanced sideways and wondered, He wondered, she hasn't come yet. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind Hansung. The dark shadow asked, is it you, and slowly walked out into the light to where Hansung was. Hansung was quite startled when he saw the dark shadow. None other than Sung Si-yun. She wore a full black outfit like Hansung but looked extremely beautiful and seductive. Lee Hansung said nervously, it's really you. Seeing Sung Si-yun facing the other direction, her cheeks pink, Hansung wondered, she's wearing makeup too. Then each person turned in one direction and no one said anything else. It was clear that both of them were embarrassed, it seemed like they had the same thoughts, this atmosphere. Finally Lee Hansung sighed and also worried. Hansung held out a small blue box towards Sung Si-yun and said, here, Si-yeon curiously glanced at the box. Lee Han-sung had one hand in his trouser pocket, the other holding a gift box. His eyes glanced at the other person, not daring to look directly at Sung Si-yeon's face, and said hesitantly, "This is a gift." It turned out that the gift box was a jewelry box. Inside was a pair of extremely attractive sparkling blue flower-shaped earrings. Han-sung continued, "I made it myself with magic stones." Sung Si-yeon frowned, turned around and reached out to the earrings. While listening to Lee Han-sung's explanation, "It has the effect of clearing the mind. You can also use magic from it in case of emergency." Si-yeon also finished wearing it on his ear. Sung Si-yeon blushed embarrassedly and turned around to go ahead, urging Han-sung, "Let's go." Next, Sung Si-yeon went first and Lee Han-sung followed. He thought to himself, looking at Sung Si-yeon's expression, she must have calmed down a bit. At first, I was a little hesitant to accept the assassination mission, but after hearing the target's name, I changed my mind. Han-sung's face was extremely serious as he thought, a guy who specializes in transporting weapons and collecting illegal magic blocks. He is a monster, Ma Jong-chul. At night, in a luxury apartment building, Lee Han-sung wore a black suit to easily hide in the night. He walked and thought, Ma Jong-chul, the one who specializes in collecting rare magic blocks. He is a very difficult person to approach, but thanks to Sung Si-yeon, I can easily catch him. Sung Si-yeon walked right in front. She wore the earrings that Han-sung gave her and said, "Thank you for the gift." Lee Han-sung suddenly stopped thinking and replied, "Ah yes." Sung Si-yeon continued without turning around to look at Han-sung, "Have you looked at the documents I sent?" Lee Han-sung replied, "There are more than 50 security guards and barricades." Si-yeon specifically warned, "This is haunted so you don't have to deal with all of them." Lee Han-sung asked curiously, "What is the reward?" Sung Si-yeon answered immediately, 100 billion and trophies at the scene. You can take the trophies as long as you don't leave any evidence behind. When announcing all the things that needed to be done to Lee Han-sung, Sung Si-yeon turned half around, with an extremely thirsty smile on her face. She said, "In my opinion, if you are slow, I will ignore you." After a fairly short period of time, the glass wall of an office was covered in fresh blood. On the blood-spattered floor, a hand was moving towards a magic stone, intending to pick it up. That was Lee Han-sung. The assassination happened quite quickly. He silently thanked. The assassination went very smoothly. I also got the block I wanted. As for Sung Si-yeon, thinking of that girl, Lee Han-sung glanced up. Fresh blood covered Sung Si-yeon's white face and the bloody dagger made her feel more satisfied than ever. Han-sung thought to herself, looking at that smile, I can understand that she is very satisfied. My mission of reconciliation, it was also successful with him. Lee Han-sung shook his head in disgust at himself. Is it wrong for me to think she's beautiful while smiling with blood stains on her face? The next morning, at the school canteen, Lee Han-sung was sitting quietly in his chair, looking at the block in his hand and smiling happily. The recent assassination also earned him quite a bit of money, and he even hunted the time machine he had always wanted. Notice board, show up many skills. You've got time machine S, you've got float, fly A, you've got magic mark B, you've got hack B, you've got tempering A, you've got million episode B. Lee Han-sung arranges himself. These skills will be for Halen and Tu-bok. Han-sung scanned the control panel and thought, I'll open a block because there's a lot of attention. The stone block emits a red light along with a series of information from the control panel. You are using a high-level random box. Your luck is very abundant. Based on the player's ability so far, you have the life skill block of the SS Focus Hunter. Han-sung looked as if he had stepped on excrement and exclaimed, CLGT. A bunch of notifications covered the screen. The life of a SS Target Hunter. A target hunter is an abnormal situation where a player wants to be loved by someone too much. Pay attention. But a true focus hunter is someone who knows how to transform it into their own art. The power of the focus hunter. The power of the focus hunter comes from attention. Just temporarily increases based on attention received in battle. Attraction of the target hunter. A target hunter who fails to attract anyone is unlucky. Charm increases if attention is attracted everyone's mind. The current level is 0%. He thought to himself, that's okay. Han-sung found it quite difficult to understand this power but still thought about wanting to take it. With characteristics like these, I definitely have to take it. I will absorb it right away. Then he opened his hand to receive. Blue light like aura surrounded Han-sung's body. A small notification appeared. You have collected the time machine F. You have collected the life of SS Target Hunter. The status window shows information about him. Name Lee Han-sung. Statistics, Constitution 32, Magical Energy 46, Speed 34, Will 33, Agility 35, Intelligence 23, Durability 35, Charm 29, Perception 35, Luck 99, Potential 401 out of 1000, Rare Skills, Target Enlightenment D on SSS, Physical Strength C on A, Special Skills, Information Lookup F on SSS, Legendary Potion Maker F on S, Characteristics, Magic Control A on SSS, Spatial Order D on S', Time Machine F on S, Life of Focus Hunter SS, Hansong boasts, stats have increased significantly, with this score, I can almost defeat a Tanbin without special skills. Lee Hansung thought excitedly, I don't know how much attention I will earn in the future, but the characteristics just now show that this will be a useful skill. An Hei-rim hurriedly walked over, her face sad and said to Hansung, are you waiting long? I'm late because I have a consultation. Lee Hansung replied comfortably, it's okay. An Hei-rim sat down and spoke first, sorry for last time. Lee Hansung was quite sad for her, he thought to himself. It must have been very hard for An Hei-rim because her multiple personality awakened and she had to go to counseling, mentality. Lee Hansung smiled and waved his hand in refusal, you have nothing to feel sorry for, what happened was unintentional but it also helped you. Even so, An Hei-rim could not escape the feeling of guilt, she confided, what happened just now is true, but I don't want to hurt anyone. Just when Hei-rim was in tears, she was surprised to hear Lee Hansung speak in encouragement, if that happens again. You can count on me, I will help you. Hansung gently explained, you probably still remember your other personality, listen to me, I will help you so you can learn to control it and turn it into strength instead of having to hide it. Hei-rim asked again confusedly, how could it be? Hansung immediately replied, his other personality. It's his ability. Seeing Hansung smiling happily like that, Hei-rim wondered, what ability? Hansung waved his hands and explained, at that time, the reason why you acted differently than usual was because your personality and statistics had turned into abilities. If you practice patiently it can completely become a skill. An Hei-rim asked doubtfully, why are you so sure? Hansung bowed his head and said, his emotions seemed to subside, in the past, there was someone who possessed similar abilities. Then Hansung looked straight at Hei-rim and smiled and said, even though that person is not here now. On An Hei-rim's face, there was an extremely puzzled look. Lee Hansung looked at the person sitting in front of him and thought to himself, that's An Hei-rim from before. Hansung sighed softly, I still have memories of that. As dusk gradually falls, at Lee Hansung's apartment complex. After settling down on the bed, Lee Hansung was still sighing in frustration. Talking to him made me remember old memories, if I'm sentimental, nothing good will happen. Thinking for a while, Hansung also sat up and was about to get out of bed. He encouraged himself, okay, stop being lazy and let's go live. The channel has more than 400,000 subs so let's work hard. The camera pointed at Lee Hansung, focused and started recording. Hansung changed his attitude, smiled and waved, saying, hello everyone, it's been a while since I last did a live like this. Everything was going quite smoothly when suddenly a small earthquake shook everything. Lee Hansung was extremely worried, Dungtown magic from afar, if the tremors appeared at this time that means. Lee Hansung hurriedly opened the notice board and thought, the first disaster gate is opening and that is the sign of the beast tide, a gate in Gongwon-do connected to this world must have been opened. An unexpected call came in, Lee Hansung asked worriedly, Director Gil Yi-yoon. The other end of the phone answered, Lee Hansung. Gil Yi-yoon suddenly expressed, I'm so sorry, this sentence really startled Lee Hansung. Hansung quickly shouted angrily, didn't I tell you not to go to Gongwon-do? On the other end of the line, Gil Yi-yoon could only apologize, I'm sorry, I have no other choice. When I regained my composure, Hansung asked again, where are you? Are you with a bodyguard? Which one? Yi-yoon replied, yes, I contacted them, but monsters suddenly appeared at the airport. While Yi-yoon was speaking, the signal kept flickering, causing his sentence to be interrupted. In the end the signal was completely lost. Lee Hansung could only hear one word and the last word was Gil Yi-yoon. Hansung stood still and thought to himself, signal lost, this is an emergency mission to rescue Gil Yi-yoon. The livestream camera was still flying. Lee Hansung said with a worried face to those watching his live, everyone, I will change the title of today's live. Meanwhile, at Gongwon-do, the black smoke and air were extremely thick, a feeling of horror spread everywhere. Gil Yi-yoon was standing on the rooftop of a building, she was quite worried, I landed somewhere near the airport because there was suddenly turbulence, but unfortunately it was right on gang window that Han Sung had warned about in advance. There, standing in front of the gate with the shape of a skull embracing it, deep inside the end could not be seen, Yi Yun thought to himself, besides, there is something appearing here, a gate. Yi Yun thought back, 100 years ago, portals connected to this world appeared everywhere. This portal was erased from the land of darkness, now it appears again in Gangwon-do. Gil Yi Yun frowned, even though I saw it with my own eyes, I still find it very hard to believe. A bodyguard came next to Gil Yi Yun and raised his hand to signal, "Director, we have to go now." She immediately responded, "Okay." As he turned to leave, Gil Yi Yun had a question in his mind, did Lee Han-sung know this in advance? As he followed the bodyguard, Gil Yi Yun asked, "Have you called for help? Can they handle the gate?" The bodyguard explained, "Gangwon-do has many strong monsters appearing from the beginning, so the association will handle it just fine." Suddenly the bodyguard in front exclaimed in fear, "Damn it!" Gil Yi Yun looked and said in surprise, "That is." The sunset sky was suddenly covered by a gloomy black cage. Both Gil Yi Yun and the bodyguard felt very unbelievable. In the center of that giant cage, a monster as black as a ghost, with two red eyes like a wild beast, was floating in the sky. That was Leech's barrier. Gil Yi Yun frowned worriedly and looked into the distance and wondered, that is. An extremely large dark barrier appeared, covering the entire sunset. Yi Yun knew immediately that it was Leech's barrier. From afar, the sound of heavy iron footsteps resounded. It was an army of dozens of zombies marching in full armor. They were called a Level A dancing army. The bodyguard worriedly said to Gil Yi Yun, "Director, we have to evacuate to the warehouse." "No, I'll stop them here." Yi Yun walked away, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to go into battle. Yi Yun's face was extremely serious. "I will contribute my part to the security team at the airport to protect the people. The security team and I will not evacuate." The bodyguard was about to refuse, but the director, Gil Yi Yun, said firmly, "This is an order." Standing in front of the dancing soldiers, the bodyguard said, "Then I will evacuate the staff and lend a hand to the security team." Gil Yi Yun praised, "Very good." On the other hand, seeing that Gil Yi Yun had been disconnected, Lee Han-sung immediately contacted Gil Sung Yun. He quickly asked, "Gil Sung Yun, you also received the report, right?" Gil Sung Yun didn't pay attention and just replied, "I don't have time to say anything right now, hello." Knowing he was in a hurry, but Lee Han-sung still tried to explain his intentions, "Listen carefully, I'm also going to the airport now. People from Yehyun Group are also on their way, but it will take about 40 minutes. With no transfer immediately I can bring a few people over in 20 minutes. Seeing that, Gil Sung Yun immediately asked again, "Are you serious?" Gil Sung Yun was quite hesitant and said, "A small army won't do anything." Seeing that, Lee Han-sung became even more determined. "Now is the time to argue about this. Don't you want to save your sister? There's Little White Dragonian, and I've also contacted a few other people besides Jin-hoon and Han Buell, but the other end of the line is silent." Seeing that Gil Sung Yun seemed to agree, Lee Han-sung deployed immediately. "We can hold out until the forces of the association or Yehyun Corporation come to the rescue." Gil Sang Yun obeyed. "Okay." Then Lee Han-sung tapped on the device as he spoke. "Then gather in front of the dormitory, we'll be right here." Arranged properly, Lee Han-sung walked towards some tools he made himself. They looked quite primitive and seemed unused. Han-sung thought to himself, "I still haven't had a chance to use that thing. There must be a set, overload buffer and a generator shield that can be combined with rechargeable magic stones." Han-sung took the item containing the blue stone with him. "This is still not enough to deal with a level A monster, but now there is no other way and I have to use other props to help further." In front of the dormitory yard, a number of students contacted by Lee Han-sung had gathered, including many familiar names such as Charles, Sung Si-yeon, Gil Sung Hyun. Lee Han-sung confirmed, "Everyone is enough." Lee Han-sung gave his self-designed gadget to everyone and said, "Take this, we will move space." On the other hand, on the Gangwon-do side nothing had changed. The sky was still covered by a giant barrier. Several sets of zombies wearing iron armor and wielding swords charged loudly. Their strength was quite strong. Gil Yi Yun struggled to avoid their blades. Yi Yun is trying to fight and hold off these monsters while waiting for rescue to come to help. Gil Yi Yun raised one leg as if gathering strength. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a layer of magical ice emitted from Yi Yun's feet and shot straight towards the undead. Immediately the undead monster's legs were frozen, only then did it suddenly discover. Nearby, Gil Yi Yun's bodyguard was also fighting quite intensely. using the force of his hand to cut off the head of an armored zombie. Each member of the security team was fighting one-to-one with a zombie. The whole team seemed quite struggling and tired. Of course, through observation, Gil Yiyun realized this. Gil Yiyun was breathing heavily from the extreme fighting. She looked to one side. On that side was a bodyguard in the security team. He was seriously injured all over his body and was sitting holding several deep wounds. Gil Yiyun gritted her teeth in pain when she saw her teammates injured. This situation made her extremely stressed. Gil Yiyun called out, "Group leader Kim Tae-gyu." The bodyguard immediately turned around and replied, "Yes." Gil Yiyun reached out and ordered, "That's enough, take everyone to the coal warehouse." Bodyguard Kim Tae-gyu absolutely refused. "How could I leave the director behind? Even if this was an order, I still wouldn't go." Seeing his teammates' determined attitude, Gil Yiyun had to retract his hand and worriedly thought, "But if this continues, the entire security team will be destroyed. I can't hold on anymore." At the most deadlocked moment, suddenly from the sky appeared a glimmer of light like a big star, causing Gil Yiyun to suddenly look up. Gil Sung-hyun suddenly fell from that light. At the same time he also released several large magic circles. Gil Sung-hyun shouted loudly, "You bastards!" From within those magic circles, extremely sharp ice blocks poured out like rain. Gil Sung-hyun alone powerfully controlled 4 large magic circles straight towards the armored undead army. With just that one blow, a series of zombies were stuck in ice and couldn't avoid it. Seeing his younger brother so strong, Gil Yiyun was surprised and couldn't keep his mouth shut. A sea-level magician like Sung-hyun could perform magic at this level alone. What the hell is going on? Finally, Gil Sung-hyun landed safely on the ground, with a device given to him by Lee Han-sung on his belt. Of course Gil Yiyun also noticed those devices. She wondered, those things on that kid's waist, are they Lee Han-sung again? At the same time, a series of students from the academy also appeared from the sky, some using their fists, some using swords to attack the jumping army. The blonde girl Charles still shines as usual due to her outstanding magical ability. The long spear made from Charles's magic sweeps a path enough that several undead cannot resist. Looking at the performance of the rookie kids who are still in school, Gil Yiyun was surprised again. They can face A-level monsters with that equipment. How come the rookie students can do so? Gil Yiyun looked back at Lee Han-sung who was creating 2 magic circles from his hands and silently wondered about this person. Lee Han-sung is strong against the army of level of monsters, he calculated. I can get the effect of the skill through live stream. The notice board shows some stats. The target hunter's life is being activated. 70,000 people are watching you. All stats temporarily increased by 150%. Magic stat increased by 3 permanently. Lee Han-sung is gradually feeling more and more powerful when activating the magic circle. The stats change again. 100 people are watching you. The stats increase by 2 permanently. All stats temporarily increased by 200%. Your stats temporarily increase in everyone's eyes. Gradually turning the magic circle into red, Lee Han-sung kept calculating the power in his mind. At least I temporarily achieved the status that only S-level or higher can have. My magic will definitely be enough strong. When he had accumulated a large amount of magic, Lee Han-sung raised his hand to the sky and merged the 2 circles into one. He shouted loudly, "Come!" 2 overlapping magic circles lit up the dark sky. That was the wrath of heaven. Feeling the extremely great power, the undead army stopped and looked up at the sky. A giant pillar of red light like fire shined straight down from Lee Han-sung's 2 magic circles. That giant pillar of light shined straight towards the zombies and destroyed them all in just a moment. No matter how thick the armor is, the undead will be discolored by this enormous power. The effect of this magic spread even to where Gil Yiyun stood. She had to squint her eyes and cover her hands to block the wind from affecting it. Only when Gil Yiyun slowly opened his eyes could he see everything. The destructive force from the light column left no undead alive. The surrounding was quiet with only the sound of the wind blowing. Gil Yiyun was stunned and her mouth opened wide. Everything disappeared in an instant. What remained were only a few pieces of iron armor that were shot out. Gil Yiyun knew that it was the Son of Heaven's Rage, the strongest magic in the holy world. Gil Yiyun was frozen in place, just thinking in his head but unable to say a word. It helped everyone recover and blew away all the monsters. Moreover, looking at Lee Han-sung's back, Gil Yiyun vaguely felt, I also felt a faint status in him. The destructive power of Heaven's Rage attack was so great that the undead army was completely destroyed. Everyone around was suddenly frozen in place. What remained after that was only a piece of iron helmet that was thrown out of the light of consciousness. Lee Hansung's body radiates a dim but extremely pure aura. The bulletin board keeps popping up: urgent mission to rescue Gil Yi-hyun, SSS mission evaluation. Currently thousands of people are watching your actions. This is just above the current limit of Class C stats of you. They will remember your actions and moreover, everyone will remember your name. You have just achieved an achievement. The divine punishment to overcome the black magic is decided based on epic rank. This is an epic achievement. Epic user has been activated. You gain 4 epic achievements. Legendary Mark Bearer achievement. Awakened Perturbed Defeater, the source of the world's movements. The punishment of the gods overcomes magic. The challenge originates from the epic index. In the future all quests and achievements will increase to epic rank. Rank achievements epic 4 out of 7. You can get minimum stats if you complete epic rank quests. Lee Hansung is full of spirit, clenching his fist to move the magic flowing throughout his body. Stats are classified into rare, epic, legendary, semi-mythical and mythical. You will receive stats when complete achievements. The aura is getting darker and darker. Lee Hansung shows his determination through his sharp eyes. Still at a low rank, but I'm slowly gaining stats. After finishing, Lee Hansung turned back and directed everyone, take care of the injured first. Those who can use magic, go protect the airport and create shields. Everyone listened. Only Gil Sung-yeon still stubbornly stood with his arms crossed and said, if you say please go away then I can think again. At this moment Lee Hansung only had one thought, probably kill Gil Sung-yeon always. The sky gradually turned dark. The barrier had not yet been broken, making everything dark and scary. Lee Hansung had calculated it correctly. Okay, the shield protecting the people at the airport has been set up. Now I will destroy the shield of the undead. Lee Hansung looked towards his friends and said, Jin-hoon, Han-byul and Gil Sung-yeon will come with me and the rest will stay and tell them to go to the airport. Seeing that Lee Hansung's instructions seemed too hasty, Gil Sung-yeon spoke up again in worry, those zombies are S-rank monsters, high rank, just wait until Ye-hyun PMC and the association provide support, be here. Lee Hansung closed his eyes and thought, I have the perfect way to deal with those undead. I can't miss the opportunity in front of me to achieve the epic class achievement. Seeing that everyone seemed scared, Lee Hansung spoke up loudly, I'm not just going to help the people. Lee Hansung's eyes and aura seemed to make others trust and respect him immediately. He said, I'm going to hunt those zombies. All 3 people, Ji-hoon, Han-byul, and Gil Sung-yeon, were surprised by this statement. Lee Hansung turned to ask Gil Sung-yeon, are you really not going? Sung-yeon remained silent, not knowing what to answer. Knowing Gil Sung-yeon's personality, Lee Hansung persuaded, I need your help. Of course the result is obvious, Gil Sung-yeon said with a smirk, if so then I will go with you. Lee Hansung quickly held the sword tightly in his hand, led everyone and said, well done. The group of 4 people including Lee Hansung led the way, followed by Han-byul, Gil Sung-yeon and Jin-hoon, all extremely motivated. Lee Hansung was determined, from now on, we will hunt rank S zombies. The Black Gate is deeply embraced by the skull with no end in sight, just looking at it makes you feel the feeling of death. From another direction, there were 2 people, a man and a woman, running quickly, with extremely serious expressions. The man said, I see the gate, Miss Young-yeon, and the girl replied, we need to move faster if you want to repel the destruction of the gate, Dusak. Both of them suddenly stopped when they heard the sound of weapons and fighting in the distance. The origin of those noises was because the rookie students were fighting the zombies. Gil Sung-yeon used many ice magic circles and Jin-hoon was extremely agile in approaching the zombies. Meanwhile, Lee Hansung held a sword and intended to sneak attack it from behind. Young-yeon was quite confused and asked, beat them. Seeing that Dusak was equally confused, he hesitantly replied, no. Teacher Dusak's face was extremely tense. He frowned and said a not very tense sentence, I think that battle is very interesting. Right now, Han-byul is directly confronting the zombie. The zombie lynx locked onto its target with eyes as red as hellfire. It raised its skeletal hand. Lee Hansung stood aside, quickly reached out his hand and shouted loudly to warn Han-byul, it's attacking. Han-byul is also quite agile, immediately detecting the red dot magic points and standing back. From those red magic dots, strong columns of earth rose up that could pierce anything. Being warned, Han-byul jumped aside and easily dodged that thing. When the 2 teachers saw this case, they couldn't help but exclaim, he saw that sneak attack, and even knew the exact point of the magic attack. Teacher Dusak looked at the students with a puzzled face and said, if you know the information, you can't lose. Young Yun was also extremely surprised. It was unbelievable. Those spikes kept growing one after another at an extremely terrifying speed. A sharp thorn suddenly grew up and was about to skewer Lee Hansung, but he was extremely agile and was able to escape. Lee Hansung gently avoided it and smiled, thinking, "This is the undead that we often face in the Darkland. No matter how far we run, you are still in the palm of my hand." Red magic dots continued to appear on the ground. Lee Hansung calculated, "I'm pretty bad at marking attack points with my magic. If I want everyone to fight safely, then there's no other way, otherwise." It turned out to be Lee Hansung's marking magic to warn people to avoid attacks. Having run out of patience, the undead Ling flew high into the sky and simultaneously created countless red magic circles of destruction. Only then did the little white boy appear next to Lee Hansung. He happily called out to Papa. Lee Hansung nodded, "Yes, it works." From the magic circles in the air of the undead monsters radiate streams of magic as powerful as lightning. Of course, Chubak did not flinch but cheerfully spread his legs and raised his arms to block the attack. So many lightning bolts from the undead's magic, whenever they flew to the little white's place, were changed direction and turned back. The zombie suddenly appeared. Lee Hansung shouted to his teammates, "Let's do it." Hanbyul and Gil Sung Yun both tried to mobilize magic to do everything possible. The block of ice from Gil Sung Yun's magic circle powerfully penetrated straight through the undead monster. It was surprising. Now it feels pain, it roars and screams. The boss monster was finally wounded quite deeply right in the chest. It was in pain but still tried to control a few level A dancing soldiers to join the fight so it could have time to escape. Realizing its intention, Jin-hoon rushed forward and shouted, "Where are you running to?" The fight took place. Jin-hoon only used his bare hands to directly confront the level A monster fully equipped with armor and sword weapons. As soon as Jin-hoon touched the undead blade, a golden light appeared like halo. Jin-hoon frowned and screamed in pain. Lee Hansung observed everyone with sharp eyes. In the middle of the battle, Jin-hoon rose again. The undead monster seemed crazy. It spread its arms and legs as if to feel it and then howled with laughter. The zombie lynx reached up to the sky as if casting a spell to call something. Magic circles appeared like a portal to take people away. Noticing something unusual, Lee Hansung said loudly, "That." Lee Hansung created another magic circle, setting a curse on a large area, with 7 colored curses. Even though he had set the trap, Lee Hansung was worried about many other possibilities. If he got caught in one of the 7, he would die. Even though he had set the trap, Lee Hansung was worried about many other possibilities. If he got caught in one of the 7, he would die. Lee Hansung's steps were quick and light as if he were skating, but in his mind there were many questions. Is using such powerful magic already the final stage? Lee Hansung ran lightly but at extremely high speed. He bet, "I need to separate the space around it with space control." Seeing the purple magic blob lying there, Hansung knew what he needed to do. He needed to solve that curse. In space, a giant blue magic ball appeared. Everyone exclaimed, "What the hell, what is going on?" The robot follower Lee Hansung suddenly appeared from nowhere and explained, that zombie expanded the scope of the curse before it died, so he separated that zombie before it created the curse. Gil Sung Yun was startled and asked again, "Is Lee Hansung going to take care of it alone again?" Han Buell worriedly asked again, "Who among us is not prepared to deal with that curse?" Gil Sung Yun also lashed out again. He was very confident when he said he would go hunting. What a fool, stupid. Jin-hoon suddenly turned to look at Lee Hansung's friends and said, "Do you know the probability of the curse?" Everyone didn't seem to worry about him at all. The human robot was quite surprised by his words, this criticism. The robot continued the previous story. Each of the 7 curses had different confirmations, but the chance of not being hit by one of them was only 1%. Gil Sung Yun and Han Buell wondered even more, only 1%, but still not worried at all. Both the robot and the white man looked dumbfounded at this question and then honestly shared, "Of course he will be fine, my dad is very lucky." The trio of Han Buell, Gil Sung Yun and Jin-hoon all have 3 faces as one. I honestly don't understand why the other 2 are so confident. But that round ball now had a few cracks as if it was about to explode. Jin-hoon discovered this abnormality immediately. From the crack of that black sphere came out a pile of mucus and Lee Hansung was lying on the ground. Seeing that, people ran from afar and shouted loudly, "Lee Hansung!" But without needing anyone to help him up, Lee Hansung stood up proudly. His hands wiped the mucus stains from the black ball. He breathed a sigh of relief, smiled triumphantly and said, "Wait for me." Then Lee Han-sung pointed straight at Gil Sung-yeon and said, "You, Gil Sung-yeon." Sung-yeon was surprised to be called by name. Lee Han-sung smirked, confidently pointing at himself. "You saved my brother like I told you, right? You owe me," he thought to himself. If everything goes well, Gil Sung-yeon can go on the road, main road. Not wanting to admit this, Gil Sung-yeon deliberately avoided Lee Han-sung's eyes and clicked his tongue. The next morning, at school, Lee Han-sung still went to school as usual, walking and thinking, "While I chased the undead, the other heroes moved the gate, everything ended successfully, thanks to my rapid development. Only then can you complete the midterm exam in peace." As if remembering something, Lee Han-sung paused, but now there was this important meeting. Walking through the door, Lee Han-sung looked at each person in the room and said comfortably, "Everyone is here, sorry for making everyone come to such a shabby place." Han Gu-ban, the king of the underworld Shim Woo-ju spoke first. "Long time no see." Then leader Young-yeon, who had a beard and gray hair, also spoke. "You are the contestant I saw at the match, Price." And the last person in the room was the shadow leader So Yi-yeon, who just folded his arms and stared at Lee Han-sung without saying anything. Now Lee Han-sung feels oppressive anxiety. He thinks to himself, "The most influential people in Korea are present in the same place, I have to come to an agreement with them, this opportunity won't come again. Where are you two?" Lee Han-sung put a container on the table and said, "This is the bottle of pure Dharma Black that I mentioned before, high efficiency up to 55% will be auctioned." Immediately So Yi-yeon offered a price. Darkness wanted to buy it for a higher amount than the price on the auction floor. Lee Han-sung quickly waved his hand and refused. There was no need for that, the conditions of this agreement had not changed. Han Gu-ban sighed and nodded and said, "Those shallow tricks won't work on Lee Han-sung. So Yi-yeon has a habit of making a startled gulp." Lee Han-sung continued to explain, "As I said before, I will provide it in limited quantities if you bring the ingredients, then I will tell you about the conditions for the continuous supply." This. Lee Han-sung raised a finger and smiled softly, offering a price. "Young-yeon, Darkness and Underworld, I want the ownership of the Dark Land of the 31st region, which is divided into 3 forces, and the right to build a gate there and right to request assistance from the force." All 3 leaders were extremely surprised and could not keep their mouths shut. So Yi-yeon rubbed her chin and thought, even if he had the right to build the gate, it would be difficult to do so, including maintaining the stability of the gate in Area 31 in the Darkland. It's also strange, he's very confident with that. Similar to So Yi-yeon, Han Gu-ban also closes his eyes to think, with those 3 conditions, the right to build and ask for one-time support, the ownership of Area 31, where there are 3 influential people, is the blind spot for me. The 3 forces cannot be owned by themselves, but if one of the 3 has ownership, that person will have everything. Leader Young-yeon asked curiously, also aware that Area 31 is a dangerous place with many awakened demons, right? That area of the Dark Land is not a safe place for you to do that. Where? Lee Han-sung confidently replied, "I know very well, you can take back the ownership once I fail to do it." Still with that smile and appearance, Lee Han-sung continued, "When the gate is completed, I will give everyone the right to use it. I have also placed a store in Area 31 where the items I create will be sold." The leader Young-yeon sighed and nodded, thinking in his head, he was thinking of increasing the defense power of that area by gathering mercenaries and heroes to buy rare items. From what he said, he was truly a bold brat. Seeing that everyone seemed to have no more concerns, Lee Han-sung smiled confidently and extended his hand, offering to cooperate. "So shall we make a deal?" After the deal was completed, Lee Han-sung stretched tiredly and breathed a sigh of relief. Han-sung thought happily, "This time I got a big deal, now let's prepare for the main story." A few days later, at the ranking trial day. At the schoolyard, the students were fully gathered. Lee Han-sung thought to himself, the ranking test is coming soon, but the incident won't happen before then. Lee Han-sung arranged everything that could happen in his head. "I was prepared, but I couldn't predict whether the difficulty would increase or not." It seemed that the upcoming school life would be peaceful, but Lee Han-sung was immediately startled when he heard the alarm ringing loudly. The notice board also appeared, "Main Story 02, the entrance to the evil world will begin. Opened at the academy, react quickly to protect the main characters. If successful, the main character will live, the destruction of the academy will be postponed. If failed, one of the main characters will dies, the academy will collapse, more than 10% of soul will be demonized. The difficulty of the quest will change based on the player's conditions. The epic writer has been activated, the difficulty of the quest will increase go up." Lee Han-sung's camera was also activated, flying overhead. It announced, The gate has been set up at the library, Lee Han-sung asked nervously, are the others still safe? The camera answers, and Charles and Sung Si-yeon are inside the library. Lee Han-sung angrily shouted, damn it, why are you within the gate range? At the same time, Han Buell also ran from afar and called out to Han-sung. Hearing Buell's voice, Lee Han-sung immediately turned around and gave instructions. Buell gathered his friends and went east. I will save Charles and Si-yeon who are still in the library. Seeing how unreasonable it was, Han Buell shouted loudly, are you going alone? There's a gate right there. Han-sung couldn't care less anymore and quickly turned around and left. I have to go alone so there won't be any casualties. Han-sung ran to the library extremely urgently, his eyes filled with determination. I may lose one of the characters in this mission, but I won't let that happen. At the library, a large gate opened identical to the gate in Gongwon-do before. Monsters flew out like grasshoppers and wreaked havoc everywhere. From the top of the roof, a double-barreled automatic gun emerged from a magic circle and shot those flying monsters. In the midst of the extremely chaotic scene, Lee Han-sung still bravely ran all the way to the library to save people. He thought to himself, the magic bomb that the magician set up when he was hired to cooperate in creating shields at the academy, it was hidden and the magic circle was also created so it could defend itself, so it could reach a certain level. Han-sung tried to walk faster, I have to buy time with him. Once inside the library, Han-sung was surprised by the thick smoke like the fog of Sapa, but it was toxic smoke. Lee Han-sung raised his hand to shield himself, thinking worriedly, the black magic has flooded the entire library, the contestants who don't have the strength to resist won't be able to last long. Walking in the smoke from the black magic, Han-sung tried to find the main characters. I have a bottle of anti-black magic, but I need to find them quickly. Finally seeing the blonde Charles lying sprawled on the floor, Lee Han-sung was surprised. Han-sung quickly rushed over and asked, Charles, are you okay? Even though Charles was lying there, he was still shaking. Han-sung quickly held Charles's head so she could drink the anti-black magic medicine. He quickly said, drink this, it hasn't been long since you were infected with black magic, so you'll feel better. In the meantime, Charles's face was purple and sweat was flowing profusely. Even so, Charles still grabbed Han-sung's hand and stopped him. Charles, even though he was trembling in pain, still tried to squeeze out each word to finish the sentence. Si-yeon is in the appendix. Charles opened his eyes wide and looked at Lee Han-sung as if begging for help. She was surrounded by a powerful force. Hurry up and save Yeon. Black magic is everywhere. Lee Han-sung quickly ran away thinking, I saved Charles, but Sung Si-yeon is in the appendix. The building is gradually collapsing. The black magic suddenly fell, causing Lee Han-sung who was running to be a bit surprised. Arg! Lee Han-sung looked around and guessed that part of the awakening of the evil world had already begun. If so, then the owner of the gate had already appeared. As far as Lee Han-sung knew, the owner of the gate was Lilith, the wife of the great devil and the first existence of mythology, the one who made Adam bite into the apple. Lee Han-sung thought as he ran quickly, Lilith would incarnate using the bodies, and the worst thing was, this story would fail just because she summoned a part of the destruction. Lee Han-sung arrived at a room and stopped when he saw someone. It turned out that it was Sung Si-yeon hanging. Lee Han-sung saw that and worriedly shouted, Sung Si-yeon. Lee Han-sung looked at Si-yeon like that and worriedly thought, what is the demon awakening going on? Will Lilith reincarnate while she is still alive? In the current situation, Lee Han-sung can only think of one way. What if I let her drink this potion to prevent the worst from happening to Sung Si-yeon before being transformed? Then I will have ability to block this quest. Lee Han-sung was so confused and scared that he was sweating profusely and hesitated. But, I don't have much time for that method. If I give up and not save Sung Si-yeon and escape from here, I can get through it, easy. After a moment of hesitation, Lee Han-sung clenched his fists in determination. But, I couldn't just leave her like that. Lee Han-sung made the final decision. He will save Sung Si-yeon, the regression magic. Lee Han-sung's 2 magic rings appeared around Sung Si-yeon while he recited the incantation, the demon, which was darker than the night and deeper than the abyss. While casting magic, Lee Han-sung thought, I am putting the world's rules into words, Lilith is reacting to those rules. Lee Han-sung encouraged himself, he was a master of magic, a master of space and a master of time. Lee Han-sung put all his strength into casting magic towards Sung Si-yeon and declared that this border cannot be penetrated. Suddenly Sung Si-yeon opened her eyes were red. The system also displayed a warning, it had detected the player's overuse status, energy consumption would occur, Energy consumption would occur, trait defense will take place, skill consumption will take place, overuse of the player's status can consume existence. Lee Hansong knelt down because he felt like he was not okay. The natural provision followed the rules. While Lee Hansong was trying to defend himself, Sung Si-yeon slowly approached him. In an emotionless voice, Sung Si-yeon asked, "Who are you?" Seeing Sung Si-yeon's controlled state, Lee Hansong hesitantly replied, I am the Dragon Slayer." Sung Si-yeon was in a controlled state when she was extremely surprised to hear Lee Hansong introduce himself, "By someone like you." Lee Hansong now tried his best to stand up and said, "You can also call me the Divine Hunter, the savior of the world." Furthermore, Lee Hansong also bluntly declared that I am also the supreme person in the world, the one who destroys all demons. Hearing his eloquent declaration, Sung Si-yeon was in a state of extreme panic, afraid to say, "No way, there's no way you could be that thing. The system has a notification. Player Lee Hansong has started on his path. This old story started a long time ago. This is not only an achievement but also the beginning of a great legend and a footprint that reaches the ends of the world." Lee Hansong slowly approached Sung Si-yeon and said, "Right now, seeing that he was about to approach her, so the devil inside her stepped back in fear and told him, 'Don't come over here.'" Lee Hansong slowly stretched out his hand and called, "The great devil's wife." Lee Hansong put his hand on Sung Si-yeon's shoulder controlled by the devil and slowly said, "You are a dark witch, a witch." Lee Hansong coldly declared, "I will destroy you." The devil in Sung Si-yeon's body heard that and was extremely frightened. The devil in Sung Si-yeon's body screamed in panic, "Ah, no." Seeing that he couldn't run away, the devil inside Sung Si-yeon decided to attack Lee Hansong and die. But a strange thing happened when Sung Si-yeon's attacking hand couldn't touch Lee Hansong. Sung Si-yeon's hands were shaking because she was trying to fight the devil. In a state of disbelief, the devil said, "No way." Lee Hansong said while panting from fatigue that she was back. Sung Si-yeon regained consciousness. She tearfully looked at Lee Hansong. After Sung Si-yeon regained control of her body, she suddenly staggered. Then, Sung Si-yeon tiredly fell into Lee Hansong's arms. The system also announced that she had achieved the legendary rating, "The person who burned the divinity of Lilith, the wife of the great devil, the writer, the epic has been transformed, the one who walked the legendary path has been achieved. From now on you must complete the legendary you mention, that is your past and future destiny." Achievements, Class Epic 4 out of 10, Legendary Class 1 out of 3. Seeing that the situation was okay, Lee Hansong breathed a sigh of relief and thought, "I have reached my limit." In the end, Lee Hansong fell to the ground, but still used his body to support Sung Si-yeon. At the hospital, the system has a new notification, "Main story -02, successfully completed, Academy damage 4% less, main character injury 3% less, gate destroyed 99%, prevent Lilith from reincarnating 90%, reward decided, 10,000 recognition points received, abilities increased by 1 level, stats slightly increased, person stepping on the legendary path has begun, existence loss and stats have been recovered through achievements and statuses." Lee Hansong seriously looked at the system board and thought, "It's really not dangerous, luckily I was able to stop it without any damage." Lee Hansong was worried when he thought about Sung Si-yeon's condition. Compared to Sung Si-yeon being slightly burned by Lilith's energy, the demonization of her body was almost completed. Furthermore, I was worried, is she okay? Suddenly Lee Hoo-sung led Tu-bok from nowhere to appear in front of Lee Hansong. As soon as she saw him, she immediately ran over and shouted, "Papa." Tu-bok hugged Lee Hansong stiffly, crying and saying, don't leave me alone and go somewhere far away." Then, Sung Si-yeon tiredly fell into Lee Hansong's arms. The system also announced that she had achieved the legendary rating, "The person who burned the divinity of Lilith, the wife of the great devil, the writer, the epic has been transformed, the one who walked the legendary path has been achieved. From now on you must complete the legendary you mention, that is your past and future destiny." Achievements, Class Epic 4 out of 10, Legendary Class 1 out of 3. On the outside, Lee Hansong smiled, but on the inside he was extremely happy. "I was alone in the game, but I felt relieved that I had someone to worry about me so much." At the hospital, Lee Hansong silently resolved that he would never lose people precious to him in the future. In the villa, Sung Hyun was walking in the hallway when Lee Hansong's voice rang out, "Hello, lady." Sung Hyun saw Lee Hansong and politely responded, "Hello, Lee Hansong." Sung Hyun bowed his head sincerely to thank Lee Hansong. "You did a great job, destroyed the gate at the academy, and also thanked you for saving Si-yun." Hearing that, he only humbly replied, "It was obvious, of course I have to do it." While walking, Lee Hansong asked with concern, "How is Si-yun?" Sung Hyun replied, "She is here." Sung Hyun led Lee Hansong to a room where Sung Si-yun was resting. At this time, Sung Si-yun was resting on the bed in a devilish state. Lee Hansong looked at Sung Si-yun's stats and was extremely surprised. He had underestimated the evil energy she had absorbed. Her stats: the system displayed a status window, and her name, Sung Si-yun, Strength Index 55, Magic 67, Speed 65, Willpower 43, Agility 69, IQ 43, Stamina 60, Liking 69, Feeling 69, Luck 42, Ability 569 out of 954, Unique Skill Shadow A on S, Quick Thinking C on A, Special Skill Black Throne F on SS, Unawakened Underworld on SS, Wind Weaving D on B, Specialized in Killing B on A, The Path of the Assassin Queen F on SS has not awakened on SS, is undergoing demonic soul transformation, connection with Lilith is temporarily postponed, dependence is being stopped. Lee Hansong finished looking at the index and thought, "I can't believe that the dependence on Lilith is happening. She is in a dangerous state of possibly being connected to Lilith again." Suddenly Sung's voice Si-yun called out, "Hansong." Sung Si-yun had already opened her eyes and was looking at Lee Hansong. When he saw that she was awake, he softly called out, "Si-yun." Sung Si-yun grabbed Lee Hansong's sleeve and pulled gently. Sung Si-yun cried in panic and asked, "Me? What will happen to me?" Lee Hansong asked Sung Si-yun with concern, "How are you feeling?" Sung Si-yun gently replied while lying on the bed, "Thank you for coming to visit me every day. I feel better since a few days ago, and now I feel healthier too." Suddenly Sung Si-yun asked, "But, why did you go to that extent?" Lee Hansong didn't have time to understand anything before asking again, "Huh?" Seeing that he was bewildered, she also explained, "I heard that it would be less dangerous if you kill me while I'm transformed." Sung Si-yun continued weakly, "I also heard that there is a high possibility that you will die if saving me fails." Hearing that, Lee Hansong asked back, "So you mean I should kill you?" She heard him ask, "Answer, that would be easier." Lee Hansong replied coldly, "Because I don't want to lose you." Lee Hansong said, "I don't want to abandon my friends." His words startled Sung Si-yun to the point of sitting up and asking, "Friends?" Suddenly Sung Si-yun said, "Come and do some exercise." Seeing her suddenly request like that, Lee Hansong asked in confusion, why did he suddenly want to exercise? Sung Si-yun glanced at Lee Hansong and said, "I don't get to do much so I feel a bit stuffy. I already possess the power of a devil, so I thought about using it well." Suddenly a stream of power burst out from Sung Si-yun's hand, making her confused and surprised. Lee Hansong saw this and explained that it was the power of Lilith inside his body. It was created from magic from the mana organ inside his body. Lee Hansong slowly guided Sung Si-yun. If he practiced how to suppress his mana organs, he would be able to control his demon form to a certain extent. Suddenly, Sung Si-yun stood up as if to attack Lee Hansong and declared, "Well then, you need to help me practice." Lee Hansong saw Sung Si-yun's actions and was scared to death. Inside the room, black magic was everywhere. Lee Hansong sat down tiredly, he breathed and looked at the system panel. He was constantly exposed to black magic, so now he was starting to get used to it. The system panel informs you that you have been overexposed to dark magic, your body has begun to be destroyed by strong shock, your body has been restored by the high concentration of magic, a rare luck has been activated, active, your body exceeds its first limit. While Lee Hansong leisurely sat looking at the notice board, suddenly Sung Si-yun came forward and said, "When you saved me." Sung Si-yun with a worried face asked Lee Hansong, "You faced danger, did it hurt?" Lee Hansong stood up and said coldly, "Yes, it hurts to death." Sung Si-yun heard that and quickly asked, "Is it still painful?" But Lee Hansong replied, "No, it's fine now." Sung Si-yun knew that Lee Hansong was pretending, so he punched him and scolded him, "His bastard." Sung Si-yun suddenly burst out laughing and spit. Sung Si-yun smiled happily and said, "Ha ha ha, that's so comforting." Lee Hansong saw that and wondered, "What's so funny?" Lee Hansong looked at Sung Si-yun's state and sighed, thinking, "I can't understand her because she's always sunny and rainy, but seeing her smiling happily like now, I think maybe I've recovered a bit." A while later in the office, Lee Hansong suggested that now that the gate is complete, let's compromise on usage rights. Young-yun heard that and wondered, is it a compromise? Isn't a limit limited to using the gate once a week? Lee Hansong heard that and replied, not at all. Lee Hansong slowly explained, the gate I created could be used once per day, and the capacity was 10 times more than average. When Han Guban heard that, he nodded in admiration, but how could it be? The effectiveness has really increased significantly. Lee Hansong also thought that we need to compromise because its effectiveness is different from the previous one, normal gates. Lee Hansong made a request, then I will divide it into 4 parts and the remaining uses will depend on the auction. Han Guban agreed to this. Okay, Young-yun also has no problem, I agree with this. Seeing that no one objected, Lee Hansong told the details of the plan, so we have compromised on the right to use the gate, now the ownership of Area 31 we have agreed on. While talking when suddenly the drone appeared and someone spoke up, Hansong, sorry for interfering in the meeting. From the drone, someone urgently said, this is an emergency situation. The drone and Lee Hansong had an emergency exchange with each other. A moment later, Lee Hansong with a serious expression turned to announce, everyone, I'm sorry for having to say this after we've gathered here and I will compensate you properly. Lee Hansong suggested to Han Guban, Seon Hyun, and Young-yun, do you all want to go with me? Han Guban asked curiously, right now. In Seon-seon's bedroom, a lot of black magic appeared. Seon-seon looked around and wondered in confusion, what was the smoke? Suddenly appearing in front of Seon-seon was someone. It seemed that Seon-seon was very surprised and frightened when she saw this person. He was. Vento appeared with a proud face, causing Seon-seon to bewilderedly call, Vento. Vento smiled cunningly and said, long time no see, I've taken care of everything, so now there's no one left to protect you in this building. Seon-seon saw that the situation was not good so she worriedly thought, Mom is not here, so surely no one will help me, I can't do anything at the casino. Seon-seon decided to use the devil's ability to deal with this situation, and Vento is also an SS class, now she has no other choice but to protect herself. Seeing that Seon-seon seemed tense, Vento maliciously comforted her, don't worry, my target is the mono organ so I will end it without causing any pain. Suddenly Vento affirmed, I'm saying I'm not interested in women. His words made the scared Seon-seon speechless. After that, Seon-seon advised Vento, hey, don't cause trouble with Lee Hansong. But Vento didn't mind Seon-seon's warning at all and laughed contemptuously, hee hee. Vento complacently said that, until he becomes stronger and worthy of being my opponent, I will leave him alone until he is ripe. Even though his mouth was speaking contemptuously towards Lee Hansong, Vento's body was trembling, showing that he was scared. Waiting was really tiring, but now I can still endure it. Seon-seon saw that he was inconsistent inside and out. If that's the case then you'll give up. Seon-seon said helplessly, you're even crazier than I thought. Vento approached Seon-seon and asked in a cold voice, were we done talking? Vento suddenly flashed in front of Seon-seon and her panic. Instead of panicking, Seon-seon calmly looked at Vento and thought, in just a blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. Back when Lee Hansong patted Seon-seon's hand and reassured him, he would be fine. At that time, Seon-seon lying on the bed shyly replied, yes. Lee Hansong held Seon-seon's hand tightly and declared, I will protect you. When Seon-seon heard Lee Hansong's words, she was so moved that she burst into tears. After that, Lee Hansong turned his back and affirmed to Seon-seon, from now on, I will start. Lee Hansong told Seon-seon, the divine hunt, so she won't be weakened by Lilith's spirit anymore. Seon-seon's room became silent after Lee Hansong left. Vento flashed before Seon-seon in her surprise. Instead of being scared, Seon-seon stared at Vento and thought, in just a blink of an eye, he was right in front of her. Just as Vento's hand was about to touch Seon-seon. Then suddenly a golden light flashed above Vento's head. A blast of power struck between Vento and Seon-seon, causing the two to separate. Vento avoided and looked at the power as if he realized something, Cuke. It turned out that that blast of power came from Lee Hansong. He angrily scolded Vento, you crazy person, get your hands off her quickly. As soon as he saw Lee Hansong, Vento immediately revealed his dark power and excitedly called his name, Lee Hansong. Vento proudly declared, ha ha ha, you will never, ever be able to run away from me. Hearing Vento confidently say that, Lee Hansong did not hesitate to respond, the one who should run away should be you. Suddenly Vento turned aside to look. The trio Han Gu Ban, Young-yun and Siana Hyun led the way with indignant expressions. Siana Hyun was in a crazy state, asking Vento word by word, "How dare you touch my daughter?" The trio appeared carrying enormous power pressure, overwhelming everything. Lee Hansong looked at Vento with a fearful expression and retreated back, whispering to himself, no matter how strong Vento was, he was no match for the three of them. Knowing he couldn't fight back, Vento ran away first, but before leaving he didn't forget to leave a message, "How unlucky, see you next time guys." Seeing that Vento had left, Lee Hansong breathed a sigh of relief, phew. A moment later in Seon Se-yeon's room, Lee Hansong's voice rang out announcing, "I'm going to the Darkland." Seon Se-yeon heard that and wondered why he went to that place. Lee Hansong explained, "I still have many things to do before the ruined academy returns to normal." Lee Hansong has a plan in mind, "I need to deal with Lilith before she connects with Seon Se-yeon again. I also have to come for the sake of preparation for the future and development." Suddenly Seon Se-yeon hesitantly suggested, "So, take me with you?" But Lee Hansong refused, "I can't guarantee you'll be safe, so don't go." She immediately objected when she heard that. "I'm always doing what it's dangerous." Seeing how determined she is but he still tries to advise her, "You might be ostracized by people in the Darkland." She continues to resist, "With my current situation, this place is the same." Seeing that he couldn't convince him, Lee Hansong had to think about taking Seon Se-yeon with him. "She has Lilith's ability, so I think she can go to the Darkland. I can't just go to the Darkland at any time, can also stop her from doing so." In his heart, Lee Hansong also wanted, in fact, he also wanted to go with her, so in the end he sighed and said, "Okay." Lee Hansong made a decision, "Let's go together, to the Darkland." In the Darkland with dark magic filled in the air. Two cloaked men appeared. One asked his companion if he had heard anything. That guy said, "I heard that a contestant has already bought this Area 31. The colleague didn't seem to care and replied, "So what? Ha, I want to hurry up and rest after guarding this place." Suddenly the colleague saw something. Huh. In the distance there was the silhouette of something approaching at a fast speed. The two cloaked men immediately panicked when they realized that what was rushing towards them was an evil animal, alerting the whole area immediately. A guy wearing a cloak said in panic, "There were too many of them." Suddenly, someone's voice rang out from behind, "Just arriving in the Darkland." There was already such a warm welcome. A cloaked man heard a strange sound and turned around to ask, "Who is it?" A young man with enormous power appeared and declared that I was the new owner of this area. Suddenly, three more figures appeared from the front. Three silhouettes gradually appeared, which were Seon Se-yeon in her evil state, Little Tubok and Lee Hae-sung. Suddenly there was a huge stream of power coming towards everyone. The girls' voices asked in confusion when they saw the demon approaching, was that Lilith's reincarnated form? Did she have a new body? The system just announced, an urgent mission to prevent Lilith from reincarnating. The cruel god Lilith has lost part of her divine power. She knows that you are coming, and she is waiting for you to give her place. The cunning noble she is commanding, if successful the epic class achievement, if failed the death of Seon Se-yeon, reincarnation, death of the player. Immediately, Lee Hansong shielded Seon Se-yeon from behind. "Se-yeon, step back, if you are connected to Lilith it will be very dangerous." After that, Lee Hansong turned to tell Tubok and to step back and protect themselves from the devil together with everyone. Lee Hansong got into a fighting stance and thought to himself, "The plan is to deal with Lilith after I've dealt with the other gods in the Darkland. I never thought she would come here on her own." As soon as Lilith saw Lee Hansong, she shouted angrily, "I found you, you bastard has destroyed my soul." Lee Hansong looked at Lilith with extreme caution while calculating, "I will activate the life of an attention seeker when broadcasting live." The comments when watching his live broadcast videos are increasing day by day. "Is this a true story in Africa? I didn't expect someone to broadcast it there. What a person who craves attention. Look at that crazy devil. They are monsters but, isn't that right? Look at the sky, it's red. That's called bloody time in the Darkland. In the Darkland this happens once a week. Oh, stop it." The system has a new notification. 1 million people are focusing on you. You have received the effect of attention seeker's life. Stats are increased by 200%. Nothingness status is increased by 200%. Survival increased by 200%. The notification continues. Epic achievements are responding. The reward of divine punishment burns even demons. The combination of anti-demon has created a strong push against demons. 2 achievements with the Lilith and demon keywords have been activated at the same time. Lilith's influence will not be broken by great power. Seeing that the stats were better, Lee Hansong decided to use a move to break Lilith's move. The stats weren't enough, but it made his soul similar to Lilith's. Lilith saw this and said in surprise, "What is this? Can you withstand black magic?" Lee Hansong still calmly replied, still not understanding the situation. Right at this moment, Lee Hansong performed magic on the demon Lilith, the magic of regression, who craved the world's energy. Lee Hansong made a move and declared, "I am a hunter of gods." The demon Lilith also couldn't help but attack Lee Hansong and shouted loudly and lied. Lilith attacked Lee Hansong continuously, hitting her and saying, "Even if you were a beast that could overturn an entire mountain, in the hands of a hunter, you would still be just prey." Lee Hansong was attacked so fiercely that he had to retreat. Not letting himself be weak, Lee Hansong immediately rushed to Lilith. Sharp sword slashes were launched in a flash. Lee Hansong quickly and decisively slashed Lilith many times on her body. Just as Lee Hansong put his sword into its scabbard, at the same time, Lilith also fell down, blood flowing from her body and wetting the ground. The system has a notification: the urgent quest has been completed, the epic has been achieved. Hunter Lilith is a perfect hunter. You have turned Lilith into prey. Lilith will run away from you forever. Another announcement: the legend has achieved the achievement of Divine Hunter. The Divine Hunter that appeared a long time ago has been lit again. You can take the position of hunter no matter who the god you meet is, the one who walks on the upgraded legendary path. From now on, you must complete the legendary you mention, that is your destiny for the past and future. Epic class achievements 5 out of 10, legendary class 2 out of 3. Suddenly, something appeared from behind Lee Hansong. As soon as he saw that thing, Lee Hansong immediately knew that the remnants of a part of Lilith's soul and Lilith's reincarnation had been destroyed. If there was any difference between the target and the stats, the target could not absorb it, can absorb it, then the body will be destroyed and destroyed. Lee Hansong placed his hand on that thing and thought. However, the commands that were applied to Lilith during the regression magic were already known. Lee Hansong decided to absorb that, which means, I was connected to the previous episode in the game where I was stuck. Now this is an important clue and an opportunity for me. I was born in the past. That thing started to transform while Lee Hansong thought to himself, the Divine Hunter, and the Lilith Hunter. Lee Hansong felt that thing changing and remembered, that was his position a long time ago. That thing was gradually covering Lee Hansong. Lee Hansong was controlling this power and thinking to himself, that was my position a long time ago. I was the one who stopped the gods. The strong Lee Hansong is exerting his own strength, has achieved a legendary achievement, a god stopper, has achieved a great feat. You, an ordinary human, have absorbed a portion of a god and kept it. Lee Hansong collapsed face down on the ground. The bearer of legends was changed to the source of legends. The source of ancient myths began. Player Lee Hansong, and from now on, myths will imbue in all his efforts. Achievement: Epic rank 4, Legendary rank 1, Mythical rank 0. Achieved legendary achievement: Mythic Challenger. You have rewritten the epic with the opportunity weak form of humanity and achieved legendary, and now, you have challenged the source of myth. From now on, divine entities can observe you. At Area 31 bar. Sung Si-yun was sitting at the bar and heard the sound of someone chatting in the distance. I could smell something dirty, something emitting the miasma of evil spirits. Sung Si-yun glanced back and listened to what they were saying. Non-human things can also come in here. It doesn't taste good anymore. She heard that and silently cursed. Those people. Helen walked closer and told Sung Si-yun and Sung Si-yun to restrain herself. Mr. Lee-Hansong was still unconscious, so don't cause any trouble. Sung Si-yun frowned and clicked her tongue. TSK. The tattooed guy holding an axe came and said viciously, "What's wrong? What are you complaining about? If you ask me to spare your life, I can spare it." Suddenly there was a voice of a man with silver hair speaking. "Phew, listen, fighting and causing property damage. The fighters will have to compensate, fighting with bare hands, not holding weapons." The silver-haired man put his hands behind his back and asked, "How about it, do you want to join?" Sung Si-yun heard that and thought, what is this old man? Everyone in the shop stopped. Suddenly someone spoke from upstairs and I joined. Sung Si-yun widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at the strange voice coming from upstairs. Lee Hansong on the stairs confidently said, "Let's start the fight." The tattooed guy frowned and thought, Is the participant the owner of this land, absorbing divine power? What the hell is so funny? He finally spoke up. We will also participate. The silver-haired man explained about the competition. Then I will open a competition between the Black Oak mercenaries and the new owner of this area. Outside, the air was dark and smoky. Lee Hansong seemed to have finished solving everything and stood up, while the tattooed guy who was defeated by Lee Hansong fell face down on the ground. Lee Hansong raised his hand in front of the man and asked, "Is that enough?" The silver-haired man raised his eyebrows and announced, "I declare victory to the new owner of this area, the one who defeated the whole team. That man is Carl, the owner of the bar and the head of security in the area." Sung Si-yeon looked at the silver-haired man strangely and wondered, who was that old man? Helen stood next to explain, "The owner of this bar in Area 31, which is also a difficult place to protect due to the presence of evil people, Ghost, and he is also the head of regional security. Carl is a Class SS man." Sung Si-yeon glanced at him and said, "A person protecting this shabby place. No wonder the customers at this bar listen to him so much." Lee Hansong was surprised to see a strange person appearing from somewhere and asked, "So our team has been defeated by you?" The person who asked was Anton, Black Oak, the leader of the mercenary group. After Anton introduced himself, he immediately admired Lee Hansong's talent. "Pleased to meet you, I'm the leader of Anton. I'm so young and yet I've climbed up, got such a high position." Hearing that, Lee Hansong replied, "Yes, I am Lee Hansong, the new owner of Area 31. Anton apologized. "First of all, I apologized for the mistake the group member made." Lee Hansong also happily accepted that apology, "So I accept his apology." Anton smiled gently, "Ha ha ha, okay, I like this personality of yours." Lee Hansong looked at Anton arrogantly and thought, "Anton, he leads a large group of mercenaries called Black Oak, an extremely famous group in the Darkland. If I cooperate with them, then it will bring great benefits to your future plans." Lee Hansong spoke up, "I need to go destroy the lair nearby." Anton heard that and asked, "Is that Alice's lair? Is that confident or arrogant?" Lee Hansong said, "Are you scared?" Anton didn't understand and asked again, "What?" Lee Hansong said, 10 years ago, he survived thanks to Yan Sanbok's intervention after failing in his goal of destroying that lair." Lee Hansong asked Anton, "Are you afraid of clashing with Yang Sanbok because of the huge difference in strength compared to them?" Anton seemed to be heartbroken and stammered, wondering why you. Lee Hansong explained clearly, "Yan Sanbok went with the sole goal of destroying that lair, not saving others. It's not that they couldn't save anyone, but on the contrary, they despise those who were corrupted and enslaved, for the devil or something." Lee Hansong said, "Sir Bichet." Anton trembled and gritted his teeth when he heard this. Lee Hansong continued, "He was in the lair." Anton angrily grabbed Lee Hansong's shirt and shouted, My daughter is dead, are you insulting me?" Lee Hansong trembled and said, "She is not completely dead yet, she can still be saved." Anton pursed his lips as if he was about to cry, listening to Lee Hansong speak in confusion. "What are you talking about? 10 years have passed," Lee Hansong explained. "Alice is dreaming of becoming the king of demons." Lee Hansong continued, "He wanted to capture many people to transform." Anton sadly let go of his hand holding Lee Hansong's shirt and was about to cry. "Even so, there was no way to save her." "Yes." Lee Hansong raised his hand to his chest and said loudly, "If it were me, I could stop that transformation." Anton glanced suspiciously and thought, "What a transformation, to be so confident, he must have experience." Sung Si-yeon stood with her arms crossed listening to Lee Hansong explain, "To get rid of their bodies and rest in peace without suffering during the transformation process, or, this has a very low success rate, but I will try to regain their consciousness." Anton worriedly wondered, was this really possible? Lee Hansong replied, "With the cooperation of the Black Oak mercenary group." Then, without finishing his sentence, Anton said, "I understand." Anton frowned in warning, "But if my daughter wasn't there, you would die by my hands." Lee Hansong bowed his head and replied, "Okay." Suddenly a blue light shined down and Gil Yi-yun appeared. Seeing this, Lee Hansong greeted Gil Yi-yun, "Hello Ems, Gil Yun." Gil Yi-yun also greeted back, "Hello, Lee Hansong." Gil Yi-yun reported that the equipment and manpower he wanted had already been transferred to the Darkland. According to plan, Uon's group had also concluded a deal with Martin Company. Lee Hansong praised, "Good job, then, this way." Lee Hansong pointed to the other side and said, "Across this canyon is another place of black curium mineral, As she knows, it is a precious mineral that is hard to find in dark clans, but there are monster caves in it. There. Lee Hansong looked into the distance and said, soon, if we and the team of hired soldiers Black Oak can subdue those demons, we can start mining _. In another place, right on a high, dangerous cliff, there are two mysterious people. A green shadow walked over and asked the blue shadow sitting right at the mountain, why is he looking down at Area 31? The blue shadow sitting there replied, I think I'll try, for a test. The blue ball guy stood listening and wondered, whose test was it? The other guy was sitting and answering, hadn't looked at the information yet. I heard that this area has a new owner. That guy didn't believe it. In my ear, I cursed, what the hell, you're talking nonsense. The guy sitting there is smiling devilishly, I'll still try to do it. The gloomy sky echoed with voices, whether real or fake. Suddenly the sky turned black and pink thunder struck. Sung Si-yeon looked confused and wondering, the sky is a bit strange, isn't it? Helen called, Sung Si-yeon. Helen explains, a strange phenomenon called raging destruction is happening. It is a dangerous phenomenon because it absorbs energy leading to destruction. Helen said, then we need to evacuate immediately. Sung Si-yeon heard that and turned around to look at Helen and asked, but where to go? The surrounding area was gloomy. Helen explained, Area 31 is in danger, we need to move to a safe area. Sung Si-yeon wondered, I know this place is really shabby, but why, want to leave again? Sung Si-yeon frowned and looked into the distance listening to Helen say, even if we leave first, we still need to restore it. Sung Si-yeon said, just run away Lee Ha-sung, it would be irresponsible to leave your position for a while, and I don't want to damage what Lee Han-dong has achieved, Helen said worriedly, Sung Si-yeon. Sung Si-yeon turned around and shouted, I will go and stop them myself. The sky was pitch black with pink thunder striking down. Lee Han-sung was surprised and frightened when he read the notice board. Urgent mission, stop the rampage of destruction. The rampage of destruction that devours everything under someone's influence, approaching Area 31, if failed, Sung Soo-yeon's death, collapse of Area 31, if successful, information about the person who brought about the rampage of destruction. Lee Han-sung looked into the distance and thought, there aren't many entities that can move the raging destruction. Yangzhen Park has already set his sights on it, if so, I need to prevent that situation. After Lee Han-sung finished speaking, several purple lights appeared. Suddenly there was a black tornado that broke everything. Sung Si-yeon stood proudly, ready to fight, calling, come. Sung Si-yeon frowned and thought, for some reason, I think it's following me, or maybe I'm wrong, can I stop it before my achievements and abilities are taken away, or not? I need to hold on until Lee Han-sung comes back. The tornado surrounding the pink-purple lightning was spinning larger and larger. Sung Si-yeon's sweat dropped and looked confused. The Conqueror of Endless Despair has been activated, his will not be easily broken. Sung Si-yeon is getting closer to that dangerous tornado, the mind controlling her body has been activated, freeing herself from the pain that is binding her. Sung Si-yeon knelt down on the ground and endured, in addition, I have to endure more, the one who tramples on death has been activated, the one who has survived many deaths, the will to survive becomes stronger. The air was gloomy and windy, with purple murderous auras. There was a boy sitting on the grass saying, indeed, Hyo-kyun's daughter. That boy looked into the distance and mumbled, she was good at enduring the furious destruction that she brought to test Lee Han-sung. Considering her age it seemed like she had many achievements and abilities, damn it, it's so bad. That brown-haired boy was Lee Ji-hoon, the Beast Master. Lee Ji-hoon said, if it wasn't for her transformation, she could have been a talented person. Suddenly Lee Ji-hoon felt something and glanced to the side. Lee Ji-hoon saw Lee Han-sung and immediately panicked, put his hands on the ground and backed away. Huh? Lee Ji-hoon looked at him wonderingly, was it Lee Han-sung clinging to the shield? Lee Han-sung pressed his cheek against the shield and said, hello. Lee Ji-hoon shouted loudly and asked, how did you get on here? This is island in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Han-sung immediately jumped to the ground, making Lee Ji-hoon panicked. Lee Han-sung asked, are you the one who brought about the rampage of destruction? Lee Ji-hoon's sweat stumbled and stammered in response, no. Lee Han-sung curled his lips and continued asking, what was he muttering just now? He thought to himself, Lee Ji-hoon's innocent face was the source of his strength, on the contrary, compared to his childish appearance, he was actually very old, his intelligence is his biggest weakness. Lee Han-sung asked, who gave him the order? Lee Ji-hoon stomped his feet, sweating, and stuttered in response, I don't do it just because someone told me to, okay? Lee Hansong glanced down and said with a sinister look, you didn't even fight but you already confessed, you did it yourself. Lee Ji-hoon seemed to have accidentally said something and immediately covered his mouth in fear, sweat pouring down his face. Lee Hansong said it all in detail, I'm sure it didn't air because you were busy, maybe because of Lee and Yo or Kwan Yongdiak, the talent scouts, who gave you orders, those two, it looks like they're going hunting and so they're very busy right now, you see that, right, Lee Ji-hoon, he said it like he was scared and sweating, how did you know about us? Lee Ji-hoon said, by the way, you're the one who formerly guarded Yangsan Park Mountain. Lee Ji-hoon asked, the Double King. Lee Hansong closed his eyes and sighed and replied, oh, now I know, Ji-hoon. Lee Hansong thought to himself, I'm sorry, I lied. Lee Ji-hoon sweated and trembled as he thought, his ability was unreasonably low, his moves were unique compared to his weak appearance, it would make more sense if he was the former mountain guard, someone who could change and hide appearance and skills. Lee Hansong got angry and said, I'm trying to find Black Curium, a place that's hard to identify, so that I can mine it legally and without any trouble, but now you dare to interfere. Lee Ji-hoon trembled and said, so that's why you took the position of area master. Lee Hansong pointed at Lee Ji-hoon and ordered, if you understand, then open up the Black Curium and tell Geppardo to complete the optical cannon. Lee Ji-hoon was startled and shouted loudly, it was clear. Lee Hansong hesitantly said, and on top of that, Lee Ji-hoon glanced at him with puzzled eyes. Lee Hansong held out his hand and said, give me the Gehenna Stone, which you used to bring about the rampage of destruction. Lee Ji-hoon stammered as if he didn't want to give it to Lee Hansong, but that was a bit much. Lee Hansong said loudly, give it here. Lee Ji-hoon hesitantly said, well, I mean, that. Lee Hansong said, just give it here. Lee Ji-hoon finally obediently gave it to Lee Ji-hoon and replied, yes. As soon as everything was finished, Lee Hansong immediately ran away. Lee Ji-hoon raised his hand to say hello, yes. Sung Si-yeon was waving her wings in front of her to protect herself. Sung Si-yeon closed her tired eyes and thought, no way, I can't hold on anymore, I can't believe that Lee Hansong is the first thing I think of at times like this. Sung Si-yeon resisted and knelt down on the ground thinking about Lee Hansong. I used to think it was curiosity or hobby, but, the way he protected me when I was transformed. Sung Si-yeon kept muttering, I know, Lee Hansong, I like it. Suddenly Lee Hansong came from somewhere and asked, he was mumbling something. Hearing that, Sung Si-yeon was surprised and looked up at Lee Hansong and asked, you're here. Lee Hansong asked back, you didn't give up, right? Lee Hansong turned around and said, I'm here with the solution, let's go. Sung Si-yeon asked confused, where to go? Lee Hansong replied, Ace's lair. The increasingly stronger tornado echoed Lee Hansong's voice explaining clearly to Sung Si-yeon, now it was easier to wipe out those evil demons, by bringing raging destruction into their lair. At that bar Area 31. Anton looked around and said, when everyone is ready, evacuate to the next area, we will go back and restore the places where the rampage of destruction passed. Unfortunately, Carl replied, Area 31 has always been prone to frequent destruction, and because of its weak foundation, it was inevitable. Helen reported, Captain, it's changed direction. Anton heard this bewildered and said, change direction, we can't do anything about the current situation right now. Helen immediately reported that Lee Hansong and Sung Si-yeon were hunting Alice. Anton didn't understand what it meant. What did that mean? Helen explained to him that those who are ready should move forward. If they are late, they will no longer have a chance to participate in the fight. On the side, Lee Hansong and Sung Si-yeon are vigorously hunting for Alice. Sung Si-yeon looked around and asked, is that thing following me? Lee Hansong replied, yeah. Lee Hansong looked at it and explained, Lee Ji-hoon had used the Gehenna Stone to channel the rampage of destruction, but, it seemed like he had it with him for its magic attraction mechanism even when he wasn't now, used the Gehenna Stone. Lee Hansong looked at the Gehenna Stone in his hand and thought, I was worried that Lee Ji-hoon had absorbed more than half of the Gehenna Stone, but it seems like we can handle the raging destruction without using the part remaining of the stone. Hearing that, Sung Si-yeon wondered and asked, so, can we destroy the Devil Alice by using the rage of destruction? Lee Haesong replied, no. Lee Hansong explained, we can destroy demons from their lairs, but Alice cannot, so I have no choice but to destroy them myself. Alice will most likely appear at that place, there is energy emitted. Suddenly a huge purple murderous aura erupted. Lee Hansong widened his eyes in surprise at the scene before him. That killing intent turned into a large yellow X and circle right in the middle. That golden beam immediately stabbed straight into Lee Hansong's body. Lee Hansong's eyes widened and he stiffened, his mouth hanging open. There's a big yellow X and circle right in the middle. That golden beam immediately stabbed straight into Lee Hansong's body. Lee Hansong was pierced in the chest by that golden ray and immediately collapsed to the ground. Sung Si-yun saw this and bewilderedly called, "Lee Hansong." Seeing that Lee Hansong did not answer the question, what was the matter? Sung Si-yun felt the danger coming to her and widened her eyes in surprise. That golden ray approached Sung Si-yun, but she quickly flew away from it. Sung Si-yun flung her bat wings into the air. The demon with red, murderous eyes smiled softly. It was high-level demon Alice, whose magic was being absorbed by the darkness, showing strong determination. Sung Si-yun gritted her teeth in anger. "How dare you do that to Lee Hansong?" Unlock the epic rank achievement, Girl Who Tramples on the Erosion of Magic. The magic mechanism is received from Lilith, but from now on, you can use it as your own magic. Sung Si-yun is in the process of incarnation, process 85. When fully incarnated, you'll be completely bound by Lilith. Sung Si-yun's body trembled and said, "The soul that Lee Hansong protected could not be taken away like that." Unlocked achievements, recipient of Lilith's incarnation, survivor of the demon's onslaught, person who broke the will of evil. You have overcome the limit of Lilith's divine wrath and break her will. Sung Si-yun's face was fierce and full of fighting spirit. An achievement has been achieved, one who proves one's existence. You have received the incarnation of Lilith, you have received a rare rank, the path of the Demon King has blossomed. Seeing this, Alice was surprised and frightened. Sung Si-yun strongly raised her hand filled with murderous magic and aimed straight at Alice. Sung Si-yun quickly used her strength to push Alice down. Alice was knocked to the ground trembling in pain and said, "This power." Alice couldn't accept the fact that she was defeated. It was impossible. A human had the power of a devil. Alice wondered, transforming into a magical mechanism. Sung Si-yun did not answer but called, "Alice." Sung Si-yun, full of murderous intent, ordered and knelt down. Alice obediently obeyed and knelt down trembling. Alice knelt down and called, "My Demon King." Sung Si-yun saw that and touched Alice's head and said, "Yes, Alice." Seconds later, Alice's head suddenly flew away and blood splattered everywhere. Sung Si-yun's hands were now stained with Alice's blood. Sung Si-yun looked at Alice coldly and said, "This is the difference in strength between us." Anton and Helen looked bewildered into the distance where the match with Alice was taking place. Anton frowned and looked confused, wondering what was going on. Lee Hansong lay motionless on the ground, a bleeding hole on his right chest. Seeing this, Tu-bok was confused and asked, "Papa, why did you become like this?" Tu-bok cried and screamed. Papa and Helen stood next to her, frowning sadly and saying nothing. Tu-bok kept lowering his head and tearing Lee Hansong's shirt with both hands, screaming. Sung Si-yun stood there looking sadly and said, "Are you leaving me?" Sung Si-yun pursed her lips as if she was about to cry, "How could you leave me like that?" Sung Si-yun was surprised to hear someone say, "Finally, it was time to complete the contract." Alice said she would sacrifice everything the moment she died. Sung Si-yun turned around, looked up and said, "From magic to furious destruction, everything will be swept away." Those demons continued, with the demons' layers, even the living incarnations, "I will take them all away, Alice." Anton looked fearfully and said, "That is the demon of ambition and money, Belial." The blonde-haired demon with red murderous eyes is the demon Belial of ambition and money. Anton, seeing the little blonde girl, panicked and called out, "Sir Bichet, no." Anton shouted loudly and told her to put her down immediately. Belial smiled devilishly and said, "So you are the father of this body." Anton quickly ran closer, bewildered, not understanding what Belial meant. Anton panted tiredly. Sung Si-yun ran back and shouted, "That guy!" Tu-bok ran after him and said, "Give my papa back here." Sung Si-yun waved her hand to release blue murderous aura. Tu-bok also jumped back and sprayed red and pink murderous aura. Both Sung Si-yun and Tu-bok's murderous auras surrounded Belial, but Belial still stood majestically without moving. Belial smiled devilishly. Sung Si-yun was surprised and wondered if she was not harmed at all. Sung Si-yun still refused to give up and was determined to continue fighting, receiving strength from the Demon King. so even the attacks of the bloodthirsty dragon or myself were blocked. The difference in strength, how much is this? Lee Hansong slowly woke up and asked, what kind of chaos was that? Helen glanced over in surprise. Everyone was surprised to see Lee Hansong awake and asked, Lee Hansong, are you still alive? Lee Hansong arrogantly said, even if they wanted to, they couldn't kill me, I don't die that easily. Lee Hansong stood up on his hands and asked, is that thing Belial? Helen replied, yes. After Lee Hansong chose the tool, the sword appeared from nowhere, then immediately grabbed the sword in his hand. Helen saw that Lee Hansong wanted to fight and quickly tried to stop him. Lee Hansong, Belial is the king of evil, even if he has overwhelming skills and achievements, he cannot fight with just a sword, he can. Lee Hansong replied, Helen, there are many achievements in this world, and there are also divine entities who collect them. Lee Hansong waved his sword and had the courage to speak, and some people took away that collection. Then Lee Hansong called out, Satanael. Hearing that, Belial wondered, that name is not a devil, but how do you know that name? Lee Hansong waved his sword and said loudly, I am the apostle of, the angel of power, Raphael. Lee Hansong gasped in panic and screamed. Lee Hansong looked down confused, not understanding what was going on. Lee Hansong touched his body in wonder, feeling like something had just penetrated his chest. A divine entity with two names and an incomprehensible expression has called you, it seems they are curious and interested in you. Lee Hansong bewilderedly read the notification on the system, this is urgent mission, win again, take victory from the undefeated champion who has never experienced defeat, she is a winner and will always be a winner, take victory from her and let her taste failure, SSS difficulty, rewards, achievements, and special rewards. Lee Hansong sighed and thought, finally met, I've been waiting for this moment since I was stuck in this game, I have the ultimate luck for you. Lee Hansong spoke loudly, hello, are you the one who cut off the lucky god's arm? Lee Hansong continued, the one who destroys the victorious sword, and the one who sees the truth behind the darkness. That guy was surprised when Lee Hansong knew his identity and replied, so you know who I am, I found the person who attracted the god of luck's attention while observing Belial, so I called you but looks like you're more interesting than I thought. Lee Hansong thought to himself, in the case of facing death, the opportunity to complete, to return to the time before death, is the task when I am forced to take that reward. Even though the rewards the other guy looked equally attractive, Lee Hansong smirked and challenged, okay, then let's start the game. Lee Hansong threw 2 cards on the table. That guy saw that and praised, that's a good move, you're good at this game. Unlocked achievements, Immortal Mythbreaker, Legendary Rank Achievement, you've defeated the unbeatable god, Missy accepts defeat and recognizes you as the true winner, the one who cut off the arm of the god of luck. You can choose 1 legendary rank achievement or 5 epic rank achievements. Lee Hansong said with a sigh of relief, it was just luck, but on this list there was no achievement I wanted. That guy said, you have to choose from the list. Lee Hansong replied, it doesn't matter what you choose, that's not in the list of battles with the god of luck. That guy sounds so surprising and incomprehensible. Lee Hansong frowned and resisted when he heard the guy who had been hit with a black heart and shouted loudly, who told you this? This is a story you should not know. Lee Hansong tremblingly explained, the other name you hid, it is the god of fate, Deka, you won the battle in a losing position that the master of luck, the god of luck did not. If I can't win, I don't need to achieve something like the eternal Mythbreaker, I mean, I'll hide your defeat and your secrets. Lee Hansong set a condition, if you don't agree or kill me, the god of time will know everything, just sit there and curse angrily, you brat. Lee Hansong's eyes were filled with murderous intent, thinking, of course it's just a trick. But you won't have the courage to see if it's a lie or not. Dekra and Zagati are divine entities with a sisterly relationship. However, Dekra was jealous of her and killed the god she loved. And Zagati killed Dekra's child in revenge. Lee Hansong thought to himself, they became sworn enemies. Lee Hansong said, Zagati still doesn't know anything, so let's make an agreement to make sure she won't harm her. Dekra asks, what do you want? Lee Hansong extended his hand with the condition, instead of other achievements, give me Raphael's achievement. Dekra heard that and asked in wonder, again, why do you know the existence of that achievement? After all, how many things do you know? Lee Hansong smiled and replied, I know you will give me a chance to complete what you give me in return, you ungrateful bitch. Dekra smiled evilly and said, but it's interesting. Suddenly everything was black and there was a circle of white light. Lee Hansong called out, Satanael. Li Hansong waved his sword and said loudly, I am the apostle of, the angel of power, Raphael. Li Hansong held his sword back, prepared for a fighting stance, and confidently said loudly, I am the sword of God, the one who punishes traitors, the angel who hunts demons. Belial pointed his finger angrily and shouted, don't make fun of me, that story. Belial was bewildered when he saw that Li Hansong had just passed by and his voice gradually softened, a long time ago. Li Hansong slowly pulled out the sword and said, I am here, the one who has become the sword that destroys demons. Li Hansong swung his sword at Belial, causing her to shatter. He confidently said, destroy the traitor. Raphael's fierce sword has completely become your achievement. From now on this achievement will be a part of your story, unlocking the achievement, Slayer of the Demons of Ambition and Wealth, epic ranking achievements. Then Li Hansong fell to his knees. You have destroyed the representative of the divine entity, the incarnation of Belial. From now on, the demons under Belial, the 72 demons will feel fear, the 72 demons will be hostile to you from now on, you will gain a relative advantage over malice, epic rank achievements have been revealed, your power has reached a new level. Li Hansong silently looked at the information on the system board. Li Hansong was surprised to see Anton trembling with a knife in his hand. Li Hansong saw this and tried to stop him. Anton, restrain yourself, meaning put that knife down. Anton trembled and spoke up, Serbishe has suffered for 10 years, I'm afraid I will make her suffer, further. Anton closed his eyes thoughtfully and asked, perhaps leaving things like this would reduce the pain for the child. Li Hansong immediately comforted him upon hearing that, I understand his feeling of sadness. Li Hansong patted her shoulder encouragingly, however, to restore her consciousness, so that he could at least hear her thoughts directly again. Anton remained silent without saying a word. In the dark, gloomy sky, the voice echoed, okay, then let's do it. Little Li Hansong stood and observed the chaotic scene before his eyes. Li Hansong raised his hands to move magical power. Purple murderous aura flew around. Li Hansong thought, if we destroy Alice's lair, while collecting the magic inside the lair at the same time. In the magic circle, the Genhenna stone appeared. Li Hansong observed and thought to himself, this legendary rank condensed gem, similar to the Genhenna stone, we can use the Mana stone to save Serbishe. Li Hansong held the stone in his hand and suddenly looked across from him as if someone had appeared. Gil Yun said, you've taken care of the lair and the demons and now we can mine black curium. Li Hansong replied, yeah, we can do it. Li Hansong spread his arms to both sides confidently saying that in the future, Area 31 will continue to expand and develop further. In other places, the wooden wall looks very skillful. Anton asked with a gloomy face, could she still be saved? Li Hansong came closer to confirm that she would definitely regain consciousness. Serbishe lay unconscious on the bed. Li Hansong looked at it and thought, Serbishe became the reincarnation of Alice for 10 years, and like Sung Si-yun, she also gained formidable strength from being reincarnated as Alice, so, if we can awaken, it will be a great way to save this world. Li Hansong asked, as I mentioned before, there will be significant costs, do you want to continue? Anton remained silent and did not answer him. Then Anton suddenly called, Li Hansong. He heard that and quickly replied, yes. Anton held Serbishe's hand tightly and begged with a trembling voice, my daughter, please save her. Li Hansong affirmed again, I will save her at all costs. The sky's gloomy, Li Hansong said, so I'm about to go to this place. Li Hansong's footsteps slowly walked on the ground. Li Hansong looked intently at his left arm. Then he thought to himself, in order to restore Serbishe's soul, we must first open the gate. Li Hansong looked at the Genhenna stone in his hand and thought, unlike most of them, it can connect immediately, I have used up all the mana of the Genhenna stone. Li Hansong clenched his palm with a face full of determination, we will open the door to the afterlife. The afterlife, where soul and body are separated. The soul is reborn into a new life, while the body remains within that world, existing as a separate entity. According to what Li Hansong knew, the soul would be reborn, and using the remaining obsidian, also known as indigo, we could save Serbishe, so he decided, Hyan can't because she's still young, so I have no other choice but to leave her outside, and I will do this myself. Okay, let's open it. From the stone in Li Hansong's palm appeared a giant pillar of power. That pillar of power pierced the sky. From that hole appeared countless souls, they emitted very confusing sounds, kaikiki, ahihi. Li Hansong was extremely surprised when he saw those souls. This is. Li Hansong looked at the souls making meaningless sounds, "Aihi, kaikiki," and thought to himself, "Boundary, the souls going to the other world are looking for a body image." Immediately, Li Hansong turned around to warn Seosi-yun, "Those spirits would attack us, try to hold out as much as possible, and when I gave the signal, immediately enter the other world." Seosi-yun still didn't understand anything when she heard that, so she asked again, "But what was the sign?" Li Hansong answered as he ran away, "You'll know it when you see it." Lee Ji-hoon stood high up looking at the floating souls and wondered in confusion, "What is this? Has the other world been opened?" Suddenly someone asked Lee Ji-hoon, "What are you doing, Lee Ji-hoon?" Then that person asked you, "Prepare for the battle." Kwon Yong-deok frowned and said, "It will take a few days for everyone to return. We are the only ones fighting Yangsan Park." Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Lee Ji-hoon and Kwon Yong-deok. As soon as Lee Ji-hoon saw that figure, he stepped back in bewilderment. Seeing his reaction, Kwon Yong-deok wondered, "Do you know him?" Lee Ji-hoon loudly introduced Lee Hansong. He was the guardian of the mountain, the Double King. Kwon Yong-deok couldn't believe it when he heard that, so he said, "What? No way, but his rank is also low." Lee Hansong then called out loudly, "Lee Ji-hoon." He heard him call his name and froze and replied, "Yes." Lee Hansong seriously requested Lee Ji-hoon, "I'm going back to visit Geppetto. You also saw those souls, right? Lower their number. You heard my command and quickly ran away. It's clear, sir." Kwon Yong-deok looked at Lee Hansong's silhouette and thought to himself, "No matter how you look at him, he doesn't have the appearance of a double king." Immediately, Kwon Yong-deok secretly took out his weapon. Kwon Yong-deok quickly attacked Lee Hansong. Surprisingly, Lee Hansong quickly lowered his head to avoid Kwon Yong-deok's attack. When Kwon Yong-deok saw that, he panicked and thought, "Is it so easy to dodge? Is he really the one guarding the mountain?" At this time, Lee Hansong appeared extremely calm. But actually, inside Lee Hansong was startled. "He scared me to death. If I hadn't picked up the fallen black curium, I would have died under his attack." Kwon Yong-deok spoke up, "Sorry, I was just testing you." Lee Hansong asked coldly, "Are you going to keep looking at me like that?" Kwon Yong-deok immediately turned away and said exactly one word, "No." Seeing that Kwon Yong-deok had left, Lee Hansong breathed a sigh of relief. "Wow, I thought I was gone." Later, Lee Hansong went into a factory and saw a man working hard. That man spoke up and told Lee Hansong, "Why are you still standing there? If you're already here then come in." He immediately replied, "Long time no see." That man was Geppetto, the caretaker of Yangsan Park Flying Island. He asked Lee Hansong, "You left without thinking and then suddenly came back, what were you thinking?" Lee Hansong announced, "I have black curium." Geppetto immediately asked, "What are you going to do with it?" Lee Hansong declared, "I want to use it as an optical method, right now." Geppetto waved his hand and said, "It's not finished yet, it's still much weaker than the original target." But Lee Hansong objected, "But at least it's still usable for sale, I'll bring it to you often." Geppetto sighed and asked, "What are you planning to do with it?" Lee Hansong replied, "I want to create souls from the afterlife." A silence came from Geppetto. Next, Geppetto hesitantly called Lee Hansong, "Uncle." Geppetto continued slowly, "Himself." Geppetto revealed Lee Hansong's identity, making him freeze. He wasn't the one guarding the mountain, right? Outside, the souls were still floating and making incomprehensible cries, "Kaikiki, hee." Seon-seon looked at a pile of flying souls and said in confusion, "Ugh, there are too many of them." Seon-seon said angrily, "How long do you want us to stay?" Suddenly, Seon-seon saw a signaling light in the sky. A stream of power appeared, attacking the floating souls. That stream of power burned the souls to death, making people scream in horror, "Keek, geek." Seon-seon looked at that stream of power and realized that it was destroying souls. That was the sign. Seon-seon immediately ordered, "Let's enter the other world." Inside the factory, Lee Hansong still pretended not to know anything. "What are you talking about? I'm not the one guarding the mountain." Geppetto felt it was reasonable, so he asked, "There is no way that person would behave like you. Who the hell are you?" Seeing that Geppetto seemed to doubt him, Lee Hansong secretly sighed in his heart. As expected, "I can't fool the person who has been following the Double King for a long time," he hesitantly said, "Me." Lee Hansong honestly said his identity, "I am a person from the future." Hearing Lee Hansong say that, Geppetto was bewildered and silent, then he said, "Don't make fun of me." Lee Hansong scratched his head and honestly said, "You know I'm not the double king, but you don't seem to understand what that means. Like I said, I'm actually from the future, Mr. Union Jin." Seeing that you knew my real name, Geppetto was startled and asked, "How do you know my real name? I have never told anyone this." Seeing that Geppetto didn't seem to believe it, Lee Hansong immediately proved it. "If you still don't believe it, let me show it to you." He was confused and asked, "What?" Lee Hansong approached a machine and calmly said, "Then you will see." Geppetto saw him naturally approaching that place and wondered, "Optical cannon." Seeing Lee Hansong arbitrarily put curium into the machine, Geppetto panicked and stopped him. "Huh? You just put black curium in. If you don't do it right, it will break, you brat." Suddenly, the optical cannon machine suddenly started up. When Geppetto saw that, he couldn't believe it. He didn't expect it to work even without following the procedure, let alone. Lee Hansong confidently asked Geppetto, "Do you believe that you are a person from the future, Mr. Soon?" He hesitantly asked, "You, so it's true." After that, Lee Hansong asked Geppetto for permission. "The optical cannon, you can use it now. Everyone goes together to the afterlife." Finally landed where I needed to go. As soon as Sung Si-yun landed, she staggered. Helen also touched her body with a strange attitude. Lee Hansong was confused. "What's wrong with you two?" Sung Si-yun's face seemed a bit tired. Something was strange. Helen was right next to her and touched her body, feeling like something had changed. On the screen displayed the message, "Entered the afterlife. Many gods of death observed Sung Si-yun, connected with the gods of death of the afterlife. Death and darkness reacted with Sung Si-yun. The special ability of the existing realm begins to awaken." Lee Hansong read another notice and was surprised. Helen the Soul, in ancient times when the continents were still in conflict with each other, she was once a famous summoner. She was and is also the queen of. The conflict here is geographical. Well, after wandering around the continents for a long time, she found herself in another world. Maybe she was looking for someone in this world. The rate of discovery was high, development 43%, current rank is high. She used to be a summoner and has been searching for a long time. The sealed power will be unlocked. The ruler of death has begun to awaken. Beck, who is close to death, is bowing before you. Lee Hansong looked around Helen. A blue light appeared. Not only Sung Si-yun but also Helen had awakened, so entering the other world is a condition for this to happen, and here raises the possibility of that, right? Lee Hansong's hand pressed something on the screen and told everyone, "Okay, change of plans." Looking at the gate before the end, Lee Hansong said, "The gate leading to the other world will never close again." The city was now covered in a gloomy black color. The scene was desolate, and high-rise buildings were also severely cracked. More monsters gathered. On this side, Han Bu-lee, Gil Sung-hyun and Jin-hoon are fighting hard against the monsters. The women's side is no better as they are trying their best. Jin-hoon looked at the monster he destroyed covered in blood and fell to the ground. Jin-hoon looked at his hand thinking, "I practiced and participated in the real situation as well as Hansong left advice before leaving. Everyone's abilities and achievements were promoted, and their stats we even increased slightly." Looking at the gate with a skull above it creates an extremely deadly feeling. However, my ability is still not enough to deal with the gates that keep appearing recently. Jin-hoon asked, "Is that a sign? Destroy it." Gil Sung-hyun noticed Jin-hoon, "You want to follow Hansong to the Darkland, what are you planning to do there?" Jin-hoon replied, "Protecting Seoul is our highest priority right now." Jin-hoon has something to think about. "However, I'm worried about the same thing I felt about Sung Si-yun. It suddenly changed. What the hell is that thing?" Jin-hoon suddenly felt the ground shaking and looked over. Something like a huge explosion occurred behind the tall buildings. The other side of the world also seems to be shaking. Hansong suddenly felt his whole body shaking. He panicked and asked, "What is this?" Hansong quickly looked around frantically. "I felt my heart just stop. I saw Sung Si-yun's actions were difficult to understand. What's wrong?" Hansong told everyone, "Since the power level keeps increasing, let's gather the ingredients according to the plan. I will go out to check things." Anton was quite worried. "Are you planning to leave? Is it okay to go alone?" But Lee Hansong just said, "It's okay, it's okay." Lee Hansong turned around and smiled, "I will go see my friends again in Seoul." In Seoul, there was another huge explosion. Jin-hoon cried out in pain. Jin-hoon saw his friends all collapsed. Jin-hoon thought, Everyone was knocked out immediately. Seeing someone walking closer to Jin-hoon made him think, I didn't expect an avatar to appear. The incarnation smiled slightly cruelly, you guys have become strong. That makes Jin-hoon confused. Han-byul lay face down on the ground looking at the unbelievable, impossible, reincarnation. Han-byul loudly called, Jin-hoon, get out of that incarnation. But as soon as Han-byul finished speaking, the incarnation's eyes turned red and it reached out towards Han-byul. Han-byul immediately felt her body tremble and move on its own. After that, Han-byul's whole body was thrown away very hard. The strong blow made Han-byul unable to bear the pain, coughing up blood and coughing. Jin-hoon witnessed that scene and his whole body trembled with anger. How dare you do that to Han-byul? I have to stop him. Jin-hoon tried to stand up, but his legs felt like he was wearing iron weights and couldn't move. Hold on, why can't my body move? The incarnation stood in front of Jin-hoon with a unique smile. He opened his arms and said, hee, die. Hearing the avatar speak, Jin-hoon was startled and thought, his voice had changed. Han-byul was so weak that she could only rely on the pillar to support her body. She thought to herself, I always thought that one day Jin-hoon would be able to overcome it on his own, but he had to face old memories like this. One of Han-byul's eyes could not open. Han-byul was silent. I never expected that one day the devil would come to him. It was on a day when it was pouring rain. A decade ago, during Young Yun's tracking mission, the commander ordered that the traces of the escaped devil stop here, and search the surrounding area. The commander said to Han-byul, Han-byul, you are still young and this is just a probationary mission for you, so don't get too deep into the investigation. Han-byul listened to the answer, yes. That was the first time we met. Han-byul was walking when she suddenly heard someone crying, oh. Han-byul took off her hood and walked closer to the source of the sound. Jin-hoon. At that time he looked full of fear. Jin-hoon was startled when he was caught by Han-byul. Han-byul spoke up, are you okay, but was stopped by Jin-hoon. Jin-hoon's face was full of fear, his eyes widened and he said to Han-byul, shut up, making Han-byul confused. Just now he was still scared, but why is he suddenly calm now? Jin-hoon's pupils showed the shadow of something with horns. There was a devil here. Han-byul noticed that, so he was quite surprised. His eyes were reflecting the devil's shadow. Han-byul panicked and turned his head to look around thinking, is he nearby? Jin-hoon warned Han-byul, could you be quiet, if he let it hear you, you'd be in big trouble. Han-byul looked at Jin-hoon, the devil had not left yet. Jin-hoon's face became lifeless and said something very scary, because evil spirits will always follow us. The persistent rain has not stopped, on the contrary, it is showing signs of getting heavier. Jin-hoon was taken out, the commander put his hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Everyone was whispering around. He said that the incarnation we are chasing had a child born during her days. Human, yes, Han-byul found him. Jin-hoon's whole body opened his eyes in fear. His whole body was sweating a lot but he just remained silent and said nothing. Everyone looked at Jin-hoon's condition and silently said, it seems he has lost his memories, perhaps because the shock was too great. Han-byul looked at Jin-hoon, thinking about something. But then Han-byul closed her eyes and shook her head, not wanting to pay attention to Jin-hoon anymore. Finishing the thoughts in her head, Han-byul weakly begged, please stop. But the incarnation didn't pay attention to Han-byul, just stood in front of Jin-hoon and said cruelly, you go and die. Suddenly a voice rang out, I am the apostle of the powerful angel, Raphael, incarnated with two glowing red eyes and had just raised his hand before doing anything to be stopped by a glowing sword. Lee Hansong held the sword in his hand and tried to resist until his whole body trembled. Looking at the incarnation in front of him, he speculated, you are the demon of rage and desire, Asmodeus, the angel with 3 wings, transformed into heaven, fallen gods, those who betrayed God and became demons. Notification screen, achievements unlocked, Raphael's demon slaying sword, God Hunter achievement unlocked, mythical challenger achievement unlocked. The sword in Lee Hansong's hand emitted a strange light. Hansong whispered, I am the sword of the gods, the punisher of evil and traitors. But suddenly a hand grabbed Lee Hansong's leg. That person is the injured Jin-hoon. Lee Hansong turned to look at Jin-hoon in surprise and thought, Jin-hoon's memories have returned. Just as Hansong was losing concentration, Asmodeus stuck out one of its hands. It was too late when Lee Hansong noticed. His eyes widened because Asmodeus's hand hit him square in the stomach. Lee Hansong was beaten like that and he coughed up blood in pain and gasped. Jin-hoon witnessed the welcoming scene and felt extremely guilty. It was also his fault. It seemed like Lee Han-song knew what Jin-hoon was thinking, just said, "I'm fine." Lee Han-song looked at Asmodeus and whispered, making it difficult for him to understand, "But, you are also the child's mother." Lee Han-song kept whispering, "I am the sword that destroys demons, as well as brings healing." As he spoke, the sword blocking Asmodeus's hand glowed. Jin-hoon knew what was going to happen, so he sadly turned his face away and didn't dare look. Tears immediately flowed from his eyes. Lol. Lee Han-song said, "Healing the souls of humanity." As he finished speaking, the sword emitted a powerful light that pierced Asmodeus's body. Asmodeus was stabbed once and screamed in pain. Gah! From its eye sockets and mouth a black gas flew out. Lee Han-song thought, the devil in his body had fled. Lee Han-song pulled out his sword and watched its body fall. Just then, a notification appears on the screen. The demon of rage and desire has been expelled. You have once again defeated the divine entity, unlocked the achievement, Demon Purifier infected with evil, rank legend. You have carved the fate of the fallen angel who turned into a devil. Perhaps now it is just a small scar, but the small winds combined will become a big storm. Another notification continues to appear. Achievements unlocked. Fate Challenger is outlined. You have surpassed the normal requirements of the emergency mission. The story of a human challenging the fate of the gods and begins the origin of the myth. The semi-mythical rank. The two ranks, the semi-mythical combine into one myth. The true beginning of the mythical origin will begin in earnest. In the other world, countless large flames shot out. Sung Si-yeon was hiding behind a rock and said, "I got the black and blue potion, but that thing is still a problem." The big ball rock with red eyes and mouth, it seemed to be surrounded by lava. Looking at Lee Ji-hoon and Kwon Young-deok who were holding a big hammer and laughing, the people of Yangsan Park, they are really tough, can fight on par with the power of Balrog. Balrog saw the two jumping down and flew too. Ah, they came out from the other world. Lee Ji-hoon was confused. "What are you thinking? We have to follow the plan." Sung Si-yeon saw Halen running away without saying a word and quickly called out, "Helen, why did even you run away?" Balrog was still flying after Kwon Young-deok and Lee Ji-hoon, flying out of the gate of the other world to go out. Kwon Young-deok shouted, "Zepeto, do it!" Suddenly a strange red circle appeared in the sky, attracting Balrog's attention. That circle shot a ray of light at extremely high speed, causing Balrog to be surprised, and before he could do anything, one of his arms was severed. From Balrog's severed arm fell small pieces of stone. Helen rushed forward with the intention of getting those pieces of stone. Sung Si-yeon flew to hug Helen's waist to pull her back, just as Helen picked up a piece of Balrog's rock. Helen's face was calm as if nothing happened, but Sung Si-yeon behind her was panicking. If she jumped like that, she would die. Helen raised her hands holding the piece of stone and said to Sung Si-yeon, "But, I can still get part of the Balrog safely, I have already gotten the necessary materials." Sung Si-yeon hugged Helen helplessly and sighed, "Okay, now go back and wait for Han-song, it seems everything in Seoul is very chaotic." Sung Si-yeon thought to herself, "I want to return to Seoul or the academy, but, I still lack the strength to seal away an evil form like Beelzebub." Si-yeon is determined, she needs to level up more. Lee Han-song walked over to inform Anton, "The preparations are complete, Mr. Anton." Anton didn't turn his head and just said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Lee Han-song wondered, "Let me ask this one more thing, what would happen if Serbishe also became a servant of evil gods like Obelus?" Anton raised his head, his face filled with determination, "I won't let that happen, even if I have to risk my life to stop it." Lee Han-song was silent, it seemed like he sincerely wanted to do this. "We must definitely stop it." If Serbishe resurrected and was poisoned by the evil gods, becoming an enemy of humanity, it would be very dangerous. Lee Han-song looked at the screen and noted the extremely long content. Status bar, Serbishe's name, stats, stamina 54, magic 70, speed 62, willpower 34, agility 64, intelligence 65, stamina 55, appearance 54, senses 66, luck 11. Potential 535 out of 920, unique ability, fast emission B above A, amplify unawakened magic 0 out of 5, special ability surging mana not yet awakened 0 out of 5, not yet awakened, magic control characteristics A on SSO, incarnation form A on S, not yet awakened. Thanks to the information Lee Han-song also understood, if she became an enemy of humanity, types with these abilities will be extremely difficult to deal with. Looking at Serbishe lying on the bed, Lee Hansong said, "Then, here I go," and as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared. A few days later, near Seoul, the demolished gate made a loud noise. Lee Hansong thought, most of the monsters were destroyed, and the destruction of the gate also went smoothly. Lee Hansong turned his head to ask the person next to him, "Is the academy open yet?" That person replied, "Yes." Lee Jung-hyun said to Hee-sung, "Although I can feel that you are much stronger than before, I still advise you to return to the academy, because it will have many different changes." Lee Jung-hyun tried to convince Hee-sung, "Because we have suffered a lot, we will now try to minimize restrictions to welcome transfer students. There are currently many plans to educate talents to deal with them, the frequency of crises increases." Lee Hansong asked in return, "So will you also accept experienced individuals such as mercenaries or magicians from magic towers?" Lee Jung-hyun agreed, "Of course, we will remove the restrictions based on age and experience." Hansong asked a difficult question, "For example, what about a person from a dark land?" She also replied, "About that, I don't dare to say in advance." Lee Hansong crossed his arms and thought, if everything was opened up like this, then maybe, he asked, the graduation restriction would also be removed. This question surprised Lee Jung-hyun. "Yes, how did you know? I thought this system would give you an advantage." Lee Hansong thought, graduating early from the academy where characters with a strong desire to fight gathered. At this time, Lee Hansong realized that this was the beginning of endless struggles. Morning in Seoul, the clear blue sky is bustling with people. Suddenly two silhouettes of male students walked over, one waved to Hansong. It turned out that Han Buell and Jin Hoon walked up. Jin Hoon greeted with a smile, "See you at the academy." Jin Hoon overcame the worst time when he was attacked by his own mother, who became evil, ghost, but he was still grateful that he destroyed the demon Asmodeus and helped him regain his memories. Lee Hansong smiled, "Okay," silently praising Jin Hoon in his head, "He overcame those things well." Jin Hoon was excited. It was exciting to know that there were transfer students and new students enrolling at our academy, but then Jin Hoon noticed someone. Jin Hoon looked at Han Yan with an amused smile on her face and wondered, what is that school uniform?" Looking at Han Yan, Jin Hoon wondered and asked, "I heard there are no admission restrictions, but not only is there no age limit but also race." Han Yan replied, "That's right." Han Yan spread her arms with a wild smile. Han Yan is also a first-year student this time, making Ji Hoon a bit worried in his mind. "We have a serious competition now." Han Yan was introduced by someone patting her head. On top of that, our Han Yan achieved first place in this entrance exam. Lee Hansong suddenly saw the screen appear and quickly looked to see what it was. It was a call from manager Gil Yi-hoon. Hansong immediately pressed the receive button. "Yes, it's me, what's going on?" Gil Yi-hoon urgently said, "Mr. Han-sung, I contacted you because there is something I need to report to you. It is about Black Curium mining, currently the big tower." Gil Yi-hoon looked at the towering tower standing before him, having risen in the center. "It's the center of Alice's lair." Lee Hansong told Gil Yi-hoon, "As you know, many parties are trying to approach it to mine, so, first, stop them from reaching the tower." Gil Yi-hoon asked, "Everyone?" Hansong replied, "Yes, including Jahyun's group." Gil Yi-hoon received the order and understood. It was dark, darkness covered the whole city of Seoul. Han Buell put his hands in his pockets while walking on the statue floor. Looking at his hand clenched into a fist, Han Buell thought, after having Wang Myung from the previous battle, he was still weaker than Jin Hoon and Lee Hansong. Han Buell thought to herself, "Is it right for me to be so complacent at the academy?" But suddenly Han Buell noticed something. There were countless white balls flying at super speed in the sky. Han Buell wondered, there were many shadows. Was there something hiding in this academy? Han Buell suddenly saw a large shadow flying behind her. So Han Buell stared at it and then held out her hand. Saying in his mind, "Wang Myung," immediately a white circle appeared. Han Buell looked at Wang Myung covered with a protective layer and assessed in her head, with Wang Myung's range, she could feel it being affected by her control. If anyone was within range, if this happens, they will not be able to move. But far from Han Buell's thoughts, a larger shadow ran near him, so fast that Han Buell's shirt fluttered. Han Buell was surprised. Was there no one in range? Han Buell's entire body fell into a state of alert and looked around, speculating. She felt like someone had completely controlled her abilities. If so, maybe she was their target from the very beginning. There they are. Just when Hanbyul wasn't paying attention, a dark shadow was coming from behind. Hanbyul opened her eyes wide in panic and turned her head. A noise rang out, making everything around it seem to vibrate as well. The magic circle was slashed and severed. Lee Hansong held the sword and was surprised at the scene before his eyes. Hansong looked at the magic circle and thought, I have covered the sword with many thick layers of magic, and I can cut through that magic circle. Hansong picked up his sword and reasoned, if I can cut through mana and space, that means I can also cut through spells and shields. I'm just testing as usual. Hansong looked at the sword he was holding in his hand with interest, but it seemed he had discovered a useful technique. Suddenly a black shadow flew across the window. Lee Hansong accidentally saw it and was a bit confused. He stared at the window wondering if something was moving in the middle of the night, but breaking into the academy from outside wouldn't be easy. Lee Hansong closed his eyes, his body was immediately covered with a blue power, just in case, should I go scout around with mana domination, a place where mana flows or changes. Lee Hansong opened his eyes and the power on his body disappeared, this was where the mana was blocked. Blood kept dripping from somewhere to the ground. It turned out that the blood was coming from Hanbyul's body. Hanbyul was clutching the wound on her stomach full of blood and panting. Because Hanbyul was injured, his whole body was weak, thinking, he used a clone to attack me, and I couldn't catch his real body. It seemed like he had analyzed my abilities before. Hanbyul's whole body began to stagger, I've never felt so helpless before. The wound kept bleeding more and more, dyeing Hanbyul's hand red, this was dangerous. A shadow suddenly rushed in front of Hanbyul. Hanbyul was having difficulty breathing, now she had no strength to move anymore. A blue light suddenly appeared. The masked person in front of him was slashed by Lee Hansong. Hanbyul witnessed the unbelievable scene before his eyes, he cut it off in just one blow. The person who had just been slashed was bleeding, angry, how could you break the shield? Then he fell down with a wound that cut half of his body. Lee Hansong looked at the sword, the light sword could cut through mana and even penetrate shields. From the time I received it until now, I never thought it would be this useful. The notification screen appears, the urgent mission, the attack of the new student. Because of the overdevelopment of the main character, the enemy has successfully disguised itself as the new student of the school. From now on at the end of the rank change exam, enemy attacks will continue. After reading it once, Lee Hansong was surprised that during these times there will be attacks on the stars. But suddenly Hanbyul fell down, startling Hansong. Looking at Hanbyul lying in a pool of blood, Hansong loudly called, Hanbyul. Hansong ran towards Hanbyul on all fours, because I saw he could still stand, I thought he was fine, the few bottles of medicine I had weren't enough to help him with his current condition. Lee Hansong could only helplessly call out, Hanbyul, wake up. It got darker and darker, and Hanbyul was taken to the hospital. The notification screen pops up, urgent mission, attack by the new student. Because of the overdevelopment of the main character, the enemy has successfully disguised itself as the new student of the school. From now on at the end of the rank change exam, enemy attacks will continue. Lee Hansong stood outside the hospital feeling uncomfortable, damn it, Hanbyul was out of danger, but still needed time to recover. Hansong looked at the calculation screen in his head, since the urgent mission has started, I need to be careful until the exam is over. I should leave a message for the main characters in case they are ambushed at school, institute. Hansong's hand pressed the screen, and there was one more thing, they had to prepare to solve the mission. The tower was still standing there, someone said, Mr. Anton, it's time to go. Anton looked at Sung Si-yun, there's no need to rush, this is a mission assigned by Hansong, we need to do it carefully, but Si-yun doesn't think so, we're very busy, so we need to hurry up. Someone stepped forward and raised their voice to ask. That person was Serbi Shea, she asked, what about Yi Hyun? Anton exclaimed, Serbi Shea. Sung Si-yun replied, Gil Yi Hyun is busy dealing with the Eugen Group and Martin Company, thanks to the settlement contract before going to the Darkland, she can use it as she likes. Sarbish asked, did Mr. Hansong predict the rise of this tower and arrange the contract? Si-yun was not sure but still replied, maybe so. It is a dangerous tower with many sacrificed souls. Sung Si-yun looked at the tall tower in front of him, with what happened to Julia Martin, he also wanted to retaliate, Martin Company and Eugen Group seem to have suffered a loss due to their involvement in the tower. There. After saying that, Si-yun smiled sinisterly, hey, while Sarbish's attitude was the complete opposite, she was worried, So scary. On the rooftop of the school. Hansong had returned to the rooftop earlier. He looked around. The person who ambushed Han Buell was a Class S mercenary with the ability to use clone Jillian. Then there was a voice that startled Hansong. What an idiot. Hansong looked towards the voice. The person with red hair continued speaking. Was he defeated by just an ordinary contestant? The appearance of this person did not surprise Lee Hansong, he knew right away. Looking at the rather arrogant-looking red-haired girl standing, mercenary, Jillian's partner, Celine Lee. Lee Hansong remembered information about Celine. She was a talented Class S mercenary in Korea and abroad. Her real name was. Hansong softly called out, Lee Soon-ja, causing the girl to be stunned and her face turned dark. Celine got mad and was about to attack Hansong when she saw him disappear. Celine suddenly saw that the front was empty and Hansong appeared behind her. She turned to look at him, sweating a little. That was his endless ability, just saying a word, you. Hansong looked at her and called, Lee Soon, but before he could finish he was stopped by Celine, I'm Celine Lee. But Hansong didn't care to refute, so what, Lee Soon-ja. This completely made Celine's blood boil. She screamed and rushed towards Hansong with an extremely angry look, shut up, or I'll kill you. It was quieter on the rooftop. Celine sat tiredly on the ground panting, I was completely overwhelmed, I could never win against him in a confrontation like this. Lee Hansong proactively said, I didn't kill her, I just had a few things to ask, but Celine didn't agree, I won't answer you. Hansong just said, okay, just listen. He understood clearly in his heart, if she answered there was a possibility of being killed. He started telling information about her. She was a mercenary sent by the US, codename S. Hansong turned his head to look at the body still lying on the ground. Jillian's codename was G. The codename was simply the first letter of the name, right? Celine saw Hansong turn around and quickly acted. He was less cautious. Now was the time. As soon as she finished thinking, a circle appeared in Celine's palm, and countless rays of light shot out from within the circle. The excessive light made Hansong feel extremely uncomfortable and had to close one eye. Ugh. By the time Hansong regained consciousness, Celine had disappeared, leaving only white smoke. Hansong angrily scolded softly, damn it, let her escape. Hansong silently looked at the silent space in front of him. He was a bit confused and thought, great, Lee Soon-ja has successfully escaped. I intentionally opened an escape route for her so she wouldn't be caught. Hansong opened the screen with his hand and decided, well, since she had already escaped, let's continue doing everything as planned. The other person replied, yes. Looking at the large gate in front of him, someone asked, it seems Hansong is late, should we go in now? Charles asked, this ranking test takes place in virtual space. Hiram also replied, yes, it is a place for contestants to compete with each other to rank. Looking at the green gate in front of him, Charles said, then, let's go in. Both girls entered the gate. In front of them was the giant city of Rome. Charles said, it seems like many people have already started. Hiram also speculated, many contestants probably already have their results. The two stepped onto the stage, where strong winds blew from time to time. Look at the person standing below, it's the contestant Hansong mentioned before. That person is Lee Chang-sok, a former Amazon mercenary. As expected, he looks really strong. Charles opened his eyes wide and pointed at Hiram. There was also someone on the other side. That person was wearing a cloak that covered his head. His face was slightly dark and was creating magic circles. It was James Dean, a Class A magician from the far north. Charles said, that new student looked equally formidable. Charles thought to himself, I won't let myself fall behind forever. Just after thinking about it, I decided, I will join right away, surprising Hiram standing next to me. Wait, let me go with you. The clear blue sky looks so peaceful. Hiram was so tired that she couldn't breathe. The screen showed 807 points, 97 out of 6,000. Hiram was extremely tired. She was in the top 100 among 6,000 students from all grades at the academy. Hiram looked around and speculated, but this match was the most difficult match ever. Even with many different personality states, it was difficult to deal with Butcher. What a butcher! Looking at the blue-haired boy standing in front of her, Hiram thought, is that person also the new student that Hansong has his eye on? Looking at the calm boy, Hiram found it hard to believe that she was exhausted like this, yet he didn't seem tired at all. That boy is Choi Lim-young from the Darkland. Looking at his indifferent face as if nothing happened, Hiram thought with difficulty, He is definitely stronger than her. Beautiful clear blue morning sky. Hiram looked at the boy in front of her and thought, Choi Lee-myung, he's not even tired at all. Suddenly there was a loud noise that startled Hiram. Everyone started to stir and hurriedly left. I heard that Lee Han-song won 7 games in one go at the next door of the stadium, let's go see. Hiram suddenly felt shy, so she didn't want to fight anymore. She thought it would be very difficult to defeat Choi Lee-myung. How about I go watch that match too? She waved her hand and said, I'm withdrawing, I'll go watch that fight. Choi Lee-myung thought to himself, Lee Han-song, wherever he goes, he hears that name. Lee-myung turned around and left. Maybe I should go see what that guy is like. With a bang, someone fell to the ground. The person who had just been defeated by Han-song let out a cry of pain. Everyone in the stands became crazy, screaming. This was the 9th winning streak. Although he started later, he was the fastest of all. Lee Han-song looked around excitedly and thought, this virtual space is set up so that no one gets hurt, so there's no need to worry about other people dying. It would be great to keep fighting like this. Han-song was curious to see who the next opponent would be. Just after thinking about it, he saw a person appear in front of him. Looking at Lee-myung leisurely walking in front of Han-song, what, is it Choi Lee-myung? It seems this time it's going to be difficult to eat. But suddenly from the stands there were people screaming, someone lost their life. What should we do now? We can't even escape the virtual space anymore. The notification screen displays the content, the third main scenario, trapped in the virtual reality space. The contestants are stuck in the virtual reality space, fighting off the terrorist who infiltrated the contestants, and save as many people as possible. After reading the content, Lee Han-song felt a bit worried. It's already started, stuck in virtual reality space. Seeing himself like this is not good at all. Jin-hoon came running from somewhere in a hurry. Han-song, the enemy ambushed us just like what he said in the text message. Jin-hoon narrated what he had just seen to Han-song. They had weapons that could kill people even in virtual space. It seemed that those weapons could overcome the limitations of virtual space. They were holding a large sword in their hands, and everywhere they went, there were dead bodies that looked very scary. Lee Han-song quickly told Jin-hoon, tell everyone to avoid the attacks until we can leave the virtual space. Jin-hoon turned around and left. Okay, understood. Someone suddenly walked up to talk to Lee Han-song, just like Class S. Lee Han-song had said, according to the investigation, you are the most dangerous person, and you weren't even surprised. That person was wearing a large lion mask that covered his face, only his mouth could be seen smirking, and in his hand he was holding a sword. He could still be so calm even when he knew that that weapon can kill you. Moreover, even though you can't escape from virtual space, you still look really confident. Han-song was a bit surprised but didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he despised that guy. So what? Wearing that lion mask, thinking he could win. The man wearing the lion mask challenged Han-song to a duel. If you can still stay calm in this situation, let's fight one-on-one. The number of people falling in pools of blood is increasing. Han-song thought, actually, I'm not as calm as the man in the lion mask said, because now there are many victims. Han-song's mentality began to fail, and at this rate, he would no longer be able to pretend to be calm. The screen appeared next to Han-song. The person on the other side announced, I'm ready. When Lee Han-song received the information, his expression turned to amusement. Great, then, let's hack and broadcast live. Helen sat in a certain room, in front of the screens receiving commands. It was clear, I will hack to release the same restrictions as in virtual space. Celine was forced to tie her hands and feet and gag while sitting in a corner. Because she couldn't speak, she could only make sounds, mile per hour, uff. Helen still didn't pay any attention, just sitting in front of the screen attentively working. Han-song thought, freeing Lee Soon-ja was for Helen to track and find the hiding place, where they controlled virtual space for this attack. A girl wearing a fox mask quickly ran to announce, the contestants have also started to counterattack us. The masked guy panicked when he heard that. What are you saying? It's not like the restrictions have been removed, so what? The guy wearing the lion mask was confused, couldn't even contact the hideout. What was going on? Han-song urgently asked the other end of the line, Helen, the enemy has noticed, is the exit from cyberspace ready? Helen informed, it is 90% complete. Han-song looked at the confused lion-masked man in front of him and thought, since all actions have been blocked, I have to do the last step, but before that, we need to get out of here. Suddenly Lee Han-song felt something scared and sweating. Lee Han-song raised his head to look at something. That thing was so huge that its shadow covered Hansong. They had reached the final step. Lee Hansong shouted, "We will soon escape from cyberspace, everyone, withdraw from this area immediately." Choi Lee-myung was startled and couldn't believe it. "What, Lee Hansong, are you going to face this thing alone?" "Hansong, calm down, it's okay, just take everyone out." But Choi Lee-myung still didn't believe it. How could he solve this problem alone? That huge thing had the shape of a giant knight with blood-red eyes. Lee Hansong remained calm and not afraid. It was okay. He told Lee-myung, "I have prepared everything to stop that thing." Choi Lee-myung silently pondered. Thinking for a few seconds, he decided to turn around and run, saying, "Okay, I'll go evacuate everyone." Lee Hansong looked at the thing in front of him in speculation, creating a weapon that could cause damage even in virtual space. Through controlling the weapon, he brought a superior living copy. Looking at its glowing scarlet eyes, Hansong guessed, in cyberspace, Ares, the god of war. Hansong thought, since it was just a copy, it could only exist in the form of a statue, but dealing with these terrorists would be quite a challenge. The guy wearing the lion mask was flustered but still forced himself to smile and said, "I don't know how you interrupted our plans, but when facing Ares, you can't stand still anymore." But Lee Hansong is not afraid. "Aren't we in the same boat now?" Hearing that sentence made the man wearing the lion mask confused. "What?" Ares stabbed his sword hard into the ground, making a loud noise. Ares's eyes were still glowing red, his face seemed angry. Lee Hansong looked at that scene and thought to himself, it seems they did not know in advance that Ares would also target them, when they lost control in virtual space. An automatically controlled plane flew near Hansong. He smiled and said, "Helen, are you still transmitting?" Helen replied, "Yes, still broadcasting live." The notification screen pops up, "SS Servant Life has been activated, the attention of 20 million people is on you, stats increase by 1000%, existence and ability increase by 1000%, ability the power of the servant's life has reached the SS level, upgraded to I am an F servant on the SS." Lee Hansong exclaimed, "A terrible buff level that I have never seen before." Hansong said, "I am the apostle of the mighty god, Raphael. I think gods pretending to be gods are evil." As soon as Hansong finished speaking, the screen switched to other information, and Raphael's fierce sword activated. Ares raised his sword in his hand, preparing to slash down. Hansong also ran over with his sword. Hansong and Ares' swords were about to point at each other to start a fight. The two ends of the sword touched each other, causing Hansong's sword to glow. Lee Hansong fought fiercely with the stone statue. His sword and the statue were about to touch each other just a small distance away. In the end, Lee Hansong's sword stabbed straight into the giant sword of the statue. The system displays the text, "The legendary achievement has been activated, the god of war, the legendary challenger of humanity, the one who has captured the divine force, Raphael's 100 evil blades." Lee Hansong fought fiercely. He fiercely looked towards the stone statue and used all his strength to attack. Lee Hansong's sword finally cracked the stone statue's sword. The cracks from the sword began to spread. Finally, the cracks from the sword emitted a stream of magical light. Cracks spread throughout the stone statue's body, causing the stone statue to emit light from those cracks. Suddenly, the stone statue had its limbs and head severed. The system board also rang. The achievement was established. The person who achieved the state of ecstasy despite being noticed by the whole world, the person who defeated the god of war, Ares. Mythical origin. The massive origin of ancient mythology begins. The core represents the player Lee Hansong, and from now on, mythology will be imbued in his strong will. Achievements: Epic rating 8 out of 20, Legendary rating 6 out of 7, Mythic rating 3 out of 5. The stone statue suddenly broke into hundreds of pieces and fell. Lee Hansong looked at the falling stone statues and thought to himself, the pace of progress is too fast. It has already reached mythical jam, but now is the real beginning. At the blue door entering the exam room, Lee Hansong silently said that because of the surprise attack, the virtual reality match was cancelled. Instead, it was replaced by a test similar to the exam and earning points by defeating monsters. Inside the room, the two-headed troll monster was defeated. Lee Hansong stood in front of the defeated monster and thought to himself, even though he gave up in that exam, now he cannot avoid encountering the two-headed demons, because this is the infinite space where monsters breed, without stopping. Maybe I can try a few tricks. Lee Hansong wondered if he should practice using the control and the control. At the wing of the exam room, someone walked out. It was Buckley. Li looked at the system and exclaimed, 27,000 points, second place Lee Han, you haven't come out yet, if so, I'm lost. The young man next to her immediately said, James and Choi Lim Young looked very worried, their skills were so different from Han Sung. Jin Hoon looked at Sege next to him and said, the dark place is probably delayed until they get first place, then he asked in surprise, huh, what are you doing? Sege looked at him and said, this. The remote-controlled plane was flying above. Sege looked at it and said, I watched the match before Hansung even started broadcasting, so I thought I should also film the scene where Hansung won first prize. Then Sege stepped forward and said, hello everyone. Jin Hoon behind him looked at Sege with a judgmental look and silently said, I have to do that too. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the exam room door, everyone outside immediately rushed up, Hansung is here, 35,000 points, first place again. To everyone's surprise, he immediately made a hand gesture and raised it. Hansung pointed a finger straight up, everyone saw that and exclaimed, here he is, he's ranked first again, he's doing some ridiculous things again. At the coast, in the distance there were fierce tornadoes with bright red lightning and a dark, gloomy sky. Hansung sat with Song Si-yeon and looked towards the tornadoes, then Song Si-yeon said, the coast with the death tornado, at the southern tip of hell, you said there was something to find on the island through this coast, right? Hasnung next to him immediately replied, yes. Lee Hansung said, if I don't go now, I don't think I will have the chance to come back here again, because the road across the coast is extremely dangerous, so you have to follow me closely, now I will use control to get there. Song Si-yeon glanced at him with a bored look and said, I know. Song Si-yeon sat next to her and shyly said to herself, I've been taking care of my appearance and even wearing makeup since I met him, Lee Hansung, is it possible that I'm not interested at all? Then Lee Hansung and Song Si-yeon flew over the sea. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared onto the sea surface. A giant tentacle rushed straight from the sea towards Song Si-yeon. Song Si-yeon saw the tentacle suddenly approaching to attack and quickly moved aside. Lee Hansung next to him saw this and shouted, be careful, there's the Kraken. A giant S-class Kraken monster rose from under the water. Hansung immediately said, conquering even a death tornado is much stronger. There. The monster splashed water all over Song Si-yeon's body. She immediately said in annoyance, stop splashing water, I'm fixing my hair. But the monster did not hear what Song Si-yeon said and continued to struggle harder, causing water to splash everywhere. Song Si-yeon saw this and shouted angrily, I told you not to shoot water, these stupid octopuses. Song Si-yeon was angry and madly scolded the monster, ruining everyone's makeup, turning all of you into sukiyaki. After saying that, Song Si-yeon immediately cut the octopus's tentacles into many pieces. Lee Hansung standing outside saw him and immediately became pale and extremely scared. He thought to himself, I forgot because I was only talking about her calm appearance, but isn't this really true? The S-class monster was immediately destroyed by Song Si-yeon for daring to splash water on her makeup. When he arrived at the island, Lee Hansung immediately smiled and said, thanks to her, he was able to get to the island so quickly. Song Si-yeon stood behind with a pouting face and looked at him angrily. Lee Hansung immediately thought, she still looks grumpy. Lee Hansung immediately spoke up and said, I'm here. Suddenly, two swords with yellow and purple lights quickly rushed towards the two of them. Song Si-yeon didn't understand and asked, this is it? Lee Hansung immediately explained, the highest-ranking archangel among all the angels, Lucille, and that Lucille had turned into a holy demon and was called Lucifer. The yellow sword with golden light is the holy sword that the angel Lucille used, and the black sword with purple light is the demon sword that the demon Lucifer is using. Suddenly a voice said, it's been a long time since I saw humans carrying their bodies here. Lee Hansung secretly said, the remnants of Lucifer's power, even though they were just after images, still had consciousness. Lee Hansung immediately said, let me take care of this. Lucifer's voice rang out again. It seemed like he knew everything. The black shadow heard Lucifer's voice again, so raise your sword and fight with me. Lee Hansung stood in front of the sword and thought, I use the holy sword, while Song Si-yeon uses the demon sword. You'll be tested through challenges and rankings, and see if you are qualified to swing the sword or not. Song Si-yeon implicitly understood the meaning and looked at Lee Hansung. Your two arms immediately moved forward to hold two swords. Suddenly a bright light appeared. Violent tornadoes and red lightning descended. Lucifer spoke up and said, what an interesting human name. The black shadow looked at Lee Hansung who was breathing heavily and said, after enduring this injury, he was still qualified, where did he practice? Then he looked at Song Si-yun and said, both of them have quite a lot of achievements and strength. Hearing that, Lee Han-sung immediately said, then, I sincerely accept this sword, and the shadow of Lucifer immediately said, there is no need to be grateful, I simply do what needs to be done. Lee Han-sung didn't understand and asked, what needs to be done, what do you mean? The shadow then said, Fufu, it seems like you tried to ask about things you were curious about, but you didn't bother to answer my questions. Lucifer's shadow looked at Lee Han-sung and said, remember this world is coming to an end. Lucifer's shadow looked at him and said, now try swinging your sword, then attack me. Lee Han-sung held the sword in his hand and whispered, seemingly unable to give me a straight answer. Lee Han-sung immediately signaled to Song Si-yun and said, go ahead. Si-yun next to him also replied, okay. Then the two men went forward to fight fiercely with the ghost. System displays, unlocks trophies, the person who witnessed the birth of the legendary Lucifer, the intersection of holiness and crime, the will to rise after execution, the person who expelled the evil forces of Lucifer, bearer of Lucifer's holy sword, mythical successor to Lucifer, semi-mythical. Mythological origin, has been newly constructed, the massive origin of ancient mythology begins, the center lies on Lee Han-sung's side, and mythology will be woven into all future actions. Achievements include, historical rating 11 out of 20, legendary rating 8 out of 7, mythic rating 3,5 out of 5, legendary ranked trophies achieved, missing ranked trophies, mythic ranked trophies rank guide rank, you have reached complete legend, you will challenge the legendary level based on your legendary achievements. Lee Han-sung thought to himself, success, this is a great step forward, with this, I will win the legendary Demon King in the next match. Lee Han-sung looked at the ghost and thought, now I have to achieve the complete myth with my own strength, without any contracts or support from supernatural forces. If things continue like this, I can achieve progress as planned. In the morning at Korean Hero Academy, Lee Han-sung and Han Buell were walking together. Lee Han-sung looked at Han Buell with worry and said, you're not completely healthy yet. Han Buell looked at him and said, I know. Suddenly Lee Han-sung was surprised by something and looked over. It was Vladimir Nadia. She looked at Lee Han-sung and awkwardly said, long time no see. Lee Han-sung immediately said with a judgmental look, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, Nadia, it's not like we always met at the academy. Vladimir Nadia heard that and hesitantly said, yes. Nadia thought shyly, sorry, why is it still so difficult to get close to you, but today I have something to tell you. Then Nadia looked straight into Lee Han-sung's eyes and said, Lee Han-sung, I want to see my father to tell him about it. Lee Han-sung exclaimed in surprise, what? Lee Han-sung stood dumbfounded and thought, Changzhen, Vladimir Anton, after losing the duel at Park Yangzhen, need a chance to regain their reputation. Maybe the rematch was carefully planned, since before, has it already been decided? Lee Han-sung then asked Nadia, is that what you're talking about? Nadia immediately said, well, he wanted to fight Park Yangzhen, so he wanted to meet you first. But Lee Han-sung thinks, the problem now is that if Changzhen goes to Korea, the weapon he owns, Kantan, will also go to the Korean peninsula. That is the weapon made from bamboo in the fairy tale Man Basic Jack, which can summon sea dragons from the east coast. If so, I have to answer right away. Then you tell Nadia, so, did he go to Korea instead of the Darkland? Nadia replied, yes, he said he wanted to confirm with you first. Then Lee Han-sung asked, when is he leaving? Nadia said, to the airport. Lee Han-sung heard that and immediately thought, if he has come to Korea with Hantan, then, Long. Suddenly a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. To everyone's panic, the students began to exclaim, what is that? It's so scary. Only Lee Han-sung knew it as soon as he saw it and secretly said, I knew it right away. It also responded. The system also began to display the secret mission, to subdue Long, the person who discovered Hantan of the East Sea. Hantan was supposed to become Man Pasik. Now he has returned to Hantan, the guardian god of the half-Korean island. Long will watch over Seoul until Hantan is found. You must find Hantan and quell Long's anger. When successful, support the first time from Long's side. When failure, the people's custom of myths, the decline of Korea's national strength, and the reduction of Long's conflict time. Suddenly the students clasped their hands together and said, what's that sound? Something kept echoing in my head. Lee Han-sung looked at everyone in surprise and silently said, because Long has awakened, everyone has already woken up, began to realize supernatural powers. We have to deal with it before it's too late." Then he pulled Nadia's hand away and said, "Nadia, follow me." Nadia was suddenly pulled away by Lee Hansung and said, "Why so suddenly, but where are you going?" Lee Hansung immediately replied, "The airport." Then suddenly the two disappeared. At this time, there were countless lightning bolts around the airport and a giant vortex surrounded the entire airport sky. Lee Hansung and Nadia also arrived. Lee Hansung pulled Nadia's hand and asked her, "Your father, do you know where he is?" Nadia was now blushing and shyly said, "Why are you looking for my dad? He's right here." In the distance was Chang's and Vladimir Anton. He was standing in the distance when he suddenly said in surprise, "Nadia." The other two also quickly approached him. Vladimir saw them and immediately asked, "By the way, is this person, the person who always makes my heart skip a beat every time I see him?" Nadia immediately shook Lee Hansung's hand and shyly said, "Who said that?" Lee Hansung immediately spoke up and said, "Mr. Changzhen, I have an urgent request." Changzhen Vladimir Anton immediately said, "Asking you to say, what is it, candidate Lee Hansung?" Lee Hansung remembered the situation outside and said, "You see outside, the guardian angel of the Republic of Korea, Halen, has awakened, because of Hantan's influence." Vladimir Anton told Lee Hansung that I had owned that weapon for a decade, but why now? Lee Hansung immediately said, "Because it had reached the territory of Hailang, the Korean peninsula." Lee Hansung continued to say, "At the same time the Hailang awakened, the other holy fists also awakened before the other holy fists intervened. I want to solve the Hailang matter first." Then Lee Hansung looked at Vladimir Anton and said, "Sorry, but I have to take your Hanqing." Vladimir Anton brought Hantan out and said, "With just this, everyone will be safe." Then Lee Hansung reached out his hand to take Hantan and said, "Yes, Hailang will not cause any harm." Vladimir Anton also said, "I don't have the strength to argue with the divine right, so I have to rely on you." The system displays 4 main missions: the era of Great Revolution, the official rise of the holy power is announced worldwide, the number of people who have made contracts with the holy power all over the world has increased rapidly, the confrontation between good and evil broke out, opening a global war, the presence of divine power began to disrupt the balance of the world. To restore that balance, the world has strengthened its connection with other worlds, the precursors of monster gates have spread everywhere. Lee Hansung secretly said, "Because of the Hailang, the holy fists have appeared, and the 4 scenarios have also begun." Lee Hansung looked at Hantan and thought to himself, "There are too many things to deal with at once, but for now, we have to focus on Hailang." Then he suddenly teleported away. In Darkland Area 31, the sky became gloomy and dark clouds filled the sky. Serbishe stood with Song Si-yun. She said, she could hear many voices echoing, and now she saw something giant again. The two stood on the castle looking down. Serbishe immediately said, "Even the Black Fortress of Kirium, can we hold out against these monsters?" Suddenly there was a bolt of lightning. Lee Hansung appeared and said, "I brought Hantan here." Lee Hansung looked at the monster in the distance and said to it, restrained his anger and started negotiating. The giant dragon looked at Lee Hansung and exclaimed, "You are not qualified to ask for anything." Suddenly Lee Hansung stood there stunned, a little scared and trembling, then he silently said, just talking made him feel overwhelmed, but luckily he could endure it, thanks to his access to holy power. Then Lee Hansung boldly stood before the dragon and declared, "I want to protect the Korean peninsula and even humanity." The giant dragon looked at him with sharp eyes. Lee Hansung then said, "If I am not qualified, then what kind of agreement will I propose? I will not agree to an exclusive contract with any holy power, but if in an egalitarian relationship, perhaps multiple contracts would." The giant dragon shouted angrily, insolently. The angry dragon said, "How dare you?" Lee Hansung then said, "Just lend me your strength at a time when I can hold out." Lee Hansung stood before the dragon's angry eyes and said, "And then I will help your name spread far and wide, I will help you become more omnipotent." The giant dragon heard him say that and immediately said, "Your self-confidence is a bit too much, what business can a person like you do?" Lee Hansung then said, "That's my specialty, do you want to try it? Try to believe it just once, if I fail, just punish me until you're satisfied." The giant dragon looked at him and said, "Okay, I will believe you this time. So, this Hanqing, you take it." Then the dragon took out another Hanqing from his hand and gave it to Lee Hansung. He immediately said, "Yes, then." Suddenly Lee Hansung suddenly stood blankly looking towards the dragon. Lee Hansung immediately said to himself, "This is it, the true rise of the saints, the day the Great Revolution began. On the other hand, the castle in the Darkland. Song Si-yun, who was flying above, said uncomfortably that today really had no end. Song Si-yun then said, "Now I can block the transformation, no problem." Sweat began to fall on her face, rolling down her cheeks and then dripping down. At this moment, she suddenly felt something and said, "This season." Song Si-yun stood on the ground and felt something, so she said, "I can feel it from afar, it's getting closer and closer." Suddenly someone flew in. Song Si-yun suddenly exclaimed, "Lilith is coming here." At Korean Hero Academy. Suddenly Charles and some other people reacted to the yellow light surrounding their bodies. Jinhoon next to them looked at them with surprise and said silently, "Now there are many people who can make contracts with gods. I also received an invitation from a god." Jinhoon also said that in this pile, there was a famous demon of anger and lust that had preyed on his mother, and a less famous one-armed martial artist with a golden eye. "I know that the martial artist who single-handedly owns the golden eye, even though he is not very famous." Jinhoon immediately thought of his father. He pressed his hand into the system and thought to himself, "It's hard to choose, but I want to hold on to the only bond between me and my mother until I am completely purified." In the Darkland, Song Si-yun stood on the ground looking into the distance and exclaimed, "She is coming." Song Si-yun seemed worried and said, "Lilith personally came here, can we fight her with our current force?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "There was a king who swore to protect the country to the death." Song Si-yun heard the voice and suddenly said, "Is the magic reversed?" The voice continued to echo, "The place you need to protect is here. Lee Han-sung is using magic standing on the castle." Lee Han-sung used magic to bring the giant dragon to the Darkland. The giant dragon covering the sky immediately said, "I have truly been released from the seals of the Korean peninsula. I believe in your abilities. I accept your multi-layered contract." Hearing that, Lee Han-sung immediately looked at the dragon and opened his arms and said, "So, Hailong, can you lend me the bamboo? Once I have made a contract, it cannot be broken. I want to use the bamboo to replenish the power lost when the seal was removed." The scary giant dragon looked at him and said, "You haven't forgotten the most important part of the contract, have you?" Lee Han-sung immediately said, "Of course I remember. I would be very grateful if you could lend me the bamboo someday, in the form of a sword." The dragon was satisfied with Lee Han-sung and said, "Very well, I will lend it to you. Don't forget to spread my name widely." Then the dragon turned out a bamboo sword for Lee Han-sung. He immediately replied, "Thank you, you don't need to worry about that." Suddenly, many remote-controlled aircraft approached the surprised dragon. Lee Han-sung looked at the remote-controlled aircraft around him and immediately spread his arms and said, "Welcome, this place is a Darkland. As you see, this is the Dong Hailong that protects the Korean peninsula. For more than 1,000 years, King Manhwa of the land of Sheila, he descended to the Darkland to protect humanity." The system has displayed the epic of King Manhwa's descent into the world, the epic of the history of the Korean peninsula's guardian Dong Hailong, the legend of, the Korean myth of the coming to earth, the legend of the world's recognition of the King of Sheila, the legend of, the world-class guardian deity of the Korean peninsula, the myth of the Korean king who stood up against evil for humanity. Lee Han-sung shouted, "The whole world is watching him, guardian god of the Korean peninsula, will you fight for humanity?" The huge dragon heard him say that and exclaimed, "I don't know how you do it, but I can sense the change, and made a plan that I can't refuse." The giant dragon immediately flew up and said, "Very well, I will deal with the demons." The dragon quickly rushed towards Lilith. As soon as two people, a dragon and a ghost, made eye contact, they immediately used magic to fight. Lilith then smiled and challenged her to use magic to create a small tornado to prepare to attack Hailong and said, "Step aside, you little lizard from that small country, you're getting in the way." Hailong immediately said angrily, "A nightmare demon like you is really complaining." Song Si-yun saw that and immediately whispered, "She is focusing on Hailong, the opportunity is here." Lee Han-sung ran behind and said, "Song Si-yun, demon sword." She immediately replied, "I know." Song Si-yun immediately jumped up to attack Lilith to her surprise. Lilith was injured and angrily said, "A weapon that can hurt me with just one slash, how do you have that?" Lee Han-sung, standing near her, immediately said, "It was Lucifer's division pact." Lilith immediately angrily scolded, "You brats, there won't be a second time." Then Lilith quickly used magic to attack Lee Han-sung. Suddenly, Lee Han-sung's bamboo sword was immediately brought out to fight. The bamboo sword instantly cut Lilith's magic in half. Then he held the holy sword in his other hand and began to attack. Immediately the holy sword pierced Lilith's stomach. Lilith screamed in pain. In a place like this, because of a mortal, the years I spent when I was abandoned by God to overthrow the world. Lilith immediately screamed in pain. The system displays, Lilith, the nightmare witch and great demon, has been destroyed, successfully destroying an intermediate god, great demon, on her own, activating the God Eater, discovering that the power exceeds your abilities, distributing power to the recipient, Hailong and Song Si-yun, unlocking achievements, God Challenger, God Slayer in front of the world. Lucifer's holy sword strikes defeated the devil, the one who defeated the gods with a mortal body. The origin of the myth has been updated. The great origin of an ancient myth begins. Standing at the center of it is player Lee Han-sung. From now on, the myth will silently permeate his every effort. That achievements include epic level 11 out of 20, legendary level 10 out of 7, mythical level 4.5 out of 5. Lee Han-sung stood looking at the system and said to himself, the power was beyond his capacity, so he couldn't absorb it all. I'm glad it was distributed to both Hailong and Song Si-yun. Capturing a god at this level, it will take quite a bit of time even in the previous episodes. Then Lee Han-sung teleported up to Dark Earth Castle. The system suddenly pops up. The fourth scenario, the first disaster has been completed. Reward selection is based on the level of mission completion. Overwhelming luck is active. The hidden mission has been activated as a bonus. The main character's experience has been activated. From now on the main characters around you will go through an experience. If they pass, they will become stronger, otherwise they will face death. Lee Han-sung was immediately surprised by the system and said in surprise that they were raising the difficulty level without giving us time to breathe, calling it an opportunity for self-development when it could lead to trouble, die. Lee Han-sung was worried and said, I don't know if this is good or bad. Han Buell was now trapped by voices continuously exclaiming, die, die, you killed me, you. Han Buell thought uncomfortably. For some reason, she heard the voices of the people she had killed, experiencing a feeling of pressure and pain. Then Han Buell saw someone and asked, why did you come to see me, Yokai King, Io Duxini? King Yokai Io Duxini immediately said, because you are similar to me. Han Buell thought to himself, the magic I learned from my family, specialized magic to kill people, I am not trained to protect people like Jinhoon. King Yokai Io Duxini immediately said, do you want to protect? Han Buell immediately said, from now on, I want to protect everyone. King Yokai Io Duxini heard that and immediately said, very well, I will give you my power. Han Buell reached forward and said, there are a few more people who need to be protected, please, just until then. On the other hand, in the city, high-rise buildings are being gradually destroyed. Siege was exhausted and stood breathing heavily. Siege raised his sword and prepared to fight. He thought to himself, every collision drained his magic. Siege looked at the monster before his eyes and thought to himself, maybe he hasn't become a god yet, but he is really strong. Siege thought hesitantly, I've also leveled up, but this is quite risky. Suddenly the giant monster in front of his eyes raised its fist to attack him. Siege suddenly looked at the monster and silently said, it's here. The monster immediately raised its fist and attacked Siege. Siege looked at the monster without fear and silently said, it's coming. Then the monster raised its hand to punch Siege in the face, but it suddenly stopped. Suddenly someone came from behind and said, you have endured long enough. Siege was startled and looked behind. The person behind continued to say, you can leave them to me. Han-sung reached forward and said, I have created a distortion through space manipulation and time control. This monster's movement will slow down for a moment. Then Lee Han-sung stepped up and said, let's escape now. The monster could now move and swing its arms forward, but Siege had already disappeared in its confusion. Lee Han-sung looked at the monster that was looking at him bewilderedly and said, I want to deal with you myself, but unfortunately, your opponent is not us. Suddenly a small hole opened in space. Suddenly someone came out from inside. From that space door, Han Buell stepped out. Lee Han-sung immediately told the monster that your opponent is Han Buell, who signed a contract with King Yokai. Looking at the monster before his eyes, Lee Han-sung immediately thought, there is no way I can fight against King Yokai's charisma. In the short term, eliminating them would benefit Han Buell's growth, but in the long term, he suddenly exclaimed, Han Buell, don't kill it. Han Buell coldly looked at Lee Han-sung and asked, why not? They attacked Sergei in this whole city. Lee Han-sung looked at Han Buell and advisedly said, they are lower gods than the Yokai King, and they cannot fight back. Wouldn't it be better if you took them everywhere? Han Buell immediately asked, like a minion, huh? Then Han Buell pondered something. Then Han Buell coldly exclaimed, wow. Saying that, Han Buell immediately burst out with magical power and said, that's a good idea, I won't kill them. The scene changed to the classroom. Now the screen was showing a large old tree. The teacher immediately said, this is the world tree of the Amazon forest. The teacher continued speaking. The center was dominated by goblins, while the surrounding areas were dominated by fire dragons and ice birds. The world tree was located in the center where the goblins were. Teacher Young Yun continued to say, the 100 best candidates will have a field trip there. Even if you don't participate in the battle, just go to the Amazon. Please carefully consider the risks before participating. Lee Hansung also thought when he heard that, Amazon. The image of the world tree of the Amazon forest appeared, making Lee Hansung silently say, the third disaster is about to begin. At the castle of the Darkland. Song Si-yun stood dumbfounded and thought, Hansung came to the academy right after the clearing of the Darkland was completed. I know he is always a busy person, but... Serbishe walked over and asked, why are you so bored? Song Si-yun awkwardly said, it's just. Song Si-yun looked at Serbishe and asked, anyway, didn't we agree to abandon the formal way of speaking? Serbishe said hesitantly, but after all, you are still the wife of the district owner. Song Si-yun immediately blushed and babbled, wife. Song Si-yun shyly said, we're not dating yet, I mean we're just friends. Serbishe standing next to him quickly said, Mr. Lee Hansung will go to the Amazon forest this time, right? Wouldn't there be less if we also went? Serbishe continued to say, Area 31 is stable, my father and Mr. Carl are also here, so we can go for a bit, is that okay? Song Si-yun shyly said, yes. Serbishe raised his fist to show determination and said, we will become stronger and will definitely be of help in the Amazon, let's go see Mr. Hansung. Song Si-yun also shyly said, if you say so, I guess I have no other choice. Song Si-yun's expression at this time clearly showed that she liked it but was still shy. Serbishe standing next to her also smiled at her. Changing the scene to the Amazon forest, the teacher immediately said that this is the only area protected by humans in the Amazon, it is the furthest place from the territory of other dominant races. Teacher Dusok told the students, this place is relatively safe because SSS level heroes also operate here. Now, we will continue with the field trip. Jinhoon said in surprise, so we will be able to meet SSS level heroes. Lee Hansung next to him saw that and said, either you are extremely lucky or you are very unlucky, you will see them, it also depends on whether the dominant races restrain or attack. Siege next to him heard that and suddenly asked, what, have you been here before? An Hae Rim also asked, after going to the Darkland, is there anything else that you haven't tried yet? Lee Hansung immediately pointed his finger up and smiled, saying, love, then said, just kidding. Siege and An Hae Rim looked at him with disgusted and judgmental eyes. Seeing the two of them like that, Lee Hansung quickly raised his hand and said, I'm just joking, okay. Siege said, it's okay, not everyone can do that. An Hae Rim also joined in and said, yeah, don't be shy. Lee Hansung immediately boiled and said, it's not like that, listen to me. Lee Hansung's voice also echoed in the dark blue sky, it really wasn't. The scene changes to the goblins' castle in the Amazon forest. Among the elves talking, there were about 10 fire dragons hatched at the fire dragon base and about 3 white birds hatched at the white bird tower. In addition, 100 people had gone to the Iron City. Suddenly someone spoke up and said, this number has been increasing rapidly recently, the entire multidimensional world is shaking. The person speaking was Gallo, the goblin leader. He said, it would not be surprising if something happened. Suddenly someone rushed in and called out, leader. Gallowin immediately asked, what happened to make you participate in the meeting? That guy immediately said, I'm sorry, this is an emergency situation. He panicked and said, a human has come here. Hearing that, the elves suddenly panicked and discussed, hey, a human has come in here, they came through a secret passage without barriers. Gallowin leader immediately worried and thought to himself, they know a secret passage that even many goblins don't know about. The intruder immediately came inside and said, hello. The human who broke in was none other than Lee Hansung. He held out his hands and said, leader of the goblins along with all the goblins, I am Lee Hansung. Leader Gallowin looked at him with worried eyes. He immediately used magic to suppress the pressure. Seeing this, Lee Hansung immediately stepped back in fear and silently said, They are the ones who completed the birth of the legend and ascended to become gods. He looked at the goblin leader in front of him and thought to himself, they are completely superior to him. Then he went up and said, wow, this is interesting, I'm here with a pretty good exchange, let's get everyone's energies together. He continued to say that in the next 3 days, an unprecedented war would break out in the Amazon. After saying that, he discovered that the elves in front were looking at him with eyes that were not very friendly. Sung Si-yun appeared in the forest. Sung Si-yun said the Amazon forest monster is stronger than I imagined. Serbishe says it's as dangerous as being in Darklands. Suddenly there was a loud noise. Sung Si-yun cautiously asked what was that. A giant creature approached the two. A giant snake appeared. This is the race that dominates the 4th floor of the underworld. Serbishe saw this and asked the dragon snake, why could such a thing appear on the ground? Sung Si-yun confusedly asked if something was going on. What the hell was going on in the Amazon? The snake's head was chopped off. Ian, an SSS level warrior who holds the Lancelot contract, says the dragon snake attacks. Everyone, step back. Another snake was also immediately handled. Dumont, the SSS level warrior who holds the Gawain contract, thought to himself that he did not expect that underworld creatures would rise up to attack. Jinhoon saw that the situation was not good and said that the candidates also had no skills. Hanbul looked at the system screen. The system announces that the myth of Lancelot and Gawain is recreated in this battle. The myth of the undefeated Knight of the Round Table begins. They fight for the king, King Arthur. At the same time, he sacrificed his life for his people. The masked man looked at the system screen and asked the person who signed the contract with the Knight of the Round Table, Ian and Dumont are already here, but why is the myth being recreated? Someone pointed to the sky and said, look, Hansong activated the myth with inversion magic. A strange light appeared in the sky. It then became a large beam of light that enveloped Li Hansong. The Round Table Knight mythical notification system has appointed Choim Young as the knight. He was assigned the 80th chair of the Round Table. He has the power of Degar. Every stat increased by 300%. Every important power increased by 200%. Li Hansong saw this and wondered if they randomly gave away the empty seats of the Round Table Knights. If that was the case, he could definitely fight against the underground creatures with this power. Drones fly around Li Hansong. Gallowin appears and asks if this is what you mentioned. Li Hansong heard that and said there he was, Gallowin. Li Hansong calculated that by recreating the myth and activating me as a clown through a live broadcast, I could optimize my power. In this way, we could stop the invasion of living beings, underground objects and get achievements. If the myth goes any further, Gallowin warns, it will become uncontrollable. Hearing this, Li Hansong said that even without mythology, the invasion of the underworld would still continue. This is the fastest way. Suddenly, a shadow of fire appeared and said, what are you talking about that's so affectionate? Avnul, the leader of the fire dragon, said it was really sad. Avnul asked, are they coming here too? A girl with ice powers flew over. Ian, the mother of the ice birds, crossed her arms and said, I don't know how long it's been since we gathered like this. Li Hansong looked at the two of them and thought to himself that all the leaders that he couldn't deal with, even one person, had now gathered. This was part of the plan, but still a little scary. Li Hansong looked at Avnul and evaluated especially Avnul. She was completely different from the cold Ian or the quiet Gallowin. She has a hot temper, so if she gets even a little angry, she will definitely attack. Avnul said, hey, you're that human. Avnul turned out to be a fire in his palm and asked if he was the one who activated this myth. Gallowin said, wait, listen to him tell me the reason for activating the myth first. Avnul asked when he heard that, why do I still have to listen? I can just destroy him. Ian asked that this situation would be unavoidable when the myth was completed anyway, so I thought it would be a good idea to at least hear him explain the reason. Right, Avnul heard that and asked her the same. Avnul said, hey, you guys just keep saying meaningless things. Avnul asked you, why did you make such a big deal out of it, huh, human? Li Hansong explained the underworld creatures who covet the Round Table Knight achievement will gather here, then I will connect to the Holy Grail currently sealed in the underworld. Li Hansong said that I will begin. The Holy Grail war is here. Avnul said he didn't deserve to survive. Avnul then shot a large flame towards Li Hansong. Everyone below was bewildered when they saw this scene. One practitioner said that Saint just burned Hansong alive. No matter how strong Hansong was, there was no way he could stand that. Suddenly Anhyeri was covered by a beam of light. She clenched her palms, her whole body trembling. She calculated and thought. Anhyeri clenched her fist thinking Lee Hansong. After thinking about it, she ran quickly forward. Ian says, descendant of Galahad, we will clear the way for you. Ian and Dumont rushed forward to kill the dragon snakes. Anhyeri ran to the cross and thought to herself that with the SSS level warriors standing side by side, she felt like she could make it to that level. Suddenly someone flew in front of Anhyeri. Anhyeri saw this and wondered if those were the leaders of the multidimensional war. Were they trying to stop humans? The three of them flew past Anhyeri. A dragon snake was immediately burned alive. Uvnal said the war has already begun, let's end it together. Ian says let's clean this up as quickly as possible. Galawan asked if it was okay for Galahad to be gifted with a young man. Anhyeri was confused and thought it seemed like the dominant races were on the side of humans. I thought they were planning to attack. An earthquake suddenly appeared. Anhyeri thought to herself about this earthquake. Anhyeri saw countless tentacles rising and wondered how many underground creatures were rising to the surface. Lee Hansong had disappeared. What should I do to help now? There was a loud noise in the forest. Lee Hansong fell into the tree canopy and cried out, if I hadn't been careful, I probably would have died. Lee Hansong recalled that he intended to attack, but he successfully fooled her by avoiding the attack with space teleportation. If he had been hit by that attack, he would have probably died and turned into ashes, blown away. Lee Hansong jumped to the ground and wondered now, should I complete the legend of the Knight of the Round Table? How should I open the story? Lee Hansong looked at the screen of the system analyzing the four forces created from the universe: strong force, weak force, gravity, and electronic force. He belonged to the weak force. Gravity can be imitated using space and time abilities, but I can't achieve strong force and electronic force with my current points. Should I give up on completing the reconstruction of the legend of the Knight in the Round Table? Lee Hansong thought that in the legend of the story of the Knight of the Round Table, King Arthur was injured but was revived, and was portrayed as a hero who would save the world in times of crisis. Lee Hansong calculated, in other words, the problem is resurrection and salvation. If I can't fully execute it, I should try to create a familiar feeling. Lee Hansong said he needed to write it down. The system notifies that the purchase was successful. 100,000 points have been used to make a purchase, the remaining awareness points are 10,202. Countless tentacles emerged from the ground. Anhyeri saw this and thought to herself that the creatures of the underworld are coming here. They are aiming for the sword Galahad. The situation now is so cruel, we can't continue like this anymore. Suddenly a ray of light appeared in the sky. The dragon snakes all raised their heads to look. There's a voice coming out: even though I'm dead, but our hope still exists. Dumont asked if that was King Arthur, so the legend of the Knight of the Round Table was complete. The voice continued to emit: my sword, Excalibur, the only person who can wield this sword. That person who continues to speak will gain light. The king snakes remained silent and did nothing. Then they began to crawl towards the sword. Anhyeri told herself that everyone at the battle was aiming for the lightsaber. Anhyeri speculated to use the sword. Wait, that's definitely Lee Hansong's voice. Anhyeri ran forward asking himself, was he pretending to be dead? If so, did that mean he created this? She said, everyone, we must head for Galahad's sword. What did Dumont ask when he heard that? I mean, Excalibur is over there, King Arthur is. Anhyeri said the original target was Galahad's sword, so if he got that sword, everything would be okay. Anhyeri calculates this is our last chance. Now they are being tricked by the fake Excalibur. The system announces that I am Jester S on SS. You and Jester are no longer separate entities. You are the Jester, and the Jester is also you. All your good and evil deeds are not in vain. They are all directed towards the Jester. You are also a Jester. Your ability is allowed to spread. You will become interested in attention and gain strength from it. Uncultivated. Options are open. The Jester is everywhere. Powerful. Established. You can teleport to another place from where you appear. The being resembles you, but will not have a physical form. However, everyone will focus on the self because of the presence of power. Lee Hansong is surrounded by light. He calculated that thanks to buying light, and continuing the story, my effect is that Jester has become stronger since he attracted attention, but this is just an extension of the trick. First we must have Galahad's sword first. Lee Hansong looked at Anhyeri below and thought quickly. Ian said the sword is right in front of us, leave it with us and go quickly. Anhyeri said okay, thank you. Lee Hansong looked at the situation below and wondered if Ian and Dumont were attacking the enemy. If that was the case, Lee Hansong thought so that no one stopped Harem. A dragon snake rushed forward quickly. It opened its giant mouth full of sharp fangs. Suddenly it stopped. Lee Hansong pulled On Hyeri up from the ground. Lee Hansong thought this scene took place much earlier than the desired time of rebirth and salvation, but I had to complete it without losing Harem. He said, hold on tight, we're heading straight for the sword. The two people landed safely. On Hyeri looked at the sword stuck in the ground and said it was Galahad's sword. On Hyeri approached the sword. On Hyeri reached out to touch the sword. Finally On Hyeri grabbed the sword. On Hyeri pulled out the sword. The system announced that Galahad's sword had found its owner. Galahad's descendants have been identified, achieving legendary rank. The legitimate descendant of Galahad has found its master. Semi-legendary rank achievement. The Seeker of the Divine Bowl has a master. The fifth story, the War of the Divine Bowl begins. The Divine Bowl is something that contains the blood of Jesus. It is considered a legend, sleeping deep in the underworld. The only person who can capture it will become the one who possesses superpowers, achievements and can have a wish granted. Lee Hansong said to keep this power to end this God Bowl war. On Hyeri answered yes. Lee Hansong looked at the system screen and said I would start taking action, preparing for the blockade. Halen said this was a signal from Lee Hansong. Start sealing off the entrance to the underworld. Han Du-suk responded and obeyed. Han Du-suk summons a magical sword, a sword strike that destroys heaven. A great stream of power shot into the sky from the sword. It causes the surrounding rocks to shake. Lee Hansong reminded that most of them had already surfaced. While the entrance to the underworld is blocked, aim for the 8 gods. There are still a few enemies, but they are very strong, so be careful. Sung Si-yun suddenly appeared next to her and replied that she understood. Lee Hansong was startled and asked, when did she come to Amazon? Sung Si-yun said I was a bit worried about letting her go alone, so I had no choice but to follow. Serbishe flew next to me and said I was sorry for coming without permission. Lee Hansong replied yes, it's a surprise support, but I think we can attack quickly and shorten it. Lee Hansong said to quickly find the 8 gods. Elsewhere, a plume of black smoke rose into the sky. Avnal asked that guy, is he still alive? Gallowin said I certainly took the opportunity to. Ian cuts down a dragon snake and says wait, end this battle with as little loss as possible, we need that guy. Han Du-suk looked at the situation in front of him and said that even though he had allied with the creatures on the ground, the magic gap was too great to block the barrier of the underworld. One person said who would have thought that a one-time request for emergency assistance in exchange for an elixir would be used in a place like this. That Lee Hansong guy really can't predict the future. A woman appeared with 2 other men and said they confirmed the target, the Dark Land and the Underworld, joining forces. Halen said thank you for coming to support. Halen said now we will act according to Lee Hansong's plan. Halen said he'll be back in 30 minutes, so wait 30 minutes to win.